Welcome to Sleepy Love Tales, soothing romance for a restful night. If these stories help you unwind, be sure to subscribe. For now, close your eyes and let's begin tonight's story. Passport stamps. The city had no name worth keeping. It sat at the crossroads of two rail lines, a place where travellers stopped not to see anything but to change trains, and the locals had long since stopped noticing the foreigners, the way a river stops noticing the stones in its bed. There were cafes that stayed open until no one was left to serve, and hotels with sheets that smelled of lavender and other people's departures, and a clock tower that chimed at odd intervals, as though it too had lost track of where it was going. Carla Garcia arrived on a Tuesday in October with 2 bags and a fellowship she'd spent 11 years earning. The fellowship was in computational linguistics. It was prestigious. It was by every measure she'd been taught to apply the correct next step. She had written the acceptance letter in 3 drafts, each one more confident than the last, and she had not told anyone that the 3rd draft had taken her 4 hours because she kept deleting the word fine. She found a room above a pharmacy on a street where the shutters were painted the particular shade of green that only exists in places that have given up trying to be picturesque. The room had a narrow bed, a radiator that clanked like something alive, and a window that looked out onto a courtyard where someone grew tomatoes too late in the season, the plants still reaching upward with a stubbornness that bordered on the absurd. She unpacked methodically, clothes in the wardrobe, books on the nightstand, a photograph of her mother face down, not out of cruelty, out of a tenderness so acute it had become indistinguishable from avoidance. On Wednesday she found the cafe. It was called, simply, Le Passage, and it occupied the ground floor of a building that seemed to have been designed by someone who had never seen a right angle. The chairs were mismatched. The espresso was too strong. A chalkboard menu had been erased and rewritten so many times that the surface had turned a permanent ghostly grey, and the handwriting of the current offerings was layered over the ghost impressions of 100 previous meals, so that if you looked closely you could read, faintly beneath the soup of the day, the remains of desserts no one remembered ordering. She sat by the window with a coffee she did not want and a notebook she did not open, and she watched the street. A man across the way was trying to load a mattress into a van that was clearly too small. He was laughing at himself. 2 women walked past arm in arm, arguing about something that made them both gesture wildly with their free hands. A child stopped to examine a puddle with the gravity of a scholar examining a primary source. Carla watched all of this and felt, for the first time in months, something other than the low-grade static that had been humming behind her ribs since she had agreed to leave. The man was already there when she came back Thursday. He sat at the bar with a book, open in front of him, though he was not reading it. He was watching the barista make coffee with the kind of attention that suggested he was either deeply interested in the process or deeply bored with everything else. He was handsome in an unfinished way. Strong jaw, dark hair that fell across his forehead like an afterthought. The kind of bone structure that would look better at 40 than it did now. But what struck her was not his features. It was the stillness that surrounded him, a quality like the air in a church after everyone has left, or the pause between exhale and inhale. He inhabited space the way most people merely occupied it, and the effect was magnetic in a way that had nothing to do with attraction, and everything to do with relief, as though his mere presence suggested that the world might after all consent to slow down. When Carla sat down at her usual table by the window, he glanced over. Not a long look, not an appraising one, simply the acknowledgement that someone had entered a room, the way a tree might register a change in light. She ordered her coffee. He returned to not reading his book. This happened again on Friday. And Saturday. By Sunday it had become a kind of choreography, unspoken and precise. She arrived. He was there. They occupied the same space without occupying each other's attention, and something about this arrangement felt, against all logic, like the most intimate thing that had happened to her in years. His name was Marcus. She learned this not because they introduced themselves, but because the barista called it out when his coffee was ready, and he looked up with the slightly startled expression of a man who's been thinking about something far away. On Monday, when she arrived at the cafe, he was already standing gathering his things to leave. Their paths intersected at the door. He held it open for her, an ordinary gesture, except that he met her eyes while doing it, and in that brief exchange of glances something passed between them that was not quite a greeting and not quite an acknowledgement, but something else. Permission, perhaps, or recognition. "Thank you," she said. He nodded, stepped aside, and was gone. On Tuesday he was there again, and this time when she sat down he glanced over and said very simply, "You're here often." It was not a question, it was not an invitation, it was simply an observation, delivered in a voice that suggested he had been thinking about whether to say it for some time. "So are you," Carla replied. A pause, then, "I'm Marcus." "Carla." They did not shake hands. They did not move closer. They stayed where they were, on opposite sides of the cafe, and talked across the distance like two people calling to each other across a river, the words arriving slightly altered by the crossing, stripped of their sharper edges, made softer by travel. He was a tutor. Languages mostly, though he said this the way someone might say they collected stamps, as an activity that filled the hours between one place and the next. He had been in this city for 3 weeks. Before that, somewhere in the south. Before that, somewhere else. The geography of his life was a series of departures, each one clean, each one complete. "Don't you want to stay somewhere?" Carla asked. He considered this with genuine interest, as though she had posed a real question rather than the rhetorical one most people meant by it. "I used to think staying was the point," he said. "Now I think it might be the thing people do when they're afraid of what they'll find if they keep looking." Carla thought about this for longer than she intended. Outside, the October light was failing in the way it does in places between latitudes, not dramatically, not with the long, golden slant of the south, but with a quiet, almost apologetic dimming, as though the day were trying not to disturb anyone on its way out. "Or," she said, "it's what you do when you finally found it." He looked at her then, really looked, with an attention that was neither flirtatious nor clinical, but simply curious, and she felt something shift in her chest, some small door she had not known was closed, clicking open by a fraction of an inch. It was Carla who suggested the marriage. She would not have been able to explain afterward exactly how the conversation arrived there. They had been talking for 2 hours, the longest conversation she had had with anyone since arriving, possibly since leaving, and the talk had moved, as good talk does, from the surface to the depths without either of them noticing the descent. They had spoken about language and its failures, about the particular loneliness of being very good at something no one else finds interesting, about the way cities feel different when you know you are leaving them versus when you know you are staying. "The trick," Marcus had said, leaning back in his chair with his hands wrapped around a coffee gone, cold, "is that no one tells you the rules have changed. You spend your whole life optimizing for one set of conditions, and then one day you realize the conditions have shifted and all your careful calculations are meaningless. So what do? You make a new calculation, a bad one probably, one that doesn't make any sense by the old rules." Carla looked at him across the table. The cafe was nearly empty now. The light outside had gone entirely. Somewhere, a church bell was ringing, though there was no church visible on any street she had walked. "Marry me," she said. She said it lightly, as a joke, as the kind of thing you say when the conversation has reached the point where the only honest move is an absurd one. Marcus did not laugh. He did not look shocked. He tilted his head slightly, the way a person does when they are genuinely considering an offer they had not expected to receive. "Why?" he asked. And Carla, who had spent 11 years preparing careful arguments for, Careful audiences found that the only answer available to her was the true one. "Because neither of us knows what we're doing," she said, "and I'm tired of doing it alone." A long silence, not an uncomfortable one. The kind of silence that has weight and texture. That means something is being decided. "Okay," Marcus said. They did not, in fact, get married. What they did was stranger and, in its way, more honest. They agreed to act as though they were married, to travel together, to share rooms, to introduce each other as spouses, for as long as the experiment felt worth running. There were no terms, no end date, no discussion of what would happen if one of them wanted to stop. "If it stops working," Carla said, on the morning they left the city with the chiming clock tower, "we just stop." "Agreed," said Marcus, and lifted her bag into the overhead compartment of the train with an ease that suggested he had been lifting other people's bags for a long time. They went south. First, because the weather was turning and because neither of them had anywhere they needed to be. The towns they passed through were small and indifferent to tourists, places where the shopkeepers knew every face and regarded strangers with a politeness that was also, unmistakably, a kind of distance. Carla and Marcus moved through these towns like water through stone, leaving no mark, disturbing nothing. They shared a room in each place they stopped, a narrow room, usually with one bed or two beds pushed close together, and a window that looked out onto something, a garden, a courtyard, a neighbour's washing line, that made the space feel less like a hotel and more like a life temporarily borrowed. The first night, in a village where the inn smelled of wood smoke and old wine, they lay in the dark on opposite sides of the mattress, with a space between them that was precise and deliberate, like a margin on a page. "This is strange," Carla said to the ceiling. "Yes," said Marcus. "Good strange or bad strange?" A pause. She could hear him breathing, steady, unhurried, the breathing of someone who had learned, or always known, how to be at ease in unfamiliar places. "I don't know yet," he said. "Ask me tomorrow." Tomorrow she did not ask. She did not need to. Something had shifted in the night, not between them, exactly, but in her. She woke feeling more rested than she had in months, and the feeling was so unfamiliar that she lay still for several minutes, trying to identify it before she realised what it was. She had slept without dreaming about work. They fell into routines with a naturalness that surprised her. In the mornings, he made coffee while she opened the curtains. They ate breakfast together at whatever table was available, reading or talking or sitting in a silence that required no performance. In the afternoons they walked, not to see things, but simply to move, to let the landscape pass through them like music through a room. In the evenings they cooked if there was a kitchen, or ate simply if there was not, and talked until the talking tapered off into tiredness, and they went to bed. It was during these evenings that Carla began to notice the architecture of his evasions. He talked freely about almost everything, about the places he had been, the languages he spoke, the books he had read and discarded and loved. But when the conversation turned toward the interior, toward what he wanted, what he feared, what kept him moving from place to place like a man outrunning something he could not name, he deflected with a skill so practiced it was almost invisible. A change of subject, a joke, a sudden interest in the view outside the window. She recognised the technique because she used it herself. One evening, in a town where the river ran green and fast and the inn had a garden with a table under a walnut tree, she said, "You know, you don't have to do that." He looked up from his wine. "Do what?" "Leave when it gets close." He held her gaze for a long moment. His face in the last light was unguarded in a way she had not seen before. Not vulnerable exactly, but open, the way a door is open when no one has thought to close it. "I don't know how not to," he said. And then quieter, "I haven't needed to." She did not press. She understood, in the way one understands things that have nothing to do with language, that this was as close as he had come to saying something true about himself. and that to push further would be to break something that had not yet finished forming. The desire, when it came, did not arrive like weather. It arrived like a season, gradually, then all at once, so that when Carla finally acknowledged it, she could not have said when it had begun. It was there in the way she noticed his hands, long-fingered, ink-stained at the knuckles from the notebooks he filled with observations she was not meant to read. It was there in the way she registered, the sound of him moving in the room at night, the particular quality of his footsteps, unhurried and certain. It was there in the mornings, when she woke to find him already up, already dressed, already standing at the window with a coffee, and the sight of him, ordinary, domestic there, produced in her a warmth that had nothing to do with the radiator. She did not act on it, neither did he, but the space between them on the bed narrowed, by imperceptible degrees, over the course of weeks, and the silences between them changed character, became charged, became weighted with something neither of them named, became the kind of silence that is not an absence of words, but a surplus of them, held back. One night, in a room where the rain was so loud it sounded like applause, Marcus reached across the space between them and took her hand, not with urgency, not with intention, simply held it, the way you might hold something you had picked up and not yet decided what to do with. Carla did not move. She did not pull away. She lay in the dark with his hand around hers and listened to the rain, and felt beneath the warmth of his palm the slow and steady pulse of something that was not yet desire and not yet love, but was becoming both. The fellowship sent its first email on a Monday. It was polite. It was even gentle, in the way institutional communications are gentle when they are about to apply pressure. The project timeline had been moved up. There were expectations about when she would begin active research. A conference in March, a paper due in February. The language was careful, but the message was clear. The world she had left was waiting, and it was not prepared to wait much longer. Carla read the email 3 times, then closed her laptop and sat very still for a long time, listening to the sound of Marcus chopping vegetables in the kitchen of the cottage they had rented for the week. The sound was rhythmic and domestic, and in that moment almost unbearable. Marcus had, the same week, been offered a position, a real one, with a fixed address and a salary, and all the markers of a life that was going somewhere. It was in a city far from where they were. He told her about it casually, over dinner, in the tone of someone reporting the weather. "Are you going to take it?" she asked. "I haven't decided. It's a good opportunity." "It is." They didn't look at each other. The silence between them, which had been for weeks a warm and inhabited thing, turned cold, not hostile, worse than hostile, uncertain. The fights when they came were not loud. They were quiet and precise, like surgery performed without anesthesia. They fought about the dishes and about the route they would take tomorrow, and about whether the window should be open or closed. And beneath every argument was the same unspoken question, pressing against the surface like a hand against glass. Is this real, or is it only possible because it ends? You drift. Through people, Carla said one evening, and the words came out sharper than she intended. You drift through places. You have this whole philosophy about motion and impermanence, but has it occurred to you that it might just be cowardice? Marcus went very still. When he spoke, his voice was flat in a way she had not heard before, emptied of its usual warmth, as though he had withdrawn something essential from it. "Has it occurred to you," he said, "that your plan might be the cowardice, that you built this whole careful structure, the fellowship, the career, the path, so that you would never have to stand still long enough to find out what you actually want?" The words landed. She felt them land, felt the small, sharp intake of breath that meant something true had been spoken aloud. She did not answer. She went to bed early, and he stayed up, and in the morning they were polite to each other in the way that two people are polite when politeness is all that remains. The Withdrawal was not dramatic. There was no scene, no slammed door, no declaration. They simply stopped reaching for each other. The space on the bed widened again, degree by degree, as though pulled apart by some invisible tide. They still shared meals. They still walked together in the afternoons. But the walks felt different now, purposeful rather than drifting, as though they were both trying to get somewhere rather than simply being somewhere. Carla lay awake at night and listened to Marcus breathing on the other side of the bed and felt the distance between them. Not physical, but something else, something harder to measure. And the feeling was not grief exactly. It was worse. It was the particular ache of wanting something you can see and refusing to reach for it, because reaching would mean admitting that it matters, and admitting that it matters would mean that losing it could hurt you. She'd spent 11 years making sure nothing could hurt her. The fellowship was proof. The plan was proof. The careful, optimized architecture of her life was a structure designed to withstand exactly this kind of pressure. The pressure of wanting, of needing, of being afraid. And now here she was, in a rented cottage in a town whose name she would forget, lying next to a man she had known for 6 weeks, and the whole structure was shaking. It happened on a Thursday in the kitchen at 2 p.m, when the light came through the window at an angle that made everything in the room look slightly unreal. Carla was packing. Her fellowship bag was open on the table, the one she'd brought from home, the one that had travelled with her through 11 years of conferences and deadlines and carefully managed ambition. She was folding clothes into it with the methodical precision of someone dismantling a life she had temporarily inhabited. Marcus was sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee he was not drinking, watching her. "You're leaving," he said. It was not a question. "I have to." "No," he said. "You don't. You want to. There's a difference." She stopped folding. Her hands went still on the fabric, a shirt she had bought in one of the small towns they had passed through, something soft and dark that she had chosen because it felt good against her skin, because for once she had chosen something not for its utility, but for the way it made her feel alive. "And what do you want?" she asked. The question was not rhetorical. It was the first time she had asked it without deflection, without the protective layer of irony or implication. She asked it plainly, the way you ask a question when you're tired of not knowing the answer. Marcus set down his coffee. He looked at her across the kitchen, across the open bag and the folded clothes and the space that had grown between them over the past 2 weeks, like a wall built brick by brick in the dark. "I want to stop running," he said. "I have wanted to stop running for a long time. I just didn't know where to stop. And now?" He didn't answer with words. He stood up from the table and crossed the kitchen, 3 steps, 4, and stopped in front of her, close enough that she could feel the warmth of him, the particular heat that a living body generates, which is one of the most ancient and unremarkable things in the world, and also, in that moment, the only thing that mattered. "I have been terrified," he said, "of being chosen, of someone looking at me, really looking, not at the surface, not at the useful version, and deciding to stay. Because then I would have to stay too, and I don't know who I am when I'm not moving." Carla looked at him. His face was open in a way she'd seen only once before, that evening under the walnut tree when he had said, "I haven't needed to." But this was further. This was the place beyond the door, the room he had kept locked, and he was standing in it now without flinching. "I don't know who I am when I'm not performing," she said, "when I'm not being the person who got the fellowship, who followed the plan. I don't know what's underneath all of that. I'm not sure I've ever looked." "Then look," he said, "now, here, with me." She didn't answer. What happened next was not the kind of thing that can be narrated from the outside. It is too interior for that, too rooted in the body's own logic, which is older and more eloquent than any language Carla had ever studied. What she knew afterward, What settled into her the way sediment settles into still water was this. It was not urgency that moved them, it was decision. The kind of decision that does not feel like a choice at all, but like the removal of an obstacle, the final quiet dropping of a resistance that had been the only thing standing between where they were and where they had already, in some deeper sense, arrived. His hands on her were not tentative, they were not greedy, they moved with the same quality of attention she had seen in him from the beginning, that particular way of being present, of registering what was in front of him without trying to possess it or escape it. He touched her the way someone reads a landscape, with patience, with curiosity, with the understanding that what is being witnessed cannot be rushed or summarized. She had not been touched like this in a long time, perhaps ever. The men before, the few, careful men before, had touched her as though her body were an obstacle between them and what they wanted. Marcus touched her as though her body were what he wanted, not as an object but as a place, a country he was choosing to enter and remain in. And Carla, who had spent years treating her own body as a vehicle for her mind, useful, maintained but fundamentally instrumental, felt something unlock, something that had been coiled tight for so long she had forgotten it was there, a warmth that began at the centre and moved outward, slow and deliberate, like dawn arriving in a room where no one has opened the curtains in years. She did not perform, she did not manage, she simply was, present, open, held. And the sensation of being held without condition, without expectation, without the need to be anything other than what she was in that moment, was so startling that it brought tears to her eyes, though she did not cry. He noticed. Of course he noticed. He paused, his forehead against hers, and said nothing, because there was nothing to say. The tears were not sadness. They were the particular release that comes when something you didn't know you were carrying is finally set down. Afterward they lay in the narrow bed with the afternoon light still moving through the kitchen window, and Carla felt, not happy, exactly, but something adjacent to happiness, something quieter, a sense of having arrived at a place she had not known she was travelling toward, and of finding it not glamorous or dramatic, but simply right, the way a key is right for a lock, not because it is special, but because it fits. "I don't know what happens now," she said. "Neither do I," said Marcus, and then, "but I know I'm not leaving." They did not stay in the cottage forever. Life does not work that way, and neither of them had ever believed it did. The fellowship was still there, waiting. The position Marcus had been offered was still there, waiting. The world, with its calendars and its obligations and its insistence on being lived in rather than merely experienced, pressed gently but firmly against the edges of their stillness. But something had changed in the way they faced it. Carla wrote back to the fellowship. She did not withdraw. She did not apologize. She simply told them, with a clarity that surprised even her, that she would need to renegotiate the timeline, that she was not running away from the work but toward a version of it that made sense to her, and that this might take a little longer than anyone had planned. Marcus called about the position. He told them he was interested, but that he needed it to be somewhere they could both live. Not because he was asking permission, because for the first time in his adult life, the decision about where to go was not his alone to make, and he found, to his own astonishment, that this did not feel like a constraint. It felt like an anchor, the good kind, the kind that does not hold you in place but gives you something to move from. They spent the last week in the cottage doing very little. They cooked elaborate meals and ate them slowly. They walked in the evenings when the light turned the countryside the colour of old honey, and they held hands without thinking about it, the way two people hold hands when it has stopped being a gesture and becomes simply a fact. One morning, Carla found a small leather notebook on the kitchen table. Open to a page Marcus had written on the night before, she did not read it. It was not meant for Her, and she understood now, the difference between intimacy and intrusion. But she saw the first line, written in his careful, slanted hand. The trick is not to stop moving. The trick is to find someone worth being still for. She closed the notebook and left it where it was. On the last morning they packed together, 2 bags each now, the weight of a life slightly expanded by the sharing of it. The pharmacy below their first room in the crossroads city had become, in memory, a kind of origin myth. The place where the experiment had begun, the strange and tentative first step of a journey neither of them had planned. Carla stood at the window of the cottage and looked out at the garden, where someone, Marcus she realised, had planted 3 small tomato seedlings in the corner of the yard. They were too late in the season. They would not produce fruit before the frost came, but they were there, reaching upward with the same stubborn optimism she'd noticed in the first garden she had seen in the courtyard of her room above the pharmacy a lifetime ago. She did not say anything about them. She simply noted them and smiled, and turned back to the room where Marcus was waiting with his jacket on and his hands in his pockets and an expression on his face that she had come to recognise as his version of happiness. Quiet, slightly bewildered, as though he had not quite expected to find himself here and was still adjusting to the fact that he had. "Ready?" he asked. "Yes," she said. They walked out together into the morning, which was bright and cold and unremarkable in every way, except that they were in it, and they were choosing to be, and the choosing, not the accident, not the momentum, not the current of circumstance carrying them forward, was the thing that made it real. The silence between coordinates. The hospital clung to the cliff face like a barnacle, grey stone against grey sky, salt-eaten mortar holding fast against wind that had crossed 3,000 miles of open water before breaking itself against these rocks. Eleanor Henry had chosen this posting precisely because it resembled a lighthouse, useful, isolated, and oriented away from human complication. She was a translator of secrets, though her official title read Communication Specialist Cryptographic Division. The signals room where she spent her nights was windowless, lit by the amber glow of vacuum tubes and the green phosphorescence of oscilloscope screens. Here, the war spoke in fragments, Morse code stripped of context, enemy transmissions reduced to frequency and pattern. Her job was to find meaning in the meaningless, to impose grammar on chaos. Eleanor believed in precision the way some women believed in God. Each decoded message was an act of clarity in a world drowning in obfuscation. She never embellished. She never inferred beyond what the data supported. When she handed her translations to the officers upstairs, she felt the satisfaction of having performed a small surgery on reality, cutting away the uncertain tissue, leaving only what could be proven. The other nurses found her cold. She overheard them sometimes in the canteen. "Miss Henry doesn't have a heart. She has a metronome." She didn't correct them. Better to be thought mechanical than to be known as vulnerable. The wounded arrived by convoy, by ship, by ambulance that groaned up the coastal road in the small hours. Eleanor rarely saw them. Her domain was underground, where voices travelled as electromagnetic waves rather than breath and tongue. She preferred it that way. Until the night Captain David Harding was carried through the main doors on a stretcher, his flight suit still reeking of aviation fuel and cordite, his face so wrapped in gauze that only his mouth and one eye remained visible. Eleanor first encountered him not in person, but in paperwork. His file arrived in her signals room by mistake, delivered by an exhausted orderly who'd confused the cryptographic office with medical records. She should have sent it back immediately. Instead, she read it. Captain David Harding, fighter pilot, desert theatre, aircraft destroyed behind enemy lines, rescued after 6 days, injuries, second-degree burns, face, hands, fractured ribs, severe dehydration. Cognitive status, intermittent amnesia, disorientation regarding time and place. Patient calm but uncommunicative regarding details of survival. What caught her attention was a note in the margin, added by the psychiatric officer. Patient repeatedly requests the voice. When asked to clarify, becomes agitated. Recommend evaluation for auditory hallucination. She returned the file the next morning, but the phrase lingered in her mind like a half-decoded cipher. The voice, as if a voice could exist, independent of a body, a person, an intention. 3 days later, Dr. Reeves appeared in her doorway, a rare intrusion. He was holding a reel-to-reel tape recorder, looking apologetic. "Miss Henry, I need to ask you something unusual." She set down her pencil with geometric precision. "Go on." "Captain Harding, the pilot from the Desert Rescue. He's not responding well to standard rehabilitation, won't engage in conversation, barely tolerates physical therapy, but he has this peculiar reaction to radio transmissions. When he hears Morse code or voice traffic through the speakers, his vital signs stabilize. It's as if," Reeves struggled for the word, "as if he recognizes it as safety. You want me to play signals for him? I want you to read to him." Reeves set the recorder on her desk. "Your voice is similar in tone and cadence to the radio operators, and you have security clearance for the material. We have old transmissions, already decoded, no longer classified. Training, exercises, weather reports, navigational logs, nothing sensitive. But read aloud, in that clear way you have. I think it might help." Eleanor felt something contract in her chest, a small defensive tightening. "I decode, Doctor. I don't perform." "I'm not asking you to perform. I'm asking you to read. 20 minutes a day. Consider it another form of translation, converting data into something a damaged mind can process." She wanted to refuse, but Reeves was already thanking her, already retreating down the corridor, and Eleanor was left holding a stack of transcripts bound in brown paper, knowing she would agree because refusal would require an explanation she didn't want to give. The first time she entered his room, he was sitting by the window in a wheelchair, his bandaged hands resting on the armrests like broken birds. The gauze had been reduced to dressings now, revealing a face marked by scarring that would fade but never disappear, a map of heat drawn across his left cheek and temple. He turned when she entered, and his one visible eye, grey-blue, startlingly clear, fixed on her with an intensity that made her want to look away. "Captain Harding, I'm Eleanor Henry. From Communications. Dr. Reeves asked me to read to me." His voice was rough from disuse but surprisingly gentle. He said someone would read. She sat in the chair positioned across from him, opened the folder, and began with a weather report from 6 months prior. Wind speeds, barometric pressure, visibility conditions over the Mediterranean. The effect was immediate. His breathing deepened. The tension in his shoulders, something she'd noticed without meaning to, released incrementally. When she paused between entries, he made a small sound, almost a word, and she understood he wanted her to continue. She read for exactly 20 minutes, as requested. When she stood to leave, he spoke again. "You sound like her." Eleanor paused at the door. "Like whom?" "The voice that brought me back." The sessions became routine. Each evening at 1900 hours she would arrive with new transcripts, radio traffic from forgotten operations, navigational coordinates that had guided aircraft safely home, weather advisories read aloud by operators who never knew their words would be used as medicine. Captain Harding, he insisted she call him David after the first week, began to heal. The bandages came off. He graduated from wheelchair to crutches to walking unassisted. But he continued to request the readings, and Dr. Reeves, pleased with the progress, continued to authorize them. Eleanor told herself it was clinical, that her meticulous timekeeping, never arriving early, never staying late, proved her professional boundaries, that the way her voice softened slightly when reading coordinates, the way she'd learned which cadences made him breathe easier, was simply effective technique. But in truth, something had shifted. The signals room no longer felt sufficient. She found herself distracted during her night work, remembering the way David listened, not to her words but to some quality beneath them, some frequency only he could hear. One evening, after she'd finished the day's transcript, he asked, "Do you know what it's like to be lost? Geographically, existentially?" He smiled, and the scar tissue pulled slightly at the corner of his mouth. "To have no memory of who you were, only of being found." Eleanor set the folder aside. "Tell me what you remember." "Sand. So much sand it had its own texture of silence. My radio was dead. I'd been walking for 3 days, maybe 4, rationing water from a single canteen, and then..." He closed his eyes. A voice, coming through static on a frequency that shouldn't have been possible. A woman, reading coordinates. Not to me. She didn't know I was there. But I followed them anyway, because they were the only order in all that chaos. And you found rescue. I found a patrol that had been dispatched to those exact coordinates for a different reason entirely, as if she'd summoned them without knowing. He opened his eyes. "You sound like her. The clarity, the precision. When you read, I can almost..." He didn't finish. Neither did Eleanor. But she understood what he was saying, that her voice had become a bridge to something he couldn't name, and that she had stepped onto it without realizing there was no guardrail. The fog came in thick that October, turning the world beyond the hospital into suggestion rather than certainty. Eleanor's readings gradually deviated from the approved material. She began bringing in more complex transmissions, decoded conversations between pilots, fragmentary distress calls with their resolutions, the terse poetry of emergency coordinates followed by confirmation of rescue. David responded to narrative. She learned this by accident when she read a particularly detailed exchange between a squadron leader and his wingman, conversation that had taken place entirely in code but which she'd translated into its full human meaning. David had wept, quietly, and then apologized. "Don't," she'd said. "It's a reasonable response." "To what?" "To being reminded that you survived when others didn't." After that, she stopped pretending the sessions were rehabilitation. They were something else, a shared country neither of them had intended to enter. He began staying awake at night, he told her, listening to the radio in the patient's lounge, searching for frequencies that resembled what he remembered. She found herself doing the same in the signals room, isolating voice transmissions from the static, wondering if somewhere in that electromagnetic noise was the original, the woman whose voice had become his compass. "Do you want to find her?" Eleanor asked one evening, when the fog was so thick they could barely see the rocks below the window. David was quiet for a long time. "I don't know if she exists. Not as a person. Maybe she was just my mind inventing pattern where there was only noise. That's not how radio works. Isn't it how survival works? The brain creating meaning to prevent collapse?" Eleanor wanted to argue, to insist on the material reality of electromagnetic transmission, the impossibility of hallucinating coordinates that led to actual rescue. But she realized what he was really saying, that he preferred the voice to remain abstraction, rather than risk discovering it belonged to someone he couldn't reach, or someone who wasn't her. The first fissure appeared in December, when David's medical records were updated with recovered documentation from his unit. Someone had tracked down his squadron's operational logs, his mission reports, his service history. Eleanor watched as his amnesia began to retreat, forced back by the advancing army of verifiable facts. He remembered the name of his aircraft, his call sign, the face of his co-pilot who died 3 missions before, David's own crash. Each recovered memory was a small violence, wanted but wounding, and then he remembered her name. Lydia Ashcroft, he said one evening, the words arriving without preamble. Lieutenant, Royal Signal Corps, stationed at a forward communications post in Egypt. She was, his voice caught. She was coordinating search patterns for downed aircraft. That's why she was broadcasting those coordinates. She was trying to find me. Eleanor felt something inside her turn to ice and then shatter. You're certain? I heard someone in the officers' lounge talking about the North Africa Communications Network, and I just knew. Her voice, the way she pronounced coordinates with that slight emphasis on the cardinal directions. It was her. He looked at Eleanor then with something close to desperation. I need to find her, to thank her, to know if she... He didn't finish, but Eleanor understood. To know if she remembers me. I can help, Eleanor heard herself say. I have access to military communications records. If she was broadcasting those coordinates, there will be logs. It took 3 days of careful searching through classified archives she shouldn't have been accessing. But Eleanor found her, Lieutenant Lydia Ashcroft, aged 27, currently stationed at a signals installation in Scotland, 600 miles north. When she gave David the information, she watched his face transform, relief and longing, and something that looked like grief compressed into a single expression. He thanked her. He asked if she would help him compose a letter. She agreed, because what else could she do? And in that moment, Eleanor understood with perfect clarity that she had mistaken proximity for intimacy, ritual for relationship. That David had been listening not to her, but through her, waiting for his memory to resolve into the face he actually needed to see. The letter took a week to write. David would dictate fragments, then stop, frustrated by the inadequacy of words. Eleanor would suggest phrasing, her translator's instinct kicking in even as her heart performed its own small death. Dear Lieutenant Ashcroft, the letter began, you do not know me, but your voice brought me home. Eleanor typed each word with mechanical precision, translating his half-formed gratitude into clean, clear English. She told herself she was being helpful, professional, that this was simply another form of decoding, converting raw emotion into transmittable language. But on the 5th evening, as they worked past her usual departure time, David's dictation shifted. I heard your voice before I knew my own name, he said slowly. In the desert, delirious. I thought you were... He paused. I thought you were speaking only to me, as if the coordinates were meant to lead me not to rescue, but to you. Eleanor's hands hovered over the typewriter keys. Should I include that? No. David rubbed his face, the scars pulling against his skin. It sounds insane. She was doing her job. I was one of dozens of missing pilots. She probably doesn't remember my call sign, let alone... He stopped again. Let alone what? The way it felt to be held by nothing but sound. Eleanor typed the sentence before she could stop herself. Then she pulled the paper from the typewriter, crumpled it, threw it away, started over with something safer, more factual, less true. That night, alone in the signals room, she retrieved the crumpled page from the wastepaper basket and smoothed it flat. Read his words again, held by nothing but sound. She understood then what had happened. David hadn't fallen in love with Lieutenant Ashcroft. He'd fallen in love with being saved. And Eleanor, in her nightly readings, had recreated that salvation, offering him the illusion of return without requiring him to leave. It was a mercy. It was also a lie. And Eleanor, who had built her entire identity on accuracy, had been complicit in its telling. The reply from Lieutenant Ashcroft arrived 3 weeks later. A polite professional letter that confirmed she remembered his rescue, expressed relief at his survival, and wished him well in his recovery. There was no poetry in it, No suggestion of anything beyond collegial goodwill. David read it twice, then set it carefully on the table between them. Eleanor waited for disappointment, for grief, for something. Instead, he looked at her and said, "She doesn't know who I am. She remembers your rescue. But not me. Not the person who heard her and held on. That person doesn't exist in her memory." He was quiet for a long moment. Maybe he doesn't exist anywhere except here. The air between them felt charged, dangerous. Eleanor should have left, should have gathered her papers and retreated to the safety of the signals room. Instead, she heard herself ask, "Who is he? The person who exists here?" David stood slowly, crossed the small space between them. His hand, still scarred, still uncertain, reached for hers. "Someone who wants to thank you," he said quietly. "Not for reading to me, for letting me hear myself become real again." They kissed, or something like it. A collision more than a convergence, mouths seeking not passion but confirmation. Eleanor felt herself respond, felt her body lean into his even as her mind catalogued all the reasons this was displacement, substitution, a fundamental category error. When they separated, neither spoke. The kiss hung in the air between them like a question neither could answer. That night, Eleanor lay in her narrow bed and understood with terrible clarity David needed someone to love who wasn't the abstraction of Lydia Ashcroft. And she needed to believe that someone could want her, not for her usefulness, but for something more essential, more irreducible. Neither need had anything to do with the other. David was discharged 3 weeks later, cleared for limited duty. He would be returning not to active flight status, but to a training command near London, teaching new pilots the aerial manoeuvres that had once been instinct. The night before his departure, Eleanor found him in the patient's lounge, listening to the radio. Static and fragments of Morse code filled the small room. "Looking for something?" she asked. "Just listening." He turned down the volume. "Eleanor, I need to tell you, don't." She sat beside him, careful to maintain distance. "You don't owe me explanations. I owe you honesty." He was quiet for a moment. "I don't know what I feel. I know I'm grateful. I know that your voice became the architecture I used to rebuild myself, and I know that's not the same as love." She said the word for him, sparing him the labour of its articulation. "Is it?" He turned to look at her fully. "How would I know the difference?" Eleanor thought of all the transmissions she'd decoded, all the messages reduced to their essential meaning. She thought of the margin between what was said and what was meant, and how her entire profession existed in that gap. "You would know," she said finally, "because love doesn't require translation." They sat in silence as the radio cycled through frequencies, touching briefly on voices speaking languages neither of them understood, Arabic, Russian, Portuguese, French, before sliding back into static. "I wrote to her again," David said finally. "Lieutenant Ashcroft. I told her the truth, that I'd confused gratitude with something else, that I didn't actually want to meet her, because the voice I needed wasn't hers anymore." He paused. "If it ever was." "What did she say?" "She understood. Better than I did, probably. She said something I keep thinking about. We're all just signals travelling through the dark, hoping someone's listening." He smiled slightly. Very romantic for a signals officer. Eleanor felt something loosen in her chest. Not relief exactly, but a kind of resigned recognition. "What happens now?" "I don't know. I go to London. You stay here, listening to the war." He reached for her hand, held it loosely. "But I'll remember this, not as the place I recovered, but as the place where someone taught me that accuracy is a form of care. And you taught me," Eleanor said quietly, "that sometimes accuracy means admitting what you don't know." 6 months after David's departure, Eleanor received a letter. Not from him. He'd written twice, brief notes about training exercises and London in the spring, carefully impersonal, but from Lieutenant Lydia Ashcroft. Dear Miss Henry, Captain Harding wrote to tell me about your work with him during his recovery. I wanted to thank you, not for saving him. We both know I didn't, not really, but for showing him that voices can be more than emergency frequencies. They can be conversation, companionship, the daily static we call connection. I wonder if you know how rare that is. Most of us in this work learn to separate signal from person, message from messenger. You remembered they were always the same thing. If you're ever in Scotland, I'd welcome the chance to meet the woman whose voice replaced mine. Not because I'm jealous, I'm not, but because I'm curious about the person who could teach a lost pilot that being found is different from being home. Eleanor read the letter 3 times, then filed it carefully in her desk drawer. She didn't write back. What would she say? That she'd fallen briefly, impossibly in love with a man who'd been in love with the idea of rescue. That she'd learned love could be accurate and still be wrong. Instead, she returned to her work. But something had shifted. When she decoded transmissions now, she heard not just data, but the voices behind them. The operators sending coordinates into the dark, hoping someone was listening. Hoping not just to be heard, but to be understood. David had been right. We're all signals travelling through space, looking for resonance. And Eleanor had learned, sometimes the most loving thing you can do is decode the message accurately enough to know when it's not meant for you. She continued her work through winter, through spring, through the slow turning of the war toward its conclusion, and every night, when the signals room fell quiet and the oscilloscopes glowed their ghost green glow, she would think of a pilot in the desert, following coordinates toward rescue, and a voice that had said, "I'm here, I'm listening, you're not alone." It hadn't been love, but it had been true. And for Eleanor Henry, who had built her life on the difference between the two, that was enough. Lanterns on the lake. The town had no name worth remembering. It sat at the edge of a lake so still in autumn that the water seemed less like water than a held breath. Dark, patient, waiting to be told what to do next. The pines crowding the shore leaned inward like listeners. By 4 in the afternoon the light was already failing, and by 5 the lake had swallowed it entirely, and the world reduced itself to the sound of cold air moving through needles and the occasional careful creak of ice forming at the margins. Helen Marsh had driven 3 hours to get here. She told herself it was for the story. That was true, as far as it went. The Lantern Festival was genuine, the kind of small ritual that made editors lean forward in their chairs and say, "This is what we need more of." A piece about impermanence, about grief made portable, about a town that understood, without being told, that some things could not be kept. But she had also come because she needed to be somewhere that did not know her, somewhere that would not ask. She checked into a pension at the edge of the lake road, a narrow place, clean and austere, run by a woman who handed over the key without a word and pointed toward the stairs with a chin that said up there, "Second door, don't ask questions." The room was small, a single bed, a window facing the water, a writing desk beneath it with nothing on it but a square of folded paper and a pencil. Helen set her bag down and stood at the window for a long time, watching the lake go dark. She was 42. She'd been writing other people's stories for 18 years. She was very good at it. Good enough that people sometimes called her work luminous, which she understood was a word editors used when they meant the writer had disappeared so completely into the subject that the prose itself seemed to glow with borrowed life. She had profiled a widow in coastal Maine who spoke of her dead husband in the present tense. She had, Written about a boy in Guatemala who carried his younger sister 11 miles to school each morning without complaint. She had made readers weep, laugh, feel the texture of lives they would never live. She had never once written about her own. There was a grief inside her that she carried the way one carries a stone in a coat pocket, always aware of its weight, always adjusting her posture around it, never setting it down. It had been there for 4 years. She did not name it. She did not write about it. She had decided, in the way one decides such things, that language would cheapen it, that to put it into sentences would be to admit it was something that could be contained, and it could not. It was not a thing with edges. It was a condition of the air. She unpacked her notebook, her recorder, her good pen. She told herself, observe, listen, leave before it touches you. She saw him the next morning at the paper folding station. It was set up in the town's single gathering hall, a room that smelled of pine resin and old wood, with long tables laid with stacks of thin, translucent paper, in colours so pale they were almost white. Volunteers moved quietly among them, showing newcomers how to fold, how to press, how to write. There was no music, no banners, just the sound of paper turning and beneath it the occasional murmur of a voice explaining something with care. He was standing at the end of one of the tables, waiting. Not for paper. There was paper in front of him, still folded. He was waiting for something else, or perhaps for nothing at all. He had the posture of a man who had learned to occupy space without demanding it. Shoulders slightly forward, hands at his sides, eyes moving over the room with a quietness that was not indifference but something more deliberate, as though he had made a decision long ago to stop expecting anything from the world, and the world had rewarded him for it with a kind of stillness. He had the quality of certain old buildings, solid, rooted, quietly significant. The kind of presence that doesn't announce itself but changes the weight of a room simply by being there. Helen felt it before she consciously registered him. A steadiness, a centered quality that made the nervous energy of the volunteers around him seem suddenly louder by contrast. He was broad-shouldered, with dark hair, and seemed to have a casual quality about him. Helen noticed him the way one notices a particular tree in a forest. Not because it is the tallest, but because it is the one the light falls on in a way that makes you stop. She did not approach him. She went to her own place at the table, took a sheet of paper, and began to watch the room, the way she always watched, with her journalist's attentiveness, cataloguing details she might use later, the way the volunteers' hands moved, the way the light came through the high windows in long, thin bars, the way the paper, when held up to that light, became almost luminous. You could see the shadow of your own fingers through it. A child appeared at the man's side. A girl, perhaps 7 or 8, with dark hair pulled back in a braid that was already coming undone. She tugged his sleeve and said something Helen could not hear. The man looked down at her with an expression so unguarded, so quietly devastated by tenderness, that Helen looked away, the way one looks away from something private, something not meant to be seen. She did not speak to him that day. They met properly on the second evening at the dock. It was an accident, or it seemed like one. Helen had come down to the water at dusk, notebook in hand, intending to write. The festival's main event was still 2 days away, and she wanted to capture the town's atmosphere before it changed, the way it held itself in these preparatory days, taut and quiet, like a breath being drawn in before speech. He was already there, standing at the end of the wooden dock with his hands in his pockets, looking out at the water. The girl was not with him. He did not turn when she approached, but he shifted slightly, an acknowledgement without words, and she understood that he was making room for her on the narrow platform without being asked. They stood in silence for several minutes. The lake was black now, absolutely black, and the sky above it was the deep violet blue of high-altitude winter dusk. A single star had appeared, faint and uncertain, as though it were not yet sure it wanted to be seen. "You were at the paper station today," he said, without turning his head. His voice was low, unhurried. It was the voice of someone who had spent a long time alone and had stopped rushing his sentences to fill the space. "I was," she said, "writing or watching." She almost smiled. "Both." "For what?" "A story about the festival." He nodded, as though this confirmed something he had already suspected. "And is it interesting? The festival?" "It's very quiet," she said. "Quieter than I expected." "Did you expect noise?" "I didn't know what to expect. I was told it was a ritual. I imagined something more elaborate." "It used to be," he said. "There were lanterns hung from the trees, music, a bonfire. My wife—" He stopped. The word landed between them like a stone dropped into still water. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. The silence that followed was not awkward. It was simply full. Helen did not say, "I'm sorry." She'd been interviewing grieving people long enough to know that the phrase, however well-intentioned, was a door closing, a way of marking the conversation as finished, of telling the other person that their loss had been acknowledged and could now be set aside. Instead, she said nothing, and let the silence remain open, like a window left unlatched. After a moment he said, "They stripped it back, years ago. Someone decided the simplicity was the point. Just the paper, the water, the letting go." He paused. "I think they were right." "Do you come every year?" "No." A long pause. "This is the first time in a while. Why now?" He looked at her for the first time. His eyes were light blue, and there was something in them that she recognized. Not sadness exactly, but the particular wariness of someone who had been sad for so long that it had become a kind of intelligence, a way of reading the world. "My daughter asked me to," he said, simply, as though that were the only explanation that mattered, and it was. His name was Thomas. He told her this the next afternoon, when they happened to find themselves sitting near each other during one of the volunteer explanations. A quiet woman in a grey cardigan describing, in a voice barely above a whisper, how the lanterns were meant to be released. "You write what you need to release," she said, "not what you want to keep. The lake does not return what you give it. That is the point." Thomas listened with his head slightly tilted, the way one listens to something one already knows but wants to hear again anyway. Afterward they walked together along the shore, not quite side by side. There was a foot of space between them, enough to maintain the fiction that this was not a companionable walk, but merely two people moving in the same direction. The air was bitterly cold. Their breath came out in small white clouds that vanished almost instantly. "Her name is Maren," he said, without preamble, as though continuing a conversation they had already begun. "She's 8. She has her mother's stubbornness and my terrible sense of direction." Helen smiled. A real smile, not the careful one she wore in interviews. "Is that why you got lost?" "I'm not lost," he said, with a faint, dry humour that surprised her. "I simply don't know where I am." They walked in silence for a while. The lake moved beside them, dark and slow, making small sounds against the rocks. Not waves exactly, but a kind of breathing, a rhythm that had nothing to do with wind. "What do you do?" she asked. "When you're not being lost?" "I teach," he said. "History, adolescent history specifically, which is mostly about convincing 16-year-olds that the past is not boring." He paused. "I am not always successful." "What kind of history?" "The kind that doesn't make it into textbooks. The private kind. Letters, diaries, the record of what people actually felt, as opposed to what they were supposed to feel." Helen looked at him. There was something in his voice when he said this, a quiet passion, a conviction, that she had not heard before. It was the first time he had spoken about something other than grief, and the difference was striking. as though a light had been switched on in a room she'd assumed was dark. "That sounds like what I do," she said, from the other side. "How do you mean?" "I find the private record, the thing no one else saw, and I put it into a story that other people can read." She hesitated. "I'm not sure whether that's a gift or a theft." He considered this. "It depends," he said, "on whether the person knows you're there." Myron found Helen on the third morning. She appeared at Helen's elbow while Helen was sitting alone at one of the folding tables, staring at a blank sheet of paper and trying to write down her observations. The girl simply materialized, the way children do, without announcement or preamble, and sat down beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. "What are you writing?" she asked. "Notes," Helen said, "for a story." "What kind of story?" "About this place, about the lanterns." Myron considered this with the gravity that children bring to questions adults have long since stopped taking seriously. "What do people usually write on them?" she asked. "On the lanterns?" Helen thought about it. She had read the volunteer's explanation, had heard the older residents talk about it in careful ritualistic language. Release, surrender, letting go. But the girl was asking something different. She was asking what actually happened, what people actually wrote, when they were alone with a piece of paper and the knowledge that no one would ever read it. "Anything," Helen said, "whatever they need to say." "But where do they go after you put them in the water?" "They sink," Helen said. "Eventually, the paper dissolves." "So nobody ever reads them?" "No." Myron was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "I'm afraid mine won't reach anyone." Helen looked at her. The girl's face was very serious. Not sad exactly, but holding something that was too large for her small frame. Something she'd been carrying without complaint, the way children carry things that adults have failed to take from them. "It doesn't have to reach anyone," Helen said. And then, because this felt insufficient, because the girl deserved more than a platitude, "The writing is the reaching, the act of putting it down. That's the part that matters. The water just carries it away." Myron nodded slowly, as though this were a piece of information she'd been waiting for someone to give her. Thomas appeared at the edge of the table a few minutes later, looking slightly breathless, slightly embarrassed. "She escaped," he said, with a half smile that was also an apology. "I turned around for 30 seconds. "She's good company," Helen said. "We were talking about lanterns." "Were you?" He looked at his daughter with an expression of such naked tenderness that Helen had to look away again. Not from embarrassment this time, but from something else. Something that felt dangerously close to recognition. That evening, after Myron had been put to bed in their shared room at the pension, Thomas came down to the common area where Helen was sitting by the wood stove, her notebook open on her knee. He did not sit beside her. He sat across from her, in the other armchair, with the fire between them, a deliberate distance that acknowledged what was happening without naming it. "She told me what you said," he said, "about the writing being the reaching." "Did she?" "She seemed relieved by it." He paused. "She's been very quiet about all of this, about her mother. I didn't know how much she was holding until tonight." Helen said nothing. She knew from years of interviewing grieving people that this was a moment that required stillness, that the wrong word, even a kind one, could seal something shut. "Can I ask you something?" he said after a long silence. "Of course." "You write about other people's grief, professionally, skillfully." He chose his words carefully, the way a man chooses his footing on uneven ground. "But you don't write about your own." It was not a question. Helen looked at him across the fire. The flames moved between them, casting shadows that shifted and reformed, and for a moment she could not see his face clearly, only his eyes, as blue as the sky, watching her with an attention that was not intrusive but simply present. He was not pushing. He was simply seeing her and letting her know that he had. "No," she said. "I don't." "Why not?" The question was so direct, so without ceremony, that it bypassed all her defences, the journalist's deflections, the careful reframing she used in interviews when someone turned the questions back on her. She sat with it for a moment, feeling its weight, and then she said the truest thing she knew how to say, "Because I'm afraid that if I put it into words it will become a story, and stories have endings, and this doesn't have an ending, it just continues." Thomas was quiet for a long time after that. The fire crackled. Outside, the lake was invisible, but she could hear it, that slow, patient breathing against the shore. "I know what you mean," he said finally, and she believed him. The lantern release was scheduled for the evening of the 4th day, the last evening of the festival, after which the town would fold back into itself, and the visitors would drive away along the mountain roads, and the lake would return to its ordinary silence. Helen had spent the afternoon alone, sitting at the dock with her notebook, trying to write the piece her editor was expecting. She had pages of observations, beautiful ones, she thought, the kind of precise, luminous description that had made her reputation. The way the light fell on the paper, the way the volunteers' hands moved, the way the town itself seemed to hold its breath in the days before the release, as though it were bracing for something it could not quite name. But when she tried to write the emotional centre of the piece, the thing that would make it more than a portrait, the thing that would make it matter, the words would not come. She kept circling it, approaching from different angles, and each time she found herself writing around it rather than into it. There was a wall inside her, and she had built it carefully over years, and she did not know how to get to the other side without demolishing something she was not sure she could rebuild. She closed her notebook and watched the water go dark. The release began at dusk. There were perhaps 40 people gathered at the shore, not a crowd, but a congregation. They stood in small groups or alone, each holding a folded lantern of paper in which a single tea light had been placed. The flames flickered in the cold air, casting each person's face in a warm, unsteady glow that made them all look younger, softer, more vulnerable than they had in daylight. There was no ceremony, no speeches, no music. A volunteer simply walked along the shore and nodded to each person in turn, and one by one they knelt at the water's edge and set their lanterns on the surface of the lake. The paper boats held for a moment, catching the light, trembling slightly in the current, and then they drifted slowly away from shore. The flames burned steadily as they moved, tiny, points of gold spreading across the black water like a slow, silent detonation. Helen stood at the edge of the group watching. She had her own lantern. She had folded it that morning carefully, following the volunteers' instructions. The paper inside it was blank. She had not written anything on it. She told herself she was still deciding what to write. She told herself she was observing. Thomas was 20 feet away, standing with Maren at his side. The girl held her own lantern in both hands, cradling it the way one cradles something precious and fragile. She was looking down at it with an intensity that Helen recognized, the look of someone about to do something that matters enormously, something that cannot be undone. Helen watched Thomas's face as his daughter knelt at the water's edge. The expression there was one she'd seen many times in her career, in the faces of people watching their children do something brave, something hard, something that reminded them of their own helplessness. But there was something else in it too, something that looked almost like fear. Maren set her lantern on the water. It caught the current and drifted outward, the flames steady and bright. The girl watched it go, her face lit from below by the reflected light. And then she turned and pressed herself against her father's side, and he put his arm around her, and they stood together watching the small flame move away from them across the dark water. Helen did not release her lantern. She stood holding it, the tea light flickering against her palms, and watched the other lights drift and scatter across the lake. They were beautiful, genuinely, achingly beautiful, and for a moment she allowed herself to simply look at them, without analysis, without the journalist's habit of turning experience into material. Just the light, and the water, and the cold air, and the silence. Then she looked at Thomas. He was looking at her. They did not speak. There was no need. The distance between them, 20 feet, 30, it was hard to tell in the dark, contracted not because either of them moved, but because the crowd thinned, drifted away, and suddenly they were simply two people standing on a shore in the dark, each holding a light that had not yet been released. Helen looked down at her lantern. The paper was still blank. She'd carried it all evening like a prop, like evidence that she belonged here, and she had not written a single word on it. The tea light burned steadily, indifferent to her hesitation. She looked up at Thomas. His lantern was also unlit. No, not unlit. She could see now that he held it in both hands, the way Maren had held hers, but his hands were shaking. Not from the cold. His face, in the reflected light of the lantern still drifting on the water, was very still. The stillness of someone holding something back, holding it in, the way one holds breath before diving under. "You didn't release yours either," she said. "No. Why not?" He looked at her for a long moment. The lake moved behind him, dark and patient, and the lanterns drifted past like small burning prayers. When he spoke, his voice was very quiet, not because he was afraid of being heard, but because the words were heavy, and he was setting them down carefully one at a time, the way one sets stones into water. "Because I'm afraid," he said, "that letting go of it, even symbolically, means letting go of her, and I'm not ready. I thought I was. I thought that's why I came here, but I'm not." Helen nodded. She understood this perfectly. It was the same wall she'd built inside herself, the same fear, dressed in different clothes, the fear that grief, once released, could not be taken back, that it was the last thread connecting you to the person you had lost, and that cutting it would not set you free, but would simply leave you alone in a world that had already moved on without you. "I have never written about my loss," she said. The words came out before she had decided to say them, surprising her with their ease, as though they had been waiting at the surface for a long time and had simply been waiting for the right moment to be spoken. "For years, I have written about everyone else's grief. I have made people feel what other people felt, and I have never once put my own into a sentence." "Why are you telling me this?" he asked, not unkindly, with genuine curiosity. "Because you told me yours," she said, "and because I think we're afraid of the same thing." The silence that followed was not empty. It was full of the sound of the lake and the distant murmur of the last festival goers making their way back to the pension, and the small, steady hiss of the tea lights burning on the water, full of everything they had not said to each other over the past 4 days, all the conversations that had circled and approached and retreated, all the silences that had been held open like doors. Thomas set his lantern down on the dock carefully on its base, so that the flame did not gutter. Then he stood up and looked at Helen, and his face in the dim light was open in a way she had not seen before. All the careful composure gone, all the disciplined privacy lifted, and underneath it something raw and real and frightened and alive. "Come inside," he said. "It's freezing." They sat in the common room of the pension, side by side on the bench nearest the wood stove. Not across from each other this time. The distance between them was inches, close enough that Helen could feel the warmth radiating from his body, close enough that when he shifted, his shoulder pressed against hers, and neither of them moved away. The fire was low, the room was empty. Outside, the last of the lanterns were dissolving on the lake, their flames going out one by one as the paper softened and the water took them. Thomas told her about his wife, Her name had been Ruth. She had been a painter, landscapes mostly, though in the last year she had turned to abstraction, painting in long sweeping gestures that Helen, from the way Thomas described them, could almost see. Colours bleeding into one another, edges dissolving, the boundary between one thing and another becoming uncertain and then disappearing entirely. She had died of an illness that progressed quickly, that gave them very little time to prepare, and Thomas had spent the months afterward in a state of such bewildered grief that he could not remember, afterward, how he had gotten through them. He had simply done what needed doing, fed Maren, kept the house standing, gone to work, and the grief had moved through him like weather, unpredictable and uncontrollable, and he had let it, because there was nothing else to do. He spoke about her the way Helen had learned, in 18 years of interviewing, that people speak about the dead when they are finally ready to, not with the careful reverence of the recently bereaved, but with a kind of aching specificity. The way Ruth laughed, too loudly, always in movie theatres. The way she left paint under her fingernails and never noticed. The way she had looked at Maren in the first months of her life, with an expression of such stunned, delighted wonder that Thomas had felt watching her, that he was witnessing something sacred. I loved her, he said, simply, as though this were the most important fact he had ever stated, and the simplest. Helen listened. She did not take notes. She did not shape what he was saying into a narrative, didn't look for the arc or the turning point or the moment of resolution. She simply listened, the way she had listened to him on the dock, on the first night, with the full weight of her attention, without trying to fix or redirect or contain. When he finished, the fire had burned down to embers. The room was very warm and very quiet, and Helen felt something shifting inside her, something that had been locked for a long time, something she had built walls around so carefully that she had almost forgotten it was there. She told him about hers, not everything, not in one breath, but enough. The shape of it, the weight, the way it had settled into her life like sediment settling to the bottom of a glass, invisible but changing everything above it. The way she'd learned to work around it, to build her career on the grief of others, because it was the only grief she could bear to touch. The way she'd convinced herself that this was not avoidance but discipline, that it was a choice, not a flight. It wasn't, though, she said when she'd finished. It was flight. I know that now. Thomas looked at her. The firelight moved across his face, and in it she could see, clearly, without the protective distance of darkness or the mediating presence of other people, what she'd been seeing for days without letting herself name it. Not desire exactly, or not only desire, something deeper, a recognition, the quiet, stunned awareness of finding in another person the precise shape of something you had believed was uniquely yours. He reached out and took her hand. The touch was not romantic, or not yet. It was the way one takes someone's hand when they have just said something true and difficult, and you want them to know that you heard it, and that it did not frighten you. His fingers closed around hers, warm and steady, and Helen felt the wall inside her, the one she'd built so carefully, the one that had kept her safe for 4 years. Crack, not shatter. Crack. A single fracture running through it like a line of light. She did not pull away. They stayed in the common room for a long time after that, talking, quietly, easily, the way two people talk when the hardest things have already been said, and what remains is simply the pleasure of each other's company. They talked about books, about teaching, about the particular loneliness of doing work that required you to pay close attention to other people's inner lives while keeping your own hidden. They talked about Maren, about the way she had inherited Ruth's stubbornness and Thomas's habit of asking questions that no one else thought to ask. They talked about the lanterns and what it meant to release something into water, and whether the act of letting go was really as simple as it seemed, or whether it was the hardest thing a person could do. At some point, Helen could not have said exactly when, Thomas's hand moved from hers to her shoulder, and then, as the conversation wound down and the silences between sentences grew longer and warmer, his arm settled around her and she leaned into him, and the contact was so natural, so unforced, that it felt less like something beginning than like something that had already been in progress for a long time, quietly, beneath the surface of all their careful conversations. They did not kiss, not yet, but when Helen finally stood to go to her room, the fire was out, the room was dark, and the cold was beginning to seep through the walls. Thomas stood with her, and they faced each other in the darkness, and the space between them was so small that she could feel his breath on her face, and for a moment neither of them moved. "Tomorrow," he said, "I want to show you something." "What?" "The lake at dawn, before anyone else is awake. It's different." "Different how?" He smiled. She could hear it in his voice, even though she could not see his face. "You'll have to come and see." She did. She woke before dawn and dressed in the dark and went down the stairs and out into the cold. The air was so sharp it hurt to breathe. The sky was the colour of iron and the lake was invisible, a darkness so complete that it seemed to have no edges, no boundary, no end. She stood at the shore and waited, and after a few minutes she heard his footsteps on the dock behind her, and then he was beside her, and they stood together in the silence and watched the light come. It came slowly, not all at once the way it does in summer, but gradually, a lightening at the horizon, a softening of the darkness, a slow and patient revelation. The lake emerged from the black like a painting being uncovered. First the nearest shore, then the water itself, then the far bank, indistinct and grey, and finally the sky above it, turning from iron to pewter, to a pale, fragile blue that looked as though it might shatter if you touched it. And then the lanterns. They were still there, not all of them. Most had dissolved in the night, the paper softening and sinking, the flames going out. But some, the ones made from thicker paper, or placed in the stillest part of the water, had survived. They floated scattered across the lake's surface, their flames long extinguished but the paper still intact, catching the first light of morning and holding it. They glowed, faintly, almost, imperceptibly, like something remembered, like a record of something that had happened here in the dark, that the water had not yet finished dissolving. "They stay until the sun is fully up," Thomas said. "Then they go." Helen watched them. She thought about what the volunteer had said. The lake does not return what you give it. She thought about the blank piece of paper she'd carried all evening the night before, the one she'd never written on, the one she'd set down on the dock beside Thomas's unlit lantern. She thought about the wall inside her, and the crack running through it, and the light coming through. "I want to write it," she said, quietly, not looking at him, looking at the lanterns on the water. "My story, the one I've been afraid to write. Now? Not now, but I want to. I think I'm ready." He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. He simply stood beside her, close enough that their shoulders touched, and watched the lanterns dissolve in the morning, light, slowly, quietly, without drama, the way all true endings happen. Later, an hour later, or two, it was hard to tell. Time moved differently here, at the edge of this lake, in this cold and silent place. They walked back along the shore toward the pension. The morning was fully bright now, and the lake was empty. No lanterns, no trace. The water had taken everything and given nothing back, and the surface was smooth and dark and still, as though nothing had ever floated on it at all. They walked close together, their breath making small clouds in the air. Maren would be waking soon. The festival was over. In a day or two, Helen would drive back to the city, and Thomas would drive back to his school and his house and his ordinary life, and the careful distance that the world required of them, the distance of strangers, of two people who had met by accident at the edge of a lake, would reassert itself. But not yet. Thomas stopped walking. Helen stopped too, and turned to look at him, and found him looking at her with an expression she had not seen on his face before. Not the wariness, not the careful composure, not even the quiet tenderness he wore when he looked at Maren. Something else. Something that was frightened and hopeful and very, very still, the way a person is still when they're about to say something they cannot take back. "I haven't felt this way," he said, "in a long time. I wasn't sure I could anymore." Helen looked at him. The lake stretched behind him, vast and dark and patient. The pines stood silent on the shore. The morning light fell on his face, at his temples, on the lines around his eyes, on the mouth that was trying very hard not to shake. And she thought, this is what it looks like. Not rescue, not salvation, not the end of grief, just this. Two people standing in the cold, choosing each other with full knowledge of what it costs. She stepped forward and closed the distance between them. She put her hand against his chest, feeling his heart beneath her palm steady and warm and alive. And she looked up at him, and she said, "Then let's not waste it." He kissed her. It was not the kind of kiss that happens in stories, not dramatic, not breathless, not the culmination of some long agonized wait. It was slow. It was careful. It was the kiss of two people who had spent years learning to hold themselves together, and who were now, for the first time in a long time, allowing themselves to be held. His hand came up to the side of her face, his fingers cold against her cheek, his touch so gentle it was almost a question, and she leaned into it, and the kiss deepened, and the world contracted to the small warm space between them, and for a moment, just a moment, the grief was not gone. It was still there, in both of them, heavy and permanent and real. But it was no longer the only thing. It shared the space with something else now, something that had no name yet, and did not need one, something that simply was. When they pulled apart, the lake was still. The lanterns were gone. The morning light moved slowly across the water, turning it from black to grey to a deep, quiet blue. "Come back inside," Helen said. "Maren will be wondering where you are." "Yes," he said. And then, because he was a man who understood that some things did not need to be said but needed nonetheless to be acknowledged. "Thank you." She didn't ask what for. She understood. They walked back along the shore, side by side, close enough that their hands brushed with every step. The lake breathed beside them, slow, patient, holding nothing, returning nothing, simply there. And the morning continued, as mornings do, indifferent to the small, enormous thing that had happened at its edge. Two people choosing, in the cold and the quiet, to begin again. Ashes over Valparaíso. The city did not announce it. There was no single tremor, no dramatic rupture in the earth. There was only a slow, grinding pressure, something Valparaíso had carried beneath its skin for decades without admitting. And then, on a Tuesday in March, the pressure found its mouth and breathed. Julie didn't feel the first movement. She was on the hill above Cerro Alegre, photographing a woman hanging laundry between two eucalyptus trees, and the shutter closed just as the ground exhaled beneath her. She lowered the camera, listened. Nothing. Only the wind off the Pacific and the distant hum of a city waking. She did not know then that the hum would stop. By morning, ash was falling. Not the ash of drama, not the black cinematic columns she had photographed in Indonesia, in Iceland, in the aftermath of California. This was quieter. a fine grey dust, almost sweet, drifting down through the air the way snow falls in a city that has never seen snow. It settled on rooftops, on cafe chairs, on the shoulders of men walking too slowly to work. The funiculars stalled mid-slope, their cables humming once and going silent. Power flickered in the lower districts. The port which had fed the city for 2 centuries began to empty. Julie noticed the smell first. Sulphur beneath something else, something almost floral, like sugar burning at very high heat. She noticed, and she lifted her camera, and she did what she had done in every disaster since she was 22. She framed it. Through the viewfinder, Valparaíso became a charcoal drawing of itself. She'd been in the city 11 days. 11 days was enough to learn the rhythm of the light, the way the hills swallowed sound in the evening, the particular blue of the harbour at dawn. It was not enough to learn the city's name for itself, the private language it spoke when no one was listening. Julie had not come for that. She had come for the light, for the assignment, for the 2 weeks she could carve from a life built on motion. She travelled with 2 cameras and a duffel bag and no emotional luggage, and this was not a pose. It was architecture. It was how she had built herself after the years that had required building. Her wound, though she would not have called it that, was impermanence mistaken for freedom. She'd spent a decade convincing herself they were the same thing. Most days the convincing held. She spent the morning shooting, ash on a child's shoe, a shopkeeper pulling metal shutters closed with the careful finality of a man locking a room he will never enter again. 2 dogs sitting in the street, perfectly still, as though they understood something the humans did not. The radio in her rental room crackled with instructions she only half followed. Evacuation routes, shelter locations, the calm synthetic voice of emergency repeating itself like a prayer no one believed. By afternoon, the ash was thick enough to taste. The bakery was on a side street in the lower district, wedged between a shuttered pharmacy and a building whose facade had gone the colour of wet cement. Julie found it by accident, or by the body's older intelligence, the one that follows warmth and light when the mind has stopped paying attention. She'd been walking for 2 hours through streets that were emptying, and the ash had begun to make her eyes sting, and visibility had narrowed to a grey radius of 30 metres. She turned a corner and there it was. A door, open, a window, lit, and from somewhere inside the smell of bread, not the sweetness of sugar, but the deep, yeasty warmth of something alive, rising. She stood in the doorway for a moment, breathing. The man behind the counter did not look up immediately. He was working dough on a flour-dusted board, his hands moving with a rhythm so practised it seemed less like labour than like breathing. Push, fold, turn. The radio on the shelf behind him murmured, in Spanish, the signal crackling in and out as though the city's voice was failing. The ovens glowed faintly behind their iron doors. The air was warm in a way that felt almost shocking after the grey cold outside. When he did look up, his face carried no surprise. He had the face of a man who had seen many things walk through his door and had learned not to flinch at any of them. "Come in," he said. Not an invitation exactly. A statement of fact, the way one might say the door is open or the rain has stopped. Julie came in. She closed the door behind her, and the sound of the city, the distant sirens, the hiss of ash on stone, diminished to almost nothing. His name was Tomás. She learned this later, and only because she asked. He did not volunteer information about himself the way some people do, filling silence with autobiography. He simply occupied his space and let the space speak for itself. The bakery had been his family's for 3 generations. His grandfather had built the ovens. His father had expanded the back room. Tomás had done neither. He had only continued, which is its own form of devotion. He woke at 4 in the morning because the dough required it. He closed the shop at 2 in the afternoon because the bread required it. The rhythm of his life was not chosen so much as inherited, the way a river inherits its course from the landscape. When the evacuation orders came, too late, as they always do, he locked the doors, not in denial, in habit. Because locking the doors at the end of the day was what one did, and habit is the deepest form of loyalty, and loyalty to this place was the only religion he had ever practiced. By the time the ash thickened enough to make visibility impossible, Mara understood she would not make it back to her hotel. The streets had become a grey maze, landmarks swallowed, every corner identical. She had tried to leave twice, stood in the doorway, camera bag over her shoulder, breathing shallowly, through the scarf she'd wrapped around her face, and both times had turned back after 30 metres, the world erasing itself around her. Tomas watched this without comment. When she came back the second time, he simply moved a stool closer to the ovens and gestured to it. The gesture said, "You will stay," not an invitation, a recognition of necessity. She stayed. They did not speak much that first evening. There was no need. The bakery held them both the way a hand holds water, not grasping, just cupped, containing. Julie sat on a wooden stool near the counter and cleaned ash from her lenses, methodical and precise, even though there was no one left to send the photographs to. Tomas baked, not to sell. There was no one to sell to. He baked because the ovens were warm and the flour was there, and because the act of making something from nothing, from heat and grain and time, was the only argument against despair he had ever needed. The radio crackled. A voice said, something about helicopters. Another voice contradicted it. The signal died and returned and died again. Outside, ash continued to fall. The street lamp flickered once and went dark. The city was becoming something else, something quieter, something that did not yet have a name. Julie listened to the radio without hearing it. She was watching Tomas's hands on the dough, and something in her, not yet conscious, not yet admitted, was paying very close attention. The days that followed had the quality of a held breath. They established a routine without discussing it, the way two people in a small space always do, out of necessity at first, then out of something gentler. He baked in the mornings. She helped, clumsily at first, then with increasing competence. He showed her how to knead, not with the wrist, he said, but with the weight of the whole arm, letting gravity do the work. Force breaks it, he told her. Weight makes it smooth. His hands guided hers once briefly, and the contact was practical and over quickly, but something in the air shifted afterward, the way a room shifts when someone opens a window. She cleaned ash from her lenses in the afternoons, even though the photographs meant nothing now. Habit. The same habit that kept him baking. She arranged the shots on the small screen of her camera, ash on eucalyptus leaves, a shuttered storefront, the grey light over the harbour, and studied them as though they were evidence of something she could not yet name. They rationed water. They kept candles burning in old wine bottles whose labels had faded to illegibility. Flour dust ghosted the floor in pale footprints, theirs overlapping, and neither of them swept it away. The smell of bread cut through the sulphur the way a single clear note cuts through static. It was, Julie thought, the smell of the body remembering it was still alive. On the third day she photographed his hands. She didn't plan it. She was sitting at the counter, the camera in her lap out of habit, and he was shaping a loaf, turning it gently, tucking the edges under, his fingers moving with such unconscious grace that she raised the camera before she knew she had decided to. The shutter closed. She lowered it. He had not noticed. He was looking at the dough, and his face held the expression of a man listening to something only he could hear. She looked at the image on the screen. His hands against the pale wood of the board, dusted white with flour, the tendons visible beneath the skin, the knuckles slightly rough. They were not beautiful hands in any conventional sense. They were working hands, marked by years of heat and repetition. But there was something in them, some quality of attention, of care, that made her want to look at them for a long time. She did not show him the photograph. It was not for him, it was for her. A record of something she was not yet ready to put into words, kept safe in the amber of an image the way one might press a flower between the pages of a book. Conversation, when it came, stayed close to the ground. He told her about the street where he had grown up. 3 blocks from here, now buried under ash. He told her about his father's hands, which had looked like his own, and his grandfather's, which had looked like his father's. She told him about the light in Kyoto in November, which was the colour of old honey. She told him about a storm in Portugal that had lasted 4 days, and during which she had not slept, and had felt for the first time genuinely afraid. They did not speak of the future. There was no future to speak of. Only this room, this warmth, this bread cooling on the rack. They did not make promises or hypotheticals. They only described what was, which turned out to be enough. At night, when the radio finally went silent and the ash pressed against the windows like something trying to get in, they sat on opposite sides of the small room and listened to the city, breathing its strange new breath. The hills glowed faintly, a dull red beneath the grey, and the air carried heat from somewhere deep underground. She learned, in those evenings, that he had once considered leaving. Not for another city, for another life. A cousin had written from Barcelona when Tomás was 19, describing a world of noise and possibility and escape. He had held the letter for 3 days. Then he had set it down on the counter next to a loaf he was shaping, and watched the dough rise and understood that what he wanted was not elsewhere. It was this, the particular alchemy of heat and patience, the way flour and water and time could become something that sustained another person. He had not written back. She told him, in return, about the first photograph she had ever taken that frightened her. A woman in a refugee camp holding a child, looking directly into the lens. The directness of it, the refusal to be observed without being seen, had stayed with Julie for years, had made her, without her realizing it, afraid of being looked at the way she looked at others, afraid that if someone saw her with that same unflinching attention, they would see something she had spent years learning to hide. Neither of them spoke after that for a long time, and the silence was not empty but full of everything they were both aware of and neither was willing yet to say. On the 4th evening, the power came back for exactly 40 minutes. The single overhead bulb in the bakery flickered to life, and for a moment the room was ordinary. Just a bakery, just flour and ovens and a wooden counter worn smooth by decades of hands. Then Julie looked up and saw Tomás in full light for the first time, and something in her chest tightened in a way that had nothing to do with the ash, or the altitude, or the fear. He was not a handsome man, in the way that word is usually meant. His face was angular, slightly asymmetrical, marked by years of early mornings and wood smoke. But there was a quality to it, a stillness, a depth, that made her want to look at him the way she looked at landscapes she loved. Not to possess them, simply to witness them, to be present to the fact of their existence. The power died again. The candles resumed their unsteady vigil. Neither of them mentioned it. On the 5th day the tremors worsened. The shelves rattled. Jars of preserves walked themselves to the edges of their shelves and fell. The ovens groaned. Each time the ground moved they braced, hands on the counter or on the wall, or once instinctively on each other. That first time, his hand closed over hers on the edge of the counter as the floor lurched beneath them. The grip was firm and brief and entirely practical. When the tremor passed, neither of them moved away immediately. The contact lasted perhaps 2 seconds longer than it needed to. They did not comment on it. But something had shifted. Something that had been building, quietly, the way pressure builds beneath a city, had found its first small crack. She began to notice things she had not noticed before, or had noticed without admitting. The way he moved through the kitchen with an economy of motion that was almost musical, each gesture precise and purposeful. The way he listened, not with his face, which stayed mostly still, but with his whole body, which turned slightly toward the speaker as though receiving a signal. The particular quality of his attention when he watched her work, not intrusive, not appraising, simply present, as though she were something worth watching, as though the act of watching were itself a form of care. He, for his part, noticed how carefully she listened, how when he spoke, which was not often, she did not rush to fill the silence afterward, but let his words settle, the way one lets dust settle before looking at a surface. He noticed that she was quieter than he had first thought, and that the quietness was not withdrawal, but depth. He noticed her hands, which moved with the same precision as his own, though in service of a different craft. Desire in both of them remained unnamed. But it was fully awake. It moved through the bakery like heat moves through bread, invisible, necessary, transforming everything it touched. On the 6th night she stopped taking pictures. She'd been shooting all day. The ash on the windowsill, the way the light came through the glass in a single grey column, the flour dust suspended in the air like a slow explosion. She'd been shooting because it was what she did, because the camera was an extension of her attention, because framing the world through a lens was the way she had learned to bear it. But that evening she set the camera down on the counter and did not pick it up again. She sat for a long time afterward, looking at nothing in particular, and something in her face changed. A loosening, as though a muscle she'd been holding taut for years had finally let go. Tomás watched this happen from across the room and said nothing, because there was nothing to say. Some things can only be witnessed. Some moments, she thought, are ruined by preservation. The thought arrived fully formed, as though it had been waiting. She looked at her hands, empty now for the first time in years, and felt something that was not quite grief and not quite relief, but something between the two, something that had no name in any language she spoke. This was the fracture between them, though they did not know it yet. Not a fracture in their connection, the opposite. A fracture in the walls they had each built to keep connection at a distance. She had built hers out of images, out of frames, out of the careful distance between the eye and the thing observed. He had built his out of routine, out of repetition, out of the conviction that continuity was the same as safety. She understood, sitting there in the grey light, that staying meant choosing an ending, that every moment she spent in this bakery, breathing this air, watching this man move through his inherited life, every moment was a moment she could not take with her, could not frame, could not preserve, could not carry away into the next city, the next assignment, the next carefully maintained distance. He understood, watching her face change, that leaving would hollow him out, that something had taken root here, not in the building, which would not survive another week, but in him, in the particular way this woman occupied space, in the way she listened, in the way she had, without meaning to, made the act of simply being alive feel like something worth doing. Longing turned dangerous, not because it was intense, though it was, but because it was honest, and honesty, in both of them, was the most dangerous thing of all. On the 7th morning, the hill above the bakery split. The sound was not loud, not the roar she might have expected. It was a deep, grinding exhalation, like the earth clearing its throat. The building shook for a long time afterward. dust fell from the ceiling in fine curtains. A crack appeared in the back wall, running from floor to ceiling like a vein of dark blood. Thomas looked at it for a long time. Then he looked at Julie. Neither of them said anything. There was nothing to say. The building would not last another day. They both knew it. The knowledge settled between them like the ash itself, quietly, inevitably, without drama. They ate the last loaf together that evening. He had baked it that morning, as he had baked every morning, because the ovens were still warm and the flour was still there, and because some devotions do not stop simply because the temple is failing. The loaf was dense and dark. The crust cracked where the heat had escaped, and it was the best bread Julie had ever tasted, though she could not have said why. Perhaps it was the hunger. Perhaps it was the knowledge that this was the last one. Perhaps it was that she was eating it in the company of the man who had made it, and that the making and the eating and the company were all, in some way she could not articulate, the same act. They tore it by hand. No knife. Crumbs scattered across the counter like ash, like snow, like the remains of something that had been whole. The kiss, when it came, was not sudden. It didn't arrive in panic, or in the desperate, clutching manner of people who sense the end approaching and want to outrun it. It did not arrive as defiance, not as a gesture against the dark, not as a rebellion against the grinding weight of what was happening outside. It arrived as a decision. They were sitting close together on the floor behind the counter, backs against the wall, shoulders almost touching. The candle in its wine bottle threw uneven light across the flour-dusted boards. The radio had been silent for hours. Outside, the city was exhaling heat and ruin, and the hills glowed their dull arterial red, and the ash fell and fell and fell. Julie turned her head. Thomas was already looking at her. His face in the candlelight was very still, very open. The face of a man who has decided to stop holding something back and who understands exactly what that costs. She moved first, or he did. Later, neither of them could say with certainty. It didn't matter. What mattered was the slowness of it, the deliberate, unhurried closing of the distance between them, as though they had all the time in the world, as though time itself had agreed to wait. His mouth against hers was warm and tasted of bread and dust. The kiss was not tentative. It was not exploratory in the way that first kisses often are, not a question, not a test. It was a statement, a quiet, certain statement, made without words that said, "I see you. I have seen you. This is what that means." They moved closer, not to escape what was coming, but to meet it. Clothing was removed with care, not torn away in urgency, but folded aside, set down, the way one handles something that has mattered. His hands on her were reverent in a way that surprised her, not reverent as in worship, but reverent as in attentive, as though every part of her was worth noticing, as though the act of touching her was something he wanted to do slowly, thoroughly, with his full attention, the way he shaped bread, with weight, not force, letting the thing become what it wanted to become. She yielded not out of need, though need was there, deep, physical, the body's oldest hunger finally given permission. She yielded out of choice, out of the same quiet decision that had brought them together in the first place. The decision to stop framing, stop preserving, stop holding the world at arm's length through a lens. The decision to be, for once, entirely present, entirely here, entirely touched. In the darkness behind the counter, where the candlelight barely reached, his hands moved over her, with infinite care. Not searching. He was not searching for anything. He was simply learning. The geography of her, the particular warmth of her skin, which was different from the warmth of the ovens and different from the warmth of the bread, and was its own warmth entirely, a warmth that had nothing to do with heat and everything to do with life. He touched her the way one touches something precious and mortal, with the full knowledge that it will not last, and with the determination to know it completely while it does. She lay in a kind of stillness that was not passivity but its opposite, a deep, active surrender, the way a river surrenders to its course, not giving up, giving in, trusting the current to carry her somewhere she had not been before. When they came together, it was without urgency and without performance. It was the simplest possible thing, two bodies finding the shape that fit, the way two pieces of a broken thing find each other again. There was warmth, and there was darkness, and there was the sound of breathing, and there was the slow, rhythmic movement that is the oldest language the body knows, and beneath it all, beneath everything, a stillness, a peace. Afterward they lay together in the quiet, his arm across her waist, her head against his shoulder. The candle guttered and recovered and guttered again. The building creaked around them, the small, patient sounds of a structure settling into its final hours. Neither of them spoke. There was nothing to say that the silence did not already contain. This intimacy did not transform them into something new. It made them something complete. Love, in this room, in this city, in this particular hour of ash and warmth and failing light, was not a promise. It was not a beginning. It was an acceptance, full, clear-eyed, without illusion. An acceptance of what was, of what had been, of what this was worth, measured not in duration but in depth. Enough. It was enough. At dawn the helicopters came. The sound reached them before the light did. A distant mechanical thudding that grew louder and more real as the grey morning assembled itself outside the cracked windows. They heard the megaphone first, a voice, amplified and impersonal, repeating coordinates. A rescue team, the lower districts. They were to come to the designated point if they were able. Julie rose first. She dressed in the half-light, moving quietly, and when she turned back, Thomas was already sitting up, watching her with an expression she would carry with her for the rest of her life. Not sadness exactly, though sadness was part of it. Something more complex. Something that contained sadness and gratitude and a kind of terrible lucidity, all at once. They did not argue. They didn't dramatize. There was no scene, no desperate embrace, no declaration, no bargaining with fate. They had already said everything that needed saying, and they had said it not with words but with the full weight of their presence, which is the only currency that cannot be counterfeited. She would leave. He would stay. Not because he could not go. He could, physically, if he chose. But because leaving would be a lie. Because this place held every version of himself that had ever mattered, and the ash could bury it but could not erase it. And to walk away from it now would be to walk away from the thing that made him real. He had built his life here, generation by generation, layer by layer, the way the city itself had been built, not with grand gestures but with daily devotion, repeated until it became indistinguishable from love. She would leave because staying would be a different kind of lie, because she was not a woman who stayed, not yet, not in the way that mattered, and to pretend otherwise, to perform permanence she had not yet learned, would dishonour what had actually happened here. What had actually happened here was enough. It did not need to be more than it was. They understood each other perfectly. This was perhaps the most extraordinary thing about them. Not the desire, which was real and deep, but the understanding. The way they read each other without effort. The way a sentence can be understood before it is finished, simply by knowing the shape of the speaker's mouth. She found the photograph later, weeks later, in a temporary shelter in Santiago, going through the images on her recovered hard drive. She had not known it survived. The camera had been in her duffel bag when the building finally came down, and the duffel bag had been pulled from the rubble by a rescue worker who had no way of knowing what it contained. The image was from the 4th day. She remembered taking it now. remembered lifting the camera almost without thinking, the way one lifts a hand to shield one's eyes from sudden light. The bakery interior seen from the doorway, bread cooling on the wooden rack, the loaves dark and domed, ash light coming through, the single window, flat and silver, falling across the counter in a pale rectangle, and on the floor 2 shadows, hers and his, overlapping where they had stood close together, close enough that the light could not tell them apart. She looked at it for a long time. It was not a beautiful photograph by any technical standard. The light was wrong. The composition was accidental. There was nothing in it that a gallery would have hung, or a magazine would have published. But it was true. It was the truest thing she had ever shot. Truer than the disasters, truer than the war zones, truer than anything she had framed in 10 years of careful, guarded, expertly composed distance. 2 shadows on a floor, bread on a table, light through ash, a record of warmth in a city going cold, a record of 2 people who had touched each other, not just with hands, but with the full weight of their presence, in a room that no longer existed, on a day that belonged now only to memory. She saved the file with a new name, enough, because it had been, because it was. The voice between us. The air in the archival basement held its breath. Emma Wolfe had learned to work in silence, the kind that settled between heartbeats, that made the scratch of her restoration tool sound like thunder against the perpetual hush. Temperature, 65 degrees. Humidity, 40%. Light, minimal. Everything calibrated for preservation, for keeping the dead from crumbling further into dust. Down here, 3 stories beneath the university library, time moved differently. Slower, more reverent. Emma had been restoring early 20th century recordings for 4 years now, her days spent in the company of voices that no longer belonged to bodies, singing songs for audiences long turned to ash. She'd learned to treat sound as artifact, to separate the technical from the emotional, to hear a voice without imagining the throat that produced it. Until today. She lifted the shellac disc from its sleeve with gloved hands, noting the wear patterns, the slight warp, near the centre. 1936. Unmarked. Someone, probably her predecessor, who'd had no patience for incomplete cataloguing, had labelled it simply as unidentified soprano, Vienna, Puccini aria. The kind of mystery that should have intrigued her professionally, but instead sat in the to-be-researched pile for months. She almost hadn't played it, had a dozen other restorations waiting, each with proper provenance, each with actual historical value. But the sleeve was beautiful, Art Nouveau flowers fading into brown paper, and she'd been curious about the weight of it, the way it sat heavy in her hands like grief. Emma placed the disc on the turntable, set the needle with the precision of surgery, adjusted the horn's angle for optimal acoustics. She'd performed this ritual thousands of times. It should have felt routine. But the moment the needle found its groove and the voice emerged from the gramophone's brass throat, Emma knew. The voice was imperfect, breath audible between phrases, vibrato barely controlled, a hairline crack in the upper register where the soprano pushed too hard, wanted too much. Technically, it shouldn't move anyone. Technically, by every measure of professional training Emma had received, it was flawed. But Emma's hands stopped moving. The cotton swab she'd been using to clean another disc fell from her fingers, rolled across the workbench, dropped to the floor. She didn't notice. She knew this voice. Had heard it hum absently over breakfast tea, murmur recipes in German while kneading bread, go abruptly silent when memory pressed too close. For 26 years she'd lived with a grandmother who spoke little and sang never, who seemed to prefer the company of books to people, restraint to revelation, who wore silence like other women wore pearls. But this was her grandmother's voice, 50 years younger, unguarded, singing Tosca's desperate prayer as though she believed someone was listening, as though love might be returned simply for being offered, as though the future hadn't yet taught her that some things once given could never be reclaimed. Vici d'arte, vici d'amore, the voice sang. I lived for art, I lived for love. The past tense felt like prophecy. Emma played it again and again. By the fourth repetition, she'd stopped pretending she was doing restoration work and admitted she was eavesdropping on a version of her grandmother she'd never been allowed to meet. That evening, Emma climbed the 3 flights to her grandmother's apartment with the unmarked sleeve in her bag and her heart performing arrhythmias. The building was pre-war, with radiators that clanked like percussion and hallways that smelled of cabbage and old carpet. Helene had lived here for 40 years, in the same rent-controlled 2-bedroom with the same furniture Emma remembered from childhood. Everything precisely placed, nothing excessive, each object earning its space through utility or beauty. Helene Wolfe sat by the window with her usual tea in her usual chair, spine straight as a blade, hands folded in her lap like a prayer no one would answer. At 73 she remained handsome rather than beautiful, her face all elegant bones and discipline. She wore her silver hair in a bun so severe it looked painful. Her posture suggested a woman who'd learned young that to bend was to break, so she'd simply stopped bending. She looked up when Emma entered, and something in her granddaughter's face must have signalled danger, because she set down the book she'd been reading, Rilke in German, always Rilke, without marking her place. I found something today. Emma didn't sit, couldn't sit. She felt like she was confessing to a crime, though she couldn't name which one. A recording from Vienna, 1936. Helene's teacup paused halfway to her lips. The pause lasted 3 seconds, which was 2 seconds longer than necessary. 2 seconds during which Emma could see her grandmother calculating what to admit, what to deny, what truths could survive exposure to air. Did you? Not a question. Helene's voice remained steady, but her hand trembled microscopically against the china. Tea rippled like a seismograph detecting distant earthquakes. The singer used a false name, or no name at all. Emma waited, watching her grandmother's face for cracks. But I know your voice, Omar. I've known it my entire life. It's you. The cup completed its journey. Helen drank, swallowed, set the china down with the precision of someone who'd learned to control everything but her past. When she finally met Emma's eyes, there was no denial in her face, only a stillness so complete it felt like confession, like the moment before a building collapses when all the weight shifts and everyone inside knows but cannot yet move. What do you want to know? Helene asked. Everything, Emma thought. Why you stopped? Why you never told me? Why you fled Vienna? Who was listening when you sang like that? Who taught you to sound like your heart was breaking in 3/4 time? But what she said was, why does it sound like you're singing to someone who can't answer? Helene's mouth softened at the corners. Not quite a smile, too knowing for grief, too ancient for mere sadness. Her eyes went distant, focusing on something 50 years past and an ocean away. Because I was. The restoration became Emma's obsession, though she pretended otherwise. She told herself it was professional curiosity, a musicological puzzle, a mystery of attribution that needed solving. She submitted paperwork requesting extended access to specialized equipment. She drafted research proposals about anonymous Vienna performers. She created elaborate spreadsheets of plausible matches. But nights found her hunched over the workbench long after her colleagues had gone home, headphones pressed to her ears until they ached, learning to hear what lay beneath the notes, learning to hear her grandmother as a stranger, as a woman, as someone who'd once been young enough to believe in happy endings. Between the phrases she heard breath, not the controlled breathing of professional technique, but something more raw, more desperate. In the vibrato, hesitation. The aria was Puccini, Vici d'arte, Tosca's prayer before she murders the man who would rape her. But her grandmother sang it like a question no deity would answer, like a woman asking why love and devotion must guarantee suffering, why purity of heart cannot protect against pain. Emma began to notice things a casual listener would miss, how the tempo pulled against itself, as though the singer wanted both to rush forward toward some imagined resolution and to linger in these last moments of not yet knowing. How certain words received more air, more weight. Vici d'arte, I lived for art. Vici d'amore, I lived for love. Non feci mai male ad anima viva. I never hurt a living soul. The past tense mattered. The defensive tone mattered more. On her third visit to her grandmother's apartment, each one scheduled now, formal, Emma bringing pastries from the Austrian bakery, Helene pretended not to care about but always ate. Helene started talking. I was nobody, she said, stirring sugar into tea with methodical precision. Daughter of a watchmaker in Graz. He fixed timepieces for people who could afford to care about minutes. Voice lessons paid for by a patron who heard me sing in church and thought I had potential worth investing in. I had technique but no connections, no name that mattered, no family with money or influence. So when the Staatsoper offered me small roles, walk-ons, understudies, chorus work, I took them. I was grateful. Do you understand? Actually grateful to scrub floors in exchange for the chance to sing Carmen Cigarette Girls. And the alias? Protection. For him, primarily, but also for myself. Helene's fingers traced the rim of her teacup, around and around, a gesture. So unconscious, Emma wondered how many thousands of times she'd performed it, working anxiety into porcelain. In Vienna, reputation was currency. A soprano who sang well and behaved properly might advance, might catch the eye of important directors, might be invited to auditions that mattered. A soprano who loved unwisely would disappear, not dramatically, not with scandal, just quietly. No more roles, no more recommendations. The opera world is small, Emma. Everyone knows everyone. Shame travels faster than talent. Emma heard the edit in that sentence, the word scandal replaced with something softer, the way you learn to talk around old wounds. Who was he? The conductor. Helene said it without hesitation, as though the secret had been aging so long in silence it no longer stung to speak aloud, as though after 50 years the statute of limitations on heartbreak had finally expired. Maximilian Adler. Everyone called him Max. Married, prominent, Jewish, though this was 1935, 1936, and such things weren't yet openly dangerous the way they would become. He conducted with the precision of a mathematician and the heart of a poet, which shouldn't be possible but was. I fell in love with his hands first, how they shaped silence into meaning, how they could make an orchestra breathe as one body. Emma tried to picture it, her grandmother young, in love, singing night after night for a man who couldn't claim her, couldn't even applaud her without revealing too much. Did he know? Oh, he knew. Helene's smile turned rueful. Music doesn't lie, Emma. You cannot sing Puccini for a man and pretend indifference. Every rehearsal was a conversation we couldn't have in words. Every performance was a love letter I couldn't send. The intimacy of it struck Emma physical. How desire could live entirely in the space between baton and breath, between his direction and her voice. How two people could be lovers without ever touching. Did you ever kiss him? Helene asked. Almost. Once. After a particularly successful Tosca, I'd sung better than I ever knew I could. Found notes I didn't know I possessed, sustained phrases that should have been impossible. The audience wouldn't stop applauding. 14 curtain calls, flowers covering the stage. The director was ecstatic, already talking about extending my contract. She paused. poured more tea with hands that still, after all these years, knew exactly how to avoid trembling. But all I could think was that Max had pulled that performance from me, had conducted me into transcendence. I'd watched his hands all night, followed every gesture, every subtle shift in tempo, and somehow he'd made me more than I was. That's what a great conductor does. He doesn't just lead, he transforms. What happened after? We were alone in the rehearsal room. The orchestra had packed up and left. The stage crew was striking sets, but the music wing was empty. We stood in this bubble of aftermath, both of us still trembling with adrenaline, with the memory of what we'd just created together. Helene's eyes closed, and Emma knew she was seeing it again. Not remembering, but actually seeing. The way trauma stays vivid, but joy fades unless you tend it. He stood close enough that I could smell the pomade in his hair. Bay rum, old-fashioned even then. Could see where he'd cut himself shaving that morning. There was a tiny piece of tissue paper still stuck to his jaw, brown with dried blood. I wanted to remove it, wanted to touch him so badly my hands actually ached. Did you? No, but I wanted to. God, how I wanted to. His hand came up. She demonstrated, palm hovering beside her own face, fingers extended but not quite making contact. He was going to cut my cheek. I could see the intention in his body, the way his weight shifted forward, and I knew if he touched me, I would lean into it, would turn my face into his palm, would cross whatever boundary we'd been maintaining between professional and personal. So what stopped you? He did. His hand just stopped, hung there in the air between us, close enough that I could feel the heat of his skin across the gap, could hear his breathing change, deepen. We stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably 30 seconds. Time does strange things when you're that close to something you want but can't have. Then what? Someone applauded from the balcony, one of the cleaning staff who'd stayed late to watch rehearsal, an old woman, probably 60, 70. She'd seen the whole thing, or enough of it, and just like that, we remembered where we were, who we were, what we couldn't be. Max dropped his hand, took 2 steps back, said, "Excellent work tonight, Fräulein Weber," in this perfectly professional voice, and walked away. Did he look back? No, neither of us did. Looking back would have been acknowledgement, and we couldn't afford that. How long did this go on? Season. Autumn through spring. September 1935 to May 1936. Helene's voice went distant, as though reading dates from a ledger that had been locked away for decades. 8 months of singing with a man who heard me more clearly than anyone ever has before or since. 8 months of being known in a way that had nothing to do with words. She refilled both their teacups, though neither had finished the first pour. That was the real intimacy, you understand. Not touch, but recognition. He knew my voice better than I knew it myself. Could tell from the first warm-up note of rehearsal whether I'd slept well the night before, whether I was happy, whether I was thinking of him. And I could read him through his conducting. Desire in the tempo he set, always slightly faster when he was agitated, when he'd been thinking about me. Frustration in how hard he struck the downbeat. Longing in the spaces he left between movements, the silences that lasted 1 beat too long. You never talked. About it? Once. Only once. It was December, snowing. Vienna was beautiful in that way that makes you forget about politics and danger. We were in his office after everyone had left. He was marking scores and I was supposed to be leaving, but I lingered. Finally he said, without looking up, "This cannot continue." What did you say? I said I know, because I did know. We both knew. It was unsustainable, this thing we were doing. This almost love, this maybe affair that existed only in music. But knowing something should end and being able to end it are 2 different things. So it continued. For 5 more months. through Christmas, I spent it alone in my boarding room, imagining him with Eva and her family. Through carnival season, when the whole city pretended to be happy. Through Lent, when we sang more sacred music and I had to pretend Handel's passion settings weren't about the agony of unconsummated love. And then came March, the Anschluss. Everything changed. Emma waited. This was the part of history she knew from textbooks, but she'd never considered how her grandmother had lived through it, what it had meant personally. The Nazis marched in on March 12th. Within days, Jewish musicians were being dismissed. Max got his notice on March 15th. He had 2 weeks to settle his affairs and leave the country. The Philharmonic, this orchestra he'd built, musicians he'd trained, they just let him go. Some of them had been his friends. They gave him a farewell dinner, shook his hand, wished him well, and went back to work under new management. Her voice had gone flat, factual, as though emotion would complicate the telling. He came to find me 3 days before he was supposed to leave for London, asked me to come with him, said he'd leave Eva with her family. They had money, connections, she'd be safe. We could go to London together, to America, anywhere. He said, "I love you," for the first time out loud after 8 months of saying it, through music. What did you say? I said no. Emma found the conductor's name in a margin note on a score tucked inside the recording sleeve. For H, you sang like you understood. Signed, M. Adler, Maximilian Adler. She found him in the Vienna Philharmonic archives, conductor from 1933 to 1938, when he fled to London ahead of the Anschluss. Married to Eva Adler, née Blumenthal, daughter of a prominent banking family. No children. Emma brought the score to her grandmother's apartment on a Thursday evening. Helene took it in her hands like it might detonate. "You knew Eva," Emma said. It wasn't a question. Everyone knew Eva. Helene's thumb traced the margin note. Beautiful, intelligent, fragile in ways that weren't visible until you looked closely. Her family had already lost one daughter to melancholy, the kind that ends in bathtubs and opened veins. Eva was delicate. The marriage protected her in multiple ways. Did she know about you? I don't know. Max never said. But I think, yes. I think she knew and chose to say nothing because the alternative was worse. Helene set the score down carefully. He loved her, Emma. Not the way he loved me, perhaps, but love nonetheless. He loved her gently, protectively, the way you love something precious that might break. And you? I loved recklessly, completely, the way you love when you're 23 and believe desire alone can remake the world. Helene's laugh was soft, bitter. He asked me to leave with him in March of 1938, when it became clear what was coming. He said we could go to London, to America, anywhere. He would leave Eva with her family's money and protections. We would be free. But you didn't go. No. Why? Helene stood, walked to the window. Outside, rain had started. The kind of thin, persistent rain that made the city look like a memory of itself. Because Eva would have died, she said finally. Not metaphorically, not eventually. Within the year, I think. And Max would have known it was our fault. Mine and his, and that knowledge would have poisoned everything we built together. Love cannot survive that kind of blood. Emma felt something shift in her chest, a recalibration of what she thought was a romance into something more complex, more devastating. Did you tell him that? I told him I wouldn't be the reason he became a man who could abandon his wife to her death, that some loves cannot be consummated without destroying what makes them worth having. Helene turned from the window. He wept. I'd never seen him weep before. Then he kissed me, once, on the forehead, like a benediction, and left. And the recording, made the week before, he wanted something to remember me by. I wanted something to remember who I'd been when I could still choose love over survival. The weight of that sentence settled over the room like snow. 3 weeks after learning about Eva, after understanding the full architecture of her grandmother's sacrifice, Emma confronted the question she'd been avoiding. Why had Helene given up music entirely? Not just the false name, not just Vienna, not just Max Adler, but singing itself. The voice that had moved audiences, that had made a man willing to remake his entire life. She found Helene in the small shared garden behind the apartment building, deadheading roses with surgical precision. It was early September, the air carrying that particular combination of warmth and melancholy that comes just before autumn. Helene wore gardening gloves and her usual cardigan despite the heat, as though she needed armour even against flowers. "Tell me about the last time you saw him," Emma said without preamble. Helene's hands stilled on the shears. A bloom, half dead, hung suspended from her fingers. She didn't turn around. "I wondered when you'd ask that question. Was it the night you made the recording?" "No, that was professional, formal. We both knew we were creating an artifact, preserving something that was already past tense." Helene set down the shears with deliberate care, removed her gloves finger by finger. The last time was 3 days before he left Vienna, April 10th, 1938. I remember because it was a Sunday, and the churches were full of people praying for things prayer couldn't fix anymore. The weather was unseasonably warm, spring pretending summer would last forever. She sat down on the garden bench, and Emma sat beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. "He came to my apartment, my boarding room really. One room, shared bath down the hall, the kind of place where ambition lives before it either succeeds or starves. We'd never been alone there before. It felt dangerous, improper, exposing. But propriety seemed absurd given what we were about to lose." Helene's voice dropped, became almost private, the way you speak when confession requires quiet. "He stood in my doorway and said, 'One night, give me one night, to remember when I'm old and you're a stranger.' And I knew what he was asking, not for comfort, not for conquest, for the right to hold one perfect thing before letting it go forever." Emma held her breath, afraid that speaking would break whatever spell was allowing her grandmother to finally tell this. "So I let him in." The garden seemed to lean closer, the roses bending as if to listen. "We didn't speak much at first. Words would have made it negotiable, conditional, subject to second thoughts we couldn't afford. Instead, we moved like we were still in the opera house, him conducting, me responding, both of us performing the most important scene of our lives." Helene's hands clasped in her lap, and Emma saw they were trembling, as though the memory still had physical weight. "He touched me the way he conducted, precisely, reverently, as though I were music made flesh. Started with my face, traced my cheekbones, my jaw, the line of my neck, memorizing, then my hands, turning them over, examining my fingers, the way they curved and rested. 'Beautiful,' he said. Just that one word. Beautiful." Emma felt heat rise in her own chest. Not embarrassment, but recognition. This was what love looked like when it finally found its body after months of pure restraint. "I'd thought intimacy was knowing someone's mind, understanding their thoughts," Helene continued. "But that night I learned it's also knowing someone's body, how they breathe when desperate, what sounds they make when careful control finally breaks." He undressed me slowly, his hands learning the geography of skin the way his ears had learned my voice. Every touch felt like permission granted, like a question answered yes. She paused, choosing her words with care. We made love on my narrow bed with the window open and Vienna's spring air cooling our skin. He moved inside me like he was trying to memorize the rhythm, and I found myself singing, actually singing, soft and wordless, against his shoulder. Not performance, not technique, Just pure sound, pure feeling. Afterwards we lay tangled together, his hand over my heart, feeling it slow back to normal. Helene opened her eyes, looked at Emma directly. "This," he said, "this is what I'll remember. Not the fear, not the leaving. This." And I knew he was right. We'd taken one perfect thing from a world determined to destroy us, and we'd made it ours. No regime could take that. No distance could erase it. Did he stay the night? Until dawn. We didn't sleep much. Mostly we talked. Actually talked. For the first time without codes or music. He told me about growing up in Munich, about the first time he heard Mahler and realised sound could be architecture. I told him about singing in my father's watch shop, how the ticking used to drive me mad until I learned to use it as rhythm. She smiled, and it was genuine. When the sun came up, he got dressed, kissed me once, properly this time deeply, then he walked to the door and said, "If there's a recording some day, will you listen and remember I loved you?" And I said yes. And he left. I watched him from the window until he turned the corner. He didn't look back. We'd agreed he wouldn't. "And you never sang again." Helene smiled. A real smile this time, sad but not broken. I sang that night. For him. With him. In a way that had nothing to do with audiences or applause. That felt like enough. Emma understood then. Her grandmother hadn't given up music. She'd transformed it, made it private, made it holy. What happened to Eva? She survived. Max got her to London, then to New York. I heard through mutual acquaintances that she lived until 1965, longer than anyone expected. They never divorced. He never remarried after she died. I think he kept his promise to her, in his way. And you? I came to America, changed my name. Helene instead of Helena, Wolf instead of Weber. Learned to be ordinary, married your grandfather because he was kind and didn't ask about my past. Raised your mother, raised you, lived quietly. She picked up the shears again, returned to the roses. But sometimes, late at night, I'll hum that aria, and I'm 23 again, singing for a man who heard everything I meant. That doesn't fade, Emma. Love like that doesn't diminish with age. It just becomes part of your architecture. Emma spent 2 months restoring the recording to the best fidelity 1936 technology and 2025 digital restoration could achieve. She removed surface noise, balanced the frequencies, brought her grandmother's voice forward from the static. But she left in the breath, the hesitation, the places where emotion fractured technique. Those imperfections were the truth. She presented it to Helene on a Sunday morning, in the garden where roses bloomed despite the late season. The recording was now digitized, remastered, saved to a simple USB drive. "I'm going to archive this properly," Emma said. "Not under your false name, not as unidentified, as Helene Wolf, née Weber, soprano, Vienna, 1936. "No," Helene said gently. "Keep the alias. That woman, Helena Stern, she belongs to that moment. To him. Let her remain there." Emma understood. Some loves were too large to be filed correctly, too private to be made public record. "Then I'll file it as anonymous soprano, Vienna 1936, rare recording, and I'll put in the notes that it's technically imperfect but emotionally devastating." Helene laughed, a real laugh, bright and unexpected. Emotionally devastating. Yes, I like that. They sat together in the garden, 2 women separated by decades but connected by understanding. Emma thought about all the loves that never made it into history books, all the intimacies preserved only in silence and memory. "Do you regret it?" she asked, "not going with him?" Helene considered this with the seriousness it deserved. "No, because the love I had with Max was perfect. Precisely because we didn't try to make it domestic. It stayed wild, immediate, untested by years and arguments and the small erosions of daily life. We got to love each other at our best. That's rare. But you gave up so much. I gave up one future for another. I gained your mother. You. This garden. A life that was mine, not borrowed or stolen. That's not nothing. Emma reached for her grandmother's hand. The same hand that once gestured so precisely on stage, that later kneaded bread and braided hair, and held her when she cried. "Thank you for telling me. Thank you for asking," Helene squeezed back, "and for understanding that some stories take a lifetime to be ready for telling." That afternoon, Emma returned to the archive. She catalogued the recording with its anonymous designation, filed it in the temperature-controlled vault where fragile things were kept safe from decay. But she also made a copy, unofficial, unmarked. She gave it to Helene on her 80th birthday, along with a small, expensive record player. "In case you ever want to hear yourself young again," Emma said. Helene accepted it with hands that trembled slightly. Age, not emotion. That night, alone in her apartment with a cup of tea going cold on the side table, Helene played the recording once. Just once. Her younger self sang Tosca's prayer with desperate, imperfect beauty, asking why love and art must hurt so much, why devotion guarantees suffering, why giving everything still isn't enough. She listened to the end, to where the orchestra swelled and her voice climbed towards something transcendent despite the technical flaws. Then she turned off the player and sat in the dark, remembering not the opera house with its velvet and gilt, not the audience with their applause and flowers, but a small boarding room in Vienna with spring air coming through the window and a man's hand over her heart, counting her pulse like it was the only music that mattered. "This is what I'll remember," he'd said. "Not the fear, not the leaving. This." And sitting there in the dark, 80 years old and alone but not lonely, joints aching with the ordinary betrayals of age, Helene realised he'd been right. Some loves don't need completion to be perfect. Some intimacies don't require possession to be real. Some music sounds better for being imperfect, for showing the breadth and effort and humanity behind the notes. The recording existed, flawed, anonymous, filed away where almost no one would ever hear it. The memory existed, private, perfect, preserved not in shellac but in the architecture of her bones. The garden bloomed outside her window, roses she'd planted, tended, dead-headed season after season, making beauty out of the ordinary work of living. Her granddaughter knew her story now. Not all of it, perhaps, but enough to understand that silence isn't always weakness, that some loves survive precisely because they were chosen, consciously and devastatingly chosen. That was enough. More than enough. It was everything. And somewhere across an ocean and 50 years she imagined Max Adler, long dead now, his hands that once shaped sound stilled forever, had thought so too, had kept his one perfect night as she had kept hers, had lived a good life, a kind life, a life that honoured both his promises, the one he made to Eva at an altar, and the one he made to Helena in a shabby boarding room with spring air cooling their skin. Some loves, Helen thought, you carry in your chest like a second heartbeat, and that's exactly where they belong. The end. The garden beyond the fence. Los Robles, autumn, 1941. The garden behind the schoolhouse had been dying for 6 years before Sachiko Tanabe knelt in it. She'd found the gate latched with baling wire twisted around a nail. The previous teacher, Miss Hollis, had died of a burst appendix one summer, and afterward no one had wanted the cottage or the strip of ground beyond it. Children were forbidden to play there. The fig tree at the back had gone half wild. The roses were black canes with thorns like fishhooks. A cracked stone bird bath held a finger of rainwater and one drowned bee. Sachiko liked it immediately. She was 31 years old and had come to Los Robles in late August on a greyhound that smelled of orange peel and tobacco. The school board had hired her by letter, sight unseen, on the strength of a recommendation from the Pacific School of Religion in Berkeley. Mabel Blakely, the principal, had met her at the depot with a handshake and a slight careful smile, and had walked her through the town, pointing out the post office, the Methodist church, the feed store, the packing shed, as though Sachiko were a visitor who would soon need to find her way home. The cottage came with a position. It had 2 rooms and a wood stove and a window that faced the orchard. The garden came with the cottage. No one had said she was required to do anything about it. She did anyway. On her 3rd Saturday she put on an old apron, pried the wire from the gate, and began to cut back the roses. The work was slow. She did not mind. She'd been taught by her mother that one tended what was in front of one because doing so made the world smaller and more answerable. By noon her hands were scratched and her hair had come loose at the nape. She did not notice the child in the corner until the child spoke. "You're not supposed to be in here." Sachiko looked up. A girl of about 9 sat against the inside of the fence, half hidden by a clump of dead lavender. She had a book on her knees and a crooked fringe of hair that suggested kitchen scissors and a stubborn arm. Her eyes were the grey of weather. "Are you not supposed to be in here either?" Sachiko asked. "No." "Then we're both wrong together." The girl considered this. She did not smile, but something in her shoulders moved a 1/4 of an inch downward, which Sachiko understood to mean a great deal. The book on her knees was The Secret Garden. The cover had been mended with cloth tape. "What's your name?" "June Reed." "I am Miss Tanabe. I am the new teacher. You will be in my class on Monday." June did not answer. She looked at the dead roses and the cracked bird bath and the wild fig with the air of someone surveying a battlefield she had already lost. "What should grow here?" Sachiko asked. She had not planned to ask it. The question came out the way certain questions do when one has been alone too long, with one's hands in the dirt. June was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, without lifting her face, "Something no one can kill." Sachiko set down her shears. She did not move toward the child. She did not say "I am sorry," because she did not yet know what she was sorry for, and she had learned a long time ago that sympathy offered too quickly was a kind of theft. She only nodded once, slowly, as if June had named a flower she had been trying to remember. "All right," she said. "We will see what we can find." Samuel Reed came to the school on Tuesday afternoon, hat in his hand, to apologize for his daughter. He was a tall man, lean through the shoulders, with the sun in the lines around his eyes, and a stillness about him that Sachiko recognized at once as the particular stillness of people who had learned not to move quickly because grief was watching. He stood in her classroom doorway and turned the brim of his hat through his fingers and said, "Miss Tanabe, I'm told June was rude to you on Saturday." "She was not rude. She told me she was." "Then she's mistaken about herself," Sachiko said, "which children often are." He looked at her then, properly, for the first time. His eyes were the same weather-grey as June's. She felt the look the way one feels a window opened in a closed room. "She has been difficult since her mother passed," he said. "I don't know what to do with her sometimes." "She is grieving, Mr. Reed. She is not difficult." He did not answer. He looked down at his hat. Sachiko understood, with a sudden clarity that surprised her, that he had not heard anyone say the word grieving in his own house for a long time, and that hearing it now from a stranger had cost him something he had not expected to spend. "I am repairing the garden behind the school," she said, to give him somewhere to put his face. "It is in poor condition. June has been helping me. If you have a spade you can spare and perhaps a length of board for the fence, I would be grateful. I have a spade. Thank you. I'll bring it Saturday. Thank you. He put his hat on. He took it off again. He said, Miss Tanabe, and then did not finish because he didn't know what came after her name and was too honest a man to invent it. He nodded once, the way June had nodded, and went out. Sachiko stood for a long time at the window after he had gone, watching his truck turn at the end of the road. Then she went back to her lesson plans and did not allow herself to think about him until evening, when she found that she'd been thinking about him all afternoon without permission, the way one thinks about a song heard once in a passing car. He came Saturday with the spade and a coil of wire and a sack of seed potatoes he had no use for and 3 boards from his barn. He came the Saturday after that with a roll of chicken wire. He came the Saturday after that with nothing at all, and stood at the gate for a full minute before he opened it, as though he were waiting to be turned away. She did not turn him away. They worked in the garden through October and into November, and June worked with them, and a careful, patient grammar of small attentions began to build itself between Samuel and Sachiko in the space that June left when she ran to fetch water or chase a jay from the fig tree. He held a post. She tied the wire. She showed him how to press a seed gently into the soil rather than driving it. He showed her how the irrigation gate at the head of the row should be set so the water would not run too fast. He brought coffee in a tin thermos on the cold mornings. She brought rice balls wrapped in waxed paper and pretended to be surprised that he ate them. He called her Miss Tanabe. She called him Mr. Reed. Once, reaching for the same trowel, his hand closed briefly over hers. He didn't snatch it away. He didn't press it either. He simply let it rest there a half-second longer than was necessary and then withdrew, and neither of them looked at the other, and Sachiko felt with a kind of bewildered terror that something had been said between them that no one had spoken. At the autumn social in the church hall, a man named Calvin Dwyer leaned across a table of potato salad and asked her, smiling, whether she felt any divided loyalties, given the situation in the Pacific. The room went very quiet. Sachiko set down her plate. She had learned the answer to such questions before she had learned long division, and she gave it now with a composure that would have made her mother proud, and that cost her, privately, more than anyone in the room would ever know. I am a teacher, Mr. Dwyer. My loyalty is to my students. That's not really an answer, is it? It is the answer you were given. Samuel had been standing by the punch bowl with Joe Garza, his foreman. She did not see him move. She only registered a moment later that he was beside her, his shoulder almost touching hers, and that he had said, in the same flat voice he used for talking about Frost, "She is my daughter's teacher, Cal. She's owed the same courtesy as anyone else in this room." Calvin Dwyer smiled, the way men smile when they have been corrected in public and intend to remember it. "Of course, Sam. No offence meant." "None taken," Sachiko said, before Samuel could answer for her, because she would not be defended into silence even by kindness. But later, when she walked out into the cold air for a moment alone, Samuel followed her at a distance and stood by the porch rail without speaking, and she understood that he was not protecting her. He was standing where she could see him if she wanted to. That was a different thing. That was the first thing about him she did not know how to file away. The bell rang on a Monday morning in December the way it always rang. She had heard the broadcast on Sunday afternoon at the boarding house, where Mrs. Avila served pot roast on Sundays for the unmarried boarders. The radio had been on low for a baseball recap. A voice had broken in. The pot roast had gone cold in the serving dish. Mrs. Avila had crossed herself. A travelling salesman named Pettit had looked at Sachiko over the gravy boat the way one looks at a stove that has begun, inexplicably, to smoke. She had walked back to her cottage in the dark. She had not turned on the lamp. She had sat on the edge of her bed with her hands folded in her lap and had practised, the way one practises scales, the face she would wear in the morning. On Monday, 11 of her 23 students were absent. By Friday, it was 16. She kept teaching. She read aloud from Treasure Island. She drew the multiplication tables on the board. She corrected spelling tests with a red pencil and wrote, "Well done," in the margin, even for the children who would not be returning. When she came in on Thursday morning, she found that someone had scratched 2 words into the soft pine of her desk with a penknife. "Go home." She stood looking at it for some time. Then she went to the cloakroom and got her coat and laid it over the desk and went back to the door to ring the morning bell, because there were still 7 children in the yard and she would not have them see the words. June came in late. She walked to the desk. She lifted the coat. She looked at the words for the time it took to draw one breath. Then she sat down at the desk in front of Sachiko's and pulled her sleeve down over the heel of her hand, and began slowly and methodically to rub at the scratches as if she could erase them with friction and grief. She could not erase them. The penknife had cut too deep. But she rubbed at them until the wool of her sleeve had a smear of pine dust on it, and her face had gone red and tight, and her breath had begun to come in short, angry pulls through her nose. In the doorway, Samuel Reed stood with his hat in his hand. He had come to bring June's lunch pail, which she had left on the porch in her hurry. He did not come in. He stood in the doorway watching his daughter rub a desk with her sleeve, and Sachiko saw on his face the look of a man who has understood, all at once and too late, that his child has been carrying a stone he had not noticed her pick up. He set the lunch pail very carefully on the bench by the door. He went away without speaking. That night he came to the cottage after dark. He had not come to the cottage after dark before. He stood on the step with his hat off and the cold coming off his coat and said, "Miss Tanabe, I would like to know what I can do." "You cannot do anything, Mr. Reed. There must be something." "There is not." He didn't argue. He didn't promise. He stood on the step and looked at her, and she stood in the doorway and looked at him, and the lamp behind her made a yellow rectangle on the boards between them. The rectangle was not large. Neither of them stepped into it. "I will come on Saturday," he said, "to work on the garden. There will not be much to do in December. I will come anyway." "Yes," she said. "All right." He nodded. He turned to go. At the bottom of the step he stopped and said, without turning around, "Sachiko." It was the first time he had used her name. He said it as if he were setting something fragile down on a shelf. She didn't answer. She could not. She watched him walk to his truck, and she stood in the doorway with the cold biting at her ankles until the tail lights were gone, and then she closed the door and sat down at the kitchen table and put her face in her hands and did not weep, because she had taught herself a long time ago not to weep over things she could not name. The storm came in late January. It was not the worst storm of the winter, but it was sudden, and it tore 3 shingles off the cottage roof in the first hour, and sent a thin, steady drip down the wall behind her stove. She was up on a kitchen chair with a rag and a soup pot when she heard the truck. He came in out of the rain with his coat dark to the collar and his hair flat to his forehead and said, "Don't go up on the roof, Sachiko." I was not going to go up on the roof. "You were thinking about it." "I was thinking about a great many things." He went up on the roof. She stood at the kitchen window and watched the shape of him moving against the grey sky, and could not decide whether she wanted him to come down or stay up there forever, where the question of what to do with him was simpler. When he came down, he was soaked through to the skin. June was asleep at the farmhouse with Luz Garza, who came to sit with her on stormy nights. There was no one to come and call him home. Sachiko boiled water for tea because she could not think what else to do with her hands. He sat at the kitchen table in his wet shirt with a towel around his shoulders, and she sat across from him, and the rain ran down the window in long, warped lines. "You will catch cold," she said. "I have caught worse." "That is not an argument." "No," he said, "it isn't." She set the cup in front of him. As she set it down, he caught her wrist. He did not grip it. He laid his fingers along the inside of it, where there was a smudge of soot from the stove. He brushed the soot away with his thumb slowly, as if the soot were the only thing he'd come to do. She did not move away. She did not breathe. The rain went on against the window. The lamp guttered once and steadied. She felt with a precision that almost frightened her every separate place where his thumb had touched her skin. He let go of her wrist. He said very quietly, "Sachiko, There was a creak from the door of the back room. June was standing there in her stockinged feet, with her hair on end and her eyes blurred with sleep. She'd been brought to the cottage after all. She'd been asleep on the cot Sachiko kept made up for her, and the thunder had woken her, and she had heard her father's voice and come looking for him. "Papa," she said, "I had a bad dream." Samuel stood up so fast the chair barked against the floor. He crossed the kitchen and gathered June against his hip. Sachiko reached for her at the same time, and her hand met his at the small of the child's back, and for 1 second the three of them stood in the lamplight bound to one another by a child's bad dream and the careful, unspoken thing the storm had nearly made them say. Then June burrowed her face into her father's shirt, and Samuel looked at Sachiko over the top of his daughter's head with an expression she had never seen on him before. It was not desire. It was something both larger and more dangerous. It was the look of a man seeing through an open door a room he had thought he would never enter again, with the lamp lit and the table set and a place laid for him. "I had better take her home," he said. "Yes." He didn't move. "Samuel," she said. It was the first time she'd said his name. "Yes." "Take her home." He nodded. He carried June out into the rain. She heard the truck start. She heard it idle a long time in the road before it pulled away. She did not sleep that night. She sat at the kitchen table until the lamp burned out, and she could see the shape of the orchard in the grey beginning of morning, and she understood that something had been decided between them that neither of them had been brave enough to say, and that the world was going to ask them to pay for it before they had even been allowed to name it. The notice was posted on the door of the post office on the 17th of February. Mabel Blakely came to the cottage on the 18th. She did not sit down. She stood in the middle of the front room with her gloves still on, and her purse held in front of her like a small shield, and she said, "Sachiko, the boarders met. They feel, given the circumstances, that the children's welfare requires." "Yes," Sachiko said. "It is not personal." "No, Mabel, it is exactly personal. It is only not personal to you." Mabel's face went the colour of bread dough. She had not expected the answer. Sachiko had not expected to give it. They stood looking at one another with a great deal of unspoken history between them, and then Mabel set a parcel on the table, a stack of discarded library books, with a note tucked into the top one, and said, in a voice that was very nearly steady, "I am sorry. I know that is not enough." "No," Sachiko said, "it is not." But after Mabel had gone, she sat down with the books in her lap and read the note, which said, "I had no right to ask anything of you. I am giving you these because there is no one else I would rather see have them. M.B." And she found that her hand was shaking on the page, and she put the note in the front of the topmost book and would carry it with her, in the end, all the way to Arroyo Mesa. Samuel came that night. He came as he had come in the storm without warning, and he stood in the doorway and said, "Marry me." She'd been folding a dress into the open trunk on the bed. She did not stop folding. "No," she said. "Sachiko, no, Samuel. They will not send a woman who is married to... They will send whoever they decide to send. And if they do not send me, it will be because you have made me into your wife in a panic, and I will spend the rest of my life knowing it, and so will you." He came into the room. He stood at the foot of the bed. He looked at the dress in her hands as if it were a creature he did not know how to comfort. I do not want to make you my wife in a panic, he said. Then do not. I want to make you my wife because I cannot imagine standing in a room without you in it. She set the dress down. She put her hands on the edge of the trunk to steady herself. Samuel, she said, do not give me a proposal I cannot accept and call it love. That is not love. That is asking me to carry your conscience to Arizona. He flinched. It was a small flinch, but she saw it. And she saw too the moment he understood that she was right, and that the understanding hurt him in a place he had not previously known he could be hurt. He nodded once. He said, Tell me what I can do. Help me pack the books. Help me store what I cannot take. Keep the garden. Yes. And do not make me a promise tonight that you have not had time to count the cost of. Yes. He helped her pack the books. They worked side by side in the lamplight until very late, and they did not touch, and the trunk filled slowly with the small, careful inventory of a life that was about to be put on a bus. At dawn she walked with him to the truck. He turned to her at the running board and took something from his coat pocket and put it into her hand. It was a tin that had once held tobacco. Inside, when she opened it later, were marigold seeds, the dark crescents of them packed in a folded square of newsprint, and a card on which June had written, in her careful round hand, Miss Tanabe, please plant these where you are. She looked up at him. They are from June, he said. I told her you would want something from the garden. Yes, she said. Thank you. There was a long moment in which they stood by the truck and neither of them spoke. The eastern sky was the colour of the inside of a shell, she said. Do not plant them without me. He thought she meant the garden. She watched him think it. She watched him almost answer that he would not. Then she watched the second meaning arrive in his face and saw him open his mouth and close it again, because he had understood, and because he was a man who would not lie to her even by accident. He said, I will wait. She nodded. She went into the cottage and shut the door because she could not get on a bus from his arms. She heard the truck start. She heard it pull away. She stood with her forehead against the door for a long time, and she did not weep, because she had taught herself a long time ago not to weep over things she could not name, and she had not yet found the name for this. She discovered that the desert had a way of making everything in her smaller and more accurate. She arrived at Arroyo Mesa in late spring with the marigold seeds in the tobacco tin, and Mabel's note tucked into a book of poems, and her mother's silver hairpins sewn into the hem of her coat. She was assigned to Block 14, Barrack 6, Apartment C, one room with 2 cots and a stove and a bare bulb on a wire, and a window that faced east toward a mesa the colour of old brick. Her roommate was a widow named Reiko Endo, who had owned a flower shop in Sacramento and who, on the second night, watched Sachiko fold her clothes into a wooden crate and said, in Japanese, You fold too neatly. You're saving your folding for someone. I am only tidy, Sachiko said. No, Reiko said. You are waiting. Sachiko did not answer. She finished folding the dress. She set the lid on the crate. She lay down on her cot in her clothes and listened to the wind and to a baby crying 2 compartments away, and to someone very far off playing a harmonica badly. And she thought of Samuel's hand on her wrist in the kitchen of her cottage, and she allowed herself for one breath only to want him. Then she put it away. In the morning she began the garden. She started it beside the school barrack, on a strip of ground 12 feet by 4, with tin cans saved from the mess hall, and a trowel made from a sharpened spoon, and June's marigold seeds. The children helped her. They were Yuki and Tommy and Henry and Maz and Grace, and they ranged from 6 to 12. And they had been told in many different ways by many different adults that they were temporary people. She did not allow it. She told them that what they planted would still be alive when they had grown into people whose own children would ask them how they had survived this year. She told them that a marigold did not care whose fence it grew behind. She told them that the dust was the camp's, but the seeds were theirs. The first letter from Samuel arrived in June. It was short. He had been told by an administrator that letters should be brief and concerned only with personal matters and contained no information about the war or the world. He wrote about the orchard. He wrote that the cottage roof had held through the rains. He wrote that June had set out marigold seeds along the school fence and was watching them every morning before breakfast. He signed it yours, S.R. She read the yours 15 times before she answered. She wrote back about the children. She wrote about Reiko, who had taught her to make miso from rationed soybeans. She wrote about the sky, which was too large. She did not write yours. She wrote with regard, S.T., and then she sat with the envelope in her lap for a long time before she sealed it, because she understood that with regard was the most dishonest phrase she had written in her adult life, and that she was using it as a wall, and that he would feel the wall when he opened the letter, and that she was choosing to put it there anyway because she did not yet know how to write the other word. He came in August. He had arranged it through the school relief program. He brought a crate of books and a sack of pencils and a packet of seeds Joe Garza had saved from the late summer squash. He was searched at the gate. The crate was opened. Each book was lifted, opened, shaken. A guard with a sunburned neck flicked through Treasure Island as if it might contain a code. They met in the administration room. There was a table between them. The table had a thin film of dust on it that he wiped clean with the side of his hand before he set the crate down, an unconscious courtesy that almost undid her. There was a clerk at a desk in the corner pretending to write. There was a woman 2 tables away meeting with her grown son in a soldier's uniform. He looked at her for a long time before he sat down. "Sachiko," he said. "Samuel." That was all they said for almost a minute. He had brought peaches in a basket and they had been confiscated at the gate. He told her so. He said he was sorry. She told him to bring books next time and not peaches. She didn't allow him to be embarrassed for long. "How is June?" she asked. "She is well. She's angry." "With whom?" "With me. With the town. With God, I think, although she will not say so to me." "That is appropriate." "Yes." A small silence. "And you," she said. "I am—" He stopped. He put his hands flat on the table. "I am learning what I did not know." "What did you not know?" He looked at her. His grey eyes had the desert in them already, the small lines around them deeper than they had been in February. He said, "I did not know that I had been treating my own decency as a thing I owned. I did not know that I could stand at the edge of a room and feel righteous because I had not joined in the laughing. I am learning." She had not expected that answer. She had expected an apology or a vow. She had not expected an audit. She put her hand on the table near his. She did not lay it on top of his. She placed it on the wood so that the smallest finger of her hand was nearly, but not quite, touching the smallest finger of his. The clerk in the corner turned a page. They didn't move their hands for the rest of the visit. Through the autumn and the winter and the spring his letters came, and hers went back, and a strange thing began to happen to her. She had thought that distance and surveillance would dampen what was between them. Instead, it concentrated it. Every word she wrote had to pass through a censor's hands and her own, and so every word had to be true. "I am tired today. The wind has been bad. I have read your last letter 4 times. I planted June's marigolds along the south wall and they are blooming. I dreamed last night of the kitchen of the cottage and the rain on the window. She did not write 'I love you.' He did not write it either. They wrote around it, the way one writes around an open wound, and the writing around became its own language, more particular than any declaration could have been. He came again in November, again in March, again in August of the next year. On the August visit there was a dust storm. It rose without warning in the late morning, a brown wall along the western mesas, and by the time the warning siren sounded, the wind was already in the camp, Sachiko ran with the children to the school barrack. The marigolds along the south wall went down in the first gust, flattened to the dirt as if a hand had pressed them. The children began to cry. She set them inside the barrack and went back out with 3 tin cans and a board to try to save what she could of the seedlings in the new row, and she was on her knees in the dust with her hair coming loose when Samuel reached her. He had been waiting in the visitor room when the storm hit. He had been told to stay there. He had not stayed. He knelt in the dirt beside her. He held the board against the wind. The dust was in their eyes and in their mouths, and the seedlings were already lost, and they both knew it, and they stayed there anyway, on their knees in the wind, because there was nothing else to do that was honest. When the worst of the gust passed, she sat back on her heels. Her hair had come fully down. Her hands were caked. She looked at him through the dust and said, in a voice that came up out of a place she had not previously allowed herself to speak from, "I cannot do this any more, Samuel. Sachiko, I cannot be the part of your life that exists only when no one is watching. I cannot be the woman you are brave about one Saturday a month and silent about the rest. I cannot be a secret you carry well." He didn't move. "I love you," he said. It was the first time. He said it in the wind, on his knees, with the dust on his face, and he said it not as a gift but as a confession, the way one names the thing one has done. "I know you do," she said. "That is not enough. It has to cost you something, Samuel. It has to cost you what it has cost me. Otherwise it is not love. It is a kindness you can afford." He looked at her for a long time. The dust settled in his hair and in the lines beside his mouth. He looked older than he had looked in February of 1942. He looked like a man who had been told a true thing and had decided not to argue with it. He said, "All right." That was all. He said it the way he had said, "I will come Saturday," in the doorway of the cottage. He said it the way he said most of the important things in his life, as if a small word and a kept one were the same thing. She did not know yet that he meant it. She would not know for a long time. But something in her, the small armoured thing that had been holding her upright for years, sat down inside her chest and put its head in its hands and rested. He did not come the next month, or the month after. She told herself she was relieved. She was not. Reiko, who missed nothing, set a cup of weak tea in front of her one evening and said, "You think silence protects the heart? It only teaches the heart to live without you." "He is doing what I asked," Sachiko said. "You did not ask him to disappear. You asked him to be brave. Those are different things." "He does not know the difference." "He will learn it," Reiko said, "or he will not be the man you have been writing letters to." What Sachiko did not know, what she could not have known from Block 14, Barrack 6, was that he was learning it. He was learning it at a growers' meeting in October of 1944, when Calvin Dwyer passed a petition down the table, and Samuel, without standing up, pushed it back across the wood and said the word "no" in a voice that had nothing in it but the word. He was learning it the following week, when his contract with the cannery was cancelled by letter, and the letter said current market conditions and meant nothing of the kind. He was learning it the night someone poisoned a row of his young peach trees, and he stood in the orchard at dawn with Joe Garza and looked at the curled black leaves and said, "I deserved this." And Joe said, "No, you didn't. But you've been earning the right to face it for 3 years now, so face it." He was learning it in the parlour of the Methodist church, when he stood up after the offering and said, in front of every face he had grown up among, that the women and children in the camps were not enemies, had not been enemies, would not be enemies when they came home, and that several men in this room had bought farms from Japanese families for 10 cents on the dollar and called it patriotism, and he would name them if pressed, and he was prepared to be pressed. He was learning it when the deacon asked him to leave. He was learning it when June, 16 now and fierce as a hawk, came to him in the kitchen of the farmhouse with a letter in her hand and said, "Papa, they are going to try to send her back to Japan. We have to do something. He went to San Francisco. He hired a lawyer with money he did not have. He wrote a statement for the immigration hearing and tore it up, and wrote another and tore that up too, and finally wrote 3 lines that said only what was true, and signed his name, and sent it. He didn't write to Sachiko about any of it. He had understood finally that he did not have the right to make her hold his courage for him while he was still building it. He would come back to her, if he came back to her at all, with the thing done. She returned to Los Robles in the spring of 1946, on a bus that smelled of diesel and other people's tobacco. Her hearing had been favourable. The lawyer Samuel had paid for had been a quiet man named Hashimoto, who had asked her to testify in her own voice, and she had. She had said in a small room with a fan turning overhead that she would not perform gratitude for a country that had imprisoned her. She had said that she would stay because her life was here, and her work was here, and her dead and her living were here, and she would not be asked to apologise for any of it. The hearing officer had written something on a pad and had not looked at her. 2 months later, a letter had come. She came back not because she had been invited. She came back because she had decided. June met her at the depot. She was taller than Sachiko now, and her hair had grown out, and she stood on the platform with her hands in the pockets of a dress that did not quite fit, and her face composed in the careful arrangement of a person who decided in advance not to cry. The arrangement lasted 4 seconds. Then she walked into Sachiko's arms and put her face into the curve of Sachiko's neck and stayed there. Samuel was not at the depot. "He wanted to be here," June said against her shoulder. "I told him I wanted to come alone first." That was wise. I wasn't being wise. I was being selfish. That can also be wise. They drove out to the ranch in the truck with June at the wheel because she had taught herself, and the late light was on the orchards, and Sachiko looked at the rows of trees and at the road and at the long gold field beyond, and she thought, "I have been gone 4 years, and the trees have grown, and so have I." He was on the porch when they pulled up. He came down the steps slowly. He was thinner than she remembered. The lines around his eyes had deepened into furrows. He stood at the bottom of the step with his hat in his hand the way he had stood in the doorway of her classroom in October of 1941, and he looked at her with an expression that contained no part of the man he had been then, and every part of the man he had been becoming when she had not been there to watch. He did not move toward her. She walked the last yards to him. She didn't hurry. She stopped in front of him at a distance of about a foot. "Samuel," she said in Sachiko, "you have lost weight. Yes. You should eat. Yes. Have you—" She stopped. She had meant to ask about the orchard, or the contracts, or the trial, or any of the safe things. She did not, she said. "Have you been all right?" "No," he said. "I have not been all right. I have been doing what I needed to do. It is not the same thing." "No," she said. "It is not." She lifted her hand. She set it on his chest over the place where his heart was, and she felt it beating under her palm through the cotton of his shirt. The steady, stubborn rhythm of him. The thing that had carried him through the orchard at dawn and the church parlour and the hearing room. And she understood, with a clarity that almost dropped her where she stood, that she had been wrong to think he'd been loving her only when no one was watching. He had been learning to love her when everyone was watching, and the thing she'd named anger in herself 2 years ago had been the thing that had taught him. He put his hand over hers, on his chest. He did not pull her to him. He held her hand there against him, and bent his face down and put his forehead against hers, and they stood like that on the porch step in the late light, and June stood on the path behind them with her hands in her pockets, and nobody spoke for a long time. That night, after June had gone to bed, he asked her if he might touch her. He asked it at the kitchen table, with 2 cups of tea between them. The blue patterned plates were still in the cupboard. Lydia's coat was no longer in the back closet. He had taken it down, he said, the year before. He had folded it carefully and given it to the Methodist relief box. and he had cried while he did it, and he had felt when he was finished. Not lighter, exactly, but more honest. The portrait was gone from the mantel. "I didn't put it away to forget her," he said. "I put it away because I have been letting her watch over a life she didn't get to live, and it was not fair to her, and it was not fair to you, and it was not fair to me." "I know," Sachiko said. "May I touch you?" "Yes." He came around the table. He knelt beside her chair. He didn't reach for her body. He reached for the small comb in her hair, the lacquered one she had carried all the way to Arizona and back, and he drew it out slowly, and her hair came down over his hand, and he laid the comb on the table with the same care he had laid the books on the table in the visiting room at Arroyo Mesa, as if the comb were a thing entrusted to him. He gathered her hair in his hand. He did not pull. He held it the way one holds water. "Sachiko," he said, "I am here. Tell me what you want." She had not been asked the question by a man in her life, not in that order, not with that particular grammar. She thought about it. She thought about the cottage in the storm and the kitchen of the farmhouse, and the kneeling in the dust and the long, careful letters and the marigolds along the south wall of the school barrack and the 17 seedlings she had managed to save after the storm. She thought about her mother, who had taught her that a woman's strength could be measured by how little trouble she caused other people, and she thought about Reiko, who had said that endurance was not the same as peace. She said, "I want to be slow. I want to be told. I want you to stop if I say stop. I want you to stay if I say stay. I want you to look at me. Yes. I want you to know that I am choosing this. I am not being saved by it. I am not being kept by it. I am choosing it. Yes. I want." She stopped. The next thing was the hardest. She said it anyway. "I want you to know that I have wanted you for a long time, and that wanting you is not a debt I am paying. It is a thing I have been carrying." "Yes," he said. "I have been carrying it too." He stood up. He drew her up with him. He kissed her finally, in the kitchen of the farmhouse, with the tea going cold on the table, and June asleep in the room above, and the orchard outside in the dark. And he kissed her the way a man kisses a woman he's been learning to deserve for 4 years, slowly, with attention, with apology and without shame. And when she set her hand against the side of his face, he turned his mouth into her palm and stayed there a long moment, breathing. He took her upstairs. What happened between them in his room, in his bed, under the slow light of a single lamp belongs to them. It was not theatrical. It was not a recovery of lost time. It was a long, careful, attentive learning in which she told him when to stay and when to come closer and when to be still, and he listened to her the way he had once listened to the irrigation in the rose, with the whole of his attention, because a man who has spent his life keeping things alive in dry country knows how to listen to the small signals of what is thirsty and what has had enough. She wept once. He did not ask her why. He waited. She told him, when she was ready, that she had not believed, in the camp, that she would be touched again in a room she had chosen to be in, and she had taught herself not to grieve it, and she was grieving it now, and the grief was not because of him, but because she'd had to learn the lesson at all. He held her while she said it. In the morning, very early, before June was awake, he said, "I will not ask you to marry me yet." "No, the law will change. Hashimoto says it will. There is a case." "Yes. When it changes, I will ask. If you say yes then, I will know it is because you want to, and not because it is the only thing keeping you here." "That is right." "And if you say no," he said, "I will still be here. I'm not going anywhere, Sachiko. That is the new arrangement." She looked at him in the grey beginning of the light through his window, and she thought, "I have come home not to a place, but to a man who has learned to stand still." "All right," she said. The court ruled in October. She heard it on the radio in the schoolroom she had opened, on a half-acre of the Reed Ranch that Samuel had cleared with Joe Garza and his cousins. The room had 10 desks and a stove and a shelf of donated books, and along one wall a long low window that opened onto the garden she and June were rebuilding. There were marigolds along the south fence, descended 4 generations now from the seeds in the tobacco tin. There was a desert rose in a clay pot by the door, grown from a cutting Reiko had pressed into Sachiko's hand on the morning the camp closed, with the instruction, plant this when no one can decide whether you deserve to bloom. The rose had bloomed in May. She heard the news on the radio and she set down the chalk and she went and stood at the window and looked out at the garden. And she did not cry, because she had not cried at the hearing either, and she had decided somewhere in the desert that her crying belonged to her and not to history. Samuel came in from the orchard at dusk. He had heard it on the truck radio. He stood in the doorway with his hat in his hand and said, "Sachiko." "I heard." "Will you marry me?" "Yes," she said. "Of course I will." They were married at the county courthouse on the 14th of November. June carried marigolds. Joe and Luz Garza stood as their witnesses. Reiko came down from Sacramento on the train in a dark blue dress and the same shoes she had walked out of Arroyo Mesa in, and she held Sachiko's hand on the courthouse steps and said, in Japanese, "You have planted yourself well." Mabel Blakely sent a card. It was a plain card with a pressed pansy inside it, and it said, "I am glad." MB Sachiko kept the card. She did not answer it, and she did not throw it away. And Mabel, who had also learned some things, did not ask her to. Calvin Dwyer did not send anything. He had not spoken to Samuel in 3 years. He never would again. He died in 1953, and his orchard was bought by his nephew, who married a woman from Stockton and named one of his daughters June, not for the Reed girl but for the month, although the coincidence was noted at the time. That afternoon, after the courthouse and the small lunch at the farmhouse, with Joe and Luce and Reiko and June, Sachiko walked out with Samuel through the orchard to the fence between the ranch and the school garden. He had brought a claw hammer. He was going to take the fence down. She set her hand on his wrist. "Leave a piece of it," she said. He looked at her. "Why?" She thought about it. She wanted to give him an answer that was the size of the question. "Because a fence is a thing that was made by people," she said. "And the people who made it are still alive. And the people who came after them are still alive. And if we pretend there was no fence, then we will pretend there was no choice. I want there to have been a choice. I want our children, if we have them, and the children in that schoolroom, and June's children, to be able to walk through a gate and know that someone once decided to open it. A field is not the same as a garden, Samuel. A garden is a place where someone chose." He looked at her for a long time. Then he set the hammer down in the dirt and took the 2 old posts and the cross rail between them, and he straightened them where they leaned, and he tamped the dirt around their bases with the heel of his boot, and he stood back beside her, and the gate, sagging a little on its hinge but answering when pushed, stood open between the orchard and the school garden in the late November light. June came up behind them with the marigold still in her hand. "Are you going to leave it like that?" she asked. "Yes," Sachiko said. "We're going to leave it like that. Forever? For as long as we are here to leave it." June considered this. She was 16, and she had been considering things for the last 6 years, with the seriousness of a person twice her age. Then she did something she had not done since she was 9. She slipped her hand into Sachiko's hand, and she slipped her other hand into her father's, and the 3 of them stood at the open gate in the late light, with the marigolds glowing along the south fence and the young peach trees moving in the small wind, and somewhere beyond, in the schoolroom that would open Monday morning for the first class of the spring term, a kettle was beginning to whistle on the stove that Joe Garza had lit for them, and someone, Reiko probably, was calling them in for tea. They went in. The fence remained. The gate stayed open. The end. The quiet return. The airport smelled of burnt coffee and recycled air, underlaid with something else, jet fuel perhaps, or the accumulated exhaustion of 10,000 travellers passing through. Margaret stood with her hands clasped before her, watching their son's back disappear into the security line. He was 20 now, confident in his shoulders, wearing the backpack they'd bought him just last week. When he turned to wave, just once briefly, his smile held no uncertainty, no shadow of homesickness. He was ready. He had always been ready. She felt David shift beside her, heard the small intake of breath that meant he was fighting something down. After 23 years of marriage, she knew all his tells, the way he pressed his thumb against his forefinger when he was anxious, the particular stillness he assumed when emotions threatened to overwhelm him. He was doing it now, going very quiet beside her, a man turned to stone. He didn't look back twice, she said, and was surprised by the steadiness of her own voice. No, David's voice was quiet, careful. That's good, isn't it? That's what we wanted. They had wanted it, had raised all 3 children to be sturdy and self-sufficient, to leave without tearing, without the terrible clinging that had marked Margaret's own departure from her mother's house 30 years ago. But now, standing in Terminal B while strangers rushed past with their urgent destinations and rolling suitcases and crying babies, Margaret felt the absence of urgency in herself like a physical thing, a hollowness. She and David had nowhere they needed to be, nothing pressing waiting for them at home. For the first time in 2 decades, they were simply unnecessary. "Coffee?" David asked. "I've had 3 cups already. My hands are shaking." "So have I." They stayed anyway, sitting at a small table near the windows, watching planes lift into the colourless dawn. The chairs were uncomfortable, moulded plastic designed to discourage loitering. The other patrons were mostly business travellers, typing urgently on laptops, their faces illuminated by blue screen glow. A janitor pushed a mop across the floor in wide, methodical arcs. Neither spoke. The silence between them was not uncomfortable. They had lived together for 23 years, had learned the architecture of each other's quiet, but it was no longer full. It was simply present, like furniture, like wallpaper, like all the things in a house you stop seeing because they've been there too long. Margaret watched a mother across the terminal trying to wrangle 2 small children into submission. The woman looked exhausted, her hair escaping from its ponytail, a stain of something, juice, yogurt, on her shirt. One of the children was crying, that particular pitch that goes straight through the skull. The mother's face held a grimness Margaret recognised, that expression of someone enduring rather than enjoying, just trying to get through the next 5 minutes and then the 5 minutes after that. "That was us," she said, nodding toward the woman. David followed her gaze. "God, yes. Remember that flight to Florida when Emma was 2? She screamed for 4 hours straight. The man in front of us actually asked if we could make her stop, as if we were choosing not to. You were so angry. I thought you might hit him. I wanted to." David's mouth quirked in something that wasn't quite a smile. But then Emma threw up on him instead, and that seemed like justice enough. Margaret felt herself laugh, actually laugh, a sound that surprised them both. I'd forgotten that part. "I haven't. His face was—" David shook his head. "Pure poetry." The memory sat between them, warm and strange. When was the last time they'd laughed together? Really laughed. Not the polite chuckle that accompanied some shared observation about the news or the neighbours. When they finally rose to leave, David's hand briefly touched the small of her back, guiding her through the crowd. It was an automatic gesture, husbandly and protective, the kind of touch that meant nothing except habit. But Margaret felt the warmth of it through her coat and wondered when touch had become so rare between them that she noticed it. When had his hand on her back become remarkable instead of ordinary? The drive home took 40 minutes through thickening traffic. David handled the morning rush with the same steady competence he brought to everything. Bill paying, dinner conversation, the careful architecture of their separate lives under one roof. Margaret watched the suburbs slide past, the same route they'd driven 1,000 times, ferrying children to practices and friends' houses and orthodontist appointments and birthday parties at bowling alleys, where the pizza was always terrible and the noise was always deafening. "I should start dinner early," she said as they pulled into the driveway. "Emma has that presentation tomorrow." David turned off the engine but didn't move. He looked at her for a long moment, and she saw something in his face she couldn't quite name. Sadness, maybe, or recognition. "Margaret," he said gently, "Emma's at college." She blinked. The garage door stood open before them, dark and empty. "Of course, I meant—" But she hadn't meant anything. The habit of feeding children, of planning meals around their schedules, had simply filled her mouth with words. Her brain still ran on the old rhythms: wake, feed, organize, manage, endure, even though there was no one left to feed. Inside, the house seemed larger. Thomas would be home from university in 3 months, but his absence had been familiar for 2 years now. Emma's room still smelled faintly of her perfume, but she called only twice a week, her voice bright with new independence. And now James, the middle child, the easy one, the boy who had never given them a moment's worry, was gone too. Margaret stood in the kitchen, staring at the refrigerator. She had bought groceries yesterday. Chicken breasts, fresh vegetables, the ingredients for meals that now seemed absurdly large. "We could order in," David said from the doorway. "We could. Or I could make pasta, the simple kind." She turned to look at him. He had loosened his tie, and in the afternoon light filtering through the window, she could see the grey threading through his hair more clearly than she had in years. When had that happened? When had she stopped looking? "I'll help," she said. They worked in the kitchen together, moving around each other with long practice. David chopped garlic while Margaret set water to boil. He had good hands, she noticed, careful and precise. Hands that had held their babies, built bookshelves, steadied her elbow when she slipped on ice. "Do you remember," David said, not looking up from the cutting board, "when James was 3 and he insisted on wearing his Superman cape to the grocery store?" Margaret felt herself smile. "He wore it for 6 months straight. I had to wash it at night while he slept. You cried the day it finally fell apart." "I didn't cry." "You did. I saw you." David scraped the garlic into the pan, and the kitchen filled with its sharp, warm scent. "You were standing at the washing machine holding that tattered red thing, and your shoulders were shaking." Margaret remembered. She remembered everything. The weight of that small cape in her hands, the knowledge that James would wake up and ask for it, and she would have to tell him it was gone, that he was too old for it anyway, that growing up meant letting things fall apart. "I should have sewn it," she said quietly. "You couldn't have saved it forever." The pasta water began to boil, too loud for conversation. Margaret measured out the spaghetti, watching it soften and bend in the heat. They ate at the kitchen table, just the two of them, and the silence was different now. Not empty, but full of things, unsaid. That night, Margaret couldn't sleep. She lay in the darkness, listening to David's steady breathing beside her. They had shared this bed for more than 2 decades, but somewhere in the endless nights of infant feedings and childhood illnesses and teenage anxieties, they had learned to sleep separately within it. She on her side, he on his, an ocean of sheets between them. She thought about James at the airport turning to wave. She thought about the way David's hand had felt on her back. She thought about the last time they had touched each other with intention. 2. The days developed a new rhythm, slow and uncertain. Margaret still woke early. Her body, trained by years of infant feedings and school drop-offs, refused to sleep past 6:30. But instead of packing lunches and signing permission slips, she found herself reading the newspaper over coffee. Actually reading it, not just skimming headlines while simultaneously making breakfast and finding lost shoes and arbitrating sibling disputes. The silence of the house was profound. She could hear the refrigerator humming, the creak of the floors settling, the distant bark of the Hendersons' dog 3 houses down. David came down later, his hair still damp from the shower, smelling of soap and shaving cream. He would pour his coffee and sit across from her at the kitchen table, and they would exist in the same space without the buffer of children's chatter, without the blessed distraction of other people's needs. It should have been easy. They had longed for this, hadn't they? Those exhausted nights when the baby wouldn't sleep, and the toddler had an ear infection, and the preteen was having a meltdown about some social crisis at school. Someday, they used to say to each other, someday we'll have time for ourselves again. But now that someday had arrived, and neither of them quite knew what to do with it. The Hendersons are selling their house, Margaret said one morning, pointing to the real estate section. The newspaper crinkled under her finger, and she noticed absently that her nails needed trimming. Already? They only moved in, 5 years ago? 6, right before Emma started high school. Everything was measured that way, Margaret realised. Before Thomas went to college, after James got his driver's licence, when Emma had braces. Their kids are grown, they're downsizing. She said it neutrally, but the word hung between them. Downsizing, as if children were inventory that had been sold off, as if the space they took up could simply be eliminated like clearing out a storage closet. David looked at her over his coffee cup. Do you want to downsize? I don't know what I want. It was the most honest thing she'd said in years. The conversations began to unspool after that. Small admissions, tentative and testing. Margaret told him about the book she was reading. Not a summary, but what it made her feel. David described a piece of music he'd heard on the radio, how it had made him pull over to the side of the road just to listen. I'd forgotten, he said, that you could do that. Just stop and pay attention to something beautiful. They went for walks in the evening, circling the neighbourhood while the light faded. David pointed out houses they had admired when they first moved here, when everything was new and full of possibility. Margaret remembered the way they used to walk then, his hand in hers, talking about the family they would build. We did it, she said one evening, pausing beneath a maple tree. We built what we imagined. We did. So why does it feel like we lost something along the way? David was quiet for a long moment. A car passed, its headlights briefly illuminating his face. I think we lost ourselves, he said finally. Or maybe we just forgot to look. That night they sat together on the sofa, not at opposite ends as they usually did, but in the middle, their shoulders nearly touching. They were watching some forgettable programme, but Margaret was acutely aware of the small distance between them, the warmth radiating from his body. When David's hand moved to rest on the cushion between them, she stared at it. Long fingers, a callus on his thumb from where he held his pen. She remembered those hands on her skin, remembered the way he used to trace the curve of her hip in the darkness, wordless and reverent. Margaret, he said, and his voice was rough. I miss you. I'm right here. Are you? She turned to look at him then, really look at him, and saw something she hadn't expected. Desire, naked and uncertain in his eyes. It frightened her, that look, not because it was unwelcome, but because she felt it echo in her own chest, fierce and terrifying. I don't know how to do this anymore, she whispered. Neither do I. But when he reached for her hand, she let him take it. His palm was warm, familiar and strange at once. They sat like that, hands joined, watching the television neither of them was seeing, and Margaret felt something unlock inside her chest. The fear came later, as she knew it would. Margaret lay awake at 3 a.m, David asleep beside her, and felt panic rising in her throat like water filling a drowning person's lungs. What were they doing? They had survived years of parallel living by not asking too much of each other, by accepting that love could be quiet and steady and safe, that it could exist in the margins of child-rearing and bill-paying and all the mundane necessities of a shared life. This new thing between them, this wanting, was none of those things. It was dangerous. She thought of all the ways they could hurt each other, all the ways they had already hurt each other, with silence and absence and the slow erosion of intimacy. The night she'd gone to bed crying about something. She couldn't even remember what, and he hadn't noticed. The year he'd been so consumed with work that she'd felt like a single parent, managing everything alone. The 1,000 small abandonments that had taught them both to stop reaching. What if they tried and failed? What if this rekindling was just the shock of the empty nest, a grief-stricken grasping at what used to be? What if they were two people who had grown so far apart that physical proximity couldn't bridge the distance? Worse, what if she opened herself to him again, let herself want him again, need him again, and he left? Not physically, but emotionally. What if he pulled away the moment she became vulnerable? Outside, rain had begun to fall, tapping against the windows. The sound was almost comforting, but not quite. Nothing was comforting at 3 a.m. when your heart was racing and your thoughts were spiralling, and the person sleeping peacefully beside you seemed like a stranger. The next morning, she was careful, polite. She made coffee and toast and kept her hands busy, wiping down counters that were already clean, reorganizing the spice cabinet, anything to avoid looking at him directly. David noticed. Of course he noticed. "What is it?" he asked. "Nothing. I'm fine." "Margaret." "I have errands to run." She left the house and drove aimlessly, ending up at the park where they used to take the children. The playground was full of young mothers, their toddlers shrieking with joy on the swings. Margaret watched them and felt impossibly old. Her phone buzzed. A text from David. "Wherever you are, it's okay. Take your time." She sat on a bench and cried. When she came home, David was in the garden, pulling weeds from the flower bed she had neglected all summer. He looked up when he heard the car but didn't come to her, didn't demand explanations. He just went back to his work, patient and present. Margaret stood at the window and watched him. His shirt was damp with sweat, his movements steady and methodical. He had always been like this, reliable, constant there, and she had mistaken reliability for the absence of passion, had thought that because he didn't speak of desire, he didn't feel it. But she remembered now, David had never been a man of words. He spoke in actions, in small gestures, in the way he noticed what she needed before she asked. He spoke in the garden he was tending because she had once mentioned loving roses. She went outside. The afternoon sun was warm on her shoulders, and the scent of earth and growing things filled the air. "David." He looked up, squinting against the light. "I'm afraid," she said. He stood slowly, brushing dirt from his hands. "Of what?" "Of wanting you. Of wanting this. Of everything changing." "Everything has already changed." "I know." She took a step closer. "That's what scares me." David crossed the space between them in 3 strides. He didn't touch her, but he stood close enough that she could feel the heat of him, could see the pulse beating in his throat. "I'm afraid too," he said. "I've been afraid for years. Afraid that you'd wake up one day and realize you'd wasted your life on someone who couldn't give you what you needed. Someone who turned love into a list of responsibilities and forgot about joy." "David, let me finish." His hands were shaking. "I know I failed you. I know I let the marriage become something hollow. But Margaret, I never stopped wanting you. I never stopped loving you. I just stopped believing I had the right to ask for more." Margaret felt something crack open inside her. All the careful control, all the years of managing and enduring and surviving. She reached for him, and he caught her hands, and they stood in the garden like that, holding on, neither of them quite brave enough to close the final distance. "What if we break?" she whispered. "What if we don't?" The sun slanted through the trees, painting everything gold. Margaret looked at her husband, his lined face, his gentle eyes, his hands still holding hers like she was something precious, and made a choice. She kissed him. It was tentative at first, a question more than an answer. But David made a sound low in his throat and pulled her closer, and suddenly they were 23 again, standing in his college apartment, drowning in each other. Except this was better because it was earned, because they knew what they had nearly lost. When they finally pulled apart, both breathing hard, David rested his forehead against hers. "Come inside," he said. "I fee." They moved through the house like sleepwalkers, hands joined, not speaking. Margaret felt her heart hammering against her ribs, felt the blood rushing in her ears. The afternoon light slanted through the windows, painting everything in shades of honey and amber. She was acutely aware of everything. The creak of the stairs under their feet, the smell of the jasmine candle she'd lit that morning, the particular way David's thumb moved across her knuckles as he led her upstairs. The bedroom. Door closed behind them with a soft click, and then they were alone in the dimness, the curtains drawn against the afternoon. Dust motes danced in the thin bar of light that escaped through the gap. David cupped her face in his hands, his palms warm against her cheeks. "Are you sure?" The question undid her. After 23 years, he was still asking permission, still treating her like someone whose answer mattered. She had forgotten this about him, this fundamental gentleness, this respect that had never wavered even when everything else between them had. She answered by kissing him again, deeper this time, her hands finding the buttons of his shirt. Her fingers trembled slightly, and she fumbled with the second button. He helped her, shrugging out of it, and she pressed her palms to his bare chest, feeling the steady thrum of his heartbeat, the warmth of his skin, the slight roughness of hair beneath her fingers. "I'd forgotten," she murmured, "how warm you are." His laugh was shaky, breathless. "I'd forgotten everything. How you taste, how you feel." He kissed her neck, her collarbone, the hollow at the base of her neck. "How you make that sound when I—" She did make a sound then, surprise and pleasure mingled, because his mouth had found the spot just below her ear that had always undone her, that he apparently still remembered after all these years of not touching. They undressed each other slowly, reverently, relearning the landscape of familiar bodies. Margaret traced the scar on his shoulder from the bike accident when James was 5. He'd been teaching the boy to ride without training wheels and had somehow ended up going over the handlebars himself. David kissed the stretch marks on her belly, the evidence of the children they'd made together, the silver lines she had once hated and now wore like battle scars. "You're beautiful," he said against her skin, his breath warm. "I'm older. So am I. We earned this." His hands moved, up her sides, making her shiver, making her arch toward him. "We earned each other, every line, every mark, every year." When they finally came together, it was not the frantic coupling of their youth, all urgency and inexperience. It was deliberate and intense, a conversation conducted in touch and breath, and the sounds they made without words. David moved above her with aching slowness, watching her face, and Margaret met his gaze and did not look away. This was not performance. This was recognition. She traced the line of his jaw, roughened now with afternoon stubble, the corner of his mouth, the small crescent scar above his eyebrow where he'd been hit with a baseball in 3rd grade. He caught her hand and kissed her palm, then her wrist, then the inside of her elbow, his mouth hot against her skin, and she felt herself unravelling, all the careful distance she had maintained for years dissolving in the heat of his attention. "Margaret," he breathed, and her name in his mouth was a prayer, a claim, a promise. God, Margaret. When they peeked together, it was like a door opening onto a room she had forgotten existed. A room full of light and air and the possibility of joy. She cried out, and he swallowed the sound with his mouth, his body shuddering against hers, his hands fisted in the sheets beside her head. Afterward they lay tangled in the sheets, sweaty and breathless, David's hand moving idly through her hair. She could feel his heart still racing against her side, could feel the tremor in his fingers. "I love you," he said, his voice raw. "I need you to know that. Not past tense, not in spite of everything. Just love. Present. Ongoing. You." Margaret turned in his arms to face him. His eyes were very blue, very clear, and there was something naked in them that made her chest ache. "I love you too," she said. "I think I forgot how to say it out loud, how to believe anyone wanted to hear it. Then we'll practice." He kissed her forehead, her nose, her mouth. "Every day. We'll practice until it feels normal again." They made love again as the sun set, slower this time, exploratory and playful. Margaret discovered that David was ticklish behind his knee. David discovered that she liked having her hair pulled, just a little. They laughed and touched and learned each other again, and the years fell away like old skin. V. The house was quiet when Margaret woke. Early morning light filtered through the curtains, painting everything in shades of pearl and rose. David was still asleep beside her, one arm flung across her waist, his breath warm and steady against her shoulder. In sleep, his face looked younger, the worry lines smoothed out, his mouth soft. She lay very still, afraid to move, afraid to break whatever spell had been cast. Her body ached in unfamiliar places, good aches, earned aches. She felt tender and open, like something long frozen had finally thawed. But as the light strengthened and the world outside began to wake, birds singing in the oak tree outside their window, a car starting somewhere down the street, she understood that this was not a spell. This was not some temporary enchantment that would dissolve with daylight. This was a choice they would have to make again and again, every day for the rest of their lives. The choice to reach instead of retreat, to speak instead of silence, to risk instead of protect. David stirred, his eyes opening slowly. When he saw her watching him, he smiled. A real smile, unguarded and warm, the smile she remembered from their early days when everything was new and terrifying and wonderful. "Hi," he said, his voice rough with sleep. "Hi. Still here?" "Still here." He pulled her closer, kissing her temple, her cheekbone, the corner of her mouth. "Good. That's good." They rose eventually, moving through the morning routine with a new awareness of each other. Every casual touch was electric, his hand on the small of her back as he reached past her for the coffee mugs, her fingers brushing his as she handed him the milk, the way their knees touched under the table. David made coffee while Margaret showered, and she came down to find him standing at the stove making eggs, humming something under his breath. She paused in the doorway just watching him. He had put on an old sweater, the navy blue one with the fraying cuffs that she'd been threatening to throw away for 3 years. His hair was still messy from sleep, standing up in tufts at the crown where she'd run her fingers through it last night. "You're singing," she said. He turned, spatula in hand, looking sheepish. "I am, aren't I? Can't even carry a tune." "I haven't heard you sing in years." I haven't had anything to sing about." He said it simply, without drama, but the words landed between them with weight. Margaret crossed the kitchen and wrapped her arms around him from behind, resting her cheek against his back. She could feel the solid warmth of him, the rise and fall of his breathing. He covered her hands with his, and they stood like that while the eggs cooked, just breathing together, just being. The days that followed were not perfect. They still had difficult conversations, still navigated old hurts and new uncertainties. Margaret found herself angry one afternoon about something David had said, something thoughtless about her mother, and instead of swallowing it, she told him, actually told him. And instead of getting defensive, he apologised. Actually apologised without qualifications or excuses. "You're right," he said. "That was unkind. I'm sorry." She had stood in the kitchen, dish towel in hand, staring at him like he'd spoken a foreign language. They talked about money, about retirement, about whether they should finally replace the ancient water heater. They talked about the year Emma was 12 and had stopped speaking to Margaret for a month, and how terrified Margaret had been that she'd lost her daughter forever. They talked about the night Thomas called from college, drunk and crying, admitting he'd failed 2 classes, and how David had driven 4 hours in the dark to bring him home. They talked, and in talking they remembered who they were, not just parents, not just co-managers of a household, but people with histories and fears and desires all their own. Margaret caught herself smiling at odd moments, folding laundry and remembering the way David had kissed the inside of her wrist that morning, driving to the grocery store and thinking about the way he'd looked at her across the breakfast table, reading in bed while David worked beside her, and feeling a contentment so profound it was almost painful. David touched her constantly, casually, a hand on her shoulder as he passed, fingers tangling with hers while they watched television, kisses dropped on the top of her head for no reason at all. As if he were making up for lost time, as if he were afraid she might disappear if he didn't keep reaching. When Emma called on Sunday, she heard it immediately. "Mum, you sound different. Are you okay?" Margaret looked across the room to where David sat reading the newspaper, his reading glasses perched on his nose, completely absorbed in whatever article had caught his attention. As if sensing her gaze, he looked up and winked. Actually winked, like they were conspirators in some delicious secret. "I'm fine, sweetheart. Better than fine." "Is Dad there?" "Yes," Margaret said, warmth flooding through her. "He's here." She thought about telling Emma everything, about the airport and the garden and the way they had found each other again in the wreckage of an empty nest, about how sometimes the things you think you've lost forever are just waiting for you to remember they exist. But some things were too private, too precious to share. Some things were just for them. "We miss you," Margaret said instead. "Both of us. Very much." "I miss you too. But Mum, you really do sound happy. Really happy." After she hung up, David came to sit beside her on the sofa, close enough that their thighs pressed together. "Everything all right?" "Everything's good." Margaret leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder, breathing in the scent of him, laundry, detergent and coffee and something essentially him that she'd loved since she was 22 years old. "Emma thinks I sound happy." "Do you? Feel happy?" She considered the question seriously. Happiness seemed too small a word for what she felt, this deep, abiding sense of rightness, of having come home to herself and to him, of having been lost and found herself found. "Yes," she said finally, "I do. Terrifyingly happy. Terrifyingly. Because I could lose it again. Lose you again. Lose us." David was quiet for a moment, his arm tightening around her. "You could," he said. "We could. That's always the risk, isn't it? That's what makes it worth something, knowing it's fragile, knowing we have to tend it." That evening they stood together in the kitchen, cooking dinner side by side. It was an ordinary moment, vegetables sizzling in a pan, music playing softly on the radio, the smell of garlic and wine in the air. But Margaret understood now that ordinary moments were the ones that mattered, that a marriage was not built on grand gestures, but on the small daily choice to be present with each other, to show up, to try. David set down his knife and turned to her, his expression serious. "I want to do this right," he said. "Not perfectly. I know we'll stumble. I know there will be days when we're tired or frustrated, or when old patterns try to reassert themselves. But I want to really try, to really live with you, not just alongside you. I want that too. Then we'll figure it out, together." He picked up her hand, studied it like he was memorizing it. "We'll keep figuring it out every day until we get it right, and even then we'll keep trying." He kissed her, and Margaret tasted wine on his lips, tasted promise and commitment and the sweetness of second chances. When they pulled apart, she saw her whole future in his eyes, not the future she'd imagined at 20, full of romance and adventure and passionate declarations, but something better, a future built on honesty and effort and the deep knowledge of what they had almost lost, a future built on choosing each other again and again and again. Outside, the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of amber and violet and deep rose. The house was quiet around them, full of memories and possibility. Their children were out in the world, becoming themselves, strong and capable and ready, just as they'd hoped. And here in the kitchen, in the golden light of evening, two people who had loved each other for half their lives were learning to love each other again. It was enough. It was everything. It was just the beginning. The end. If this is enough. The clock in Dr. Raman's office ticks with the aggressive precision of something expensive. She watches the second hand complete another rotation, while her husband shifts beside her on the cream-coloured sofa, his hand resting on his knee, close enough to reach for hers but separate. "Let's try something different today," Dr. Raman says, her pen poised above her yellow legal pad. "I'd like each of you to write a letter to the other, not to share aloud, just to write. Sometimes we discover what we mean by seeing it on the page. The assignment feels both absurd and dangerous. They've been married for 7 years. What could possibly need to be written that hasn't already been said in the careful architecture of their shared life?" But she takes the paper Dr. Raman offers, and so does he. "Dear Michael, do you remember the library? Not ours, the one where we met. November, I think, or maybe early December. You were in the economics section, and I was supposed to be researching 18th century literature, but I'd gotten distracted by the way the afternoon light came through those tall windows. You looked up and our eyes met, and for just a moment I thought, but I didn't think anything. That's the truth. Or if I did, I thought, this is someone I could know. This is someone safe." She stops writing, looks up. Michael's pen moves steadily across his page, his brow furrowed in that familiar expression of concentration. She spent 7 years watching that face, learning its vocabulary of small tensions and releases. The scholarship that brought her to that campus had felt like a lifeline, a way out of a childhood spent making do, making less seem like enough. She'd learned early that gratitude was its own form of currency, that if you were careful and quiet and didn't ask for too much, people would let you stay. Michael had been careful too, she realizes now, methodical in his affection, building their relationship like one of his economic models, variables controlled, outcomes predicted, risk minimized. 5 more minutes, Dr. Raman says gently. You proposed in that same library, do you remember? In the archives room where no one ever went. You said you'd been carrying the ring for 2 months, waiting for the perfect moment. But then you realized that we didn't need perfect. We needed real. I said yes immediately, I didn't hesitate. Why didn't I hesitate? She sets down her pen. That last line wasn't supposed to appear. She folds the paper quickly before Michael can see, before Dr. Rahman can ask her to share. Time, Dr. Rahman says. You can keep those, or share them later, if you choose. But I want you both to notice. How did it feel to write to each other rather than speak? Michael clears his throat. Easier, he says, and harder. She nods, still clutching her folded paper. That night, in their carefully curated bedroom, grey walls, white bedding, a single framed photograph from their honeymoon. In Montreal, she lies awake listening to Michael's breathing slow and deepen. The letter's in her purse downstairs in the kitchen where she left it. She should destroy it. Instead, she gets up quietly, goes downstairs in the dark and writes another. Dear Michael, what if careful isn't enough? What if all this time we've been so busy building something stable that we forgot to ask if it was what we actually wanted? I'm afraid that if I say this out loud, you'll think I'm ungrateful, or worse, that I'm someone who doesn't know how to be satisfied. My mother used to say that about women who left their marriages. She didn't know when she had it good. But here's what I can't stop thinking about. What if having it good isn't the same as having it right? What if I'm hungry for something I can't even name? She folds this letter too, puts it in the back of the drawer where she keeps old receipts and expired coupons and other small evidences of a life being lived within careful margins. Upstairs, Michael is still sleeping. She stands in the doorway and watches him. This good man, this kind man, this man who has never once raised his voice or forgotten an anniversary, or failed to notice when she's had a hard day. This man she married because he felt like safety. This man she's beginning to realise she's never fully desired. The thought stops her breath. She goes back downstairs, pulls out the letter, adds one more line. What if I told you that sometimes I dream about running? Not from you, never from you, just running, into something I can't see yet, something that might be waiting, if only I were brave enough to look. She puts the letter away and goes back to bed. Michael turns toward her in his sleep, his arm draping across her waist with the unconscious familiarity of 7 years of shared nights. She lies very still and thinks about the library, about that first moment, about how she told herself that what she felt wasn't disappointment but something more, mature, relief. Relief that she'd found someone who wouldn't ask her to be anything other than what she already was, someone who would never require her to run. The clock on the nightstand ticks through the dark hours. Outside, November rain begins to fall on their tidy neighbourhood with its tidy lawns and its tidy lives, and she lies there, awake and still, wondering if the problem with careful is that it never has to be brave. Dr. Rahman assigns homework. Spend 30 minutes each day in conversation without solving anything. Just talk, she says. See what emerges when you're not trying to fix it. They choose evening walks. Their neighbourhood is designed for them. Young professionals with modest but growing ambitions. Trees planted at mathematically pleasing intervals. Sidewalks smooth enough for running strollers though they don't have children yet. Haven't decided if they want them. Or rather, haven't decided if they want the version of themselves that would have them. Tell me something I don't know, Michael says on the third walk. His hands are in his pockets. They're not holding hands these days, though neither has acknowledged the shift. She thinks for a long time. The air smells like chimney smoke and fallen leaves. Someone is cooking dinner. Garlic, butter, something rich. I'm not sure I know how to be happy, she says finally. He stops walking. What? I know how to be grateful. I know how to be satisfied. I know how to make a list of everything that's good and tell myself that's enough. But actual happiness, the kind where you're not checking to make sure it's still there, I don't know if I've ever felt that. Not sustained. Not without underneath it this feeling that it could all be taken away. Michael stands very still. A leaf falls between them. Because of your childhood, he says carefully, not a question. Maybe, probably. Does it matter why? It matters because... He stops, starts again. Because I've spent 7 years trying to give you security. I thought that was what you needed. I thought if I could just be stable enough, present enough, if I could prove that I wasn't going anywhere, you thought you could fix me. I thought I could love you into feeling safe. She looks at him then, really looks, and sees something she's never allowed herself to see before. He's terrified too. Terrified that love might not be enough. Terrified that all his careful constancy might be insufficient. Michael, she says softly, what if neither of us can be fixed? They walk in silence after that. 3 more blocks, then home to the house they bought together, the mortgage they split exactly down the middle, the life they've architected with such meticulous fairness. In the kitchen, making tea, he says, "Do you remember the night before our wedding?" She nods. They'd stayed apart that night, observing tradition. She'd been at her mother's house, in her childhood bedroom, staring at the ceiling and thinking about thresholds. "I almost called you," he says, "around midnight. I wanted to, I don't know, make sure you were sure." "Why didn't you?" "Because I was afraid you'd say you weren't." The kettle whistles. Neither moves to turn it off. "And now?" she asks. "Now I'm afraid you'll say you weren't. Past tense. That you made a mistake and you've been too kind to tell me." She turns off the burner, pours water over tea bags, watching the colour bloom and spread. "I don't think I made a mistake," she says slowly. "I think I made the safest choice I knew how to make. And I think maybe we both did." He takes his mug, wraps both hands around it though the ceramic is too hot. Is safe such a terrible thing to be? His voice is barely audible. No, but it might be a terrible thing to settle for. That night they lie in bed without touching. Not angry, not distant, just separate. She can feel the inches between them like a physical presence, a gap that contains all the words they don't know how to say. "Can I tell you something?" Michael says into the dark. "Yes." "When we met, I was in love with someone else, a woman from my ethics seminar. She was... God, she was brilliant. Terrifying. She said whatever she thought and didn't apologise, and she wanted things loudly, demanded them. She was going to change the world, and she knew it." He pauses. She doesn't speak. "And I was drawn to her like gravity, but I was also exhausted by her. Every conversation felt like a test I was failing. Every silence felt like an accusation. When she finally ended it, told me I was too careful, too timid, that I'd never actually take a risk, I was devastated and relieved. And then you met me," she says quietly. "And then I met you, and you didn't require anything I couldn't give. You didn't push, you didn't demand, you just accepted. Me, us, this." He turns toward her, though they still don't touch. "I thought that was love," he says, "the absence of fear, the presence of peace. What do you think it is now?" "I don't know anymore, but I think maybe love is supposed to ask something of you, supposed to require you to grow, and I think I chose you because you let me stay exactly who I was." The confession hangs in the air between them, not cruel, but devastating in its honesty. "Why are you telling me this?" she whispers. "Because Dr. Rahman said to tell you something you don't know, and because if we're going to do this, actually do this, figure out if this marriage can be something more than safe, then I need you to know that I'm as afraid as you are." She reaches out then, not to comfort, but to confirm. Her hand finds his in the dark, palm to palm. His skin is warm, familiar. They lie like that for a long time, holding hands like teenagers, like people who don't yet know how to ask for more than this small connection. "I've been writing letters," she says finally. "Letters I don't send. To you." "What do they say?" "Things I'm afraid to say out. Loud." Will you show me? I don't know. Maybe. Eventually. His thumb moves across her knuckles, a small gesture that contains multitudes. I want to read them, he says, even if they hurt, especially if they hurt. She thinks about the drawer downstairs, about the folded papers accumulating like small acts of sedition. Letters that say, what if this isn't enough? What if I need something I can't name? What if the life we've built is a beautiful prison and neither of us has the courage to ask for the key? Okay, she says, but not yet. I'm not ready yet. When you are. They fall asleep still holding hands, but in the morning she wakes alone. Michael is already up, already dressed, already performing the morning routine that shapes their days. Coffee made, newspaper skimmed, emails checked. When she comes downstairs, he kisses her forehead, a habit so ingrained neither of them remembers when it started, and asks if she slept well. Fine, she says, though she dreamed all night, of running. On their next walk, he asks her about desire. Not just, I don't mean sex, though that too, but what do you desire? If you could have anything, be anything, do anything. The question is so enormous she almost laughs. I don't know. That's the problem. I don't know how to want things, not real things, not things that might require me to be selfish or difficult or demanding. Try, he says. Just try. What if there were no consequences? What if you couldn't fail? What if I wasn't here to disappoint? They've stopped walking. They're standing under a streetlight that's flickering, some malfunction in its timing, so it keeps going dark and then bright again, dark and then bright. I want, she says slowly, testing each word, to feel necessary, not needed in the way that's about function, not about being useful or good or appropriate. I want to feel like my presence in the world makes some kind of essential difference, like I'm not just, she struggles for the word, interchangeable. The light flickers. In the darkness she can barely see his face. You've never felt that? He asks. With me? I felt cherished, protected, valued. She takes a breath. But not necessary. Not like if I disappeared, there would be a hole in the shape of me. More like I've been a good solution to the problem of your loneliness. It's the most honest thing she's ever said to him, and she braces for his anger, his hurt, his defence. Instead, he says, yes, I think that's fair. The light comes back on. They look at each other. I don't know how to love someone in the way you're describing, he says. I don't know if I'm capable of that kind of intensity, obsession, whatever you want to call it. I love through steadiness, through showing up, through being present and predictable, and I don't know if that will ever feel like enough to you. I don't know either, she admits. They walk home in silence, but something has shifted. Not resolution, but recognition. That night she writes another letter. Dear Michael, you asked what I desire. Here's the truth. I desire to be devoured. Not destroyed, devoured. I want someone to need me the way fire needs air. I want to be looked at like I'm the answer to a question someone's been asking their whole life. I want to matter urgently, not just steadily. And I don't know if that's something you can give me. I don't know if it's something anyone can give anyone. Maybe it's something I have to give myself. But here's what I do know. I don't want to spend the rest of my life being grateful for a love that doesn't challenge me. I don't want to be comfortable. I want to be claimed. And I don't know if that makes me ungrateful or honest. But I'm tired of not knowing the difference. She folds the letter, adds it to the drawer. Upstairs, Michael is already asleep. She stands in the doorway watching him. This good man, this careful man, and feels a tenderness so acute it's almost grief, because she loves him, and she's beginning to understand that love might not be enough. The letter is discovered on a Wednesday. She doesn't remember leaving it out. Must have been careless, distracted, must have forgotten to put it back in the drawer with the others. Michael finds it in the morning while looking for a warranty receipt. Something mundane, something that doesn't matter now and will never matter again. She's upstairs when she hears the silence change quality, the particular stillness of someone absorbing a blow. When she comes down, he's sitting at the kitchen table, the letter unfolded between his hands. He's not reading it anymore, just staring at it, like it might rearrange itself into something less damaging. "Michael," she says, but her voice has no power. He looks up. His face is very pale. "How many are there?" She doesn't pretend to misunderstand. 8, maybe 9. "All like this?" "Some, not all. Some are kinda." He makes a sound that might be a laugh, but isn't. "Kinda. Jesus." He puts his head in his hands. "I'm not sure which would be worse, if you'd been planning to show them to me or if you never were." She sits down across from him. The morning light is coming through the kitchen window, illuminating the breakfast dishes neither of them has cleared, the coffee growing cold in their mugs. Evidence of an ordinary morning about to calcify into the morning everything changed. "I wasn't planning anything," she says. "I was just trying to figure out what I felt, what I wanted. And what you wanted was to be devoured." He picks up the letter, quotes from it without looking. "I want someone to need me the way fire needs air." That's what you wrote. 3 weeks ago, according to the date. Yes. Did you mean it? She wants to lie, wants to soften it, explain it away, tell him it was just words, just a confused moment, just the aftermath of too much therapy. Instead, she says, "Yes, I meant it." He leaves for work without saying goodbye. She hears the door close, the car start, the sound of him driving away. She sits at the kitchen table for a long time, the letter still lying there, her handwriting looking strange and accusatory in the morning light. She reads it again, tries to find the lie in it, the exaggeration, the unfair thing that would let her take it back, but it's all true. Every word. She wants to be necessary. She wants to matter urgently. She wants to be more than a good solution to someone's loneliness. And she doesn't know if Michael can give her that. Worse, she doesn't know if she has the right to ask. He doesn't come home that night. Sends a text around 6, staying at David's. Need time to think. She walks through their house, their carefully assembled life, and sees it differently now. The furniture they chose together at IKEA, assembling it on Saturday afternoons with patient domesticity. The paint colours they debated, settling always on the safest choice, the one that wouldn't offend or challenge. The bookshelves organised by subject, then alphabetically, because Michael likes order and she likes the look of order even if she doesn't care about it intrinsically. Everything in this house is a compromise. Everything is reasonable. Nothing demands anything. She makes dinner for one, doesn't eat it. Pours a glass of wine, then a second. Sits on their sensible grey couch and stares at the wall. Around 9, her phone rings. It's Michael. "I read the others," he says without preamble. Her stomach drops. "How did you—" "The drawer under the warranties. I found them all. I've been at David's reading them." She closes her eyes. "Do you know what the worst part is?" His voice is very steady, very controlled. "Not that you're unhappy. I knew you were unhappy. Maybe not how much, but I knew. The worst part is that in 8 letters, you never once say that you love me. Michael, you say you respect me. You say you're grateful. You say I'm a good man, a kind man, a safe man. But you never say you love me. Did you notice that?" She hadn't. But now that he's said it, she can't unsay it. "I do love you," she whispers. "Do you? Or do you just appreciate me? Because those aren't the same thing, and I think we've been pretending they are for 7 years," she can't answer. "I need to ask you something," he says, "and I need you to be honest. Is there someone else?" "No. God, no. There's never been anyone else." I don't mean physically. I mean in your head. In these letters. Are you writing to me? Or are you writing to someone you wish I was? The question lands like a blade. I don't know, she says. The line is quiet for a long time. I'll be at David's for a while, he says finally. A week. Maybe more. You can stay in the house. It's half yours anyway. But I need... His voice cracks. I need time to figure out if I'm mourning something I never actually had. Michael, I loved you, he says. Past tense. I'm not sure I can say it in the present. Anymore. Not until I know if the person I loved actually exists. He hangs up before she can respond. She doesn't sleep. She lies in their bed. Her bed now, temporarily, maybe permanently, and stares at the ceiling and thinks about all the ways she's been cruel without meaning to be. Because he's right. She never said she loved him. Not in the letters. Not in the raw, unguarded place where she was trying to be honest. She said she wanted to be devoured. She said she was hungry. She said she felt like she was living in a beautiful prison. But she never said, I love you. And that's what makes this so hard. Around 3 a.m, she gets up and writes another letter. But this one she doesn't fold and hide. This one she leaves on his pillow, where he'll find it if he comes home. When he comes home. If. Dear Michael, you're right. I never said I loved you. I don't know why. Maybe because I was so busy trying to explain what was wrong that I forgot to name what was right. But here it is. I love you. I have always loved you. Even when I was writing those other letters, even when I was imagining running, even when I was cruel enough to call what we have a compromise. I love your steadiness. I love the way you fold laundry with the same careful attention you give to everything. I love that you've never once made me feel stupid or small. I love that you remember things. My mother's birthday, the name of my childhood dog, how I like my coffee. I love that you chose me, that you keep choosing me, even though I'm making it so hard. But here's the thing. I don't know if love is enough. And I'm terrified that saying that out loud makes me sound like a romantic child who thinks passion is more important than commitment. I don't think that. I know that what we have is rare and precious, and so many people never find even this much peace. But I'm also terrified that if I settle for peace, I'll spend the rest of my life wondering what I gave up to get it. You asked if there's someone else. There isn't. But maybe there's a version of myself I never became, and I can feel her watching me, asking why I chose safety over courage. I don't know how to reconcile these things. I don't know how to be both grateful and hungry, how to love you and still feel like I'm dying of thirst. All I know is that I'm sorry. For the hurt, for the confusion, for not being clear enough or brave enough to say this before I wrote it in letters I never meant for you to see. I love you, and I don't know if that's enough for either of us anymore. She leaves the letter and goes downstairs, makes coffee in the pre-dawn dark, watches the streetlights blink off as morning comes. Her phone buzzes. A text from Michael. I'm coming home tomorrow, not to decide anything, just to talk, okay? She types back, okay. Then she goes outside and sits on the front steps in her pyjamas and waits for the sun to rise on whatever comes next. Michael comes home on a Friday evening. She's made dinner. Nothing elaborate, just pasta and salad. The kind of meal they've shared 1,000 times. But her hands shake as she sets the table, and she has to try 3 times to open the wine. He looks tired when he walks in. Thinner maybe, or just worn. He puts his bag down by the door and stands there, neither of them sure of the protocol for this moment. Hi, she says. Hi. They sit at the kitchen table, the food between them like a neutral territory. For a while they just eat, or pretend to. She pushes pasta around her plate. He takes small, methodical bites, the way he does everything. Finally he sets down his fork. I read your last letter, he says. The one you left on the pillow. She nods. You said you don't know if love is enough, and I've been thinking about that all week. What does enough even mean? Enough for what? To stay married? To be happy? To justify the investment of 7 years? I don't know. I don't either, but I think... He stops, starts again. I think maybe we've been asking the wrong question. Maybe it's not whether love is enough. Maybe it's whether we're willing to let it be enough, even when it's not perfect, even when we're hungry for things we can't name. She feels something crack open in her chest. Michael, Wait, let me finish. He reaches across the table, takes her hand. His palm is warm, solid. I've spent this week being angry, hurt, feeling betrayed, even though I know that's not entirely fair. But underneath all that, there's this other feeling I keep trying to ignore. What feeling? Relief. She stares at him. Relief that it's finally on the table, that we're not pretending anymore, that we can stop being so fucking careful with each other and just... He makes a helpless gesture. Be honest, even if honesty hurts, especially if it hurts. Are you saying you want to stay married? Her voice is barely audible. I'm saying I want to know who we are when we're not being careful, when we're not trying, to be the people we think we should be. I want to know what happens if we actually risk something. Risk what? He squeezes her hand. Risk this. Risk us. Risk the possibility that if we tell the whole truth, we might not survive it. They don't make love that night, but they talk. They talk until midnight, then until 2, then until the sky starts to lighten. They talk about the thesis advisor she had a crush on in grad school, the one who made her feel visible in a way Michael never has. About the woman from his ethics seminar, the one he mentioned before, and how he still sometimes wonders what his life would have looked like if he'd been brave enough to keep her. They talk about desire, not the safe, comfortable desire of 7 years together, but the dangerous kind. The kind that asks you to change, to risk, to surrender. Do you know what I'm afraid of? She asks as the sun comes up. They're on the couch now, sitting at opposite ends, facing each other. Tell me. I'm afraid that if I admit how much I want, I'll be unlovable, that I'll be too much, that you'll look at me and see someone greedy and demanding and you'll realize you made a mistake. And do you know what I'm afraid of? He leans forward. I'm afraid that I'm not capable of the kind of love you need, that I'll try and still fall short and you'll leave anyway, and I'll have proven that I was never enough to begin with. They look at each other across the coffee table, across 7 years, across the careful architecture they've built and are now dismantling brick by brick. What if, she says slowly, we stopped trying to be enough? What if we just tried to be honest? How? I don't know. But maybe we start by admitting what we actually want, not what we think we should want, not what's reasonable or fair or safe, just what we want. Michael nods slowly. Okay, you first. She takes a breath. I want you to need me. Not in the calm, grateful way you need a good partner. I want you to need me desperately. I want to matter to you in a way that scares you. I want... She's crying now, can't help it. I want to feel essential. He moves across the couch, pulls her into his arms. She can feel his heart beating against her cheek. Okay, he says. Okay, my turn. She waits. I want to let go, he says quietly. I want to stop being so controlled. I want to... God, I want to be able to want you without worrying about whether I'm doing it right, whether I'm enough. I want to be selfish. I want to take. And I've never let myself do that because I was so afraid that if I did, you'd see how desperate I actually am. She pulls back, looks at him. Desperate. For you. For this. For the feeling that I'm not just maintaining a system, keeping a marriage running smoothly. I want... His voice breaks. I want to lose control with you, and I don't know how. Something shifts in the air between them. A door opening, a possibility emerging. Show me, she whispers. He kisses her. It's not like their usual kisses. not the polite, affectionate kisses they exchange in greeting and parting. This is raw, urgent. His hands in her hair, pulling her closer, almost rough in his need. Her hands grip his shoulders, nails pressing through the fabric of his shirt, holding on like she might fall. They break apart, breathless. His eyes are dark, pupils wide, and she can see 7 years of restraint beginning to crack. "Upstairs," she says, her voice hoarse. "No." His hand finds the small of her back, pulls her flush against him. "Here, now, I'm done waiting." The words send heat flooding through her. She's never heard this tone in his voice, command mixed with desperation, control slipping into pure need. He kisses her again, deeper this time, his mouth claiming hers with an intensity that makes her knees weaken. His tongue traces her lower lip before delving deeper, tasting her, and she responds with equal hunger, her hands moving to the buttons of his shirt. "Wait," he breathes against her mouth. He takes both her wrists in one hand, gentle but firm, holding them still. "I said I wanted to take. Let me." The words, the touch, the way he's looking at her, like she's water and he's been crossing a desert. It's everything she wrote about in those hidden letters, everything she was afraid to ask for. "Yes," she whispers. "Yes." He releases her wrists only to frame her face with both hands, kissing her with a thoroughness that makes her dizzy. His thumbs trace her cheekbones, tender even in his urgency, and when he finally pulls back, they're both breathing hard. "I need to see you," he says. "All of you. Not just your body. I want to see everything you've been hiding." She understands what he means. She stands, and with trembling fingers begins to unbutton her blouse. Not seductively. She's never been good at that kind of performance. But honestly, each button revealing more skin, more vulnerability until the fabric slides from her shoulders. Michael's breath catches audibly. In 7 years he's seen her countless times, but never like this. Never with her standing before him in the grey morning light, chin lifted, eyes meeting his, offering herself not out of duty or routine, but out of genuine desire. "I'm hungry," she says, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "I'm so hungry, Michael, for something I don't even know how to name, and I'm afraid that hunger makes me ungrateful, makes me broken." "You're not broken." He stands, crosses to her, and the way he moves, purposeful, predatory, makes her pulse quicken. He traces the line of her collarbone with his fingertips, feather-light, and she shivers. "You're just alive, and so beautiful it hurts to look at you." His hands slide down her arms, across her ribs, learning her body as if for the first time. When his palms find her, his touch gentle but possessive, she gasps. "Are you?" she manages to ask. "Are you alive with me?" Instead of answering, he lowers his head, his mouth finding the curve of her neck, the hollow of her throat. Each kiss is a brand, a claim, and she arches into him, her hands tangling in his hair. "Michael," she gasps, "please." "Please what?" He looks up at her, and there's something in his eyes she's never seen before. Power, possession, pure satisfaction at her need. "Tell me what you want." "You. I want you. Not the careful version. I want..." She struggles for the words, her mind hazy with desire. "I want you to be ruthless with me. I want you to take. I want to feel necessary." Something breaks in his expression, the last restraint shattering. "You are necessary," he says, his voice rough. "You're so necessary I can't breathe without you." She stands before him, vulnerable in ways that have nothing to do with clothing, everything to do with honesty. The asymmetry should frighten her. It does frighten her, but it's exactly what she needs, to be exposed while he remains in control, to surrender without safety. His hands bracket her hips, thumbs tracing gentle circles. "Is that enough?" he asks. "Is that what you need?" "Yes," she gasps. "Yes, but don't stop. Don't be gentle. I don't want gentle." "Good." He pulls her against him. "Because I don't think I can be gentle right now." He kisses her again, one hand tangling in her hair, tilting her head back to give him access to her throat. He kisses down the column of her neck, and when his teeth graze the sensitive skin where neck meets shoulder, she cries out. "Too much," he murmurs against her skin. "Not enough," she breathes. "More." He lifts her. She weighs nothing to him in this moment, and carries her the 3 steps to the couch. Lays her down on the cushions. The morning light through the windows paints her skin gold, illuminates every curve. "God," he says, 7 years. 7 years, and I never let myself just look at you like this." "Look at me now," she says. "See me now." He does. His gaze travels the length of her body, and she fights the instinct to cover herself, to hide. Instead, she opens to him. Arms, heart, everything. An invitation. A claim. His hand traces a path from her ankle to her inner thigh, his touch light but deliberate. "Tell me," he says. "Tell me what you need." "Touch me," she whispers. "Touch me like you own me." "I do own you." His fingers move higher. "Just like you own me. We've always belonged to each other. I've just been too afraid to act like it." His touch is revelation. He explores with patience that's almost cruel, learning every response, every gasp, every shiver. She's beyond words now, lost in sensation, in the building heat, in the way he's claiming her with hands and mouth and breath. "You're so responsive," he murmurs, watching her face. "So beautiful like this. I want to memorize every sound you make." When his mouth follows where his hands have been, she cries out his name. The sensation is overwhelming, heat and pressure and pleasure building like a storm. She's never felt so exposed, so claimed, so thoroughly possessed. "Michael," she gasps, "I can't." "Yes, you can." He doesn't stop. "Let go. I want to feel you come apart for me." And she does. The climax crashes through her like a wave, powerful and consuming, making her back arch and her hands fist in his hair. He works her through it, gentling as she becomes sensitive, pressing soft kisses as she trembles and gasps. When she finally opens her eyes, he's watching her with an expression of such naked desire that it steals her breath all over again. "Come here," she says, reaching for him. He stands and she watches as he removes his own barriers. She's always known he was beautiful, but she's never allowed herself to really look, to really appreciate the lines of his body, the strength in his frame. When he returns to her, skin to skin, the contact is electric. They fit together perfectly. They always have. But this time there's no hesitation, no careful choreography. Just need and heat and 7 years of restraint finally breaking. "Look at me," he says as they join. "I want to see your eyes." She meets his gaze, and the connection, physical, emotional, spiritual, is almost more than she can bear. For a moment, neither of them moves. They just breathe together, complete. Then he begins to move, and thought becomes impossible. It's not gentle. She asked for ruthless, and he gives it to her, each movement deep and purposeful, making her gasp. His hands grip her hips, holding her, grounding her even as he sends her flying. "Is this what you wanted?" he asks, his voice rough. "Is this how you needed it?" "Yes," she cries out. "Yes, don't stop. Never." He leans down, captures her mouth in a fierce kiss. "I'm never stopping. You're mine. Say it." "I'm yours," she gasps against his lips. "I'm yours." The rhythm builds, urgent and relentless. She wraps her legs around him, takes him deeper, meets him movement for movement. The couch creaks beneath them. The morning light strengthens. Somewhere outside their neighbourhood is waking, but here in this room there's nothing ordinary, nothing careful, nothing held back. "I'm close," she gasps. "Michael, wait for me." His rhythm becomes erratic, control fraying. "Surrender with me." She holds back, barely, her whole body tensing. Then he shifts angle and she shatters, crying out as waves of pleasure crash through her. She feels the moment he follows, the way he shudders, the way he groans her name, the way he collapses against her, trembling. They lie tangled together, hearts racing, skin damp with exertion. She can feel the occasional aftershock ripple through both of them. "That was," he starts. "I know. I know." He lifts his head, looks at her, and his eyes are bright with emotion. "I love you. God, I love you so much. I love you too." She touches his face, traces the line of his jaw. "I didn't know it could be like that. Between us. I didn't know we could. Neither did I." He kisses her softly. "But I want it to be like that. Always. No more holding back. No more being careful. Promise. I promise. I'm going to need you like this every day. I'm going to make you feel essential every time I touch you." She pulls him down for another kiss, deeper this time, already feeling desire stirring again despite her exhaustion. "Upstairs," she murmurs against his mouth. "Take me to bed. We have years of careful to make up for." He lifts her, she wraps around him, and carries her toward the stairs. They leave evidence scattered in the living room, passion finally unleashed, restraint finally abandoned. At the top of the stairs, he presses her against the wall, kisses her breathless, and she can feel his desire building again. "I can't get enough of you," he says. "Good," she replies. "Don't." They make it to the bedroom. They have all day. They have the rest of their lives. And for the first time in 7 years, she doesn't feel like she's dying of thirst. She feels claimed, desired, essential. She feels enough. They burn the letters on a Saturday morning in early December, almost exactly 7 years after they met. They do it in the fireplace, standing together, taking turns feeding the pages to the flames. 8 letters, 9 letters. She's lost count. Each one a confession, an accusation, a map of the territory between who they were and who they're becoming. "Do you want to read them first?" she asks. "There are a few you haven't seen." He considers, then shakes his head. "No, I know what they say, or enough of what they say. I think maybe they've done their work." So they burn them. The paper catches quickly, curling at the edges, the ink disappearing into ash. She watches her own handwriting consumed and feels lighter, feels like she's releasing something she's been carrying for too long. When the last letter is burning, Michael puts his arm around her waist, pulls her against him. "Are you sad?" he asks. "A little, but mostly relieved." "Me too." They watch the flames until there's nothing left but embers, and then they go to the kitchen and make breakfast together. Eggs, toast, coffee, the ordinary rituals of a Saturday morning, but different now, easier. "I have something for you," she says after they've eaten, after the dishes are washed and put away. She hands him an envelope, her name on it, his name below it, a stamp already affixed. "What is this?" "A letter. The last one, I think. Or the first new one. I'm not sure which." "Should I read it now?" "If you want." He opens it carefully, unfolds the single page. She watches his face as he reads, sees the moment when his eyes brighten, when his mouth softens. When he's done, he looks at her. "I choose you," he reads aloud. "Not because you're safe, not because you're stable, not because you're the best option or the most practical choice. I choose you because you're willing to be scared with me, because you're willing to admit you don't have the answers, because you kiss me like you're claiming me and touch me like I matter urgently, and need me in a way that gives me permission to need you back. He folds the letter, puts it in his pocket. Is that true? He asks. Every word. And if it gets hard again, when we forget, when we fall back into being careful, then we remind each other. We write more letters. We tell the truth. We ask for what we want. He nods slowly. And you'll stay? I'm not going anywhere, are you? No. He pulls her close, kisses the top of her head. I'm right where I want to be. They decide to take a trip. Not a grand vacation. Neither of them has time for that. But a weekend away. Somewhere they've never been. Somewhere new. They choose a cabin in the mountains, 3 hours north, where December snow is already falling. They arrive at dusk, the sky purple and pink, the trees heavy with white. It's beautiful, she says, standing on the porch while Michael brings in their bags. Come inside, he calls. It's freezing out there. But she stays a moment longer, breathing cold air, feeling alive in her skin in a way she hasn't in years. Then she goes inside where Michael has already started a fire, where wine is being opened, where a weekend of honesty and hunger and choosing each other is just beginning. That night, after they've made love, not carefully, not quietly, but with the urgent need that's become their new language, she lies in his arms and asks, do you think we would have made it? If I hadn't written those letters, if you hadn't found them? I don't know, he says honestly. Maybe. Or maybe we would have just continued, been fine, been comfortable. Would that have been enough? For me? Maybe. I'm good at accepting things, at making do. He pauses. But not for you. And eventually your hunger would have eaten through everything. I'd rather have this. Risk and truth and actually feeling things than slow suffocation disguised as peace. She turns to look at him. When did you get so wise? When I got so scared I had no choice. They fall asleep like that, skin to skin, honest and whole. The weekend passes in a blur of snow and firelight, long conversations and longer silences, the kind where you can just be present without having to perform being together. On Sunday morning, he wakes early and finds her standing at the window, watching the snowfall. What are you thinking? He asks, coming to stand behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. That I'm happy, she says, and that it scares me, because I keep waiting for something to ruin it, keep waiting to wake up and find out it was temporary. It might be, he says, not the love. I don't think that's temporary, but the ease, the feeling that we've figured it out, that might not last. So what do? We don't wait for it to get hard again. We don't brace for impact. We just stay here, in this moment, in this happiness. And when it gets hard, because it will, we remember that we did this once. We found our way back. We can do it again. She leans back against him, feels his warmth, his solidity, his presence. I choose you, she says. I want you to know that. I choose you. I know, he says. I can feel it. They drive home through snow that's still falling. The road's slick and slow. Neither of them minds. They're not in a hurry. When they pull into their driveway, their house looks different. Or maybe they're different, and the house just looks like itself. A place they've chosen, a life they're building, a commitment they're honouring not out of obligation but out of desire. Inside, there's a letter waiting for her on the kitchen table. From him. When did you write this? She asks, holding the envelope. Last night, after you fell asleep. She opens it. Dear love, I'm watching you sleep, and I'm thinking about thresholds. The one we crossed 7 years ago when we got married. The one we crossed when I found your letters. The one we're crossing now into whatever comes next. You asked me once if love is enough. I told you I didn't know, but I think I do now. Love isn't enough if you're asking it to be a shield. If you're asking it to protect you from hunger, from fear, from the terror of wanting something you might not get. But love is enough if you're asking it to be a foundation, if you're asking it to be the place you return to after you've been brave, after you've risked, after you've admitted what you actually want. I want you, not the version of you who's grateful and patient and accommodating. I want the version who's hungry, who admits she's thirsty, who demands to be devoured. And I want to be the man who does the devouring, not carefully, not apologetically, but completely. So here's my promise. I will need you. I will claim you. I will remind you every day that you're essential. And if we forget, when we forget, we'll write more letters. We'll tell the truth. We'll choose each other again. Because that's what love is, I think. Not a feeling that arrives and stays, but a choice we make over and over, a threshold we cross again and again. I choose you. I will always choose you. She reads it twice, then sets it down and goes to find him. He's in the living room, standing by the window looking out at their snow-covered street. "Thank you," she says. He turns. "For what?" "For being willing to be scared with me," he smiles. "Thank you for making it worth it." She goes to him, and he wraps his arms around her, and they stand there as evening falls, as their life together continues, as the future they're building moment by moment unfolds, and she thinks, yes, this is enough. This is more than enough. This is everything. The end. The altitude of desire. The sun over Avengerfield did not merely shine, it interrogated. It was a fierce white eye that turned the Texas horizon into a shimmering lake of quicksilver, a mirage of water that offered no cool relief to the women of the Wasp. Lily Ace Thorne stood on the tarmac, the heat rising through the soles of her boots in a slow, relentless pulse that felt like the earth itself was feverish. Around her, the air was a thick industrial stew of scorched oil, high-octane gasoline, and the fine abrasive dust of the Llano Estacado, a grit that settled in the seams of her coveralls and the corners of her eyes, a constant reminder of the world's unyielding friction. The sound was a character in its own right, the rhythmic teeth-rattling thrum of radial engines. It was a sound that didn't just hit the ears, it occupied the bones. To Lily, it was the only heartbeat that mattered. Since the war had brought the roof down over the orderly, restrained life she'd known in the East, she had learned to prefer the company of machines to the exhausting complexity of human feeling. The 86 Texan trainers sat in long silver rows like predatory birds waiting for the command to strike, their metal skins reflecting the glare with a brilliance that was almost violent. Lily checked her clipboard with a precision that bordered on the religious. She was 27, an age where her bloom had supposedly vanished early, or so the whispers in her hometown would have had it, the faded daughter of a bankrupt estate who had sacrificed her youth to a man who had ultimately found her altered and left her behind. Here, in the harsh, clarifying light of Sweetwater, that ghost was a thin, paper-like thing. She treated her body as an extension of the throttle, her heart as a valve that could be closed at will. She was no longer a woman of pining and restraint. She was a navigator of the mechanical. Captain Elias Vance watched her from the shadow of the operation shack, his own internal ghost sitting heavy on his shoulders, like a shroud of lead. He was a man whose squadron had been erased from the sky over the Mediterranean, leaving him with a nihilistic conviction that beauty was merely a precursor to destruction. He was a man who saw the world through a lens of inevitable ash, seeking the fire of life but fearing the cold residue it left behind. He found the sight of Lily Thorne deeply offensive to his sense of order. She was too efficient, too composed, her face a mask of competence that ignored the tragedy of the age. He wanted to believe she was merely another simpering American chit with no soul. but her straight steel-grey gaze accused his cynicism. "Miss Thorne," he called out, his voice a clear-cut English enunciation that felt out of place in the Texas dust. "The flight lines are being reorganised. You're listed for the night flight inspection of tail 402. Lily didn't look up from her clipboard. "Already on," hit Captain. "The canopy is sluggish." Elias stepped into the heat, the contrast between the rough wool of his uniform and the humid air creating a visceral discomfort. He followed her toward the plane, his eyes involuntarily tracing the slim, straight line of her back, a silhouette that reminded him of a young birch tree against an ancient whitewashed porch, a memory of a peace he no longer believed in. The sun dipped below the horizon, turning the Texas sky into a bruised palette of violet and deep industrial orange. The heat remained, trapped in the metal of the planes like a physical weight. Lily climbed onto the wing of the Texan, her movements practiced and devoid of grace, the grit of the day still clinging to her skin. "It's jammed," she muttered, her hands straining against the cold, grease-slicked metal of the cockpit canopy. Elias was beside her in an instant, his presence a sudden, warm pressure in the dark. "Allow me," he said, reaching past her. Their hands met on the metal track. It was intended to be a casual assistance, a moment of mechanical cooperation. But as Elias's palm brushed the bare skin of Lily's wrist, a jolt of static electricity, a sharp blue spark in the twilight, shattered the air between them. It was a shock of recognition that went beyond the physical. Lily gasped, her heart, that supposed machine, hammering a wild, syncopated rhythm against her ribs. For a moment, the deafening thrum of the engines seemed to fade into a profound, ancient melody that belonged to the blood and the marrow, not the sky. Elias did not pull away. His fingers tightened around the metal, his hand hovering agonizingly close to hers. In the half-light, his eyes were no longer troubled and brooding. They were dark, consuming, filled with a tired desire that mirrored the vast, unmapped landscape of the desert. "The metal is hot," he whispered, his voice vibrating in the small space of the wing. "I hadn't noticed," Lily replied, her composure a fractured thing. The canopy gave way with a sudden violent slide, but neither moved. They stood on the precipice of a new unexplored world, the smell of sage and oil swirling around them like a secret incense. The spark had been struck, and though they were pilots of war, they were now navigators of a fire that neither could control. A sudden dust storm, a black blizzard of the plains, swept over the field 2 days later, turning the afternoon into a gritty, sepia-toned midnight. Lily and Elias, caught mid-transit between the mess hall and the flight line, were forced to take shelter in a remote half-empty hangar. Inside, the atmosphere was a sanctuary of skin and canvas. The wind outside howled against the corrugated metal walls, a sound like 1,000 distant ghosts. But inside, the air was still and smelled of dry sage and the heavy, sweet scent of dope used to stiffen the plane's fabric wings. They sat on a pile of folded parachutes, the silk rustling beneath them like a dry, white sea. "You look absurd," Lily said, her voice echoing in the vast dim space. She was looking at Elias, whose impeccably tailored uniform was now coated in a fine layer of red Texas earth, making him look more like a common labourer than a captain. Elias laughed, an unguarded rhythmic sound that Lily had never heard from him. "I suppose I do. It seems the English accent is no match for a Texas wind." He leaned back, his eyes searching hers in the half-light. "Sometimes, Thorne, I feel as if I have forgotten the language of the living. My world has been made of lists, of casualties, of the cold mathematics of flight. I look at this storm and I see only the end of things." Lily felt a sudden, sharp ache of compassion for him. She reached out, her fingers brushing the dust from his shoulder. "The storm ends, Captain. The dust settles. We are still here." Her hand lingered a second too long. The tension between them was no longer a static jolt. It was a slow, molten burn. Elias didn't move, but his gaze became a weight, a visceral pull that Lily felt in her very quick. They were two people on a sinking ship, finding a strange, desperate intimacy in the ruin. The officers' club was a crowded, humid environment, the air thick with the smell of cheap bourbon, and the desperate energy of men and women who didn't know if they would see the next sunrise. A scratchy record played on a phonograph, its brassy notes competing with the loud, malicious laughter of the men at the bar. Elias led Lily onto the small makeshift dance floor. As they moved, his hand came to rest on the small of her back. The contrast was a revelation. The rough, scratchy wool of his uniform sleeve against the thin, soft cotton of her dress. It was a near touch that felt more intimate than a kiss, a sensory immersion that made Lily's knees feel like they were melting inside her. "You dance better than you inspect tail sections," Elias whispered near her ear, his breath a warm, nipping air against her neck. Lily looked up at him, her grey eyes marvellous in the shifting light. "And you, Captain, seem remarkably adept at avoiding the gloom when the music starts." "I am merely holding on to the one thing that feels solid in this mad tea party," he replied, his grip on her waist tightening almost imperceptibly. They were surrounded by people, yet they were in a secluded wood of their own making. Every time their bodies brushed in the crowd, a queer, vibrating thrill rippled through Lily, a final spasm of self-assertion against her machine-like reserve. The deepening intensified during a high-altitude training maneuver. Elias was in the lead plane, Lily on his wing. A sudden thermal caught her Texan, throwing the plane toward his in a terrifying silver flash. She corrected just in time, the two planes missing each other by mere inches. When they landed, the adrenaline was a physical presence, a heat that shimmered off the runway. Elias was out of his cockpit before his engine had fully stopped, his face a disfigured mask of rage and terror. "What in the name of God were you doing?" he shouted, grabbing her by the shoulders as she climbed down. Lily didn't answer. She was breathing fast, her eyes wide and wide-eyed and lost. The weight of his gaze was heavier than the Texas heat, his hands on her shoulders a command she had no power to resist. "You almost—" He broke off, his anger suddenly collapsing into a desperate heaving breast. He drew her close, the smell of his sweat and the hot metal of the plane creating a sanctuary of skin amidst the machinery of war. "Don't," she whispered, her voice a soft, mild thing. "I cannot help it," Elias replied, his eyes darkling with a passion that swept over him like a conflagration. He stood silhouetted against the horizon, the first real threat of loss having stripped away their masks and left them exposed. The news arrived with the cold, prideful distance of a government decree. Lily Thorne was selected for an elite high-risk ferrying mission to the North African front, while Elias Vance was ordered back to immediate combat duty in the Mediterranean. The announcement, made in the sterile, airless environment of the operations room, felt like a literal wound to Lily. Her internal ghost, the girl who'd been left behind to wither while others sailed into the sun, erupted with a cold, desperate withdrawal. She looked at Elias across the room, her word having no weight, her convenience, as always, giving way to the necessities of men. She didn't seek him out. Instead, she retreated into a well-bred sort of emotional anarchy, mocking her own feelings before they could mock her. When Elias tried to speak to her in the shadow of Tail 402, she turned her face away, her expression anxious and triumphant in its icy composure. "Thorne, we need to talk about the logistics," he said, his voice hesitant, lacking its usual assertive shape. "There is nothing to talk about, Captain," she replied, her voice low and steady, as if she were speaking to a stranger. "The war has its utility, and we are merely its tools. You have your orders, and I have mine." Anything else is a minor accompaniment. She felt him flinch, a slight sign of awareness of the woman's presence that she refused to acknowledge. He was millions of degrees remote from her now, and she preferred it that way. If she couldn't have his presence, she would have her own perfect, pure and noble freedom. Elias departed for the coast at daybreak, without a final word. Lily sat in the cockpit of her trainer, the engine silent for the first time in months. The absence of the thrum was not peace. It was a hollow echo of a ghost, a vacuum that sucked the very vitality out of the air. She watched the empty bay of the sky where his plane had disappeared, her gaze fixed on a smoke plume that was already vague on the bright skyline. The landscape of the airfield, once so full of electric potential, was now merely scorched earth and toppling masonry in her mind. The days that followed were a stupor of discontent. She went through the motions of her final training, her body a machine, but her heart fretted with a pain that was not yet the pain of a love, but the visceral ache of a physical union that had been denied its crisis. She lay in her bunk at night, the silence of the barracks so heavy she felt she was being crushed by it. She remembered his hand on her wrist, the heart of my heart quality of his unguarded laughter, and the memory was a menace that threatened to dethrone her pride. She was alone, absolutely destitute and friendless in her own soul, her only kin a silver-winged bird that couldn't answer her. 2 days before her takeoff for the coast, Lily was stationed at a desolate waypoint airfield in New Mexico. It was a place of high, thin air and a silence that beetles o'er its base into the desert. She sat in the shadow of a B-17 bomber, its massive skeletal form a silent reproach to the fleeting patterns of human desire. The rift was a canyon between them now, broader and deeper than any ocean. She felt that she had betrayed herself perpetually, so unguarded in her first spark, so cowardly in her rift. She was a girl whose brain was full of abnormal thought, waiting for a bell to toll for a life she hadn't yet lived. The silence of the waypoint was broken by a sound that made Lily's pulses beat in her eyes. It was the thrum of an engine, not a bomber, but the sharp, aggressive roar of a fighter plane. A silhouette appeared against the golden horizon, a silver-winged plane that was not supposed to be there. Lily stood up, her heart clenching like a fist. She knew that sound. She knew that approach. It was a movement of the possible as possible, an actuality she hadn't dared to name. Elias Vance had flown across 1,000 miles of desert to find her before the war swallowed them both whole. Elias landed the plane with a reckless sliding grace that threw a cloud of copper snow across the desert airfield. He was out of the cockpit and running before the propeller had finished its dying cough. Lily stood by the massive tire of the B-17, her breath coming in short, gasping fits of loud, groaning hope. "I have reasons for being here," he said, his voice hoarsened and rasping, his face congested with a dark flush he had never seen. He didn't wait for her to speak. He seized her as a prize, his arms throwing themselves round her neck with a boisterous, desperate ceremony. "You are a fool, Captain," Lily whispered, her face buried in the rough wool of his uniform, the smell of cordite and gasoline a more intoxicating perfume than any orris. "I am a man who would rather burn in your fire than freeze in my safety," Elias replied, his hands tracing the silky slope of her loins through the fabric of her flight suit. "The war can have my life, but it cannot have this night." He led her into the belly of the bomber, a dark, cavernous sanctuary of cold metal smelling, of oil and old leather. Inside, the desert wind was a distant, irrelevant thing, and the silence was a gate they were finally ready to walk through. In the dim, shadowed interior of the B-17, Elias's hands were no longer hesitant. He unfastened her flight suit, the metal zipper a sharp, industrial sound in the silence. As the fabric fell away, Lily felt her legs naked and free, an extraordinary sensation of sticking to the cold metal seat that was quickly replaced by the wavers of his heat. Elias's mouth fastened on the tip of her breast, his tongue insistent, shocking her with a visceral realism that shattered her last machine-like defence. Lily moaned with a happiness and deliverance she had never known, her own hands groping for the pulse in his throat, a throb that felt like the very heartbeat of the living world. He was molten inside her, a flame of desire that shot through every conduit of her body. Drawing from a primal rhythmic synchronization that mimicked the engine's power, Elias plunged into her with an unwavering heat, his body a home-driven wedge that fixed her to the moment, making her quick, spirited and alive all over. The anatomical honesty of their union was a celebratory scene, where the white liquid of their shared passion was not a manifestation of energy, but a healing of the bruise of the war. They found a primeval thing in the heart of the machinery, a final chapter that refused to be suppressed. As they lay afterward on the folded parachutes, the soft, quiescent rapture of their shared skin was a sanctuary amidst the tools of destruction. The physical union had exorcised their ghosts. Lily realized her heart was not a machine to be controlled, but a well-born source of life that had been waiting for this shock of recognition. Elias looked at her, his smoke-blue eyes mobile and clear. I used to think beauty was a snare, a precursor to the ash. But this night is indestructible. It is a symbol of a different art. Not the cracked looking-glass, but the form of forms. They were no longer pilots of a tragic age. They were creatures of the afterwards, who had found a soul in the heat of the fire. The transformation was absolute. They stood and fastened their clothes, looking round at the dense and mechanical world with a sense of infinite soothing and assurance. The reckoning was over, and the truth had erupted like a bell rippling up to a culmination. The day arrived not with a roar, but with a sudden vast candescence of silence. The war had ended, and the ruins of the age were finally ready to be built upon. Lily Thorne stood once more on the tarmac, no longer a ferrier of death, but a pioneer of a new, unmapped peace. She watched a flight of planes take off in a final celebratory salute, their silver wings catching the blue horizon. The thrumming vibration returned, but instead of representing a machine-like coldness, it now resonated as the heartbeat of a shared future. It was the sensory echo of that, night in the desert, a rhythm that promised sex and home-building and race-founding. Elias returned in a comfortable carriage of his own making, his face scarred by the fires of the front, but alive in the eyes. He was finally liberated from his gloom, a man who had seen the magic lure of the living and had refused to let go. They met in the middle of the runway, the dust settling around them like a benediction. As they embraced, the heat of the sun was no longer an interrogation. It was a gleamy warmth that shot through their joined hands. "You are still altered," Elias whispered, pulling her back down onto the bench of the heart and kissing her with a fervour that had no equal. "And you, Captain," Lee replied, her lips having the frosty fragrance of a young autumnal rose, "are still the most impossible person I have ever known." They stood as two silhouettes against the vast open sky, standing between a parked silver-winged plane and a horizon that offered a paradisal promise. They were no longer pilots of war, but navigators of a new life, their every effort to share each other's thoughts and gild their days with a realistic, tender and lingering intimacy. The shuttle had finished its slow and heavy weaving, binding their far shores together with a cord of truth and courage that none could compute. They were at last in the woman's kingdom and the man's heart, world without end. "11:11. Natalie Carter didn't believe in signs. At 38, she'd constructed her life with the precision she brought to her architectural designs. Clean lines, purposeful spaces, and absolutely no room for superstition. Her corner office overlooking Chicago's skyline was a testament to her rational approach to existence. 20 years of hard work had earned her a partnership at one of the city's most prestigious firms. She had a sleek downtown condo, a small circle of loyal friends, and enough frequent flyer miles to circumnavigate the globe 3 times over. What she didn't have was an explanation for the numbers. It started 3 months ago. She'd wake at night, inexplicably alert, eyes drawn to her bedside clock. 11:11. She'd check her phone during lunch. 11:11. Receipt totals, hotel room numbers, subway car identifiers, all 11:11 or some variation thereof. Even this morning her coffee had cost exactly 11:11. You're just noticing it because you're looking for it, her assistant Marcos had said when she pointed out the barista's timestamp on her cup. It's like when you buy a blue Honda and suddenly see blue Hondas everywhere. Except Natalie wasn't looking for it. The numbers were finding her. She swiped through her emails, determined to focus on the Henderson proposal due tomorrow. The building was her most ambitious design yet, a sustainable mixed-use tower that would redefine the Chicago riverfront. Her thumb paused mid-scroll. The client's last message had arrived at 11:11 a.m. Enough, she muttered, tossing her phone into her desk drawer. She needed fresh air. 15 minutes later, Natalie stood at the railing of the Michigan Avenue Bridge, watching tour boats slice through the river below. Chicago in October painted itself in gold and amber, the afternoon light refracting off glass towers like fragments of captured sun. She inhaled deeply, feeling the first real moment of peace she'd had in weeks. "Sorry," a voice said, as someone bumped her shoulder, the contact brief but startling. She turned, catching only the retreating figure of a man, tall, with dark hair curling against the collar of a worn leather jacket. He carried a camera bag slung across his back, his pace unhurried as he continued across the bridge. Something about his profile tugged at her memory, but before she could place it, her phone vibrated. Another email from Henderson. Meeting moved to 11:11 tomorrow. Hope that works. Oops, 11:15. Natalie laughed, a sound caught between amusement and surrender. Maybe Marcos was right. Maybe she was creating connections where none existed. But as she watched the stranger with the camera disappear into the crowd, an inexplicable feeling settled in her chest, as if she'd just missed something important. 2,000 miles away in Santa Fe, Jake Bennett framed the desert sunset through his viewfinder, capturing the moment the light transformed the mountains into silhouettes of deep purple. At 42, he'd built his reputation as a photographer who could find beauty in desolation, empty landscapes, abandoned buildings, places where humanity had retreated, leaving only ghostly impressions behind. His phone buzzed. His agent, again. Third call today. "Mira, I told you I'd have the portfolio ready by next week," he answered without preamble. "That's not why I'm calling," Mira's voice crackled through spotty reception. "Remember that teaching position at Columbia College? The one you said you weren't interested in?" Jake readjusted his tripod, watching the colours deepen over the mesa. "I'm still not interested." "Well, they're interested in you. Dean called personally, said they'd accommodate your travel schedule, let you structure the advanced photography seminar however you want." Mira paused. "It's in Chicago, Jake. You could have a home base again." Home? The word felt foreign after 15 years of perpetual motion. Airports, hotels, short-term rentals, the impermanence had suited him, until recently. "I'll think about it," he said, knowing Mira would hear the reluctance in his voice. "Do more than think. You've been wandering long enough, Jake. Even nomads need somewhere to return to." After they hung up, Jake checked his watch. a habit formed from years of calculating exposure times and golden hours. 11:11 p.m. Again. Every day for the past 3 months the same numbers kept appearing. On hotel room doors, flight times, timestamps on his photographs. At first he'd dismissed it as coincidence. Then it became unsettling. Lately it had begun to feel like a countdown, or perhaps a summons. He'd never been superstitious, but his grandmother, with her Appalachian roots and belief in signs, would have had a field day with this one. Universe doesn't waste time on coincidences, she would say. It's trying to wake you up to something. In the darkening desert, with stars emerging overhead, Jake packed up his equipment and headed back to his rental car. Maybe it was time to wake up. Maybe Chicago was calling him home, though he couldn't remember when he'd started thinking of the city that way. He'd left at 22, diploma in hand, determined to see every hidden corner of the world. But lately, his photographs had changed. The desolate beauty that had defined his work had shifted. His most recent images contained evidence of human presence. A forgotten glove on a park bench, footprints along a shoreline, lights in distant windows, as if he was no longer content with emptiness. Back at his rental, Jake scrolled through his calendar. A wildlife assignment in Montana next week. A magazine shoot in Vancouver after that. Then, nothing. An unusual blank space in a schedule he normally kept packed to avoid thinking too much. He opened his laptop and began typing an email to Mira. Tell Columbia I'm interested, available to start in January. Before he could reconsider, he sent it, then checked the timestamp on the outgoing message. 11:11 p.m. Natalie didn't remember her dreams often, but this one lingered like morning fog. She'd been standing on a bridge, not the Michigan Avenue Bridge, but somewhere coastal, with salt air and gulls circling overhead. Someone stood at the opposite end, a figure she couldn't quite make out, but who seemed achingly familiar. Every time she took a step forward, the bridge lengthened, keeping them at the same distance. "We keep missing each other," the figure had called, voice carried on the wind. She woke with the words still echoing in her ears, a hollow feeling in her chest. Ridiculous. Missing someone she'd never met. Her morning routine proceeded with mechanical precision. Shower, coffee, news headlines. She'd just poured her second cup when her phone rang. Karen, her oldest friend from college. "You're never going to believe this," Karen said without preamble. "Remember Professor Hayward's special topics seminar our junior year? The one on urban development?" "Vaguely," Natalie replied, shuffling through papers for the Henderson meeting. "Why?" "I was going through old photos for Mum's 70th birthday slideshow, and I found our class picture. You won't believe who was sitting in the back row. Jake Bennett." "Who?" "Jake Bennett, the photographer, the one whose exhibition we saw last year at the Modern Wing. His work made you cry, Nat." Natalie paused. She remembered the exhibition, stark landscapes that somehow captured a profound sense of solitude without feeling empty. One photograph in particular had stopped her in her tracks. A single red door in an abandoned mining town, partially open, sunlight spilling through the crack like an invitation. "He was in our class? I don't remember him," Karen laughed. "Neither did I. But there he was in the back row, hiding behind that mop of curly hair. Anyway, I thought it was a weird coincidence because I just saw that he's going to be teaching at Columbia starting next semester. It was on their alumni newsletter." Something prickled at the back of Natalie's neck. "Columbia here in Chicago?" "Yeah. Crazy small world, right? Maybe you should look him up, reconnect. He's divorced according to that feature in Art News last month." "Sure, I'll just call up a famous photographer I don't remember meeting 20 years ago and ask him to coffee," Natalie said dryly. "I'm sure that wouldn't be weird at all." After hanging up, she found herself Googling Jake Bennett. The image search loaded and she nearly dropped her phone. The man from the bridge, the one who had bumped into her. His official portrait showed the same dark curls, now streaked with silver at the temples, Same thoughtful eyes, hazel with flecks of gold. A face that managed to look both weathered and youthful simultaneously. Coincidence, she told herself firmly. A city of 3 million people was bound to produce random encounters, but as she gathered her things for the Henderson meeting, her rational mind couldn't quite silence the whisper that had followed her from her dream. We keep missing each other. The bookstore tucked between a vintage record shop and an artisanal bakery on North Downman Avenue was Natalie's secret refuge. Carter & Sons booksellers had no relation to her family, just a serendipitous name match that had drawn her inside the first time. With its labyrinthine shelves and worn leather reading chairs, it offered sanctuary when her apartment felt too empty or her mind too full. Today she'd escaped here to avoid the November rain that had turned Chicago into a blur of grey. The forecast promised the first snow by evening. Unusually early, the meteorologist noted, another aberration in a season that felt increasingly off-kilter, like her life lately. The Henderson project was moving forward, but Natalie found herself distracted during meetings, her usually laser-focused mind wandering to impossible questions. Why did she keep seeing 1111 everywhere? Why had a man she'd never met appeared in her dream? Why did she feel like she was waiting for something without knowing what it was? She ran her fingers along book spines, letting herself get lost in the architecture section. Her phone, set to silent, vibrated in her pocket. Karen again, with a link to an article about Jake Bennett's return to Chicago. Natalie ignored it. The lights flickered once, twice, then plunged the store into darkness. "Ladies and gentlemen," a voice called out, "looks like the storm knocked out power in the neighbourhood. We have emergency lights coming on shortly. Please stay where you are." Natalie froze, suddenly disoriented in the familiar space turned foreign by darkness. She took a cautious step forward and collided with someone. Solid, warm, the scent of coffee and rain. "Sorry," a male voice said, hand steadying her shoulders. "Are you okay?" "Yes, The words died in her throat, replaced by a jolt of recognition. Not visual, she couldn't see his face in the darkness, but something deeper, as if her body remembered something her mind had forgotten. "We have to stop meeting like this," he said, humour warming his voice. "First the bridge, now here." So he had noticed her that day. Before she could respond, emergency lights blinked on, casting everything in a pale blue glow. The man standing before her was indeed Jake Bennett, looking more approachable in person than in his professional photographs. Worn jeans, a navy sweater with a hole in one elbow, glasses pushed up on his head. "You remember me?" she asked, suddenly aware of his hands still resting lightly on her shoulders. He dropped them quickly, looking embarrassed. "I noticed you that day on the bridge. You seemed, I don't know, peaceful. I almost asked if I could photograph you, but that would have been weird." He extended his hand. "Jake Bennett. Natalie Carter." She accepted the handshake, trying to ignore the strange familiarity of his palm against hers. "Actually, I recently found out we were in the same class at Northwestern 20 years ago. Urban Development with Professor Hayward." His eyes widened. "No way. I barely attended that class. Always sat in the back." "And I was always in the front row," she said, smiling despite herself. "Ships passing in the night, I guess." The overhead lights suddenly blazed back to life, making them both blink. Around them, other customers resumed their browsing as if nothing unusual had occurred. But something had shifted. A door cracked open that Natalie hadn't realised was there. "Listen," Jake said, running a hand through his hair. "This might sound strange, but would you want to grab coffee? I just moved back to Chicago after 15 years away, and I could use a friendly face," Logic said to politely decline. She had meetings, deadlines, a carefully structured life that didn't include spontaneous coffee, with strangers who weren't really strangers. "I'd like that," she heard herself say. The coffee shop they chose was crowded with people escaping the rain, but they managed to find a small table by the window. Outside, water streamed down the glass, turning the world beyond into an impressionist painting. "So, an architect," Jake said, warming his hands around his mug. "Creating spaces for people to inhabit. That's pretty much the opposite of what I do. Capturing places people have left behind." "I've seen your work," Natalie admitted. "The exhibition at the Art Institute last year. The Abandoned Mining Town series." Something flickered across his face. Pleasure, perhaps, or surprise. "What did you think?" "I thought they were beautiful, but sad, like you were documenting absence rather than presence." He studied her with newfound interest. "That's exactly what I was trying to convey. Most people just see pretty pictures of old buildings." "I'm not most people," she said, then felt immediately self-conscious. "I mean, no, I can see that." His smile transformed his face, softening the angles. "So why architecture?" They talked easily, the way people do when discovering unexpected connections. Northwestern, it turned out, was just the beginning. They'd both spent a summer in Barcelona studying abroad, though different years. Both had briefly lived in New York, he in Brooklyn, she in the Village. Both had stood at the same outlook point in Kyoto, Japan, admiring the maple trees in autumn. "It's strange," Jake said after they'd exchanged these coincidences. "I feel like we should have met before now." "Maybe we did and forgot," Natalie suggested, only half joking. "I don't think I would have forgotten you." The directness of his gaze made her look away. Her phone buzzed with a calendar alert. A meeting in 30 minutes back at the office. Reality intruding. "I have to go," she said reluctantly, gathering her things. But this was nice. "Can I see you again?" Jake asked, no pretense in his voice. "Maybe dinner this time?" She should say no. Her life was complicated enough without adding mysterious connections and unexplainable coincidences to the mix. But as she looked at him, this stranger who somehow didn't feel like a stranger, Natalie felt a certainty she couldn't explain. "Yes," she said simply. Outside, the rain had stopped, though clouds still hung heavy overhead. As they parted ways on the sidewalk, Jake turned back suddenly. "Natalie? This might sound odd, but have you been seeing 11:11 everywhere? On clocks, receipts, random places?" The question froze her in place. "How did you know that?" "Because it's been happening to me too, for about 3 months now." Before she could respond, snow began to fall. Large, perfect flakes drifting between them like messengers from another world. They stood silently, watching winter arrive early, both understanding that something extraordinary had just begun. Natalie had never been the type to dive headfirst into relationships. She preferred to wade in slowly, testing the depth and temperature before committing herself to the current. Her marriage at 29 had followed nearly 2 years of dating. Even then, she'd harboured doubts that manifested 3 years later as an amicable but necessary divorce. Since then, her relationships had been carefully managed affairs with clear boundaries and pragmatic expectations. Nothing in her experience had prepared her for Jake Bennett. 2 weeks after their coffee shop encounter, she found herself sitting across from him at a small Italian restaurant in Lincoln Park, marvelling at the ease between them. Tonight was their 4th dinner together, not counting the afternoon they'd spent wandering the Art Institute or the morning walking the lakefront despite the December chill. "I still don't understand why you left Chicago," she said, twirling linguine around her fork. "Most photographers would kill for your career trajectory, and this city has always had a vibrant art scene." Jake considered this, taking a sip of his wine. "I was running," he admitted. "My father died my senior year of college. Heart attack completely unexpected. We weren't close. He was disappointed I chose photography over law, but his death untethered me somehow." He shrugged. "So I left. Convinced myself I was pursuing my craft, but really, I was just avoiding standing still long enough to feel anything." The honesty in his voice resonated with something in Natalie. "I understand avoidance strategies," she said quietly. "After my divorce, I buried myself in work, designed 3 award-winning buildings in 2 years, barely slept, never processed what happened. My therapist called it achievement as anesthesia. And now?" His eyes, warm in the candlelight, held genuine curiosity. "Now I'm sitting in a restaurant with a man I barely know, talking about things I usually don't share until the 3rd month, not the 3rd date." She smiled to soften the observation. "It's disconcerting. Good disconcerting or bad disconcerting?" "I haven't decided yet," Jake laughed, the sound rich and unguarded. "Fair enough." He hesitated, then said, "Can I show you something? You'll think I'm crazy, but it feels important." He retrieved his phone, scrolled through his photo gallery and handed it to her. The image showed a New Year's Eve celebration in Times Square. Crowds in winter coats, confetti falling like snow. "New Year's 2015, he explained. "I was on assignment for National Geographic. Spent 4 hours in that crowd capturing the celebration." "Okay," Natalie said, unsure what she was meant to see. "Look at the right edge of the frame, by the hot dog vendor." She zoomed in, and her breath caught. There, partially turned away but unmistakable, was her own profile. Younger, with longer hair, wearing the red wool coat she'd loved until it had finally worn out 2 years ago. "That's me," she whispered. "I was there with my college roommate. We decided on a whim to drive to New York for New Year's. We were literally 10 feet apart," Jake said softly. 8 years ago." Natalie stared at the photo, a strange vertigo washing over her. "This could still be coincidence," she said, but her voice lacked conviction. "There's more." Jake took the phone back, opened his notes app and began reading. October 18th, 2011. Lake Geneva, small coffee shop near the water. Woman in blue sweater reading architecture magazine at corner table. Her hand trembled slightly as she set down her fork. "I used to have a cottage in Lake Geneva. Spent every October there working on designs." August 3rd, 2017. Chicago O'Hare. Delayed flight to San Francisco. Woman sleeping against window in gate K12. Blueprint tube beside her. "I was presenting at a sustainable design conference in San Francisco that year," she said, voice barely audible. Jake set down his phone. "I kept these notes over the years. Random observations, potential photograph subjects. Never took pictures of any of these women, just noticed them. It wasn't until I went through my old journals last week that I realized, I think they were all you, Natalie." The restaurant around them continued its symphony of clinking glasses and murmured conversations, but Natalie felt suspended in a pocket of impossible stillness. Logic and reason, her lifelong companions, offered no explanation for the evidence before her. "What does it mean?" she finally asked. "I don't know." Jake reached across the table, his fingers lightly touching hers. "But I think we've been orbiting each other for years, missing each other by minutes, sometimes seconds. Until now." She turned her hand over, allowing their palms to meet. "Until now," he echoed. Later, standing outside her apartment building, snowflakes catching in her hair, Natalie made a decision that felt both reckless and inevitable. She kissed Jake Bennett under the golden glow of a street lamp, feeling a sense of homecoming so profound it brought tears to her eyes. When they finally broke, apart, Jake looked down at his watch and smiled. 11:11 p.m, he whispered. "Of course it is." Over the next month, they pieced together their parallel lives like detectives assembling evidence of a beautiful conspiracy. Each discovery, a concert they'd both attended in 2009, a delayed flight they'd shared without knowing in 2016, a comment from Karen that she'd actually tried to introduce them at a gallery opening 4 years ago, only to have Natalie leave early with a migraine, added to the growing certainty that something extraordinary was happening. Jake moved into a loft in Wicker Park. close enough to Columbia to commute easily when his teaching position began in January. Natalie helped him unpack, bemused by his minimalist possessions, mostly camera equipment and books, after years of transient living. "You know what's strange?" she said one evening as they sorted through his collection of photography volumes. "I don't see 1111 anywhere anymore, not since we started dating." Jake looked up from the shelf he was organising. "Just once, after our first kiss. It's like it served its purpose." Which was what? To get us to notice each other? Maybe. He sat beside her on the floor, their backs against the couch. Or maybe to get us to notice patterns, to pay attention. Natalie leaned her head against his shoulder, allowing herself to accept what still seemed impossible by any rational measure. "My grandmother would have called it fate. And what do you call it? I don't know, but I'm glad for it, whatever it is." On New Year's Eve, they stood on Natalie's balcony watching fireworks bloom over the lake. Jake's arm wrapped around her waist, his warmth a shield against the winter night. "I have something for you," he said, pulling a small wrapped package from his pocket. Inside, Natalie found a silver pendant, a delicate clock face with the hands permanently fixed at 11:11. "So we don't forget," Jake explained, helping her fasten it around her neck. "Even when the signs stopped appearing, something led us here. Some cosmic clockmaker winding the timepieces of our lives to finally synchronize." Natalie touched the pendant, cool against her skin. "It's beautiful. Thank you." "I have something else too." He hesitated, uncharacteristically nervous. "I've been offered a major assignment, a year-long project documenting climate change impact on coastal communities around the world. It starts in March." "Oh." She felt a cold that had nothing to do with the January air. "That's a big opportunity." "It is," he agreed, "but I'm turning it down." "What?" "Jake, no. You can't. This is exactly the kind of work you've always wanted to do." "It was," he acknowledged. "Before. But now." His eyes held hers. "Now there are other things I want more." "I would never ask you to give up your work for me," Natalie said firmly. "You didn't ask. I'm choosing." Jake took her hands in his. "I spent 15 years running from place to place, capturing moments but never living in them. I'm done running, Nat." The fireworks reached their crescendo, golden sparks raining down over the black mirror of Lake Michigan. As the city erupted in cheers welcoming the new year, Natalie made a resolution she'd never anticipated: to believe in something beyond reason, beyond evidence, beyond the tangible world she'd built her career understanding, to believe in them. Spring came early to Chicago that year. By mid-March, tree buds swelled with promise, and Lake Michigan's steel-grey waters softened to blue. Jake's photography seminar at Columbia had become the department's most popular offering, while Natalie's Henderson building broke ground with mayor and media in attendance. Outwardly, their lives had settled into a comfortable rhythm. Inwardly, Natalie struggled with a growing unease she couldn't name. "You're quiet tonight," Jake observed as they walked home from dinner, the evening air unexpectedly mild. "Henderson troubles?" "No, the project's fine." She hesitated, then asked the question that had circled her mind for weeks. "Do you ever wonder if we're real? This connection between us?" Jake stopped walking. "What do you mean?" "I mean..." Natalie searched for words. "What if we've constructed this narrative, this cosmic love story, because the alternative is admitting we're just two people who happen to bump into each other in a bookstore during a power outage?" She traced the pendant at her throat, a habit she'd developed. What if 1111 was just a coincidence, and we've built this elaborate mythology because it's more romantic than random chance? Jake studied her face, no defensiveness in his expression, only thoughtful consideration. Would it matter if it began as coincidence but became something meaningful? "It would to me," she admitted. I've spent my entire life believing in what I can see, measure, design, concrete things. And now I'm building my happiness on what? Mystical number. Patterns? Near misses that may or may not have been you and me. It feels like standing on a foundation I can't verify. They resumed walking, silence stretching between them. Finally Jake spoke. When I photograph landscapes, I'm capturing a moment that will never exist exactly that way again. Light, weather, season, everything changes constantly. But the photograph remains, evidence of something fleeting made permanent. He glanced at her. Maybe that's what love is. Taking something as transient as two people finding each other and making it real through belief and commitment. That's poetic, Natalie said. But it doesn't answer whether what we're feeling is genuine or manufactured from a series of coincidences. Does it have to be one or the other? Jake asked. Can't it be both? A coincidence that became meaningful because we chose to give it meaning? But Natalie, trained to see the world in blueprints and load-bearing calculations, found herself craving certainty. The more she examined their relationship, its rapid intensity, the ease that seemed almost unnatural, the more she questioned its foundation. 2 days later, she cancelled dinner plans, claiming work demands. The next week, she suggested taking some space to think. Jake accepted her retreat with a grace that only made her question deepen. Shouldn't he fight harder if what they had was so extraordinary? In her empty apartment, Natalie removed the 1111 pendant and placed it in her jewellery box. She worked late, attended a conference in Seattle, resumed her pre-Jake routine with determined focus. When her mother called to ask about that photographer you were seeing, Natalie responded with deliberate vagueness. We're taking a break. But in quiet moments, in the elevator ascending to her office, waiting for coffee to brew, lying awake at 3 a.m, Natalie found herself listening for something she couldn't name. A clock ticking somewhere just beyond hearing, a countdown resuming. You're miserable, Karen declared, setting down her mimosa with unnecessary force. Their monthly brunch had become a tradition over 20 years of friendship, through marriages, divorces, career shifts, and life's unpredictable turns. I'm busy, Natalie corrected, picking at her uneaten Belgian waffle. The Henderson project is entering a critical phase. Bullshit. Karen's bluntness was why Natalie loved her. You're hiding in your work because you're scared. Of what? Of being happy. Of believing in something you can't control with your architect's precision. Karen softened her tone. Nat, I've known you since we were 18. I've never seen you look at anyone the way you looked at Jake. Why are you running away from that? Natalie traced the condensation on her water glass, forming patterns that disappeared as quickly as she created them. What if it's not real? What if we convinced ourselves of this cosmic connection, and 5 years from now we wake up next to each other and realise we're strangers who fell for a pretty story? That's a risk everyone takes, Karen said gently. There are no guarantees in love, whether you meet through mysterious number patterns or a dating app. I need some kind of proof, Natalie admitted. Something beyond coincidence and feeling. Karen studied her friend with exasperation and affection. For someone so intelligent, you can be remarkably dense. Love isn't a building, Nat. You can't ensure structural integrity with the right materials and calculations. It's a leap of faith. Always has been, always will be. After brunch, instead of returning home, Natalie found herself walking without destination. The April afternoon embraced the city in golden light, trees along the boulevard unfurling tender green leaves. She ended up at the Chicago River, standing on the same bridge where she had first encountered Jake 6 months ago. Leaning against the railing, she watched tourist boats glide beneath, guides pointing out architectural features she could name in her sleep. The city she loved, built on precise measurements and careful planning, yet still capable of surprising beauty. Her phone vibrated with a text from an unknown number. Look up. Natalie raised her head and gasped. Above the buildings opposite the river, a massive digital billboard had been commandeered to display a single image. The photograph of her on the bridge that day in October, face tilted toward the sun, eyes closed in rare serenity. Below it, a simple message. 11:11, when time stood still. She spun around, searching the crowded bridge, and found him standing 20 feet away. Jake, camera in hand, watching her with an expression of such open vulnerability that her certainty wavered. "What is this?" she asked when he approached. "Evidence," he said simply. "I took this photograph the day we bumped into each other on this bridge. I never showed it to you because, well, it felt too personal, too revealing of what I felt, even then." Natalie looked up at the billboard again, seeing herself through his eyes. Not just her physical appearance, but something deeper he had captured. A woman caught in a moment of perfect presence, unaware she was being observed, genuine in a way posed photographs never could be. "How did you get it on the billboard?" Jake smiled. "Well, I have been waiting for the perfect moment, and I know people in advertising. Called in some favours. It's only up for 5 minutes. That's all they could give me." "Why?" "Because I needed you to see what I saw." His voice grew serious. "Natalie, I understand your doubts. I've had them too. But whether fate brought us together or random chance, what matters is what we choose to do now." He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small worn notebook. "This is my journal from 2009. Read the entry for April 21st. With trembling fingers, she opened to the bookmarked page. April 20th, 2009. Chicago lakefront at sunrise. Mist rising off the water. A woman in a red coat standing at the edge, arms outstretched like she's embracing the horizon. I didn't photograph her. Some moments aren't meant to be captured, only witnessed. I wonder what her story is. I wonder if I'll ever know." "That was my 30th birthday," Natalie whispered. "I went to the lake at dawn because I'd promised myself I'd start embracing life more fully." She looked up at him. "You were there." "I was always there, Natalie. In 100 moments neither of us recognized as significant until now." Jake took her hands. "I don't know if that's fate or coincidence or something in between, but I know what it feels like, and it feels like finding a home I didn't know I was searching for." Above them, the billboard changed, returning to its regular advertisement. The moment of public testimony passed, leaving them with what remained. 2 people on a bridge, choosing what to believe. "I'm still scared," Natalie admitted. "Me too," Jake said, "but I'm more afraid of missing this, of spending another 15 years almost finding you." Natalie closed her eyes, feeling the spring sun warm on her face, the gentle pressure of Jake's hands in hers, the solid bridge beneath her feet. In architecture, she knew, even the most carefully designed structures required a leap of faith. That moment when theory became reality, when drawings became dwelling places. Perhaps love demanded the same courage. "Okay," she said, opening her eyes to meet his. "Let's try again, but this time, eyes wide open. No mystical explanations, no fate narratives. Just us, choosing each other every day because we want to, not because the universe decreed it." Jake's smile bloomed slowly. "Just us," he agreed. "Although," he glanced at his watch, "it is 11:11 right now." Natalie laughed, the sound carrying across the water like a promise. "Of course it is." Summer in Chicago arrived with a vengeance. Humid days where the air hung like warm syrup and nights alive with street festivals and outdoor concerts. Natalie and Jake moved through these months with tentative joy, rebuilding what had briefly fractured in spring. Natalie kept her apartment while spending most nights at Jake's loft, his minimalist space gradually accumulating evidence of her presence. Architectural journals on the coffee table, her favourite tea in the cupboard, a pair of reading glasses perpetually forgotten on the windowsill. They established routines, Sunday brunches at a corner bistro, evening walks along the lakefront, quiet mornings where they worked side by side, she on building designs, he sorting through photographs. By unspoken agreement, they avoided discussion of cosmic alignments or fate. The 1111 pendant remained in Natalie's jewellery box, though sometimes she caught herself touching the hollow of her throat where it had rested. The numbers no longer appeared with supernatural regularity, and both pretended this was a relief rather than a loss. "I've been thinking about that lighthouse," Jake said one evening as they sat on his balcony, watching fireflies blink in the small park across the street. "What lighthouse?" Natalie asked, her attention half captured by a challenging structural problem in her latest design. "The one in your dream. The bridge that kept stretching, preventing you from reaching the person on the other side." Natalie set down her tablet. "I never mentioned a lighthouse, just a bridge." Jake's brow furrowed. "You did. You said it was a coastal bridge leading to a lighthouse." "No," she said slowly. "I didn't." They stared at each other, the summer night suddenly charged with something neither had wanted to acknowledge. "I've seen it," Jake finally said. "In my own dreams. A stone lighthouse on a rocky peninsula, connected to the mainland by a narrow bridge. I've dreamed about it for years." Natalie's pulse quickened. "Have you ever found it? In real life?" "I've looked, even photographed dozens of lighthouses along the eastern seaboard and Great Lakes. None matched," he hesitated, "until last week." From beneath the coffee table he retrieved a manila envelope and spread several photographs across the surface. "These came from a location scout I know. He was researching sites for a film shoot in northern Michigan." Natalie's breath caught. There it was, a weathered lighthouse rising from a craggy headland, its white tower stark against a stormy sky. A wooden bridge extended from the shore to the rocky peninsula, crossing a narrow channel where waves crashed against stone. "Muscalong Point," Jake said quietly. "Built in 1869, decommissioned in 1952. Remote, even by Upper Peninsula standards. The bridge is newer, added in the 1980s when the site became a state park." "You've never been there?" Natalie asked, unable to take her eyes from the image. "Never, but I know it, Nat, and I think you do too." This was exactly the kind of conversation they'd been avoiding, veering too close to mystical explanations. Neither was comfortable embracing. Yet the evidence lay before them, undeniable in its specificity. "What does it mean?" she whispered. Jake touched the photograph gently, as if it might dissolve under his fingers. "I don't know, but I think we need to find out." 3 weeks later they left Chicago before dawn, driving north through Wisconsin as the sun rose over foggy fields. Jake handled the wheel while Natalie navigated, their conversation flowing easily about work, friends, plans for fall, everything except their destination and what it might signify. By mid-afternoon, they crossed the Mackinac Bridge into Michigan's Upper Peninsula, the vastness of Lake Superior soon appearing to their left, a limitless blue stretching to the horizon. The roads narrowed, civilization thinned, until they were travelling through dense forest broken occasionally by glimpses of the greatest of the Great Lakes. "It should be just ahead," Natalie said, checking the map on her phone. Reception had grown spotty over the last hour, the signal bars dwindling as they ventured further from populated areas. The park entrance appeared suddenly, a modest sign announcing Muscalong Lake State Park. They followed the winding road through pine forest until it ended in a small parking area facing the lake. The lighthouse stood half a mile away across a rocky headland, connected by the wooden bridge from the photographs. "It's exactly as I dreamed it," Jake said softly. They sat in silence, neither moving to exit the car. Now that they had arrived, Natalie felt a curious reluctance. What if this place held no answers? What if it was simply an unusual coincidence? The final proof that they had constructed meaning where none existed? "We don't have to do this," Jake said, reading her expression. "We can turn around, go back to Chicago, continue our lives without whatever this is." Natalie looked at him. This man who had somehow woven himself into the fabric of her existence, whose absence she could no longer imagine. "No," she said firmly. "We came all this way. Let's see it through." The July afternoon embraced them as they walked the path to the headland. Lake Superior stretched endlessly to the north, its surface glittering with diamond light. The wooden bridge creaked beneath their feet, water churning 20 feet below where the lake had carved a channel through the rocky point. And there, at the end of the bridge, stood the lighthouse, weathered stone and peeling paint, more modest in person than it appeared in dreams, yet unmistakably the same. "It's open to visitors," Jake noted, pointing to a small sign listing tour hours. "Last tour at 4 a.m. They checked their phones simultaneously. 3:55 p.m. Inside, the lighthouse keeper's quarters had been preserved as a small museum. A silver-haired docent greeted them with surprise. "Don't usually get visitors this late," she said. "You're just in time. I'm Eleanor, by the way." "I'm Jake, and this is Natalie. We drove up from Chicago today." "Long journey for a quick visit," Eleanor observed. "Must be lighthouse enthusiasts." "Something like that," Natalie said. "The building is beautiful. How long have you worked here?" "Oh, nearly 30 years now. My husband was the park manager until he passed in 2005. I stayed on, giving tours, keeping the old stories alive." Eleanor led them through the compact living quarters. A simple kitchen, a bedroom with a narrow iron bed, a sitting room with views of the lake. The last keeper left in 1952, but people say the lighthouse was never truly abandoned. Jake, who had been photographing the interior details, looked up. "What do you mean?" Eleanor smiled mysteriously. "Local legend says this lighthouse exists in multiple times simultaneously. That's why it was built here, at a thin place where the veil between moments stretches transparent." Natalie exchanged a glance with Jake, her skepticism wrestling with irrational hope. "That seems unlikely." "Oh, I'm not asking you to believe it," Eleanor laughed, "but the stories persist. Fishermen claim to see lights in the tower decades after the lamp was extinguished. Visitors report meeting people here who couldn't possibly be present. And then there's the clock." She led them up the narrow spiral staircase to the lamp room at the top of the tower. A massive Fresnel lens dominated the circular space, with windows providing a 360-degree view of Lake Superior and the surrounding shoreline. In the centre of the room, mounted on a pedestal, stood an ornate clock with an astronomical face. Not just hours and minutes, but phases of the moon, planetary positions and symbols Natalie didn't recognise. "This isn't part of the original lighthouse equipment," Eleanor explained. "It appeared sometime in the 1920s. The keeper at that time claimed it simply manifested one morning. No record of its delivery, no explanation for its presence." Jake approached the clock cautiously. "It's beautiful craftsmanship. It's also perfectly accurate, despite never being wound." Eleanor pointed to the mechanism. "No one knows how it works. Horologists from the Smithsonian examined it in the 1970s and found no power source, yet it keeps perfect time." Natalie's attention caught on the clock face. "The hands are showing 11:11. "They always do," Eleanor said, "from this angle at least." Jake and Natalie moved to stand beside her, viewing the clock from where she stood. The hands clearly showed 4:17 p.m. "That's not possible," Natalie whispered, circling to her original position. From there, the hands unmistakably pointed to 11:11. "Optical illusion," Jake suggested, his voice uncertain. Eleanor shook her head. "Something more interesting, I think. The clock shows different times to different viewers. Always has. Some people see their birth time. Others see the moment of a significant life event. Wedding, child's birth, parents passing. And some see 1111, Natalie said, softly. Yes, that's quite common. Eleanor studied them with newfound interest. You're a pair then? A pair? Jake asked. The clock shows 1111 to those whose lives touch across time. Soulmates, if you believe in such things. Or perhaps just two people whose connection transcends ordinary constraints. Eleanor's eyes crinkled with a smile. My Harold and I saw 1111 when we first visited this lighthouse in 1974. Been together ever since, until he passed over. Natalie wanted to dismiss this as superstition, the kind of folk tale that accumulated around remote places, but the evidence of her own eyes, the precision of her recurring dreams, the impossible journey that had led them here, all stretched the boundaries of her rational mind. There's one more thing you should see, Eleanor said, leading them down the spiral staircase to the keeper's sitting room. She unlocked a cabinet and withdrew a leather-bound visitor log. This stays out of public view for obvious reasons. She opened the book to a page marked with a red ribbon. There, in faded ink, two entries stood side by side. August 17th, 1994, Natalie Carter, Chicago, visiting with family. Dreamed of this place before coming. Strange feeling of waiting for someone important. August 17th, 1994, Jake Bennett, Rochester, NY family vacation. Keep having the feeling I've forgotten something crucial. The lighthouse seems familiar, though I've never been here before. Natalie gripped the edge of the table, her knees suddenly weak. I don't remember writing this. I don't even remember visiting this lighthouse as a child. Jake's face had gone pale. Neither do I, but that's my handwriting and my hometown. Eleanor closed the book gently. Memory's a fluid thing, especially in places like this where time doesn't flow quite straight. She glanced at her watch. The park closes at sunset. I should lock up soon. They followed her outside in stunned silence. The afternoon light had softened to gold, creating long shadows across the headland. Lake Superior stretched before them, ancient and inscrutable. Eleanor, Natalie said suddenly, was there ever a time when the bridge wasn't here, when the lighthouse was completely isolated? The older woman considered this. Before the 1980s, you'd need a boat to reach it. The channel's not wide, but the currents are treacherous. She smiled. Some say that's why the lighthouse has its legend. Isolation creates its own kind of magic. After Eleanor left, they stood alone at the base of the tower, watching the sun begin its descent toward the horizon. We were here, Jake said, breaking the silence. Both of us. On the same day. When I was 12 and you were 10. And neither of us remembers it. Natalie felt unmoored, her carefully constructed worldview tilting. This defies every logical explanation. Does it matter? Jake turned to face her. Logic, explanation, reason. We've been hiding behind these because we're afraid. I spent 15 years running from place to place, and you built walls of work and routine. But what if this, whatever it is offering us something extraordinary? The setting sun painted his face in gold and shadow, highlighting the sincerity in his eyes. Natalie thought of all the near misses, the parallel paths, the inexplicable currents that had finally brought them together on a Chicago bridge when the time was right. You know, she said slowly, in architecture there's a concept called harmonic resonance. It's when a structure's natural frequency aligns perfectly with external forces. Most times that's dangerous. Bridges collapse, buildings fall. But sometimes, when it's designed correctly, that resonance creates something remarkable. Something that couldn't exist without that perfect alignment. Jake took her hands. Is that what we are? Harmonic resonance? Maybe, Natalie smiled. Or maybe we're just two people who kept missing each other until we didn't. I still don't know if I believe in fate, Jake admitted, but I believe in us, and I believe in now. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small box. "Which is why I brought this." Inside lay a ring, simple platinum band, small diamond that caught the sunset light. Not a traditional engagement ring, but something more fitting for them. Elegant, understated, with depth beneath its surface. "Jake," Natalie breathed. "I'm not asking because some cosmic clock brought us together," he said. "I'm asking because I love who you are. Your brilliance, your caution, your courage in facing what you don't understand. I love the life we're building, and I want to keep building it, moment by moment, choice by choice." Behind them, waves crashed against the lighthouse foundation, ancient rhythms that had witnessed countless human dramas unfold against their backdrop. "The last time I stood on a bridge with you," Natalie said, her voice steady despite her racing heart, "I promised no more mystical explanations, just us choosing each other every day. That promise still stands, but maybe I can accept that there's more to this world than I've allowed myself to see, more patterns to life than just the ones we design." Jake's smile broke like dawn. "Is that a yes?" "It's a yes," Natalie confirmed, "now and at every 11:11 to come." He took the ring from its box, slid it onto her finger, a perfect fit as if designed for her hand alone. As they crossed the bridge back to shore, hand in hand, Natalie glanced back at the lighthouse silhouetted against the deepening sky. For a moment, just a heartbeat, she thought she saw two children on the rocky shore below, a boy with dark curls and a girl with serious eyes, looking up at the tower with wonder. Then the vision vanished, leaving only the certainty that some journeys begin long before we recognize the path. In the car, heading back towards civilization and the life they would continue building together, Jake reached for her hand. "You? No," he said. "I never believed in perfect timing before you." Natalie smiled, watching the first stars appear above the pines. "Neither did I," she admitted. "But I'm starting to think that time, like love, isn't something we measure so much as something we create, moment by moment, choice by choice." The lighthouse disappeared behind them, its mystery neither fully explained nor necessary to explain. Some questions, Natalie realised, were more valuable for their asking than their answers, and some connections, whether forged by fate or free will or something in between, transcended the need for explanation altogether. All that mattered was that after years of near misses and parallel paths, they had found each other at exactly the right moment, and every moment since had confirmed what both now accepted, that out of all the possible lives they might have lived, they had somehow found their way to the one where they existed together, not because the universe demanded it, but because they chose it. The end. A quiet kind of brave. The storm arrived 3 weeks early, as if winter had forgotten its own schedule. Marcus watched it move through the valley from the ranger station window, a wall of grey advancing like something ancient and indifferent, erasing the familiar contours of the mountain range he'd mapped in his mind over 15 years of rescues. The radio crackled intermittently, weather reports punctuated by static that sounded like the mountain itself clearing its throat. "Single hiker," dispatch said. "Last check-in was the Devil's Thumb trailhead, 6 hours ago. Phone's going straight to voicemail." Marcus folded the map with practiced efficiency, creasing it along lines worn soft from repetition. He didn't ask unnecessary questions. The other volunteers were already gearing up, headlamps tested, rope coiled, first aid kits inventoried with the kind of attention that kept people alive. They moved with the synchronized precision of a ritual, each gesture honed by repetition and consequence. The snow was falling sideways when they reached the trailhead, small and vicious, the kind that found every gap in your clothing. Marcus led because he always led, because 15 years had taught him to read the mountain's moods, to sense where a disoriented hiker might seek shelter or lose the trail entirely. He didn't think about courage anymore. Courage was just the name people gave to momentum, to moving forward when sitting still meant freezing. They found her 2 miles up, in a shallow cave formed by an overhang of granite. Not huddled, not injured, not panicked. She was sitting with her back against stone, knees drawn up, staring at the curtain of snow with an expression that wasn't fear so much as weary contemplation. Her emergency blanket was folded neatly beside her, unused. "I have plenty of daylight left," she said when Marcus appeared at the cave's mouth. No gratitude, no relief, just a simple statement of fact. I wasn't lost. He studied her in the grey light. Mid-30s probably. Dark hair escaped from beneath a wool hat, framing a face that was pale but composed. Her gear was good quality, properly packed. She wore the kind of boots that meant she knew what she was doing. "The storm's getting worse," Marcus said. "We need to move now if we're going to beat the worst of it." She looked at him for a long moment, and he had the unsettling sense of being evaluated, weighed against some private metric he couldn't name. Then she stood, shouldered her pack with practiced efficiency, and followed him out into the wind. They descended in near silence, punctuated only by necessary communication. Watch the ice here, step left, and the howl of wind through pine. But there was something in the silence that wasn't empty, an awareness. He could feel her presence behind him with unusual clarity, as if the storm had stripped away the normal buffer of courtesy and pretense. When he offered his hand to help her navigate a steep section of trail, her fingers were steady in his, and neither of them let go quite as quickly as the terrain required. At the trailhead, the other volunteers were warming up the vehicles, exhaust plumes vanishing into snow. Marcus helped her into the back of the SUV, their shoulders brushing in the confined space. She smelled like pine and cold air and something else. Lavender, maybe, or sage. Something that didn't belong to the mountain but carried its own kind of wilderness. "Anna Reeves," she said, extending her hand with sudden formality, as if only now remembering the conventions of introduction. Marcus Webb. Her hand was smaller than his, but not delicate. There were calluses along the base of her fingers. "You hike these trails often?" "First time." She smiled, and it transformed her face entirely, a warmth that seemed to surprise even her. "I'm visiting, or hiding. I haven't decided which." The admission hung between them, more intimate than the handshake. Marcus nodded, not trusting himself to respond, and turned his attention to the road. But he was acutely aware of her in the rearview mirror, watching the storm consume the mountain behind them, her expression unreadable. Marcus saw her again 4 days later at the fire station fundraiser, a subdued affair of chili and cornbread, donation jars on folding tables, photos of past rescues pinned to corkboards like evidence of small miracles. She stood alone near the coffee urn, hands wrapped around a paper cup for warmth, studying a map of the mountain range with the focused attention of someone committing terrain to memory. "Planning another escape?" he asked, and immediately regretted the presumption. But she smiled. "Maybe. Or maybe just learning where I am for the first time." They talked for an hour, standing slightly apart from the crowd, voices low enough to maintain privacy in the echoing space of the station. She told him fragments. A life spent in Boston caring for a mother, through long illness, work as a medical illustrator that had slowly consumed all other aspects of existence. A small inheritance that had purchased this temporary freedom, but not yet any clarity about what to do with it. "Everyone keeps asking when I'm going back," she said, staring into her coffee, "as if staying here is just avoidance, postponing the inevitable." "Is it?" Marcus asked. "I don't know." She looked up at him, and he saw something raw in her expression. "I spent 10 years being brave in all the ways people expect, showing up, enduring, not complaining, and now I'm terrified that if I go back I'll just keep doing it until there's nothing left of me worth rescuing." Marcus had no answer. He recognized the exhaustion in her words, the kind that came from enduring rather than living. It was different from his own careful avoidance, but perhaps not entirely unlike it. They began encountering each other with increasing frequency after that. She appeared at trail, maintenance days, working alongside volunteers to clear deadfall and reinforce eroded sections of path. She was methodical, uncomplaining, content with long stretches of silence interrupted only by the rasp of saws and the thud of wood being stacked. Marcus found himself timing his breaks to coincide with hers, sitting on fallen logs while they shared water and granola bars and observations about the mountain's moods. Once she asked him why he'd started volunteering for search and rescue. "My brother," he said after a long pause. "He was killed in a climbing accident 15 years ago. I wasn't there. I was supposed to be, but I took a shift at work instead." He stared at his hands, scarred and capable. "I guess I've been trying to make up for not being there ever since." Anna was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "You can't rescue your way out of grief." "I know," Marcus said, "but I can keep other people's brothers from dying alone on a mountain." She nodded, understanding more. Then he'd said, "That's a kind of bravery too, even if it's not the kind you need." The observation should have stung, but it didn't. It felt like recognition. The physical awareness between them intensified with each encounter. Marcus noticed everything. The way she tucked her hair behind her ear when concentrating, the precise angle of her jaw, the faint constellation of freckles visible only when she turned her face towards sunlight. Once, crossing a narrow log bridge over a creek swollen with snowmelt, he took her hand to steady her, and they both froze for a heartbeat longer than necessary, the current rushing beneath them, before continuing across in careful silence. Another time, sorting donated gear in the cramped storage room of the station, they reached for the same box simultaneously, hands colliding. The contact was electric, immediate. Anna pulled back, colour rising in her cheeks, and Marcus stepped away, heart hammering with an intensity that had nothing to do with exertion and everything to do with proximity. "Sorry," she murmured. "Don't be," he said, and heard the roughness in his own voice. They stood there in the narrow aisle between shelves, close enough that he could see her pulse beating at the base of her throat, close enough to kiss, close enough to topple the careful equilibrium they'd maintained. But neither moved. The moment stretched and broke, and they returned to work with exaggerated focus, the air between them dense with everything unspoken. Later that week, they met at the small cafe on Main Street, the one with fogged windows and mismatched chairs where locals gathered to escape the cold. Anna ordered tea, Marcus his usual black coffee. They sat across from each other in a corner booth, knees nearly touching beneath the small table, conversation wandering through safer territories, books, music, the particular quality of light at different elevations. But underneath the ordinary exchange, desire moved like a current. Marcus was intensely aware of her, the curve of her mouth, the graceful architecture of her hands, the way intelligence and sorrow and humour flickered across her face in equal measure. He wanted to touch her. He wanted to know what she sounded like when she let her guard down completely. He wanted to understand the shape of her grief and whether it fit against his own. But wanting felt dangerous. It felt like standing at the edge of a cliff with inadequate rope. As they parted on the street outside, Anna touched his arm, just briefly, gloved fingers on his jacket sleeve, and said, "Thank you for this." "For what?" Marcus asked. "For not trying to rescue me." She walked away before he could respond, disappearing into the early winter dusk, and Marcus stood alone on the sidewalk, heart hammering, wondering if she understood that not rescuing her was taking more courage than he'd known he possessed. The fracture began with a phone call. Marcus was cleaning equipment at the station when Anna appeared in the doorway, phone pressed to her ear, face drained of colour. He watched her nod, speak quietly, nod again. When she ended the call, she stood motionless for a long moment before meeting his gaze. "I have to go back," she said. "My mother's estate. There are complications, legal things. My presence is required." "When?" Marcus asked, though he already knew the answer would be immediate. "Tomorrow, maybe a week, maybe longer." She twisted the phone in her hands. "I'm sorry, I know we were supposed to—" "Don't apologise." He kept his voice carefully neutral, though something cold was settling in his chest. "You have responsibilities." "Right. Responsibilities." The word sounded bitter in her mouth. She left without saying goodbye. Marcus told himself it was temporary. He focused on work, on the upcoming winter training exercises, on the dozen small emergencies that required his attention. But at night, alone in his cabin, he found himself checking his phone, obsessively, waiting for messages that didn't come. The silence felt like judgment, confirmation that he'd been foolish to imagine she might stay, that he was still just the man who rescued people and called it a life. When Anna finally called 3 days later, her voice was strained. "I'm sorry I didn't reach out sooner. Everything here is complicated." "You don't owe me explanations," Marcus said, hating how formal he sounded. "Don't I?" There was an edge to her voice he hadn't heard before. "You're doing it again, Marcus. Maintaining distance, being noble, not asking for anything." "What do you want me to ask for?" Silence stretched between them, miles of it. "I don't know," Anna said finally. "Maybe I want you to need something from me besides gratitude." "Anna, I have to go. There's a meeting with the lawyers." She paused. "I'll call you." But she didn't call. Days accumulated into a week, then 2. Marcus threw himself into work with renewed intensity, volunteering for every training exercise, every equipment check, every educational outreach. His team noticed but said nothing. They knew the signs of someone running from something they couldn't outpace. The breaking point came during a high-risk rescue in early December. A teenager had ignored weather warnings and gotten stranded on an exposed ridge. Conditions were borderline, winds gusting to 50 miles per hour, visibility near zero, temperature plummeting. The incident commander wanted to wait for conditions to improve. Marcus insisted they move immediately. "That kid's alone and scared," he said, jaw tight. "Every minute we wait is a minute we use to assess whether we can reach him safely," the commander interrupted. "I know you want to help him, Marcus, but I won't risk the team on a marginal call." They waited. The winds eased just enough. The rescue succeeded. But afterward, Marcus overheard 2 volunteers talking in low voices about his judgment, about whether his decision-making was sound, about whether he was too invested, too reckless, too willing to risk himself and others for the sake of not leaving someone alone on the mountain. That night, Marcus drove to the overlook above town and sat in his truck, staring at the dark shape of the mountain range against the sky. He thought about his brother, about Anna, about the teenager they'd brought down safely, and the dozen other people he'd helped save over the years. He thought about what Anna had said. You can't rescue your way out of grief. Maybe she was right. Maybe he'd been trying to prove his own worth through other people's survival, keeping himself in perpetual motion so he never has to face the stillness where all his failures waited. Maybe that was why he'd held back with Anna, not out of respect but out of fear. Fear that if he asked her to stay, if he admitted he needed her, he'd be choosing himself over duty, choosing desire over the version of himself he'd built so carefully over 15 years. And maybe she'd sensed that hesitation and mistaken it for indifference. He pulled out his phone, typed a message. "I'm sorry I never asked you to stay. I was afraid that needing you would make me selfish." He stared at the words for a long time, then he deleted them and drove home in silence. Anna returned in late December unannounced. Marcus learned she was back when he saw her truck parked outside the cafe, covered in road salt and snow. He sat in his own vehicle for 10 minutes, heart hammering, before finally going inside. She was in the same corner booth they'd shared before, hands wrapped around a mug of tea, staring out the window at the snow-covered street. She looked thinner, tired, but her expression was determined rather than defeated. "I thought you weren't coming back," Marcus said, sliding into the seat across from her without invitation. "I thought so too." She met his gaze directly. "But it turns out I'm terrible at running away. I kept thinking about what you said, about your brother, about why you do this work. And I realise we're both doing the same thing. You rescue people because you couldn't save him. I ran because I was afraid that staying anywhere, choosing anything, would trap me the way caregiving trapped me for so long. Anna, let me finish." Her voice was steady but urgent. "I thought you saw me as another person to save, someone broken who needed fixing. And maybe at first I needed that. But then I realised you were pulling away, maintaining distance, and I thought it was because I wasn't worth staying for." Marcus felt something crack open in his chest. "That's not... Anna, I pulled away because I was terrified. Terrified that wanting you meant abandoning the only version of myself I know how to be. The one who shows up, who helps, who doesn't need anything from anyone." "But that's not bravery," Anna said softly. "That's just another kind of hiding." The truth of it hit him like cold water. She was right. He'd been calling it service, calling it duty, but really he'd been avoiding the far more frightening vulnerability of being wanted for himself rather than for what he could do. "I don't know how to do this," he admitted. "I don't know how to need someone. Neither do I." Anna reached across the table, took his hand in both of hers. "But maybe we could figure it out together." They sat there in the warm cafe, hands joined across scarred wood, while snow fell outside and the mountain waited in its perpetual silence. Later they drove separately to Marcus's cabin on the edge of the national forest, a small austere structure that suited him, all clean lines and practical furniture and windows facing the peaks. Inside they shed layers methodically, coats, boots, the armour of ordinary courtesy. The cabin was cold. Marcus built a fire while Anna stood at the window, watching darkness settle over the valley. When he turned from the hearth, she was watching him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Vulnerable, but not uncertain. Open in a way that made his breath catch. "I need to know," she said, "that you see me. Not the person who needed rescuing. Not someone to be saved or fixed or helped. Just me, Anna, complicated and scared and trying to figure out how to choose a life instead of just enduring one." "I see you," Marcus said, and crossed the space between them. "I see how brave you are, how you're trying to build something new even though you don't know what shape it will take. I see how you're afraid of staying but doing it anyway. That's the kind of courage I've never had." "You have it now," Anna said, and kissed him. The kiss was gentle at first, almost tentative, a question rather than a claim. But when Marcus's hands came up to cup her face, when Anna's fingers tangled in his hair, gentleness transformed into urgency. They kissed like people who'd been holding back too long, like the breaking of a dam, like the answer to a question neither had known how to ask. Marcus pulled back just enough to whisper, "Is this... you sure?" "I'm sure," Anna said. "I'm choosing this. I'm choosing you. Not because I need rescuing, but because I want you. All of you. The parts that are brave and the parts that are scared and the parts that don't know how to be needed." He kissed her again, slower this time, reverent. They moved to his bedroom, spare, functional, a quilt his grandmother had made covering the bed, and in the near dark, with only firelight filtering through the doorway, they undressed each other with deliberate care. No urgency now, just attention. Marcus traced the architecture of her body with his hands, learning the map of her, the curve of her hip, the hollow at the base of her throat, the surprising softness of her inner wrist. Anna explored him with equal focus, fingers finding scars and muscle and the places where tension lived. When they finally came together, it felt less like passion and more like recognition. Two people who'd been lost in their separate wildernesses finding each other in the clearing. Marcus moved slowly, watching Anna's face, learning what made her gasp and arch and clutch at his shoulders. She was fully present, eyes open, meeting his gaze with an intimacy more profound than the physical joining of their bodies. "Stay with me," he whispered against her temple, and he wasn't sure if he meant now or tomorrow or all the days after. "I'm here," Anna said, and he felt the truth of it in the way she held him, in the way she yielded and demanded in equal measure, in the way she said his name like it meant something. Afterward they lay tangled together beneath the quilt, skin cooling in the mountain air, neither quite willing to move. Marcus pressed his face into the curve of Anna's shoulder, breathing her in, feeling more vulnerable than he'd ever felt on any rescue, and somehow more whole. "I don't know what happens next," he admitted. "Neither do I," Anna said. "But I'm staying. Not because I have to, but because I want to. I'm choosing this town, this mountain, this life. I'm choosing you." "That's terrifying," Marcus said. "Yes," Anna agreed, "but maybe the good kind of terrifying, the kind that means you're actually alive." They fell asleep as snow began to fall again. Two people who'd been brave in all the wrong ways finally learning what it meant to be brave enough to stay. Winter deepened, and then, imperceptibly, began its slow retreat. The change was subtle at first, snow melting in uneven patches, exposing dark earth that steamed in brief moments of sunlight. Creeks swelled with runoff. The quality of light shifted, growing warmer, lingering a few minutes longer each evening. Anna moved into Marcus's cabin in late January, not because she had to, but because they both wanted the daily proximity, the ordinary intimacies of shared space. She set up her illustration work at the kitchen table, ink and pencils spreading across the scarred wood, while Marcus planned training exercises and updated maps. They developed rhythms, morning coffee in silence, watching the mountain emerge from shadow, evening walks along trails they were learning together, nights where they talked or didn't talk, where desire rose and was answered without urgency, where sleep came easy in the knowledge that they'd both be there in the morning. Marcus learned to step back from search and rescue work, not abandoning it, but allowing it to be part of his life rather than the totality of it. He turned down overnight shifts, delegated responsibilities, let younger volunteers lead exercises. It felt strange at first, almost like betrayal, but then he'd come home to find Anna working at the table, and she'd look up and smile, and he'd remember that there were other ways to be brave. Anna found work illustrating field guides for a local conservation organisation, work that kept her in the mountains but on her own terms. She took a part-time position at the library, shelving books and helping tourists plan hiking routes, and discovered she liked the small-town ritual of it, the way people began to recognise her, to stop and chat, to include her in the fabric of daily life. They didn't promise each other forever. The wounds were too recent, the fears too close to the surface, but they promised each other today, and then tomorrow, and then the day after that, a string of present moments that accumulated into something that felt, tentatively, like a life. In early March, they hiked the trail where they'd first met. The snow was mostly gone from the lower elevations, though it still clung to the peaks, brilliant and distant. They walked slowly, not because the terrain demanded it, but because there was no need to rush. At the cave where Marcus had found Anna, they paused. I wasn't really lost, Anna said, echoing her words from that first encounter. But I wasn't found either. I was just suspended, waiting. For what? Marcus asked. For permission to want something. She turned to him, backlit by morning sun, beautiful in her wind-blown dishevelment. For permission to stay. And now? Now I know I don't need permission. I just need courage. The kind that means choosing something even when you're scared. The kind that means trusting that staying is just as brave as leaving. Marcus took her hand, lacing their fingers together. I spent 15 years thinking courage meant moving forward no matter what. Never stopping, never resting, never admitting I needed anything. But you taught me that sometimes courage means standing still, means saying, this is enough, I am enough, we are enough. They stood together at the cave's entrance, looking out at the mountain range that had brought them together and, in its own austere way, taught them how to stay. The landscape was unchanged, granite and pine and the patient accumulation of seasons, but they were different, softer in some ways, stronger in others. Two people who'd been lost in their separate wildernesses, now learning to be found. As they continued up the trail, Marcus noticed something he'd missed before. Tiny wildflowers pushing through the last patches of snow, improbable and determined. Alpine forget-me-nots. Their blue almost painful in its intensity. They bloomed in the harshest conditions, in the brief window between winter and the next winter, existing not despite the difficulty but within it. Look, he said, pointing them out to Anna. She knelt, studying the small, resilient blooms. When she stood, her eyes were bright. That's us, she said, growing in the hard places, not waiting for perfect conditions, just choosing to bloom anyway. They hiked on as the sun climbed higher, burning off the morning chill, illuminating the path ahead in increments. The trail disappeared into trees, but they knew where it led. Not to certainty, not to any destination they could name, but to each other, again and again, one chosen step at a time. Behind them, the forget-me-nots trembled in the mountain wind, blue as promise, delicate as courage, blooming in the spaces where winter had been. The end. Undercover playlist. Eli Morrison had forgotten how to be nobody. The morning he walked through the doors of Westfield High, he couldn't remember the last time he'd moved through a crowd without people whispering, pointing, or asking for selfies. Here, he was Eli Carter, new kid with a vague backstory involving his dad's job transfer, a deliberately boring choice of clothes, and absolutely no musical talent whatsoever. The first person to crash into him was also the last person he expected to need. Watch it. Maya Bowen didn't look up as she scrambled to collect scattered papers from the hallway floor. Her hair, an impossible shade of burgundy that shifted purple in the fluorescent light, created a curtain between them. Some of us actually have responsibilities. Sorry. Eli crouched to help gather what looked like pages from a manuscript. Let me... Don't. She snatched the papers away. I've got it. He caught a glimpse of her writing before she pulled it. Back. The Soundpost entry. 247. Why Jackson Reyes has lost his revolutionary edge. His stomach dropped. He knew this blog. Had been reading it for months, actually. Maya Bowen was the anonymous critic who'd been systematically dismantling his public persona with surgical precision. You're new, she said, finally looking at him. Her eyes were an unsettling green. Not pretty exactly, but the kind of colour that demanded a second look. Transfer? Yeah. Eli Carter. You're Maya, she frowned. How do you know that? It's on your papers. Right. She stood up, studying him with the same intensity she probably applied to her music reviews. Word of advice, Eli Carter. Don't try too hard to fit in. This place eats tryhards alive. She walked away before he could respond, leaving behind the faint scent of something like vanilla and rebellion. Tyler found him at lunch. "Dude, you already met the Bowen. That's either very lucky or very cursed." "The Bowen?" "Maya Bowen runs this brutal music blog that's got like a cult following. She's taken down more local bands than The Economy. Also plays violin like she's personally mad at the universe." Tyler grinned. "Word is she's got zero tolerance for fake people. So you're screwed." If only Tyler knew. The next weeks fell into a rhythm Eli hadn't experienced since middle school. Early mornings on the bus instead of in a town car, lunch in a crowded cafeteria instead of craft services, homework at a kitchen table instead of on a private jet. His security team monitored from a distance. His father called twice daily to ensure he was maintaining the charade, and his social media manager posted throwback photos to maintain his online presence. But the strangest part was Maya. When their English teacher assigned them as project partners, Maya's expression suggested she'd rather be partnered with a paper shredder. "Analysing indie pop evolution," she announced on day one, dropping a thick binder between them. "I've already done the research. You just need to not mess up my grade." "I actually know a bit about music," Eli offered. "Right. New kid with a guitar syndrome. Let me guess. You played Wonderwall once and now you're the next Kurt Cobain." "Something like that." She looked at him differently after he correctly identified not just genres but specific producers on the track she played during their research sessions. When he mentioned how the evolution of indie pop paralleled the democratization of music production, she actually put down her phone. "Huh," she said, "maybe you're not completely hopeless." It was the highest compliment he'd received in months. Their work sessions moved from the library to Maya's hideaway, a forgotten corner behind the audio-visual equipment where someone had left an old CD player. Maya had been curating this space with albums, leaving notes about tracks, building something like a shrine to honest music. "This is incredible," Eli said, running his fingers over handwritten track listings. "You've documented everything." "Music is memory," Maya said simply. "People forget that. They think it's just entertainment, but every song is someone's truth at a particular moment. Even the ones that lie are telling the truth about the lie." She pulled out her violin case, an action so natural it had to be habitual. "Want to hear something?" What came out wasn't classical. It was raw, improvised, the kind of music that spoke directly to something behind your ribcage. Eli found himself reaching for the guitar that mysteriously appeared against the wall. "You play?" Maya asked, pausing mid-bow. "A little." They played for 20 minutes. No words, just sound building on sound. Eli carefully avoided anything that might sound like his own compositions, instead falling into a rhythm that supported Maya's fierce melody. When they finished, the silence felt like an ending neither of them wanted. "Not bad, Carter," Maya said, and for the first time, he heard something like warmth in her voice. That night, alone in his temporary bedroom, so much smaller than his penthouse, so much more like home, Eli made a decision that would complicate everything. He logged into the Soundpost with a new account name, Anonymous Melody. "Just wanted to say your review of Jackson's latest single made me think. What if his revolutionary edge isn't lost but evolving? Sometimes artists go underground not because they've lost their voice, but because they're finding a new one." He hit send before he could overthink it. The next day, Maya mentioned the comment. "Got this interesting response on the blog last night. Someone actually defended Jackson Reyes without resorting to fan worship." "Maybe the world isn't completely lost after all," Eli agreed, fighting the urge to smile too widely. Later, Tyler cornered him after band practice. Static noise was exactly what the name suggested. 5 guys with more enthusiasm than talent making noise in Tyler's garage. "Bro, you're holding back," Tyler said, watching Eli play with obvious constraint. "You're like, too good at being deliberately mediocre. It's weird." "Just trying to fit in." "Yeah, about that." Tyler grabbed Eli's guitar pick, a standard black Fender. Where'd you get this? Music store. They don't sell these anymore. This is vintage. Tyler studied him. You know what? Never mind. We all have our secrets. But if you ever want to stop pretending you can't play, we could use a lead guitarist who doesn't sound like he's torturing cats. That Friday, Maya stayed after class for the project. They'd moved past the formal research phase into actual discussion, sometimes forgetting they were supposed to be completing an assignment. Question, Maya said, suddenly serious. Do you think artists have an obligation to stay true to their original sound? No, Eli answered without thinking. I think they have an obligation to stay true to themselves, even if that means changing, even if their fans hate it. Especially if their fans hate it. Otherwise, you're not really creating anymore. You're just maintaining a brand. Maya looked at him for a long moment. You know what, Carter? You might actually get music. She started packing up her violin, and Eli realized with startling clarity that he didn't want the session to end. The fire alarm that suddenly shrieked through the building was almost a relief. It interrupted what might have been his first genuine impulse in months. As they evacuated, Maya's hand briefly caught his arm. Same time Monday? Definitely. Walking home, Eli received 3 texts. One from his father demanding an update, one from his manager about a potential duet with another teen pop sensation, and one from Tyler. Dude, I know who you are. His blood went cold. Your guitar playing gave you away. Don't worry, your secret's safe. But man, this is going to get complicated. Very complicated, Eli typed back, thinking about Maya's hand on his arm, about the way she'd said, "Not bad, Carter," about how he hadn't felt this real in over a year. Monday morning arrived with the kind of grey sky that made fluorescent light seem almost romantic. Eli found Tyler waiting by his locker, practically vibrating with nervous energy. I didn't sleep, Tyler announced without preamble. I kept thinking about how insane this is. You're Jackson freaking Reyes. Keep your voice down. Jackson Reyes is in my garage band. Maya Bowen, who once wrote a 2,000-word essay on why your acoustic version of Gravity was an insult to both physics and music theory, is falling for you. This is either the universe's idea of a joke or the setup for the world's most twisted love song. She's not falling for me. Right. Tyler's sarcasm could have stripped paint. And I'm actually Beyoncé. Dude, you should see how you look at her. Like she's sheet music you're trying to read. Eli slammed his locker, perhaps with more force than necessary. It's not like that. Then what's it like? The question followed him through the morning. What was it like exactly? Maya had started saving him a seat in classes they shared. She'd initiated conversations about music that had nothing to do with their project. Yesterday she'd shared half a sandwich without being asked. Small things, normal things, things that probably meant nothing. His phone buzzed with a notification from the Soundpost. Maya had posted a new entry, responding to several comments from anonymous Melody. To AM, your point about evolution versus revolution in artistry is interesting. But consider this. Some changes feel like growth, others like abandonment. How do we distinguish between an artist discovering new truth and an artist forgetting who they were? She was brilliant. Absolutely, infuriatingly brilliant. At lunch, Sophia materialized at their table like a gossip-hungry ghost. Maya Bowen, she announced, sliding into the seat beside her best friend. We need to discuss your love life. What love life? Maya didn't look up from her notebook. The one that involves mysterious study partners and secret smiles. Sophia? Maya? Sophia turned to Eli. What are your intentions with my best friend? We're doing a project. Projects. That's what they call it these days. Maya kicked Sophia under the table. Ignore her. She thinks everything is romance. Everything is romance, Sophia declared. Speaking of which, did you see that Jackson Reyes is rumoured to be dating that actress? The one from the vampire show, Eli nearly choked on his water. "Where did you hear that?" Maya asked, and Eli couldn't tell if he imagined the edge in her voice. Entertainment tonight. Though honestly, she seems basic for him. He should date someone with actual musical taste, someone who could challenge him creatively. The irony was so thick Eli could have cut it with a plastic spork. After lunch, Maya pulled him aside. "Want to go somewhere other than the library? Today?" "Sure." She led him off campus down a path he hadn't noticed before. 10 minutes later they emerged at a small park dominated by a war memorial. Maya sat cross-legged on the grass, facing the monument. "My parents died here," she said without preamble. "Car accident 3 years ago." Eli sat beside her, suddenly understanding why the path felt worn. "I come here when I need to think, or when I need to remember who I am." She pulled out her phone, scrolled through photos. Dad was a music teacher. Mum was a nurse who sang in the church choir. Neither of them were famous, but they were real. "You know?" "Yeah," he said quietly. "I know." Sometimes I wonder if they'd understand my obsession with authenticity in music. Like, would they get why I'm so hard on artists who seem to change for money or fame? She glanced at him. "Do you think that's fair?" The question felt like a trap he'd set for himself. "I think being hard on people who abandon their values is fair. Being hard on people who are growing? Maybe not." "How do you tell the difference?" "You listen to their music. Really listen. Truth sounds different than calculation." Maya was quiet for a long moment. "You know what's weird, Eli? You're the first person in this school who talks about music like it matters, like it's more than just background noise." "Music is never just background noise," he said without thinking, then caught himself. "I mean, to people who really care about it." "Exactly," she smiled. A real smile, not the guarded expression she usually wore. "Want to hear something embarrassing? I've got a playlist for every mood. Happy, sad, anxious, angry. Even one for confused about feelings." "That's not embarrassing, that's beautiful." "Really?" "Really. Music as emotional cartography. That's brilliant." The way she looked at him then, surprise mixed with something warmer, made his chest tight. This was dangerous territory. This was where fake names and real feelings started colliding in ways that could hurt everyone involved. His phone rang, Dad's ringtone. "Take it," Maya said. "I'll wait." Eli walked a few feet away, answered on the third ring. "Progress report," his father said without greeting. "Everything's fine." "Are you maintaining your cover? No incidents?" "No incidents." "Good. We need you back in studio next week. The label wants demos." "Dad?" "This little experiment isn't forever, Eli. We indulge it because we need clean PR and because your mother insisted, but don't forget what's real." "What's real?" Eli looked back at Maya, sitting beside her parents' memorial, trusting him with pieces of herself. "I understand," he said, ending the call. When he returned, Maya was writing in her notebook. "Work stuff?" she asked. "Family stuff? Everything okay?" "Yeah." She tore out a page, hesitated, then handed it to him. "I wrote something for the project, but also not for the project." The paper contained lyrics, simple, honest, beautiful lyrics about finding truth in unexpected places. "Maya, this is incredible. It's stupid. It's not." He read it again, recognizing echoes of their conversations, their connection. "Do you have a melody for it?" "Maybe. Want to work on it together?" Her smile was answer enough. They spent the afternoon turning her words into music, their collaboration as natural as breathing. When Maya played the melody on her violin while Eli added guitar, something clicked into place. The song wasn't finished, but it was beginning, like them. Walking back to school, Maya bumped his shoulder playfully. "Thanks for not making fun of my lyrics. Thanks for sharing them. You know what? I've decided. You're officially not hopeless, Eli Carter." High praise from the infamous music critic. Don't let it go to your head. But it was too late for that warning. Something had already gone to his head, and it wasn't praise. It was the way her laugh sounded when she forgot to be guarded. It was the trust in her eyes when she showed him her writing. It was the growing certainty that what started as deception was becoming the most real thing in his life. That night, Eli lay awake composing in his head, not for his album, not for his image, but for Maya. Real lyrics about real feelings in a way he hadn't allowed himself since becoming someone. His phone buzzed. A text from Tyler. "Saw you two at the park. You're in deep, aren't you?" "Yeah. What are you going to do?" Eli stared at the ceiling, thinking about Maya's lyrics, about her parents' memorial, about the way she listened to music like it could save or condemn the world. "I don't know. Want some advice?" "Always. Stop lying to yourself first. The rest might follow." The melody of lies had become a full-time occupation. Eli found himself crafting an elaborate digital existence as anonymous melody, responding to Maya's blog posts with the kind of insight he could only provide as the artist himself. It was self-serving and honest in equal measure, like performing surgery on himself through a mirror. Meanwhile, Static Noise had reluctantly accepted him as their lead guitarist, and Tyler was struggling to balance friendship with the weight of secrets. "You're getting better," Maya observed one afternoon, listening to Eli play during lunch. They'd claimed an empty classroom as their unofficial headquarters, a space where Maya could practice violin and Eli could play guitar without wondering if someone would recognize his style. "Or you're just getting used to my mediocrity." "I'd know mediocrity. This is something else." She studied him like she studied music, searching for the truth beneath the performance. "Sometimes you play like you're holding back, like you know exactly where the song wants to go but won't let yourself take it there. Maybe I'm afraid of where it might go, music or life." The question hung between them, loaded with implications neither acknowledged. Sophia interrupted with the grace of a tornado. "Emergency best friend meeting," she announced, dragging Maya toward the door. "Eli, you're excused." "What's the emergency?" Maya protested. "Someone found Jackson Reyes's guitar pick in the hallway, the rare ones, with his signature, which means he's either visited our school or someone here is connected to him more than they're letting on." Eli's blood crystallized. He'd lost that pick 3 days ago. "So what?" Maya called over her shoulder as Sophia pulled her away. "Maybe someone's just a collector." But the damage was spreading. By the end of the day, the guitar pick had become the subject of wild speculation. Theories ranged from secret concerts to celebrities' kids hiding in plain sight. Tyler found Eli at his locker. "You need to be more careful." "I lost one guitar pick. People lose things." "Not custom Jackson Reyes picks. Sophia's already cross-referencing everyone's social media. It's only a matter of time before..." "Before what?" "Maya's smart enough to figure it out." "Maya's smart enough to figure anything out. The question is whether she'll want to when she realizes you've been lying to her face for weeks." That evening, Eli made a decision that probably qualified as emotional self-harm. He started leaving song lyrics in Maya's locker, fragments of verses he'd written but never recorded, pieces of himself he couldn't give any other way. The first note read, "Truth and fiction blur when you're looking through the same lens. Sometimes the realest thing is the lie that makes the most sense." Maya found it the next morning. In English class, she kept glancing at him, then at the paper. "Did you write this?" she whispered during group work. "Write what?" "These lyrics. In my locker." "Why would I do that?" Her expression suggested she wasn't entirely buying his denial, but she let it go. By week's end, 3 more notes had appeared, each one a small truth wrapped in metaphor. The blog post from Anonymous Melody intensified. "What if the greatest artists are the ones we don't recognize? What if authenticity isn't about revealing everything, but about revealing what matters?" Maya's responses grew more engaged, more personal. To AM. You make authenticity sound like a choice rather than an obligation. But don't we owe our audience the truth of who we are? I never traced the IP. I thought maybe you were a professor or music industry insider. Turns out the truth was even stranger. Eli stared at her words until his vision blurred. She was talking directly to him, even though she didn't know it. The digital debate felt more intimate than their face-to-face conversations. Meanwhile, Maya's grandmother was becoming suspicious in her own way. "This boy you've been studying with," Grace said during one of their weekly dinners. "Are you sure he's just a study partner?" "Gran, please." "I'm not blind, Maya. You come home humming songs you haven't hummed since your parents were alive. You smile at your phone. These are symptoms of something. Symptoms of friendship. In my day, we called it chemistry." Maya blushed furiously. "It's not like that. It never is, until it is." But Grace kept her concerns private until the evening she answered the door to find a black SUV idling outside their modest house. Maya was at orchestra practice, and Grace found herself face to face with a man in an expensive suit. "Mrs. Bowen, I'm David Morrison. I believe my son has become friends with your granddaughter." Grace studied him with the wariness of someone who'd seen too much. "Your son?" "Eli, though you might know him better by his stage name." Back at school, the truth was closing in from all directions. During lunch, Tyler pulled Eli aside. "Sophia's done too much research. She knows someone connected to Jackson Reyes is at this school. She's narrowed it down to you, me, and 2 other guys. One of them is the kid who always wears sunglasses indoors, so her money's on you." "What did you tell her?" "I told her she was overthinking things. But Eli, she's smart and she's motivated. How long before she connects dots we can't unconnect?" The answer came sooner than expected. Sophia found them after school, practically vibrating with excitement. "I know your secret." She held up a printed page. "I work on the school paper. I'm always in the computer lab. Someone printed these emails about Project Normal yesterday and forgot to grab them." Eli's heart stopped. "You're moonlighting as Static Noise's guitarist. Why didn't you just say so? It's not like it's embarrassing. You're actually good." Relief flooded through him, followed immediately by the recognition that he'd been granted a reprieve, not a pardon. "Yeah," he said carefully, "just trying to keep a low profile." "Well, your secret's safe with me. Though," she glanced at Tyler, "I might want to interview the band for the paper." That was how Eli found himself performing publicly for the first time in months, albeit with a garage band instead of a sold-out arena. Maya came to the Static Noise rehearsal/interview session, ostensibly as Sophia's photographer, but she spent more time watching Eli play than taking pictures. "You really don't sing?" Maya asked during a break. "I leave that to others," Eli said, which was technically true. He did usually leave singing to others. It just happened that those others were studio musicians hired to back him up. "Pity, you have the right voice for it. Deep but not too gravelly. Could probably handle indie rock or singer-songwriter stuff without strain." How she could know that from listening to him speak was either pure insight or cosmic irony. After the session, as they walked out together, Maya stopped him. "Can I tell you something weird?" "Always." "Those lyrics you've been leaving, because I know it's you, don't try to deny it. They feel familiar somehow, like I've heard them in a dream or something. Maybe you're just that intuitive about music, or maybe you're just that intuitive about me." The air between them tightened in a way that demanded resolution. Eli found himself leaning closer, and Maya didn't pull away. For a moment the weight of secrets lifted. Then Tyler's van backfired in the parking lot, shattering the moment like glass. "I should go," Maya said, but she didn't move. "Yeah, me too." Neither of them moved. "Tomorrow?" Maya asked. "Library? Or the memorial?" "Let's go somewhere new." "Okay, somewhere new." She walked away, and Eli wondered if truth could be a place you travelled to gradually, or if it was more like jumping off a cliff, all at once or not at all. That night he composed the most honest song he'd written in years. Not for an album, not for his image, but for the feeling of standing in a high school parking lot, wanting to kiss someone who might hate him if she knew who he really was. His phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. "This is Grace Bowen. We need to talk about my granddaughter. Some secrets," Eli realised, had expiration dates, and his was coming up fast. Grace Bowen's cafe of choice was the kind of place that probably hadn't changed its menu since 1987. She sat in a corner booth, nursing coffee and radiating the kind of authority that made Eli check his posture. "You're punctual," she observed as he slid into the seat across from her. "That's something. Mrs. Bowen. Grace, and I'll be direct." She slid a printed page across the table. It was a screenshot of the sound post, featuring one of his responses as anonymous Melody. "My granddaughter doesn't know I read her blog, and I'd prefer to keep it that way. But I'm reasonably good with computers, and anonymous Melody's comments have a certain authority that goes beyond casual fan knowledge." Eli's carefully constructed world tilted sideways. "Combined with my husband's obsession with music history, God rest his soul, I've heard enough industry stories to recognise patterns. Patterns like famous people's, children hiding in plain sight, like talent that tries too hard to seem ordinary, like very expensive guitar picks lost in hallways. Grace, let me finish. David Morrison came to my house yesterday. That was enlightening." She sipped her coffee with infuriating calm. "He wants to know about Maya's influence on his son. Wanted to ensure she wasn't distracting Eli from his career. She's not. I know that. The question is, what exactly is she to you? Because if this is some kind of celebrity game, it's not." The words came out more forcefully than intended. Maya is the first person in a year who's seen me as just Eli. Not the product, not the brand, just me." Grace's expression softened imperceptibly. "And does Eli care about my granddaughter? Really care? More than I've cared about anything in a long time? Enough to stop lying to her?" The question landed like a physical weight. "I want to. I'm just... God, Grace, I'm terrified she'll hate me. She's spent months writing about how Jackson Reyes represents everything fake about the music industry. How am I supposed to tell her that your proof her hypothesis was wrong?" Grace smiled slightly. "Maya's been wrong before. She's also the most forgiving person I know, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. But that forgiveness has limits." She reached into her purse, pulled out an old photograph. Two people on stage, younger versions of themselves, guitars in hand, singing into a shared microphone. "Your grandfather and I had a band once. Nothing famous, but we toured the Midwest, played dive bars and county fairs. This was before Maya's dad came along." She traced the edge of the photo. "We understood that music can be both a bridge and a wall. It depends on how honest you're willing to be." "What happened to the band?" "Life, marriage, kids, the usual suspects." Grace tucked the photo away. "But the music never left. It just evolved, like everything does if you let it." They sat in silence for a moment. "She's planning something for your birthday," Grace said finally. "Something at school. If you're going to tell her, I'd suggest doing it before then. Surprises have a way of revealing more than we intend." After Grace left, Eli sat in the cafe staring at his phone. 3 missed calls from his father, 2 from his manager, and 1 text from Maya. New hiding spot after school? "I found something I want to show you." The something turned out to be an old music room, forgotten in the renovations that had modernized the rest of the school. Covered instruments lined the walls and everything smelled like dust and possibility. "How did you find this place?" Eli asked. "I'm good at finding hidden things." Maya ran her hand over a vintage piano. I've been thinking about our project, about evolution versus revolution, about how we judge authenticity. She turned to face him, something determined in her expression. I've also been thinking about those lyrics you've been leaving, and about anonymous melody on my blog, and about the way you play guitar when you think no one's listening. Time stopped. This was it, the moment when careful constructions collapsed. Maya, let me finish. I think you're more connected to music than you let on. I think maybe you're in this school for reasons that aren't just your dad's job transfer. And I think, she took a breath, I think I'm falling for you anyway. The honesty in her voice broke something in him. Not the fear, that multiplied, but the isolation, the sense that he had to carry this weight alone. What if, he said carefully, what if there was more? More than just connection to music, more than just complicated family stuff? Then I'd want to know, all of it. Before he could respond, the door burst open. Sophia stood there, breathless and triumphant. Maya, you need to come with me. Now. There's something about the talent show, about Jackson Reyes, about... She noticed Eli, skidded to a stop. Oh, sorry. But Maya, this can't wait. Maya looked between them, torn between curiosity and frustration. Can you give us 5 minutes? 3, and then I'm coming back with a crowbar if necessary. After Sophia left, Maya turned back to Eli. To be continued? Yeah, definitely continued. But as she walked away, Eli knew that time was accelerating faster than his courage. Whatever Sophia had discovered, whatever Maya was planning for his birthday, whatever truth was about to surface, it was all heading toward a collision he couldn't prevent. That night he wrote in his journal, something he hadn't done since signing his first record deal. Tomorrow I tell her. Tomorrow I stop hiding behind half-truths and carefully crafted personas. Tomorrow I risk everything real for what might be real. But tomorrow had its own plans. Tyler called at midnight. Eli, we have a problem. Actually, several problems. Sophia knows, she actually knows, and she's giving you until tomorrow to tell Maya yourself, or she's going to do it for you. How did she... Does it matter? Man, this is spiralling. Fast. Eli stared at his ceiling, knowing he'd been given a deadline he couldn't meet or avoid. Tomorrow he'd tell Maya the truth. Tomorrow he'd find out if the person he'd become in her eyes could survive the revelation of who he'd been all along. Tomorrow had become the scariest word in any language. Morning came too quickly, and not quickly enough. Eli arrived at school to find Maya at his locker, holding something that made his heart stop. A printed email conversation between him and his manager, discussing Project Normal, the code name for his public school experience. Sophia found these in the computer lab printer, Maya said without preamble. Someone forgot to collect them yesterday. Her voice was carefully neutral, the tone she used when reviewing music she hadn't decided how to judge yet. Maya, I can explain, can you? Because according to these emails, Eli Carter doesn't exist. According to these emails, you're someone named Eli Morrison who's playing some kind of game with real people's lives. Other students were starting to notice, to cluster nearby with that instinct for drama that teenagers possessed. Please, can we go somewhere private? She studied him for a long moment, then nodded. The music room, 5 minutes. The walk felt eternal. Maya's silence was a wall he didn't know how to scale. When they reached the forgotten music room, she closed the door with more care than necessary. Talk. Where to start? How to explain a year of deception in a way that made sense? Eli chose the only path he knew, the truth. My real name is Eli Morrison. My stage name is Jackson Reyes. I'm here because my parents thought I needed normal friends, normal experiences, normal life, whatever that means. They thought it would make me a better artist. Maya's expression remained carefully blank. At first, I just wanted to get through it. to play the part of boring new kid and wait until I could go back to whatever life I had before. But then I met you and decided to lie to me for months and decided I didn't want you to see me the way you saw Jackson Reyes in your reviews. I didn't want you to think I represented everything you hated about the music industry. So you let me fall for a fiction. I let you fall for the most real version of myself I've been in years. Maya laughed, but there was no humour in it. The real version? Eli, you've been commenting on my blog as Anonymous Melody. You've been responding to my critiques of your own work, playing some elaborate game with me. That's not true. Those conversations, those comments, they were real. I was finally talking to someone who understood music the way I do, even if she didn't know who she was talking to. Oh, how noble of you. Her sarcasm could have cut glass. You were saving me from my own prejudices. How very gallant. That's not what I meant. She turned away from him, running her fingers over the dusty piano keys. Do you know what's funny? I've been defending you, not Eli, but Jackson, to Sophia, to anonymous commenters on my blog, even to myself. I've been wondering if maybe I was too harsh, if maybe artists deserve space to evolve. Her hands found a chord, minor and melancholy. I've been writing songs about you, about us, about this feeling I couldn't name because I was falling for someone who supposedly didn't care about fame or image. The chord resolved into something softer. Turns out I was falling for someone defined entirely by fame and image. Maya, please listen. I did listen. I listened to every word you said, looked for honesty in every gesture. And you know what? I thought I found it. I thought I found something real for the first time since my parents died. The rawness in her voice stopped him. This wasn't about celebrity secrets or industry manipulation. This was about trust broken in a place where she kept her deepest wounds. It was real, he said quietly. Those moments between us, the music we made together, the way we talked about everything and nothing, that was the most real thing in my life. She faced him again, and he saw tears she hadn't let fall. How am I supposed to believe anything you say now? The question hung between them, unanswerable and essential. Before he could respond, the door burst open. Sophia stood there, breathing hard, with Tyler right behind her. Sorry to interrupt the heartbreak, Sophia said, not sounding sorry at all. But we have a bigger problem. Someone leaked that Jackson Reyes is enrolled here. There are news vans in the parking lot. Tyler added, and Eli's dad just pulled up in a very expensive car. This is about to become a circus. Maya looked at Eli with something that might have been pity. Congratulations, your secret's out, and you didn't even have to tell it yourself. She walked toward the door, paused. For what it's worth, the songs you wrote, the real ones, the ones for you and not for charts, they were good, better than good. But I guess we'll never know what else might have been. She left, taking something essential with her. Eli stood in the empty music room, surrounded by covered instruments and broken possibilities. Through the window he could see media trucks arriving, security guards, students with phones out, recording everything. Eli, Tyler said gently, we need to get you out of here. But there was no escaping now. Not from the media circus, not from his father's inevitable lecture about damaged brands and controlled narratives, not from the knowledge that he'd lost something irreplaceable through his own cowardice. His phone buzzed. Maya's blog had updated to Anonymous Melody. Thank you for the conversations. They meant more than you know. Sometimes the truth comes too late, and sometimes it comes too close to the bone. Either way, this is goodbye. The final word felt like a door, closing. David Morrison found him 20 minutes later, flanked by security and fury. This ends now. Pack your things. We're leaving. Dad, wait. You need to salvage what's left of your career. Do you have any idea what this has done to our carefully managed image? A secret high school, A girlfriend who's been publicly criticizing your work? Her name is Maya. I don't care what her name is. This entire experiment was supposed to make you more relatable to normal teens, not start some scandal. And it did end, but not the way anyone expected. At the hastily arranged press conference, held in the school auditorium of all places, Eli faced cameras and questions about his public school experiment. The principal stood nervously by the doors, trying to manage the chaos while avoiding being photographed by Entertainment Tonight cameras. When asked about the rumoured relationship with a student blogger, he surprised everyone by turning toward the back of the room. Maya Bowen is the most honest person I've ever met. She reviews music like truth matters, like art should mean something beyond entertainment. I tried to hide who I was because I was afraid she'd judge the industry version of me instead of just me. He could see Maya in the doorway, having been pulled in by the commotion like everyone else. Her expression was unreadable, not the raw hurt from the music room, but something more guarded, watchful. I've learned something these past few months. Being real isn't about full disclosure. It's about being honest when it matters, and I wasn't. I'm sorry for that. The questions continued, but Eli's focus had narrowed to a single person. When the circus finally died down and he was allowed to leave, Maya was waiting by the side exit. She'd had time to process, to consider, to decide whether this conversation was worth having. That was quite a performance, she said. It wasn't meant to be a performance, just the truth. Finally. The truth, she repeated, testing the word. You know what my grandmother told me once? That music creates bridges and walls depending on how honest you're willing to be. And I think maybe we built both. Now we have to decide which one we want to keep. They stood in the late afternoon sun, the weight of revelation settling around them like dust. Nothing was simple anymore, but perhaps simple hadn't been what they needed anyway. I'm leaving, Eli said. My dad's not wrong about the mess this creates, but I want to finish our song, the one you started writing about finding truth in unexpected places. Maya was quiet for a long moment. What if we finish it and it doesn't sound right? What if we don't finish it and never know? She smiled. Not the guarded expression he'd become used to, but something fuller, more dangerous. Send me the lyrics, not as anonymous melody, as you. All of me. All of you. 6 months later, Maya's blog featured a new column, collaborative reviews where artists responded to critiques in real time, creating dialogue instead of one-way judgment. The first series featured an exchange between music journalist Maya Bowen and singer-songwriter Jackson Reyes about authenticity, evolution, and the courage required for both. Their song, the one that started with Maya's lyrics about truth in unexpected places, appeared as a surprise track on Eli's next album, credited to both of them. It wasn't a love song exactly, more like a documented conversation between two people learning how to be honest when honesty hurt. Critics called it brutally authentic. Fans called it relationship goals. Maya called it a beginning, not an ending. On graduation day, she found a new note in her locker. Not lyrics this time, but an address. The location of a small venue downtown. When she arrived that evening, she found a single spotlight on an empty stage, 2 microphones, and a note that read simply, "Truth sounds different when it's shared. Want to try?" The audience was small, Tyler and Sophia, Grace, even David Morrison looking uncomfortable but trying. Maya stepped onto the stage, picked up a microphone and looked out at Eli in the audience. "Ready for people to hear us mess up in real time?" she asked. "As long as it's real," he replied, joining her on stage. "I'm tired of being perfect." "Good," she said, pulling out her violin, because perfect was never the point. The song they played wasn't the one from the album. It was something new, something unrehearsed, something that proved honesty could be found in the space between notes as much as within them. And if some truths came with complications, If some melodies required more than one voice to complete, well, that was just music being honest about what it had always known. Sometimes the best songs are the ones you discover by accident, played by people brave enough to stand in the same space and let whatever comes, come. The end came with applause that felt like permission to begin again. A love remembered. Eleanor Callahan's fingers traced the outline of her reflection in the bathroom mirror, following the map of wrinkles that had settled into her face over 84 years. She didn't mind them, these etchings of time. Each line had its own story. Laughter lines from summer picnics with the children, worry lines from David's motorcycle accident in 83, the deep furrow between her brows from the day James forgot her name for the first time. "Ellie," James's voice called from the bedroom, unusually clear this morning. "Have you seen my watch? The gold one?" Eleanor closed her eyes briefly, savouring the sound of her nickname on his lips. These moments of lucidity had become rare treasures, appearing without warning and disappearing just as quickly, like fireflies in the growing dusk of his mind. "Coming, love," she called back, quickly dabbing Chanel No. 5 behind her ears, a ritual she maintained despite knowing he rarely noticed anymore. She found James sitting on the edge of their bed, dresser drawers pulled open, his pyjamas still on but inside out. His white hair stood up in tufts, and confusion clouded his eyes despite the momentary clarity in his voice. "The gold watch," he repeated, his hands patting the bedspread. "My father's watch. I need it for—" Eleanor knelt carefully before him, her knees protesting the movement. "For our anniversary dinner tonight," she finished, reaching for his hand. 60 years, James. Can you believe it?" His eyes, still that remarkable shade of hazel that had made her stumble over her words at a dance hall in 1963, flickered with something. Recognition, perhaps, or just the reflection of her own hope. 60, he murmured, squeezing her fingers. Then, "Who are you?" The question no longer stung as it once had. Eleanor simply smiled and pressed her palm against his cheek. "I'm Eleanor, your wife, and tonight our family is coming for dinner to celebrate us." James nodded, accepting this information with the placid trust of a child. Eleanor helped him dress, guiding his arms through the sleeves of his favourite cardigan, the navy one with leather elbow patches that their grandson Michael had given him 5 Christmases ago. Before James's diagnosis, he had been meticulous about his appearance. Pressed shirts, polished shoes, his silver hair always neatly combed. She maintained these standards for him now, a small act of preservation. The doorbell rang as she was adjusting his collar. "That'll be Margaret," Eleanor said, kissing his forehead. "Our daughter. She's bringing those lemon squares you like." James blinked at her, and for a terrifying moment, Eleanor thought she saw not confusion but utter blankness in his gaze, as if looking through her into an endless void. Then he smiled, the crooked, charming smile that had once made her knees weak on dance floors and in darkened movie theatres. "I like lemon squares," he said simply. Margaret's voice carried up the stairs, followed by the deeper tones of her husband Robert and the excited chatter of their daughters, Lily and Emma. Eleanor guided James toward the door. "Dad!" Margaret's face lit up when she saw him, and she embraced him carefully. At 57, Margaret had inherited Eleanor's petite frame and James's expressive eyes. "Happy anniversary." "Thank you," James replied automatically, social graces still deeply ingrained even as other parts of him slipped away. "Grandpa." Emma, 16 and luminous with youth, bounded forward. "I brought you something." She pressed a small package into his hands. James stared at it, uncertain. "Open it, dear," Eleanor encouraged. His fingers moved slowly, methodically unwrapping the gift. Inside was a small digital picture frame, its screen coming to life with a slideshow of family photos. "See, Grandpa," Emma explained, standing close. It has all our pictures in it. Look, there's you and Grandma at the beach house, and there's when you taught me to fish, James." Watched the images flicker past, his expression unreadable. Then, with startling suddenness, he said, "Cape Cod, 1988. David fell off the dock." The room went still. Eleanor exchanged a glance with Margaret, whose eyes had widened in surprise. The photo on screen indeed showed their vacation home in Cape Cod, though from a more recent trip. "That's right, Dad," Margaret said carefully. "You remember David falling in? Mum had to fish him out because you were laughing too hard to help." James nodded, a small smile playing at his lips. "He splashed like a seal, all arms." Eleanor felt a familiar tightness in her chest, hope and heartache intertwined. She had learned not to expect these moments of recollection, nor to expect them to last. David arrived 30 minutes later with his wife Tara and their son Michael, now 28, and sporting a beard that made him look startlingly like James in old photographs. The house filled with a comfortable chaos of family, coats being hung, food being arranged, furniture being shifted to accommodate everyone in the living room where Eleanor had set up for dinner. "Mom, this looks beautiful," David said, helping her arrange the table. At 59, her firstborn still had the gentle demeanour that had made him the peacemaker of the family. "How are you holding up? Really?" Eleanor considered the question as she straightened the linen napkin she'd ironed that morning. A small indulgence for a special occasion. "I'm still here," she said finally. "We both are, in our own ways." David's eyes, so like his father's, softened with understanding. "Remember what Dad always said about marriage?" Eleanor smiled. "It's not about the years, it's about the moments." "Yes." "Well," David said, glancing over to where James sat in his armchair watching Michael adjust the sound system. 60 years is a lot of moments." Eleanor followed his gaze. "Yes," she whispered, "a lifetime of them." What no one mentioned, what had become an unspoken understanding, was that these days those moments existed only for her. For James they appeared and disappeared like raindrops on hot pavement, evaporating almost as soon as they fell. Margaret appeared at her elbow. "Mom, we found the record." Eleanor turned, her heart quickening. "You did? I thought it was lost in the move." Margaret held up a vinyl record in its worn sleeve. Frank Sinatra's "Come Fly With Me." Their wedding song, the one James had insisted they dance to at every anniversary celebration. "It was in Dad's study behind his medical journals," Margaret explained. "Michael's setting up Grandpa's old record player now." Eleanor took the record, running her fingers over its surface. Another piece of their past preserved despite everything. "Thank you, darling. This means everything." As the family gathered around the table, Eleanor watched James carefully. He seemed content, if slightly bewildered by the activity around him. He ate methodically when food was placed before him, smiled politely at conversation directed his way, but remained largely disconnected, a benevolent observer at his own celebration, until Margaret raised her glass for a toast. "To Mum and Dad," she said, her voice wavering slightly. 60 years of showing us what love looks like, in good times and in hard ones. You've taught us that love isn't just the grand gestures, it's in the everyday moments of kindness, patience, and choosing each other again and again." James suddenly straightened in his chair, his gaze sharpening. He reached for his water glass with unusual precision. "To my beautiful wife," he said clearly, looking directly at Eleanor, "the love of my life." The room fell silent. Eleanor's hand trembled as she raised her own glass, her vision blurring with unshed tears. For this crystalline moment, James was fully present, fully himself. "To us," she whispered. As the evening progressed, Eleanor found herself alternating between host and caretaker, making sure everyone had enough to eat while monitoring James for signs of fatigue or confusion. Yet something about tonight was different. Whether it was the familiar faces, the music playing softly in the background, or some mysterious alignment in the misfiring synapses of his brain, James remained unusually engaged. When Michael suggested they move to the living room for dessert and the sharing of memories, Eleanor braced herself. These moments could be particularly difficult for James, highlighting as they did all that he had lost. But as they settled into their seats, James reached for her hand, his fingers finding hers with surprising certainty. "Dance with me, Ellie," he said. The needle dropped onto the vinyl with a soft hiss, and the rich tones of Sinatra filled the living room. Eleanor stood frozen, James's request echoing in her ears. "Dance with me, Ellie." Words he had spoken hundreds of times throughout their marriage, but hadn't uttered in nearly 3 years. James rose from his chair without assistance, extending his hand with a grace that seemed to shave decades off his stooped frame. The family watched in silent amazement as Eleanor placed her hand in his, allowing him to guide her to the centre of the room where they had pushed back the furniture. "Come fly with me, let's fly away," Sinatra crooned as James placed his right hand gently at the small of Eleanor's back, taking her other hand in his left, the proper form he'd insisted on learning before their wedding because, as he'd told her, "I want to lead you right, Ellie, always." They began to move, not with the vigour of their youth, but with a measured dignity that held its own kind of beauty. James guided her through the steps with surprising sureness, his eyes never leaving hers. "The last time we danced," he said softly, for her ears alone, "was at David's wedding anniversary, 5 years ago." Eleanor's breath caught. "Yes," she whispered, afraid to break whatever spell had momentarily cleared the fog from his mind. "You wore green, with little rhinestones, and those ridiculous shoes that hurt your feet." A laugh bubbled up from somewhere deep inside her. "They were torture devices. I took them off under the table and you smuggled them out in your jacket pocket." James smiled, a real smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "You walked to the car in your stockings. I carried you over that puddle in the parking lot." "You did," Eleanor confirmed, tears threatening again. "You've always carried me over the rough spots, James." They continued moving to the music, unaware that Michael had begun quietly filming them on his phone, that Emma was wiping tears from her cheeks, that David and Margaret were clutching each other's hands so tightly their knuckles had gone white. When the song ended, James held Eleanor for a moment longer, then leaned down and pressed his lips to hers. A proper kiss, not the confused peck he sometimes offered when prompted. Eleanor closed her eyes, memorizing the feeling. "I've loved you for 1,000 years," he murmured against her mouth, "and I'll love you for 1,000 more." Eleanor pulled back slightly, a small laugh escaping her despite the emotion tightening her throat. "That's from that song Emma likes, the one from the vampire movie." James's eyes twinkled, actually twinkled with mischief. "Did I get it wrong? I was trying to be romantic." Eleanor cupped his face in her hands. "You've never gotten romance wrong a day in your life, James Callahan." They returned to their seats to enthusiastic applause from the family, James giving a small, courtly bow that made the grandchildren giggle. As they settled back into their chairs, Eleanor felt a strange mix of elation and terror. These moments of clarity were precious beyond measure, but they also sharpened the pain of what would inevitably follow, the confusion returning, the light in his eyes dimming once more. "Should we share some memories? Now?" Margaret suggested. "That's what we planned, right, Mum?" Eleanor nodded, pushing aside her apprehension. "Yes, let's do that." One by one, the family began to speak, sharing stories of James as father, grandfather, husband. David recalled fishing trips where James had shown infinite patience untangling lines and baiting hooks. Margaret spoke of how he had driven 8 hours to her college dormitory when she'd called home homesick and ready to quit, how he had walked the campus with her all weekend until she remembered why she'd wanted to be there in the first place. Michael talked about his grandfather teaching him to change the oil in his first car, and how James had slipped him an extra $20 afterward, whispering, "Don't tell your grandmother I'm undermining your allowance system." Lily remembered being terrified of thunderstorms as a child until Grandpa explained that thunder was just the clouds bowling, and every time we heard it, it meant someone had gotten a strike. Emma, the youngest at 16, spoke last. "When I was little and stayed over, Grandpa would make pancakes in funny shapes, not just Mickey Mouse ears. He tried to make pancakes that looked like us, or animals we liked. They were always terrible," she said with a laugh. "Like nightmare-inducing terrible. But he was so proud of them, and he'd make up stories about each pancake as we ate them." She turned to James, her expression softening. "You always made me feel like the most important person in the room, Grandpa. You still do." Throughout these recollections, James listened with unusual attentiveness. Sometimes he nodded or smiled in apparent recognition. Other times he looked puzzled, as if hearing about a stranger's life. But he remained engaged, his hand resting on Eleanor's knee, occasionally squeezing gently when a particular memory seemed to resonate. After Emma finished speaking, a comfortable silence fell over the room. Then James cleared his throat. "I'd like to. Say something," he announced. The family exchanged surprised glances. James rarely initiated conversation these days, especially in group settings that tended to overwhelm him. "Of course, Dad," David encouraged gently. "We'd love to hear from you." James straightened in his seat, and Eleanor was struck by how much he suddenly resembled the man who had stood before classes of medical students for 40 years as a respected professor of cardiology. His shoulders squared, his chin lifted, and when he spoke, his voice carried the authority that had once commanded hospital rounds. "I know I'm not always here," he began, gesturing vaguely toward his head. "I know I forget things, important things, people." His eyes found Eleanor's. "I forget you sometimes, my love, though never for long. Your face might slip away, but the feeling, the knowing that you are my heart, that stays." Eleanor pressed her hand to her mouth, unable to speak. "The doctors explained what would happen," James continued. "Back when I could understand it. Like water draining from a bathtub, they said. But that's not how it feels. It's more like standing in a dense fog. Sometimes the fog thins, and I can see everything clearly. Your faces, my life, all of it. Then it thickens again, and I'm lost." He paused, looking around at the family with remarkable clarity. "Tonight the fog has lifted more than usual. I don't know why. I don't know how long it will last, but I want to use this moment to tell you all that even when I can't express it, even when I seem far away, I carry your love with me. It's the thread I follow through the fog." Margaret was openly weeping now, her shoulders shaking as Robert held her. David stared at his father with naked love and grief etched on his face. The grandchildren watched in solemn wonder, witnessing a grandfather they had begun to lose suddenly, miraculously return to them. "And Eleanor?" James turned fully toward his wife, taking both her hands in his. "My Ellie, 60 years isn't nearly enough. I'd marry you again tomorrow. I'd marry you every day for another 60 years if I could." In that moment, Eleanor felt the weight of every day they had shared. The births of their children, the deaths of their parents, vacations and illnesses, arguments and reconciliations, the quiet Tuesday evenings and the momentous celebrations. All of it, every second, had led to this room, this moment, these words. "You would?" she asked softly. "In a heartbeat," he replied. Then, with a flash of his old humour, he added, "Though according to my most recent ECG, my heartbeats are rather irregular these days, so you might need to be patient with me." The family laughed through their tears, and Eleanor felt something tight in her chest begin to loosen. This moment of perfect clarity, of James fully present and aware, recognising and loving his family. This was the anniversary gift she had never dared to wish for. after James's speech, the evening took on a dreamlike quality. They ate Margaret's lemon squares and drank coffee. They looked through old photo albums, James occasionally offering startlingly precise details about pictures taken decades ago. They played another record, Nat King Cole this time, and James hummed along, his foot tapping in perfect rhythm. But as the clock crept past 9, Eleanor noticed the sign she'd learned to recognise, the slight furrow returning to James's brow, his responses becoming more halting, his gaze beginning to wander. The fog was rolling back in. "Perhaps we should wrap up for the evening," she suggested gently. "It's been a wonderful celebration, but I think we're both getting tired." The family understood immediately. Goodbyes were exchanged, hugs given, promises to visit again soon offered. As they gathered their coats and leftovers, each family member took a moment with James, holding his hand or kissing his cheek, trying not to betray their awareness that the grandfather and father who'd been so vibrantly present all evening was already beginning to recede. "We'll help clean up before we go," David offered, but Eleanor shook her head. "Leave it, darling. I'll take care of it tomorrow." "Are you sure, Mom?" Margaret asked, concern evident in her voice. Eleanor nodded. "I want some quiet time with your father now, while he's still—" She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. As the front door closed behind the last of their family, Eleanor turned to find James standing in the middle of the living room looking lost. "Who were all those people?" he asked. Eleanor felt the familiar pang, sharper tonight after hours of having her real husband back. She crossed to him, taking his hand. "That was our family, love. Our children and grandchildren. They came to celebrate our anniversary." James nodded slowly, processing this information without fully comprehending it. "Anniversary," he repeated, the words seeming to float disconnected from any meaning. 60 years of marriage," Eleanor explained patiently. "Diamond anniversary. Though I told you long ago I didn't need more diamonds." She led him toward the stairs, moving slowly to accommodate his hesitant steps. "You gave me something much better tonight, James. You gave me yourself." He followed her, docile now. The commanding presence that had held the room captivated just an hour ago vanished like morning mist under a strengthening sun. Yet even in this state there was something gentle and dignified about him. The essence of James, his fundamental kindness, his quiet grace, remained intact even as his memories fractured and dispersed. In their bedroom, she helped him undress and put on his pyjamas. This intimate ritual had evolved over the past few years from something occasionally embarrassing for them both to a comfortable routine. Eleanor had been a nurse before retiring, and she brought that professional efficiency to the task, though she never stopped seeing her husband's body with love. The broad shoulders now stooped, the stomach that had softened with age, the surgical scar on his left knee from a skiing accident in his 50s. "Arms up," she instructed gently, helping him into his pyjama top, then guiding him to sit on the edge of the bed while she removed his slippers and helped him into the pants. "You're very kind," James said, the formal politeness he often adopted when confusion set in. "I'm your wife," Eleanor replied simply. "I promise to love you in sickness and in health." She helped him into bed, tucking the covers around him the way he liked, making sure the pillow was positioned properly under his head. Then she moved to her vanity to remove her makeup and change into her own nightgown. In the mirror she could see James watching her, his expression peaceful though distant. She wondered what he was thinking, if he recognized her at all now, or if she had become simply a kind caretaker, familiar but unnamed. "You look beautiful," he said suddenly. Eleanor turned, surprised. "Thank you, James." "Are you coming to bed soon?" he asked, patting the space beside him. "Yes, love. Just washing up." When she slipped under the covers a few minutes later, James reached for her hand in the darkness. Eleanor's heart quickened. These small gestures of connection sometimes bridged the gaps in his memory. anchoring him to her even when words failed. "I don't remember everything," he said softly, "but I remember you smell like flowers." Eleanor turned toward him, close enough to feel his breath against her face. "Chanel number 5, she whispered. "You gave me my first bottle the day David was born. Said every new mother deserved something that made her feel beautiful." "David," James repeated. "Our son." "Yes. He fell in the water at the beach house." Eleanor smiled in the darkness. "That's right. Cape Cod, 1988. James was quiet for a long moment, and Eleanor thought he might have drifted to sleep. Then he spoke, again his voice barely audible. "I'm sorry, Ellie." "For what, my love?" "For forgetting. For leaving you alone while I'm still here." Eleanor propped herself up on one elbow, finding his face in the dim light filtering through the curtains. His eyes were open, looking directly at her with a lucidity that took her breath away. "You haven't left me," she said fiercely. "You're right here, and I'm right here with you, James Callahan. I always will be." He reached up to touch her face, his fingers finding the wetness on her cheeks that she hadn't realized was there. "You're crying," he observed. "Happy tears," she assured him, covering his hand with her own. Tonight was perfect. "Dance with me again tomorrow?" he asked, his voice already growing drowsy. "Every day," Eleanor promised, knowing that by morning he would likely have no recollection of this conversation, of the dance they'd shared, of the remarkable speech he'd given to their family. But she would remember for both of them every single day. James's breathing deepened as sleep claimed him. Eleanor remained awake a while longer, watching the gentle rise and fall of his chest, cataloguing every moment of this extraordinary evening in her memory. The doctors had warned her that these periods of clarity, what they clinically termed terminal lucidity, often preceded a steep decline. She pushed the thought away. Tonight was not for worrying about tomorrow. Finally, she settled beside him, her hand resting lightly over his heart, its steady rhythm lulling her towards sleep. "Good night, my love," she whispered. "Thank you for remembering us tonight." Eleanor woke before dawn, the grey light of early morning seeping around the edges of the curtains. For a moment she lay still, listening to James's breathing beside her, trying to recapture the magic of the previous evening. Then she slipped quietly from bed, wrapping her robe around her against the morning chill. Downstairs, evidence of their celebration remained, wine glasses on the coffee table, dessert plates stacked beside the sink, the record player still open with Nat King Cole waiting to be returned to his sleeve. Usually meticulous about cleaning up before bed, Eleanor had left it all, unwilling to waste a moment of James's rare lucidity on domestic chores. She put on coffee and began to tidy, moving quietly around the kitchen and living room. The house felt different this morning, charged somehow with the residual energy of last night's gathering, as if the walls themselves had absorbed some of the love that had filled the rooms. As she closed the record player, her fingers lingered on its wooden cabinet. James had bought it for their 25th anniversary, insisting that digital music couldn't compare to the warmth of vinyl. Some things are worth preserving the old way, he'd told her then. Some experiences shouldn't be compressed and streamlined. The same could be said for memory, she thought now. Modern medicine had tried to compress James's decline into neat categories and stages, to streamline their expectations with clinical terminology and brain scans. But last night had defied all predictions and prognoses. Last night had been worth preserving, old-fashioned and miraculous. She was rinsing dishes when she heard his uncertain footsteps on the stairs. Drying her hands quickly, she moved to meet him, finding him halfway down, clutching the railing with both hands, his expression wary. "Good morning," she said brightly. "You're up early?" James stared at her, his gaze shifting from recognition to confusion and back again, like a radio searching for a clear signal. "Coffee?" he asked finally. "Yes, It's ready. Come down and I'll pour you a cup." She helped him navigate the rest of the stairs, then guided him to a seat at the kitchen table, the one with the view of the bird feeder he had built decades ago, and which Margaret's husband now kept filled with seed. As Eleanor poured his coffee, black with one sugar, the way he'd taken it for 60 years, she studied him surreptitiously, looking for any hint of the man who had danced with her just an hour ago, who had spoken so eloquently about love and memory. But his movements were hesitant again, his gaze unfocused. The fog had returned, perhaps thicker than before. "There's a cardinal at the feeder," she said, setting his cup before him. "Your favourite." James turned to look out the window, a small smile lifting the corners of his mouth. "Red bird," he said, the simple observation containing a hint of delight. "That's right." Eleanor sat opposite him with her own coffee. "Do you remember what we did yesterday, James?" He frowned slightly, concentrating. "We had visitors?" "Yes. The family came for dinner, for our anniversary." "Anniversary," he echoed. The same disconnected repetition as last night. Then, unexpectedly, 60 years. Eleanor's heart leaped. "That's right. 60 years of marriage." James took a sip of his coffee, his expression clearing briefly. "Did we dance?" "Yes," Eleanor whispered, her throat tight with emotion. "Yes, we danced to Frank Sinatra." "Come fly with me," James said, nodding as if confirming a fact to himself. "You wore blue." Eleanor looked down at her robe, a faded floral pattern in pinks and greens. "Last night I wore blue," she agreed. "The same colour as my dress on our first date. Do you remember that night, James, at the Starlight Ballroom?" But James's attention had shifted back to the window, to the cardinal now joined by its more subdued mate. "Two birds," he observed. Eleanor followed his gaze. "Yes, the pair always comes together. They mate for life, you know." James turned back to her, and for a brief, heart-stopping moment she saw complete clarity in his eyes. "Like us," he said. "Yes," Eleanor agreed, reaching across the table to take his hand. "Exactly like us." The days following their anniversary settled back into familiar patterns. James's remarkable lucidity had indeed been fleeting, though Eleanor treasured the small fragments that seemed to have remained. He sometimes hummed "Come Fly With Me" when she helped him dress, and once he called her Ellie unprompted, the diminutive sending a shock of joy through her. A week after the celebration, Margaret came by while James was napping to help Eleanor organise the photographs and mementos from the evening. "Michael put together this album," Margaret said, placing a leather-bound book on the kitchen table. "He included printouts of the pictures and the video he took of you and Dad dancing." Eleanor opened it carefully, her breath catching at the first photograph. James leading her in their dance, both of their faces illuminated with joy. "Oh, Margaret, it's beautiful." "There's a USB drive in the back with all the digital files," Margaret explained. "And Michael uploaded everything to the family cloud account too. He said to tell you nothing will ever be lost." Eleanor nodded, unable to speak for a moment. Their children and grandchildren had become the keepers of their memories, a role reversal both poignant and necessary. "Has Dad had any more moments?" Margaret asked carefully, setting a cup of tea before her mother. "Like at the party?" Eleanor shook her head. "Not like that night, no. But he's been, I don't know how to describe it, more present somehow, as if part of him remembers remembering, if that makes any sense." Margaret covered her mother's hand with her own. "It does. And Mom," she hesitated, choosing her words carefully, "what you do for him every day. It's the most profound act of love I've ever witnessed." Eleanor looked up from the photo album, meeting her daughter's gaze. "It's not a burden, if that's what you're thinking." "I know it's not," Margaret assured her, "but it's still remarkable. The patience, the dignity you give him." She paused. "We've been talking, David and I, about getting you some more help. Just a few hours each day, Someone to be here while you run errands or have lunch with friends or just take a nap. Eleanor's first instinct was to refuse, as she had previous offers of assistance. She had managed James's care largely alone since his diagnosis, with the family helping for specific outings or appointments. Maybe, she said instead, surprising herself with the concession. Not every day, but maybe a few afternoons a week might be nice. Margaret's relief was palpable. Really? You'll consider it? Eleanor smiled, running her finger over the photograph of her and James dancing. He told me once, years ago, that taking care of yourself is how you take care of the people you love. I think I'm finally ready to listen to his advice. They spent the afternoon looking through the album and talking, their conversation wandering from serious discussions of James's care to light-hearted reminiscences. When James woke from his nap and made his careful way downstairs, he joined them at the table, accepting a cookie from Margaret with a polite thank you, though he showed no particular recognition of his daughter. "Look, Dad," Margaret said, turning the album toward him. "Pictures from your anniversary party." James studied them with mild interest, occasionally nodding or making small sounds of acknowledgement. Then he pointed to a photograph of Eleanor. "Beautiful," he said decisively. "My wife is beautiful." Margaret and Eleanor exchanged a glance, both touched by this moment of connection. "Yes, she is," Margaret agreed. "The most beautiful woman in the room, always." James nodded, satisfied with this assessment, then returned his attention to his cookie. After Margaret left, Eleanor and James settled into their evening routine. A simple dinner, some television, nature documentaries seemed to engage him most these days, and then the careful process of preparing for bed. As she helped him brush his teeth, Eleanor thought about Margaret's offer of additional help. Perhaps it was time to accept that she couldn't do everything alone, that allowing others to share the care was not a failure but a practical kindness to them both. "You're quiet tonight," James observed, as she helped him into bed, one of those startling moments of perceptiveness that still occasionally emerged from the fog. "Just thinking," Eleanor replied, smoothing the covers around him. "About what?" She sat on the edge of the bed beside him. "About love, about how it changes shape over time but never really diminishes." James considered this, his forehead creasing in concentration. "Like water," he said finally, "in different containers." Eleanor smiled at the unexpected metaphor. "Exactly like that, James. That's perfect." He reached for her hand, his fingers finding hers with surprising accuracy. "Stay with me until I fall asleep." "Of course." The next morning Eleanor woke with a sense of purpose, after helping James with breakfast and settling him in his favourite chair with a bird identification book he still enjoyed looking through. She made several phone calls, first to a home healthcare agency Margaret had recommended, then to her friend Vivian for a lunch date, and finally to David to ask if he might take James for a drive that afternoon. "Just around town," she explained. "He always enjoyed your drives together, and I have some errands to run." "Of course, Mom," David agreed readily. "I can come by around 2 if that works." "Perfect," Eleanor said. "And David, thank you." "For what?" "Taking my dad for a drive. It's nothing." "For understanding," Eleanor said simply. "For helping me see that accepting help doesn't mean I'm giving up." There was a short silence on the line. Then David said, "You've never given up on anything in your life, Mum. Least of all Dad." After she hung up, Eleanor joined James by the window. He was studying a page of warblers, his finger tracing the colourful illustrations. "Little birds," he said when she sat beside him. "Yellow ones." "Yellow warblers," Eleanor confirmed. "We saw them at the Audubon Sanctuary last spring, remember? You were so excited you almost fell into the pond leaning over the rail." James looked up from the book, a flash of indignation crossing his features. "I did not almost fall in," he protested. "I was perfectly balanced." The unexpected clarity of his response, coupled with the familiar stubborn tone that had characterized so many of their good-natured arguments over the decades, made Eleanor laugh out loud. "James Callahan, you had one foot off the ground and were windmilling your arms like a cartoon character. If David hadn't grabbed your belt, you'd have been swimming with the tadpoles," James harumphed, returning to his book with exaggerated focus. But Eleanor caught the small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. These moments, these brief, precious windows when her real husband emerged from the fog, had become her sustenance. David arrived, promptly at 2, greeting his father with the easy warmth he'd always shown. "Ready for a drive, Dad? Thought we might cruise by the old hospital, maybe stop for ice cream at Wilson's." James looked at Eleanor, a habit formed over recent years as his own decision-making had become more difficult. "Go on," she encouraged. "I've got some things to take care of here. You two have fun." After they left, Eleanor stood in the quiet house, momentarily at a loss. It had been months since she'd been alone for more than the briefest intervals. The silence felt both strange and luxurious. She moved through the rooms slowly, seeing their home with fresh eyes. The sunlight streaming through the kitchen windows illuminated 60 years of accumulated life. Photographs crowding the refrigerator door, the collection of painted ceramic birds James had started bringing her from medical conferences around the world, the small crack in the counter from when David had dropped a frozen turkey in 1992. James's study, largely untouched since his retirement 5 years ago, his medical textbooks lined the shelves alongside mystery novels and biographies. His desk remained organised with the precision that had defined his professional life. Pens aligned, notepads centred, the leather blotter Margaret had given him for his 70th birthday still pristine. Eleanor ran her fingers along the spines of his books, then paused at a small wooden box tucked between volumes on cardiology. She recognised it immediately, the box James had carved during a woodworking phase in his 60s, inspired by a similar piece they'd seen in an antique shop in Vermont. Inside, she found what she knew would be there, a collection of small mementos he had saved throughout their marriage, movie ticket stubs from their first date, the hospital bracelet from when David was born, a pressed flower from their 20th anniversary trip to Hawaii, a small, smooth stone from the beach at Cape Cod. Each item represented a moment he had deemed worth preserving. Eleanor held the stone in her palm, remembering the day he'd found it, a perfect oval streaked with white quartz that caught the light. "Like your hair in the sun," he had said, tucking it into his pocket. She replaced the items carefully and returned the box to its spot. These tangible pieces of their history had always been important to James, as if he had somehow known that one day his internal archive of memories would begin to fail, and he would need these physical touchstones. The irony wasn't lost on Eleanor, that she, who had spent 6 decades being teased for her terrible memory— "You'd forget your own birthday if I didn't remind you," James often joked— was now the sole keeper of their shared past. All those times she had relied on him to remember the name of a restaurant they had visited, or the year they had taken that road trip through New England, and now their roles were reversed. She glanced at her watch, realising she had spent nearly an hour lost in reminiscence. Vivian would be waiting at the cafe. Eleanor changed quickly into a blouse she knew James particularly liked, a soft lavender that brought out the green in her eyes, applied a touch of lipstick and grabbed her purse. The freedom of driving alone felt almost illicit after months of careful planning around James's needs. She rolled down the windows, letting the warm spring air tousle her silver hair, and impulsively turned up the radio when one of James's favourite jazz standards came on. Vivian was already seated at an outdoor table when Eleanor arrived. Her dramatically red hair, dyed since her 40s, though she vehemently denied it, visible from the parking lot. The two women had been friends since their children were in elementary school together, their bond strengthened by shared experiences of motherhood, career transitions, and now, widowhood for Vivian and caregiving for Eleanor. "Look at you," Vivian exclaimed as Eleanor approached. "You're positively glowing. Must have been some anniversary celebration." Eleanor slid into the chair across from her friend, accepting the glass of iced tea Vivian had already ordered for her. "It was extraordinary," she admitted. "James was himself again, Viv. Really himself. For hours." She described the evening, the dancing, James's speech, the moments of perfect clarity that had seemed like a miracle. Vivian listened with the attentiveness of someone who understood exactly what such a gift would mean. "Oh, Ellie," Vivian said when Eleanor finished, reaching across the table to squeeze her hand. "I'm so happy you had that. What a precious thing." "It was," Eleanor agreed. "And it made me realise something. I've been so focused on what we're losing, on all the ways his mind is failing, that I sometimes forget to appreciate what remains." Vivian nodded. The essence of him. The James underneath the confusion. Exactly, and I need to take better care of myself if I'm going to be there for him properly. Eleanor sipped her tea. "I'm hiring some help. Just a few hours a week to start." Vivian's eyebrows shot up in exaggerated shock. "Eleanor Callahan accepting help. Alert the media. Has hell frozen over?" Eleanor laughed, the sound surprising her with its freedom. When had she last really laughed? I know, but I'm trying to be sensible." "About time," Vivian pronounced, lifting her glass in a toast. "To sensible decisions and extraordinary men, even when they drive us crazy." "Even then," Eleanor agreed, clinking her glass against her friend's. They spent a leisurely 2 hours at the cafe, their conversation meandering from serious topics to gossip about mutual friends, punctuated by Vivian's irreverent humour. By the time Eleanor headed home, she felt lighter somehow, as if she had set down a burden she hadn't fully acknowledged carrying. She arrived back at the house just as David's car pulled into the driveway. Her son helped James from the passenger seat, and Eleanor was struck by how much they resembled each other now that David had entered his 60s. The same tall frame, the same deliberate way of moving. "How was your afternoon?" she asked, meeting them at the front walk. "Great," David replied. "We drove by the hospital, saw the new wing they're building. Dad told me about delivering twins there in '83 during that big snowstorm, remember?" Eleanor glanced at James, surprised. "You remember Dr. Peterson's twins? The ones born during the power outage?" James nodded, his expression animated in a way it rarely was these days. "Had to use flashlights," he said. "No power." "That's right," Eleanor confirmed, exchanging a look of wonder with David. "You used flashlights and delivered them both perfectly healthy." David stayed for dinner, the three of them eating on the back patio as the evening settled around them. James was unusually talkative, though his sentences remained simple and sometimes disconnected. More than once he reached for Eleanor's hand across the table, a gesture so natural and familiar that she found herself blinking back tears. After David left, they sat outside a while longer, listening to the evening chorus of birds and watching the fireflies begin their nightly display. James seemed content, his face relaxed in the gathering darkness. "Good day," he said simply. Eleanor leaned over to kiss his cheek. "Yes, love, a very good day." Over the next few months, a new rhythm established itself in their lives. 3 times a week, a home health aide named Carmen arrived at 9 in the morning, bringing with her a cheerful efficiency and genuine affection for James that made Eleanor's initial hesitation about outside help seem foolish in retrospect. "Mr. C and I have big plans today," Carmen would announce, helping James with his coffee, while Eleanor gathered her things for whatever outing she'd planned. Lunch with Vivian, a book club meeting at the library, or sometimes just a solitary walk through the park. "What trouble are you two getting into while I'm gone?" Eleanor would ask, teasing. Carmen would wink conspiratorially at James. "Oh, you know, wild parties, dancing on tables, the usual." and James would smile, sometimes playing along with a surprisingly coherent "Don't forget the motorcycles," or "and the poker game," revealing glimpses of the dry humour that had always been a cornerstone of his personality. These respites gave Eleanor space to breathe, to remember parts of herself beyond the role of caregiver. She joined a water aerobics class at the community centre, reconnected with former nursing colleagues for monthly luncheons, and even began volunteering 2 hours a week at the hospital where she and James had both worked for decades. Between Carmen's visits and the increased involvement of their children and grandchildren, the weight of James's care no longer rested solely on Eleanor's shoulders. The family had formed a loving constellation around him, each member playing their part in maintaining his connection to the world. David took him to weekly appointments with his neurologist, transforming what could have been stressful medical visits into father-son outings that often included stops at their favourite diner. Margaret came by every Wednesday evening for what she called kitchen table therapy, simple activities like sorting buttons or folding napkins that engaged James's hands and mind in manageable ways while she caught him up on family news. Michael, now pursuing a PhD in neuroscience, inspired, he admitted, by his grandfather's condition, called regularly on video chat, sometimes just to read aloud to James from the mystery novels he had always enjoyed. The younger grandchildren, Lily and Emma, visited on weekends, filling the house with the energy of youth and treating their grandfather with a natural acceptance that adults sometimes struggle to achieve. Through it all, Eleanor marvelled at how James continued to defy the usual progression charts his doctors had shown them. Yes, there were difficult days, mornings when he didn't recognise her at all, evenings when agitation overtook him and he paced the house looking for something he couldn't name. But there were also unexpected moments of connection, of recognition so profound they took her breath away. Like the afternoon in July when a summer storm knocked out the power, and she found James in the kitchen methodically gathering candles and matches from the emergency drawer, a task he had always handled during outages throughout their marriage. Or the morning he suddenly pointed to a blue jay at the feeder and recited, word for perfect word, the poem he had written for her on their 25th anniversary, which had begun, "Blue as your eyes on our first morning, bright as your smile across decades." These moments came without warning and disappeared just as suddenly, like shooting stars across the darkening sky of his consciousness. Eleanor learned to appreciate them without expectation, to receive them as gifts rather than harbingers of recovery. On their 61st anniversary, a milestone they hadn't been certain they would reach together, the family gathered again, this time for a smaller celebration in the backyard. David grilled steaks, Margaret brought her famous potato salad, and the grandchildren set up lawn games that James watched with bemused interest from his comfortable chair in the shade. "Remember our 50th?" Eleanor asked him as they sat side by side watching Michael attempt to teach Emma the proper technique for croquet. "The big party at the country club. You gave that ridiculous speech about how marriage was like golf, all about the follow-through." James turned to her, his expression suddenly sharp with recognition. "You hated that speech," he said, chuckling. "Said I made us sound like we were on a perpetual golf course." Eleanor's heart skipped. "You remember that?" "Made it up to you later," James continued, his voice dropping suggestively. "New diamond earrings, and that weekend in Montreal." Eleanor blushed, amazed that this particular memory had surfaced so clearly when he sometimes couldn't recall what he'd had for breakfast. "James Callahan, you're still full of surprises." He reached for her hand, his fingers finding hers with the certainty of long practice. "Love you, Ellie. Always will." The evening continued with a simple dinner outdoors, candles glowing as dusk settled around them. James ate with good appetite, occasionally joining the conversation with brief but relevant comments that delighted everyone. When David brought out a cake emblazoned with 61 years and counting, James insisted on feeding Eleanor the first bite, just as they had done at their wedding. As the family began to pack up, James tugged at Eleanor's sleeve. Dance? He asked, gesturing toward the portable speaker Michael had set up earlier. A hush fell over the gathering. No one had expected a repeat of the previous year's miraculous dance, least of all Eleanor. "I'd love to," she said, her voice steady despite the emotion welling in her chest. Michael quickly scrolled through his phone, finding Come Fly With Me and setting it to play. James rose from his chair with David's subtle assistance, then stood before Eleanor, extending his hand with the formal courtesy that had charmed her since their youth. They moved together more slowly than the year before, James leaning slightly on her for support, their steps smaller and more cautious. But the essential grace was still there, the way his hand settled at the small of her back, the perfect pressure of his palm against hers, the rhythm they had shared through 6 decades of marriage. The family watched in silent awe as the elderly couple moved across the patio in the soft glow of string lights and candles. Margaret wiped tears from her cheeks and David stood with his arm around Tara, both of them witnessing something they understood went beyond words. When the song ended, James didn't immediately release Eleanor. Instead, he held her gaze with unusual intensity. "Next year," he said clearly, "let's dance to that song from the vampire movie." Eleanor laughed, startled and delighted by the joke, a callback to their conversation after last year's dance. "The one about loving you for 1,000 years? James nodded, a mischievous glint in his eye. Always wanted to be immortal. Later, after the family had gone and they were preparing for bed, Eleanor found herself humming that very song, 1,000 Years by Christina Perri, as Emma had informed her with a slightly condescending patience teenagers reserve for explaining pop culture to their elders. "What are you singing?" James asked as she helped him into bed. "Just a silly love song," Eleanor replied, "about loving someone forever." James settled against his pillow, his expression thoughtful. "Forever's not long enough," he said softly. Eleanor paused in the act of straightening his blankets, struck by the lucidity of the observation. "No," she agreed, "it isn't." She finished her own bedtime routine and slipped under the covers beside him, finding his hand in the darkness as she had done for more than 22,000 nights. His fingers curled around hers, warm and familiar. "Ellie," he murmured, already half asleep. "Yes, love." "When I forget, you remember for both of us. Promise?" Eleanor pressed closer to him, resting her head against his shoulder. "I promise, James. Always." In the quiet darkness of their bedroom, surrounded by the artifacts of their shared life and the intangible presence of 6 decades of love, Eleanor made her silent vow. She would remember it all, every dance, every argument, every ordinary Tuesday, every extraordinary celebration. She would hold their history safe within her heart, preserving it against the inevitable losses that time and illness would bring. And in the moments when the fog lifted, when James returned to himself even briefly, she would be ready with their memories, waiting to dance with him again through the cherished landscape of their life together. Because love, she had learned, was not just in the remembering. It was in the constancy, the dailiness, the quiet acts of care that continued long after the grandest gestures had faded. It was in the space between heartbeats, in the gentle pressure of hands that had held each other through joy and grief, health and sickness, clarity and confusion. It was in the dance that continued, even when the music had changed, even when the steps grew slower and less certain, even when one partner sometimes forgot the rhythm, while the other remembered for them both. As James's breathing deepened into sleep beside her, Eleanor whispered into the darkness, 1,000 years, James Callahan, and then 1,000 more. An Education in Humility. The symposium had begun an hour before Marcus Hale took the stage, and already the room had begun to quiet in that particular way. Not the silence of boredom, but of held breath. He had that effect. 11 years of national recognition, 4 published monographs on moral philosophy, and a debate career that had made graduate students across 3 continents feel simultaneously elevated and destroyed. He moved through academic spaces the way certain storms move through open country. You did not argue with his presence, you simply made room. He stood at the lectern in Alderman Hall, the oldest building on the Hurrick campus, where the stone walls had absorbed a century of brilliant arguments, and the light came through tall windows in slow amber columns. He did not need notes. He never needed notes. The moral philosopher's first obligation, he said, and his voice carried the way voices do in rooms built for exactly this purpose, is clarity. Not comfort, not consensus, clarity. The applause, when it came, was immediate and warm. He descended the stage with a slight nod, the only concession he made to an audience, and returned to his seat in the front row, where a glass of water waited, untouched. It was during the panel discussion afterward, while 3 junior faculty members were offering careful, hedged responses to a moderator's question about institutional ethics, that she spoke. Marcus had been half listening. He was good at that, giving the appearance of full attention while his mind worked on something else entirely. He was composing the second paragraph of a response he intended to publish. When the moderator asked if anyone else wished to contribute, his gaze drifted to the far end of the panel table, where a woman he didn't recognize was sitting very still. She had not spoken once in the preceding hour. He noticed this only now, which was unusual. He was trained to notice who spoke and who did not. She was perhaps 35, with dark hair pulled back without ceremony, and she wore a plain charcoal blazer over a white shirt. Nothing about her demanded attention, and yet something had kept her quiet in a way that was not timidity. It was restraint. Dr. Hale's argument is compelling on its own terms, she said. Her voice was lower than he expected and unhurried. But I wonder if we might ask a question it doesn't address. The moderator, a cautious woman who had spent the last hour managing the conversation like a thermostat, inclined her head. When a moral argument wins, when it is, as Dr. Hale says, clear, who bears the cost of that clarity? The room did not go silent so much as it recalibrated. Marcus turned his head slightly. Not the philosopher who makes it, she continued. Not the institution that endorses it. Someone else, someone downstream, someone for whom the clarity is not a triumph but a verdict. She did not look at him as she said this. She looked at the moderator, at the audience, at the broad shape of the argument itself, as though she were addressing something larger than any single person in the room. The question I would put to any ethical framework, she said, is not whether it is right. It is whether it has accounted for what it costs to be right. Marcus felt something shift, not in the room, but in himself. A small displacement, like a book sliding an inch on a shelf. He had heard challenges before, hundreds of them. They came at him from every angle, and he had learned over years of practice to meet each one with a precision that left no opening. But this was not a challenge. It was a question. And questions, he understood with sudden uncomfortable clarity, were something different. He smiled, the careful, controlled smile he wore in seminar rooms, and said nothing. Her name was Jessica Gray. He learned this afterward from a colleague who mentioned her in passing, a philosophy postdoctoral fellow working on a dissertation about institutional harm. She had lost someone. The colleague said this casually as context, as though it explained the shape of her thinking. Marcus filed it away without judgment. He did not seek her out. He didn't need to. The university's rhythm brought them together with the inevitability of water finding its level. First, a co-taught seminar on applied ethics, assigned by the department chair, who had apparently thought it would be productive to pair a senior lecturer's breadth with a junior researcher's depth. Marcus agreed without comment. He had taught with difficult people before. He assumed she would be difficult in the predictable way, earnest, slightly combative, looking to prove herself against his reputation. He was wrong about that. The seminar met on Tuesday and Thursday evenings in a small room on the third floor of the Humanities building, where the radiators clanked and the chairs were arranged in a circle that no one ever quite managed to make truly round. There were 12 students, all graduate level, all there because they wanted to be. The first session, Marcus laid out the course architecture, rigorous, sequential, demanding. Jessica listened without interrupting, and when he finished she added a single clarification. Not a correction, a clarification. "We'll also be reading case studies," she said, sliding a folder to the centre of the table. "Real ones, real people, real consequences." Marcus looked at the folder. He did not pick it up. "Noted," he said. The students, watching this exchange, felt something they could not quite name. A charge in the air, like the atmosphere before weather. It was not attraction at first. Or rather, it was not only attraction, and to call it that would have been to diminish it. It was something more like recognition. The slow, unsettling process of finding someone whose mind operated on a frequency you had not known you were tuning to. They argued. God, they argued, not the performative sparring of colleagues who enjoy each other's company, but the real thing. Sustained, serious, sometimes uncomfortable engagement with ideas that mattered. Marcus would construct an argument in class with the precision of a watchmaker, laying each premise in place with care and confidence. Jessica would let him finish. Then she would not dismantle it. She would reframe it, showing him, quietly and without theatrics, that the question he had answered was not quite the question that needed answering. He did not enjoy this. He enjoyed it enormously. After the fourth session, they stayed behind when the students had gone. The building was nearly empty. The radiator ticked and sighed. Jessica was gathering her papers, and Marcus was standing by the window, looking out at the darkened quad where the old oaks had shed their leaves and stood bare against the November sky. "Your framework assumes a stable moral agent," he said, without turning from the window. "Someone who can weigh consequences from a position of clarity." "It does," she agreed. "And you think that position is a fiction?" "I think it is a luxury," she said. "Available to people who have never had their clarity tested by something they could not argue their way out of." He turned then. She was looking at him, not with challenge, but with something more dangerous. Directness. She knew what she was saying, she knew who she was saying it to, and she was saying it anyway. "You're describing grief," he said. "I'm describing experience," she replied. And then, after a pause that felt like a door opening onto a long corridor, "But yes, also grief." He nodded. He didn't ask her to elaborate. He understood, with a clarity that surprised him, that this was not the moment for questions. It was the moment for silence and the willingness to remain in it. They walked out together into the cold. Neither of them mentioned it afterward. December settled over Hawick like a held breath. The campus turned, grey and austere, and the seminar room became the warmest place either of them inhabited. Not because of the radiator, which remained unreliable, but because of what happened there, in the slow accumulation of evenings spent thinking together. Marcus began to notice things. The way Jessica annotated texts, not with highlighters or clean marginal notes, but with small, precise questions written in the margins. Who decided this? What was lost? The way she listened in conversation, not waiting for her turn to speak, but genuinely absorbing what was said, turning it over, examining it from angles the speaker had not considered. The way she held her coffee cup with both hands, not for warmth, but as though it anchored her. He noticed these things, and he recognized what the noticing meant, and he set it aside. There were rules, not written ones. He had never cared much for written rules, but structural ones. She was junior, he was senior. The power differential was real, and he was not. A man who ignored real things. And yet, one evening in late December, after the students had gone and the snow was falling in the kind of silent, indifferent way it does when no one is watching, they sat across from each other in the seminar room and argued about a case study Jessica had brought in, a policy decision at a children's hospital years ago that had been legally correct and ethically defensible and had nevertheless destroyed a family. Marcus read the case carefully. He read it twice. Then he set it down and was quiet for a long time. "You can't argue your way out of this one," Jessica said. It was not a taunt. It was an observation, offered with the gentleness of someone who had already been through the arguing and come out the other side. "No," he agreed, "you can't. So what do you do with it?" He looked at her across the table, at the serious, unguarded face, at the hands wrapped around the coffee cup, at the snow falling behind her through the window like something out of a painting he had not known he was waiting to see. "I don't know yet," he said, and it was the truest thing he had said in years. The break between semesters should have separated them. It did not. They exchanged drafts, his of a paper he was writing on moral authority, hers of a chapter on institutional culpability, and the drafts came back covered in each other's handwriting. His notes were precise, surgical. Hers were searching, open-ended, pulling at threads he had not seen. They met once, at a cafe near the campus in January. The cafe was small and overheated and smelled of roasted coffee. They sat at a corner table and talked for 3 hours about the nature of moral courage, and somewhere in the second hour Marcus realized that he had not thought about his reputation once. This frightened him more than anything else had. Jessica, across the table, was telling him about the person she'd lost, not dramatically, not all at once, but in the way she'd told him. Before, as a case study first, a personal confession second. Her brother. A psychiatric evaluation had cleared him for release from a residential program. The evaluation had been thorough. The procedures had been followed. The language of the report was careful and compassionate. And 3 weeks later, he was dead. "The system did not fail him," she said. "That is the worst part. It worked exactly as designed. The design itself was the failure, and no one was responsible, because responsibility had been distributed so finely that it disappeared." Marcus listened. He did not offer solutions. He did not offer comfort. He simply stayed and listened and let the weight of what she was saying rest between them without trying to lift it. "You're the first person," she said quietly, "who has not tried to fix this when I told them. It is not a thing that can be fixed," he said, "only seen." She looked at him with an expression he could not read, something between gratitude and surprise, as though she had not expected him to understand, and was not entirely sure she trusted that he did. The review board convened in February. A student, brilliant, genuinely brilliant, the kind of mind that appeared once in a generation, had been accused of academic dishonesty. The accusation was almost certainly false. But the procedures required a formal hearing, and Marcus and Jessica were both appointed to the 3-person panel. They sat on the same side of the long conference table, which struck Marcus as an odd arrangement for a judicial proceeding. The student, a young woman named Callahan, with red hair and frightened eyes, sat across from them, flanked by her advisor. The hearing lasted 4 hours. Marcus asked the questions he was supposed to ask. Jessica asked the ones no one had thought to ask. By the end of it, the evidence was clear. The accusation was baseless, rooted in a misunderstanding of the student's methodology that the accusing professor had not bothered to investigate before filing. But the damage was already done. Callahan's funding was in jeopardy. Her advisor had distanced himself. The department had begun to murmur. The procedures had been followed. The system had worked as designed. After the hearing, Marcus and Jessica stood in the corridor outside the conference room. The fluorescent light buzzed overhead. Somewhere in the building a door closed. "We can clear her record," Marcus said. "Yes." "It won't undo what has already happened to her." "No." They stood in silence for a moment. Then Jessica said, "So what do we do?" Marcus looked at her, at the face he had come to know so well over these months, at the intelligence and the grief and the quiet stubbornness that refused to accept that correctness and kindness were the same thing, and he felt something crack open inside him, not break, open, like a seed splitting. "We do more than clear her record," he said. "We make it public. We name the failure. We make it impossible to pretend this was an isolated mistake." Jessica's eyes widened slightly, not with surprise but with recognition. She nodded once. "It will cost you," she said. "Yes. Your standing, your reputation, at least for a while. Yes." She studied him for a long moment, as though she were seeing him for the first time, or rather, seeing what had been there all along, beneath the precision and the certainty and the careful, burnished armour of his public self. "Why?" she asked. And he could have given her a philosophical answer. He had the architecture for one, ready-built, elegant. But the truth was simpler than philosophy, and he had learned in these months that she would see through anything less. "Because you showed me what it costs," he said, "to be right without being kind." They wrote the report together. It took 3 weeks. They worked in the seminar room, the one with the clanking radiator and the imperfect circle of chairs, staying late into the evenings while the campus settled into its winter quiet around them. The report was thorough. It was damning. It named the failure not in the student, not even in the accusing professor, but in the structure itself, in the way the institution had built a system so procedurally airtight that actual harm could pass through it unnoticed. The night they finished, they sat in the empty room with the final draft between them on the table. The radiator had stopped its noise for once. The snow outside was the deep, muffling kind that made the world feel smaller. "You know what happens when we submit this," Jessica said. "Yes. It will not be received well. No. People will question your motives. They will say you're having a crisis, that you've been compromised by sentiment." Marcus looked at her across the table. The lamplight was warm on her face. Her hands were wrapped around the coffee cup, the same posture he had seen 100 times now, so familiar it had become a kind of grammar he could read without, thinking. "Let them," he said. Something shifted between them then, not suddenly, but with the slow inevitability of a season changing. She looked at him, and he looked at her, and the space between them, which had been filled for months with arguments and ideas and the careful, scrupulous distance of two people who understood what they were to each other, became something else, something quieter, something that did not need to be named to be real. He reached across the table, not quickly, not with urgency. He placed his hand over hers, the one resting on the table beside the coffee cup, and held it, his palm against her knuckles, the warmth of skin against skin after months of proximity without touch. She did not pull away. She turned her hand slowly so that their fingers laced together. Her grip tightened once, a small, deliberate pressure, and then relaxed into something that was not surrender but choice. They stayed like that for a long time in the quiet room, in this lamplight, in the particular silence that exists between two people who have finally stopped arguing and started listening. Later, much later, after the snow had stopped and the building had gone fully dark except for the light in their window, they left the seminar room together. The corridor was empty. Their footsteps echoed on the old stone floors. At the end of the hall, where the corridor turned toward the stairwell, Marcus stopped. Jessica stopped too. She turned to face him. The space between them was very small now, not the space of colleagues, or sparring partners, or even friends. The space of two people standing at the edge of something they had been walking toward for months without admitting it. "I have spent my entire career," Marcus said, "believing that the most rigorous thing a person could do was to be certain." "I know," she said. "You were wrong about that being wrong," he said, and then, hearing the clumsiness of his own words, almost smiled. "What I mean is, certainty is not the enemy, but it is not enough, not by itself." "No," she agreed, "it isn't." "What is enough?" She did not answer immediately. She looked at him, at his face, which she knew so well now, the careful architecture of it, the places where the control showed and the places where it had begun quietly to give way. And she said, "This, exactly this, being willing to not know and staying anyway." He leaned toward her then, and she met him halfway, not dramatically, not with the suddenness of passion long suppressed, but with the deliberateness of two people who had earned this. His mouth found hers, and the kiss was gentle, and it was not gentle. It was both at once, the way a thing can be tender and urgent simultaneously when it has waited long enough to arrive. Her hand came up to rest against his jaw. His arm settled around her waist, drawing her closer with a care that was itself a kind of eloquence. They stood in the dark corridor, in the silence of the empty building, and held each other, and the kiss deepened into something that was not just desire, though it was desire unmistakably, but acknowledgement, a mutual recognition that this was not the beginning of something. It was the moment they finally admitted that something had already begun. When they finally pulled apart, it was not far. His forehead rested against hers. Her breath was warm against his mouth. The corridor was still dark. The building was still silent. Nothing had changed, and everything had. "Come home with me," he said. It was not a question exactly. It was an offer, open, unhurried, without the weight of expectation. "Yes," she said. His apartment was on the 4th floor of a building near the river, spare and quiet, with tall bookshelves and a window that looked out over the water. He did not turn on many lights. The street lamps outside cast a pale, even glow through the glass, and the room existed in that particular half-darkness that is not quite shadow and not quite light. They stood in the entryway for a moment, shedding coats, and the ordinariness of the gesture, the familiar ritual of arriving somewhere, made the air between them feel charged in a way that ordinary arrivals do not. Jessica looked around the room. She had not been here before, though she had imagined it, had pictured, without meaning to, the books and the spare furniture and the window, as though the shape of his life could be deduced from the shape of his mind. "It suits you," she said. "It is very quiet," he said. "I have always needed quiet." "So do I." They looked at each other across the dim room, and the look held, not with the tension of anticipation, but with something calmer and deeper. Certainty, but not the old kind. Not the certainty of an argument won, the certainty of a person seen. He crossed the room to her. She did not move to meet him, but she didn't need to. He came to her, and this felt right, felt like the correct arrangement of things. He stopped close enough to touch, but did not touch. Not yet. He raised his hand and brushed a strand of hair from her face, tucking it behind her ear with a gentleness that was almost formal, as though he were handling something he understood to be irreplaceable. "I have not done this well before," he said, "being close to someone. I have kept people at a distance I could measure and control." "I know," she said. "I have watched you do it. You're the first person I have not wanted to keep at a distance. And yet you tried. Yes. Why?" He considered this, genuinely considered it, the way he considered every question she asked with the seriousness she deserved. Because I did not know how to be close to someone without losing the part of myself I had built my life around. The certainty, the clarity, the ability to stand in any argument and know, absolutely know, that I was right. And now? Now I think that part of myself was not the best part, it was the safest part. She reached up and took his face in both hands. The gesture was not delicate, it was frank, almost fierce, the way a person holds something they have fought to understand. She looked into his eyes, and what passed between them was not words, but something older and more precise than words, a mutual seeing, a shared acknowledgement that they had arrived at this place not through romance or fate, but through the slow, difficult, deeply earned work of becoming honest with each other. Then she kissed him. This kiss was different from the one in the corridor. It was not tentative. It was not exploratory. It was the kiss of someone who had decided, fully, consciously, without reservation, to be present. Her mouth was warm and certain against his, and her hands slid from his face to the back of his neck, drawing him closer with a directness that was entirely her. He responded in kind. His hands found her waist, her ribs, the curve of her back beneath the blazer, and he held her with a tenderness that surprised even him, as though he were discovering in the act of touching her that his hands were capable of something other than precision. They moved together through the quiet apartment, unhurried, finding each other in the half-dark with a care that felt almost reverent. He helped her out of her blazer. She loosened his tie, the only concession to formality he wore, and let it fall. Each layer removed was not an exposure but an offering. This is what is underneath. This is the real thing. When they reached the bedroom, the streetlight fell across the bed in a single pale stripe. They stood at the edge of it, facing each other, and for a moment neither of them moved. The silence was not awkward. It was full of everything they had said and not said, argued and not argued, felt and refused to feel, over the long months of circling each other in seminar rooms and corridors, and the shared intellectual space where their minds had first touched. Jessica reached for the hem of her shirt and lifted it slowly over her head. She did not look away from him. The gesture was not seductive. It was brave. It was the same bravery she brought to every argument, every case study, every quiet insistence that the world be seen as it was rather than as it was convenient to believe it was. Marcus watched her. He watched the way he had learned to watch her, with full attention, without the protective filter of analysis. He saw her, and what he saw was not vulnerability. It was strength of a kind he had spent his whole career failing to recognize. The strength of a person who had been broken by the world and had not become harder, but had become instead, more precisely, herself. He closed the distance between them. His hands moved across her skin with a slowness that was deliberate, not teasing, but honouring. Each touch was a question, and each of her responses was an answer, and the conversation they carried out this way was as rigorous and as honest as anything they had ever said to each other in words. They fell together onto the bed, and what followed was not the collision of bodies, but the meeting of two people who had spent months learning each other's minds, and were now, finally, learning the rest. His mouth against the curve of her neck, her fingers tracing the line of his spine, these small, involuntary sounds that escaped them both, not performances but truths, the body's equivalent of the things they had learned over these months to say aloud. He paused at one point with his hand resting on the side of her face, and looked at her in the dim light. "Are you here?" he asked. It was not a question about location. "I am here," she said. And she was, fully present, fully chosen, with none of the guarded distance she'd carried into every other room she'd ever entered. They moved together with a rhythm that was not practiced but discovered, the way two minds find a shared cadence when they are truly listening to each other. There was urgency in it, yes, the urgency of two people who had waited a long time to stop pretending, but there was also patience, a willingness to be slow, to notice, to feel the weight of another person's body as something precious rather than something to be managed. When it was over, they lay in the half-dark, not speaking, their bodies close and their breathing gradually synchronizing, the way clocks in the same room will eventually align. His hand rested on her hip. Her head was against his shoulder. The streetlight still fell across the bed in its single pale stripe, and the apartment was still quiet, and the world outside was still turning, indifferent to the small, enormous thing that had happened here. They submitted the report on a Monday morning. By Tuesday, the department chair had called Marcus into her office. By Wednesday, 2 senior colleagues had stopped him in the hallway to express their concern. By Thursday, a junior faculty member had asked Jessica, with exaggerated casualness, whether she had considered the optics of her association with Dr. Hale. None of it changed anything. The report stood. Callahan's record was cleared. The procedural failure was documented publicly in a way that made it impossible to dismiss or bury. The institution did not collapse. Institutions never do. But it shifted fractionally in the direction of something more honest. Marcus's reputation suffered for a time. He expected this. What he did not expect was how little it mattered, how the loss of something he had spent his entire career building turned out to feel not like devastation, but like relief, as though he had been carrying a weight he had mistaken for strength and had only discovered its heaviness by setting it down. Spring came slowly to Harwick. The oaks on the quad began to bud. The seminar room, which had been their shared space all winter, felt different now. Not smaller, but more intimate, the way a place feels when it has witnessed something that cannot be unseen. They were sitting there on a Saturday afternoon in April, the last of the semester's work spread between them on the table, when Jessica closed her laptop and looked at him. "We should talk about what happens next," she said. "Yes," he agreed. "I have a fellowship offer at another institution." He nodded. He had expected this. She was brilliant, and the world knew it, and the world had ways of drawing brilliant people toward its edges. "It is a good opportunity," he said. "It is. You should take it." "I know." They sat with this for a while, the way they had learned to sit with difficult things, without rushing toward resolution. The room was warm. The light through the windows was the particular gold of early spring, and it fell across the table and across Jessica's hands, which were resting, as they always did, around a cup of coffee. "This is not the end of something," she said after a long silence. "No," he said, "it is not. It is the beginning of something harder. Yes, and better." She smiled. A real smile, rare and unguarded, the kind he'd seen only a handful of times. She reached across the table and took his hand, the way he had done that the first night in the corridor, with the same deliberate pressure. His fingers closed around hers. Outside, the oaks were putting out their first green leaves, and the campus was waking from its long winter, and somewhere in the building a radiator was beginning once again to clank. They sat together in the quiet room holding hands and said nothing, and it was enough. "4 days in Cedar Hollow." The landslide came at dawn, a wet thunder that severed Cedar Hollow from the county road and took the power lines with it. Anna Collier heard it from her bedroom window, the groaning earth, the crack of pine, and knew before the lights flickered that the world had contracted to the size of the valley. By afternoon, the library had become what it always became in crisis, a gathering place. She lit oil lamps in the reading room and set the camp stove on the reference desk, boiling water for instant coffee that tasted like memory and ash. The regulars came first. Mrs. Havering with her knitting, Tom Wilson with his portable radio, then the stranded travellers, then the curious, and then him. He appeared in the doorway near closing, rain streaming from his jacket, a duffel bag hanging from one shoulder. "I'm sorry," he said, and the apology seemed to encompass more than his wet boots on her floor. "I was told someone here might have a room." Anna looked at him properly then. 40 perhaps. Lean in the way of men who work with their hands. Dark hair, silvered at the temples, eyes the colour of creek stones. "You're the engineer," she said. "From the county." "James Hale." He extended a hand, then withdrew it, seeing the rain dripping from his sleeve. "I was inspecting the culvert when the slide hit. My truck's on the other side." She should have felt imposed upon. The library had a small apartment upstairs, her refuge when her marriage felt too quiet. But it was hers, private, separate from the persona she maintained among the stacks. Instead, she felt something else, a quickening. "I have space," she said, "but you'll have to tolerate books." His smile was brief, transformative. "I think I can manage." That first night they were strangers observing proprieties. She showed him the narrow room, the shared bathroom, the kitchenette with its 2-burner stove. He thanked her with the careful courtesy of someone aware, of imposing. They ate soup heated over the camp stove, speaking of practical things, the roads, the weather, the likelihood of power restoration. But beneath the mundane exchange, Anna felt herself observed. Not in the way her husband observed her, cataloguing tasks, noting efficiencies, but with genuine curiosity. James asked about the library's collection, its history, her work. He listened to her answers as though they mattered. When she asked about his own life, he deflected gently. "Infrastructure," he said with a self-deprecating shrug. "Bridges, drainage, things people only notice when they fail." "But you notice them always," she said. He met her eyes then, and something passed between them, recognition perhaps of kindred loneliness. "Yes," he said quietly, "I suppose I do." Later, alone in her room, Anna lay awake listening to the drum of rain on tin. She thought of her husband, David, in their house across town. He would be fine without her. He was always fine. There, marriage had become a series of parallel routines, affectionate but separate, like neighbouring gardens that never quite touched. She thought of the stranger sleeping one wall away, and felt a dangerous heat bloom in her chest. The second day brought sleet and necessity. Without power, the library's heating system was useless. James suggested combining their efforts, closing off the upper rooms, concentrating warmth in the reading room below. They worked together in companionable silence, hanging blankets over doorways, arranging chairs near the wood stove someone had donated decades ago. "Tell me about the books," he said, running his hand along a shelf of leather spines. "What do you love most?" Anna considered this. "The ones where people say true things," she said finally, "even when the truth is difficult." He pulled down a volume, Gaskell, she noted, and opened it at random. "I wanted to see the place where Margaret grew to what she is, even at the worst time of all, when I had no hope of ever calling her mine." He looked at her, like this. "Yes." Her voice came out softer than intended, like that. They fell into a rhythm over the following hours. She catalogued water damage while he repaired what he could, tightening hinges, resealing a window frame, fixing the temperamental lock on the front door. Between tasks they talked, not the polite conversation of strangers, but the careful excavation of deeper truths. He told her about his marriage. "Sarah's brilliant," he said, admiring and sad. "We built a good life, but somewhere along the way we forgot to build it together. Now we're just efficient." Anna understood. "David and I are kind to each other," she offered. But kindness isn't the same as seeing. I could disappear and he'd mourn the disruption more than the loss. I doubt that's true. Don't you? She met his gaze. When's the last time your wife asked what you were thinking rather than what you were doing? His silence was answer. Enough. That evening they prepared dinner together, pasta and canned sauce luxurious in the candlelit dimness. Anna found a dusty bottle of wine in the library's storage closet, left over from some long-ago fundraiser, and they drank from mismatched mugs, talking about first loves and lost dreams and the slow accretion of compromise that defined middle age. I used to write, Anna confessed. Stories, poetry, nothing published, but it mattered to me. Why did you stop? Life, marriage. The library needed me more than my notebooks did. She paused. That's not quite true. I stopped because no one asked to read them. After a while, silence becomes its own answer. James set down his mug. I'd like to read them, if you'd let me. The offer was simple, but it pierced something in her chest. When had anyone last wanted to know her that way? Not as wife, librarian, reliable presence, but as herself. They're in storage, she said, not quite ready for that vulnerability. But thank you for asking. Later, washing dishes side by side, their hands collided in the soapy water. They both froze. Anna felt the heat of his palm against hers, the calluses earned through labour, the gentleness of his grip. Neither moved to break the contact. Anna, he said quietly. A warning or an invitation? She couldn't tell. She stepped back, heart hammering. I should check the stove, she managed, fleeing to the reading room where the fire burned too hot and her face burned hotter still. News came on the third morning via Tom Wilson's radio. Power crews had reached the valley's edge. Roads would open within 48 hours, perhaps sooner. Anna should have felt relieved. Instead, she felt the walls closing in. James stood at the window watching sleet become rain. I should be glad, he said. I have work waiting. Sarah's probably worried. Have you called her? No signal, and... He turned to face her. I'm not sure what I'd say. The confession hung between them, dangerous and electric. Anna knew she should deflect, return to safe territory, preserve the careful distance they'd maintained. Instead, she asked, what would you want to say? That I've been happier these 3 days than I've been in years. That talking with you feels like remembering who I used to be. That I keep imagining... He stopped himself. I'm sorry. That's unfair to you. Imagining what? Staying. The word fell like a stone. Not going back. Building something different. With you. Anna's breath caught. The fantasy he'd articulated was her own, rendered sudden and real, and terrifying. You don't mean that, she said, backing away. We're just... What? Lonely? Bored? Taken advantage of proximity? His voice was gentle but unyielding. I know what I feel, Anna. I've felt it since you handed me that first cup of terrible coffee. Stop. The word came out sharp. You can't say these things. We're married. We have lives. Lives we've been performing rather than living. That doesn't give us the right. I'm not talking about rights. I'm talking about truth. She turned away, gripping the back of a chair. The truth is that feeling something doesn't make it permissible. Marriages are built on more than attraction. I'm not talking about attraction. He moved closer but didn't touch her. I'm talking about recognition, about finding someone who sees you clearly and doesn't look away. The ache in his voice nearly undid her, because he was right. In 3 days, James Hale had seen her more completely than David had in 15 years, but that recognition came with a price she wasn't sure she could pay. I need you to leave me alone, she whispered. Please. To his credit, he did. He retreated to the upstairs room and she heard the floor creak as he paced. She sank into a chair, trembling. What frightened her most wasn't his confession. It was how desperately she wanted to say yes. They avoided each other for the rest of the day. Anna threw herself into unnecessary tasks, reorganizing the fiction section, scrubbing floors that didn't need scrubbing. James stayed upstairs, and she heard the sound of hammering as he repaired things that had gone unbroken. By evening, the silence had grown unbearable. She climbed the stairs and found him in the small study, replacing a cracked window pane. "You don't have to do that," she said. "I know." He didn't look at her. "But I need to be useful. It's what I know." "James, I'm sorry about earlier. I shouldn't have put that on you." "You didn't say anything I haven't thought." That made him look up. The longing in his eyes was naked, undefended. "Then what are we doing, Anna? Why are we pretending this isn't real?" "Because real doesn't mean right." But even as she said it, she moved closer. "Because we've made promises to people who stopped choosing us years ago. That doesn't absolve us." "No," he agreed, "it doesn't. But it doesn't make this less true either." They stood, foot apart, the air between them charged. Anna knew she should leave, should retreat to safety, to the familiar contours of denial. Instead, she stayed. "What do you want from me?" she whispered. "Nothing you're not willing to give." "But Anna," his voice roughened, "if you keep looking at me like that, I'm going to kiss you." Her heart hammered. "I know." Neither moved. The moment stretched, taut as wire. Then the window pane he'd been holding slipped from his fingers and shattered. They both jumped back, the spell broken. James cursed. Anna laughed, a shaky, half-hysterical sound. And suddenly the tension transformed into something else. Not safety, but reprieve. "I should clean this up," he said. "I'll get the broom." But as she turned to leave, his hand caught her wrist. Gentle, questioning. "Tomorrow," he said, "when the road's open, I'll leave. But tonight, can we just be honest? No pretending, no performing. Just us." She should have said no, should have protected them both, from the precipice they were approaching. Instead, she nodded. "Just tonight," she whispered. It was a promise and a lie, and they both knew it. The fourth night arrived with a silence that felt sacramental. Rain had stopped. The world outside held its breath. They sat in the reading room, candles burning low, speaking the truths they'd been circling. He told her about the morning he'd woken next to Sarah, and realized he felt nothing. Not anger or resentment, just absence. She described the evening David had cancelled their anniversary dinner for a departmental meeting, and she'd felt relief rather than hurt. "When did we become people who settle?" Anna asked. "When it seemed easier than fighting for something more." "Is that what this is? Fighting?" James was quiet for a long moment. "No," he said finally. "This is remembering what fighting for looks like." She rose and moved to the window, watching moonlight silver the wet street. He followed, standing close enough that she could feel his warmth. "I'm afraid," she admitted. "Of what?" "That tomorrow you'll leave and this will have been a beautiful lie. That I'll have risked everything for a moment. And if it's more than a moment?" She turned to face him. "How can it be? We live different lives. We have commitments. Even if we wanted." "I want." The words were raw. "Anna, I want so much it terrifies me. But I won't lie to you about what's possible. I can't offer you a future. I can barely offer you tonight." "Then why?" "Because some truths matter even when they're temporary. Because I'd rather have one honest night with you than a lifetime of pleasant pretending." Her eyes burned. "That's not fair." "No," he agreed. "But it's true." They stood in the candlelight, the weight of impossible choices pressing down. Anna thought of David, of the life they'd built. Comfortable, predictable, kind. She thought of the woman she'd become in that life. Competent, contained, fundamentally unseen. And then she stopped thinking. She reached up and touched James's face. His breath caught. For a heartbeat, neither moved. "Anna, don't." Her thumb traced his cheekbone. "Don't ask me if I'm sure. Don't give me reasons to stop. Just—" He kissed her. It was nothing like she'd imagined. Gentle at first, almost tentative, as though they were both afraid of shattering something precious. Then deeper, hungry, years of loneliness finding voice in the press of lips and the tangle of breath. When they broke apart, both were trembling. "We can't," she whispered against his mouth. "I know. I know." But neither pulled away. Instead, Anna took his hand and led him upstairs to the small room where, in the candlelight, they undressed each other slowly, not with the practiced efficiency of long marriage, but with reverence and discovery. Each button, each whisper of fabric felt ceremonial. James's hands trembled as he traced the curve of her shoulder. "You're beautiful. I'm 43 and ordinary. You're neither." He kissed the hollow of her neck. "You're extraordinary. You always have been." Anna had forgotten what it felt like to be seen this way, not as function or convenience, but as desire itself. When James lowered her to the bed, his body covering hers, she felt a decade of numbness crack open. Their lovemaking was slow and deliberate. He learned her by touch, the places that made her gasp, the rhythm that made her arch into him. She discovered him in turn, the scar on his ribs, the catch in his breath when she kissed his collarbone, the way he whispered her name like a prayer. There was no pretense between them. When she asked him to slow down, he did. When he asked if something felt good, she answered honestly. They negotiated pleasure with the same care they'd negotiated conversation. Each moment a choice, each touch a question answered with trust. "Look at me," he said when she closed her eyes. "Anna, look at me." She did, and saw herself reflected in his gaze, wanted, known, real. When release came, it came for both of them together, a cresting wave that left them gasping and intertwined. Anna's face pressed to James's shoulder, his hand cradling her head. Afterward they lay in the twisted sheets, limbs entangled, hearts slowing. "I love you," he said into the darkness. "I know I have no right. I know it changes nothing. But I love you." Anna felt tears slide down her temples. "I love you too. God help me, I do." They held each other through the night, knowing morning would bring separation but unable to imagine being anywhere else. Rishi'd slept alone so many nights and closed the door behind them. The power returned at dawn with an industrial hum that felt obscene. Anna woke to find James already dressed, his duffel packed, standing at the window. "Roads are open," he said without turning. "I checked the radio." She sat up, pulling the sheet around her. "So that's it." What else can it be? But his voice cracked on the question. She rose and went to him, wrapping her arms around him from behind. For a moment he leaned into her touch. Then carefully he disentangled himself. "If I don't leave now," he said, "I won't leave at all. And we both know what that costs." Anna wanted to argue, wanted to say that love mattered more than vows made in youth to people they'd outgrown. But she thought of David, kind, dependable David, and knew she couldn't unmake 15 years on the strength of 4 days. "What happens now?" she asked. "We go back to our lives. We try to be better than we were. And this? Us?" James turned to face her, cupping her cheek in his palm. "This was real. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Not your husband, not your conscience, not the years that'll try to convince you it was just a storm-drunk fantasy. It was real, and it mattered. Will I see you again? I don't know. Maybe that's not the question. Then what is? Whether what we found here changes how we live there." Kissed her once more, long, aching, final, and then he was gone. Anna returned home that afternoon to find David making soup. He hugged her, asked if she was all right, told her he'd been worried. She answered carefully, honestly where she could. That night, lying beside her husband, she thought about James's question. Could 4 days change a lifetime? She didn't know yet. But the next morning, when David mentioned a faculty lecture he wanted to attend, Anna said, "I'd like to come with you." He looked surprised. "Really? I thought you found them boring." "I do, but I'd like to understand what matters to you." It was a small beginning. Perhaps it would lead nowhere. Perhaps the gap between them was too wide to bridge. But for the first time in years, she wanted to try. 3 weeks later, a package arrived at the library. Inside was a book, a vintage edition of North and South, its spine carefully repaired. In the margin of chapter 19, penciled in a hand she recognised, were 7 words. Some lights are meant to be remembered. Anna pressed the book to her chest and let herself cry. Not for what she'd lost, but for what she'd briefly held, and for the truth that James had given her, that she was capable of being seen, of being loved, of being more than the comfortable role she had accepted. She would carry that truth forward, not as license for abandonment, but as a standard by which to measure her life. And in the quiet of the library, surrounded by stories of people who'd said true things even when truth was difficult, Anna Collier began to write again. The end. Something in her smile. The world was a blizzard of pink. In UNO Park, the cherry blossoms had reached their zenith, a transient, almost violent explosion of beauty that painted the air itself in soft hues. Petals drifted on the April breeze like perfumed snow settling on the shoulders of laughing families, clinging to the dark fabric of lovers' coats and dusting the surface of Shinobazu Pond with a delicate fleeting film. To Kenji Tanaka, the scene was a masterpiece of composition, a perfect frame. Yet, he felt nothing. He moved through the jubilant crowds with the practiced detachment of a seasoned photographer, his Nikon a cool, metallic shield against the world's relentless joy. At 32, Kenji was gifted, his eye for light and shadow preternatural, but his heart was a shutter closed tight. A recent bitter breakup had scoured him clean of sentiment, leaving him creatively numb and personally adrift. The city, his lifelong muse, now felt like a stranger. In an attempt to rekindle some flicker of connection, he had begun a personal project he called Anonymous Souls of Tokyo, a series of portraits of strangers, stolen moments of their lives captured on his sensor. It was a kind of penance, an exercise in trying to feel something, anything again. He saw businessmen in sharp suits looking lost, young women with defiance in their eyes, old men whose faces were maps of forgotten streets. He captured them all with technical brilliance and emotional distance. They were subjects, pixels, nothing more. He was composing a visual symphony of loneliness in the heart of one of the world's most crowded cities. Then he saw her. She was standing alone, slightly apart from the throng that gathered beneath the most resplendent of the sakura trees. She was not posing, not angling for a selfie, not performing for an invisible audience. Her attention was wholly directed upwards, at the canopy of pink and white, and on her face was a smile. It was not a wide, performative grin. It was a quiet, private sunrise, a gentle, unself-conscious bliss that seemed to illuminate her from within, curving her lips in a way that spoke of a deep, simple joy. Yet, within that luminescence, Kenji perceived a flicker of something else, a story, perhaps a melancholy one, that made the joy all the more profound for its existence. It was a smile that didn't erase sorrow, but bloomed in spite of it. His photographer's instincts, the only part of him that still felt alive, took over. The world dissolved into a shallow depth of field, the laughing crowds blurring into a soft, impressionistic backdrop. Only she remained sharp, clear, essential. He raised his camera, the long lens bringing her closer, making the moment impossibly intimate. He adjusted the aperture, his fingers moving with a forgotten grace. He was no longer a documentarian, he was a witness. He pressed the shutter. The quiet mechanical click was an obscene intrusion, a sound that both immortalized the moment and shattered it. As if she had heard the tiny sound across the expanse of the park, her smile faltered. It didn't vanish, but it retreated, the light pulling back from her eyes. She sensed the observation, the theft of her private peace. Her gaze dropped from the blossoms, and for a half-second it swept vaguely in his direction. There was no recognition, only the instinct of a person pulling a curtain closed. Before Kenji could even think to lower his camera, to offer an apologetic bow, to try and form a single word, she turned. With a quiet fluidity, she merged with the stream of people flowing toward the station, her dark hair a disappearing comma in a sentence he desperately wanted to finish. He took a step forward, then another, his heart beginning a strange, unfamiliar rhythm in his chest. But she was gone. The crowd, a moment ago a mere backdrop, was now an impenetrable wall. He was left standing with the cooling metal of his camera in his hand and an image burned not only onto its memory card, but into the very architecture of his mind. Back in the sterile quiet of his apartment, the city lights beginning to prick the darkening sky, he uploaded the day's work. Face after face filled the screen, anonymous, empty. Then, hers. The image glowed. The smile was even more potent in stillness, captured in perfect high-resolution detail. It held a universe of feeling. He zoomed in, studying the curve of her lips, the slight crinkle at the corners of her eyes. It was a face that felt both ancient and new, a paradox of quiet contentment and unspoken longing. "Who are you?" he muttered to the silent room, the words tasting strange on his tongue. He had asked this of his city, of his subjects, of himself for months. But this time the question was not rhetorical. It was a plea. He leaned back in his chair, the glow of the screen illuminating his own stark expression. He had captured hundreds of faces for his project, anonymous souls. But this one was different. It didn't feel like he had captured a soul. It felt like one had captured him. He ran a hand through his hair, a knot of frustration, and a strange, terrifying hope tightening in his gut. Another face, he thought, the words hollow. Another story I'll never know. But his own internal voice betrayed him, a softer, more honest whisper rising from the depths. But this one feels like a story I was meant to read. The soft pastels of spring bled into the electric, humid vibrancy of a Tokyo summer. The cherry blossoms were a distant memory, replaced by the relentless green of new leaves and the oppressive weight of the air. For Kenji, the changing seasons did little to alter his internal landscape. He was living in a state of suspended animation, a quiet, persistent ache that had a name and a face, but no address. His apartment, a minimalist space of concrete walls and polished wood floors in Nakameguro, had become his monastery. By day, it was a studio where he worked with a renewed but hollow vigour. By night, it was a shrine. The city lights would paint shifting geometric patterns on his walls, but the only light he truly saw was the one emanating from the 27-inch monitor on his desk. On it, always, was the photo of the woman from the park. Unable to shake the image, and with a sense of fatalism he didn't understand, he had posted the photograph on his professional blog a few weeks after taking it. He hadn't used her face for his anonymous Souls project. It felt too personal, too sacred for that somber collection. He had simply created a new post, uploaded the single image, and after a long moment of deliberation typed a caption, "Something in her smile." The internet, in its mysterious and voracious way, took notice. The image struck a chord. It was shared on Twitter, reblogged on Tumblr, posted on Instagram with heartfelt captions about finding joy in small moments. It became a symbol of fleeting beauty, of unposed authenticity in a curated world. News aggregators picked it up. Art blogs wrote short, glowing pieces about the unknown photographer who had captured the Mona Lisa of the Sakura season. The photograph went viral. It was an anonymous sensation, a ghost in the machine that everyone felt they knew. Fueled by a strange mixture of the public's interest and his own deepening fixation, Kenji made a few tentative efforts to find her. He revisited Ueno Park on weekends, his camera hanging uselessly at his side. He would stand by the same tree, now heavy with green leaves, and watch the faces in the crowd, a fool's errand in a city of 13 million. He wandered through different neighborhoods, Shibuya, Shinjuku, Ginza, his eyes scanning, searching for a smile that he knew he would recognize anywhere. But Tokyo was a vast, indifferent ocean, and he was a man chasing a phantom. His search was always half-hearted, crippled by a paralyzing fear. What would he even say if he found her? "I stole a moment of your life and it made me famous." The thought made his stomach clench. Professionally, his life transformed. The viral photo acted as the world's most effective business card. Commissions poured in, portraits for magazines, ad campaigns for brands that wanted to capture that same authentic feeling. He was lauded, celebrated, and better paid than he had ever been. Yet, the success felt like a cruel joke. Every compliment, every new contract was a stark reminder of the woman he couldn't find, the source of his fortune to whom he could offer no thanks, no apology. The success was a frame, and the picture inside it was missing. He started to see her smile everywhere, in the turn of a stranger's head on the subway, in the soft light hitting a cafe window, in the brief, happy expression of a child. The world had become a gallery of her echoes. His ex-girlfriend, a pragmatic art dealer, had always mocked his sentimental streak. "Photography is a business, Kenji, not a religion," she'd said during their final scolding argument. To spite her memory, or perhaps to feed the new, tender part of himself that was stirring to life, he started doing something he hadn't done in years. He started reading poetry. He wandered the book-filled alleys of Jimbocho and bought slim volumes of translated verses, Rilke, Neruda, the stark haikus of Basho. He found a strange solace in the words of others who had known this same quiet, consuming longing. The words gave shape to the ache in his chest. One evening, his friend Haruki, a graphic designer with a sharp wit and a kinder heart than he let on, came over with beer and takeout. He found Kenji staring at the glowing screen, the famous photo illuminating his friend's haunted face. Haruki sighed, setting the plastic bags on the low table. "You're famous because of a ghost, man," he said, his voice gentle. "The photo is beautiful, a masterpiece even. But that's all. She is now. A picture. Maybe you should just let her be a beautiful memory." Kenji finally looked away from the screen, his eyes adjusting to the dim light of the room. "What if she's not a memory?" he asked, his voice low. "What if she's a question I'm supposed to answer?" Haruki popped the top on a beer and handed it to him. "And what if you find her, and the answer is just, she was having a good day? What then?" Kenji took a long drink, the cold liquid doing nothing to cool the suffocating feeling in his chest. He looked back at the screen, at the blue digital glow of the photograph that had become the sole source of light in his life. He didn't have an answer. All he had was the image, and the unshakable feeling that his life had been irrevocably cleaved into two distinct eras, before the smile and after. Autumn arrived and painted Tokyo in sombre, magnificent hues. The oppressive humidity of summer broke, replaced by a crispness that carried the scent of wood smoke and Ginkgo leaves. The city seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief, settling into a quieter, more contemplative mood. It was a season that suited Kenji's heart. His obsession had not faded, but it had changed. The frantic, searching quality had mellowed into a kind of gentle melancholy, a companion he had learned to live with. He no longer scoured crowds for her face. Instead, he sought out quiet places, the places where he imagined a person with a smile like hers might find solace. Temple gardens, small art galleries, and most frequently the backstreet cafes of Jimbocho, the city's book district. One Tuesday evening the sky opened up, a steady drumming rain washing the neon glow of the city into long, slick ribbons on the pavement. Kenji found himself in a small, intimate poetry cafe, a place called the Gilded Page. The air inside smelled of old books, brewing hojicha tea and damp wool. It was a haven, a world apart. He was there to listen, to feel something other than the familiar ache of his own longing. He was not searching. He took a small table in the corner, nursing a cup of tea, and let the atmosphere envelop him. A young woman with short, dyed blue hair stood at the front, reading her work from a crumpled notebook. Her voice was soft but clear. Her poems about the transient beauty of cicada shells and the loneliness of vending machine lights. A fleeting stillness, she read, like the pause between raindrops, a moment of grace before the world rushes in again. As the line settled in the quiet room, Kenji heard a soft, almost inaudible sigh from the table next to him. It was a sound of perfect, empathetic understanding. He glanced over, his curiosity piqued, and the world stopped. It was her. He knew it with a certainty that defied logic. She was sitting alone, her profile turned to him as she watched the poet. She was without the radiant smile of the photograph. Her expression was contemplative, almost sad, her brows slightly furrowed in concentration. Her hair was a little shorter, and she wore simple dark-rimmed glasses that she hadn't had on that day in the park, but it was her. The elegant line of her jaw, the delicate shape of her ear, the quiet, centered stillness she possessed even in a room full of people. Seeing her in the flesh, so close, so real, was like being struck by lightning. He froze. His blood turned to ice in his veins, then to fire. For months he had rehearsed this moment in 1,000 different daydreams. He would be suave, charming, apologetic. He would explain everything. Now, faced with the reality of her presence, he was paralyzed by a tidal wave of doubt. The chasm between the ghost on his screen and the living, breathing woman a few feet away was terrifyingly vast. What right did he have to speak to her, to drag her private moment from the past and lay it at her feet? The reading ended. A polite smattering of applause filled the room. People began to shift to chat with their neighbours. She blinked, as if coming out of a trance, and a small, wistful smile touched her lips as she gathered her things. She was getting ready to leave. Now or never, a voice screamed inside him. Say something. Anything. Don't let her walk away again. His body moved before his mind could veto it. He stood up, his chair scraping softly against the floor. He walked the few steps to her table, his heart pounding a deafening rhythm against his ribs. "Excuse me," he said. The words came out as barely a whisper, hoarse and uncertain. She looked up, her expression politely questioning. Her eyes, magnified slightly by her glasses, were dark and deep. He swallowed, his throat dry. I know this is going to sound strange, but I'm the photographer who..." He couldn't finish. The words were too crude, too presumptuous. Recognition dawned in her eyes, slow and then sudden. A complex series of emotions flickered across her face. First, a shadow of annoyance, then a flash of embarrassment. But they were quickly replaced by something else, a gentle, weary curiosity. She knew exactly who he was. "Oh," she said softly. "The picture." "I'm sorry," he rushed to say, the words tumbling out of him. "I know it was an intrusion. I should have asked. I never meant for it to become what it became." She looked down at her hands, which were resting on a slim volume of poetry on the table. "It's okay," she said, though her voice held a note of reservation. "It was just a very private moment, made very public. It was strange seeing my own face looking back at me from a stranger's phone." They stood in a moment of awkward silence, the hum of the cafe around them. Kenji's mind was a blank. He had found her. Now what? He could feel her preparing to give a polite nod and leave forever. "I liked the poem about the cicada shells," he said, grasping for any thread. Her eyes met his again, and a genuine small smile appeared. It was not the smile from the park, but it was just as captivating. "Me too," she said. "It's hard to explain that kind of beauty to people." They talked then, not about the photograph, but about the poetry, about the soothing sound of the rain against the cafe window, about the strange comfort of being anonymous in a city of millions. Her voice was as he had imagined it, soft, measured, thoughtful. When she finally stood to leave, he said, "The station is a few blocks away. It's raining hard. Could I walk you? I have an umbrella." She hesitated for only a second before giving a small nod. "Okay." Outside, the rain was a silver curtain. He opened his large black umbrella and she stepped under it, the space suddenly intimate and charged. Their shoulders brushed as they walked. He was acutely aware of the warmth of her arm next to his, the scent of her hair, a faint mix of rain and something clean, like soap. They walked in silence, the rhythm of their footsteps and the drumming of the rain on the taut fabric above them the only sounds. It was a shared silence, not an empty one. Under the small dark canopy of the umbrella, they'd created a tiny private world, a moving island of stillness in the glistening, chaotic heart of Tokyo. A few weeks passed. The crispness of late autumn began to sharpen into the distinct chill of impending winter. Their meetings, which had started with the shared umbrella, had become a quiet, steady rhythm in the cadence of their lives. A series of coffees, of walks through parks now carpeted in gold and crimson, of more poetry readings at the gilded page. A fragile bridge was being built between them, plank by careful plank. He learned her name was Akari. He learned she was a librarian at a small university, a custodian of stories. He learned she cared for her aging, widowed father, a life of quiet duty that she spoke of with love and a faint, uncomplaining weariness. He learned that her smile in the park had been a rare, stolen moment of escape, a deep breath taken in the midst of a life that demanded so much of her. He never once asked to photograph her again. He was afraid to turn her back into a subject, to put the lens between them once more. One chilly Saturday, after a long walk, he found the courage to ask her back to his apartment. "I'd like to show you my other work," he said, his voice betraying a nervousness he couldn't hide. The real work, the anonymous Souls collection. He needed her to see the rest of him, the part that existed before and beyond her famous smile. He needed her to see the man who'd been searching for connection in the faces of strangers long before he found hers. She agreed with a quiet nod. His studio apartment was minimalist and clean, the scent of photographic chemicals and old paper hanging faintly in the air. The walls were lined with large black and white prints, a gallery of his silent conversations with the city. There were no smiling faces here. There were portraits of exhaustion, of defiance, of quiet contemplation, of hidden grief. Each one was rendered with a stark, empathetic honesty. Akari moved through the space with a reverence that soothed his thrumming nerves. She didn't offer effusive praise. Instead, she was silent, her eyes taking in each face, each story told in shadow and silver halide. She saw what he saw. She understood. She stopped before a portrait of an old man sitting on a park bench, his face a road map of a long and difficult life, his hands knotted with arthritis, resting on a worn wooden cane. She reached out, her fingers hovering just over the surface of the print, as if she could feel the texture of his skin, the weight of his years. "You see people," she said, her voice soft with awe. "You don't just look at them. You see what's inside." Her words landed in his chest like a revelation. In that moment, watching her see his work, really see it, he understood the utter foolishness of his long quest. He had been obsessed with understanding her, with uncovering the story, behind her smile as if it were a mystery to be solved. But he didn't need to know her story to be captivated by her. He simply needed to see her, and he had, from the very first moment. The photograph wasn't the beginning of a mystery. It was the answer to a question he hadn't even known he was asking. The confession that had been lodged in his throat for months finally broke free. "That's what I felt, that day in the park," he said, his voice thick with emotion. He stood beside her, the gallery of lonely souls bearing witness. "I felt like I could see everything, right in that one moment. And it wasn't about fame or a viral photo. It was about feeling something real for the first time in a very long time. That picture, it didn't change my career. It changed me." The confession hung in the air between them, raw and vulnerable. She turned from the photograph to face him, her dark eyes searching his. The space between them was electric, filled with everything that had been left, unsaid over coffees and rainy walks. She stepped closer, closing the small distance. She raised a hand, and her touch on his cheek was tentative, a question. It was not the spark of sudden passion, but the slow, inevitable drawing together of two celestial bodies that had been in each other's orbit for months. He didn't move to kiss her. He didn't dare. He simply stood there, letting the warmth of her palms seep into his skin, a feeling of profound homecoming. He responded not with hunger, but with a deep, shuddering sigh of relief, as if a great weight he hadn't known he was carrying had finally been lifted from his shoulders. Then she leaned in and pressed her lips to his. He kissed her, like he was breathing her in after a lifetime of holding his breath. It was a kiss of gratitude, of recognition. Each gentle brush of his mouth against hers seemed to deepen the ache in his chest, transforming it from something painful into a resonant, beautiful longing. His hands, acting of their own accord, came up to trace the delicate line of her back, the movement drawing shivers from her that left them both breathless. When their bodies pressed together, it was fire and fragility all at once, a dance of need and tenderness, of silent questions and resounding answers. There was no rush to undress, no fumbling with clothes. This was not about that. It was about the astonishing discovery of being held, of being seen. It was about the profound, soul-deep comfort of finally being home. Later, as the city lights twinkled outside his window like a distant, beautiful chaos, he made her a cup of tea. They sat together on his simple sofa, the shared warmth of the single mug passing between their hands. They didn't speak much. They didn't need to. In the quiet of his studio, surrounded by the souls he had tried so hard to understand, he had finally found his own. Winter settled over Tokyo, stripping the trees bare and painting the sky in shades of pearl and grey. It was a season of stillness, of quiet introspection, and its stark beauty mirrored the new landscape of Kenji's heart. His relationship with Akari unfolded with the same quiet, easy rhythm. There were no grand pronouncements, no dramatic declarations. Their love was a garden they tended to with gentle hands, its roots growing deeper in the rich soil of shared silence and easy laughter. He photographed her constantly, but these images were different. They were not for his blog or a gallery wall. They were for him alone. He captured her sleeping, the morning light tracing the curve of her cheek. He captured her laughing, her head thrown back, a joy more radiant than the one he'd first seen. He captured her reading in his armchair, lost in a world of words, her glasses perched on her nose. He was no longer capturing a muse on a pedestal, but documenting the exquisite, ordinary miracle of the woman he was getting to know. One afternoon, Akari was at his apartment reading while he worked at his computer. She looked over and noticed something was different. "You took it down," she said, her voice soft. Kenji swiveled in his chair. "Took what down?" "The photo," she said, gesturing to his screen. "From your blog, the famous one." He had deleted the post the night before. The image of something in her smile no longer lived on the internet. He turned back to her, a gentle smile on his face. "I don't need that memory anymore," he said simply. "I have the reality." In that small act, he was letting go of the past. He was no longer the heartbroken photographer defined by a lucky shot, no longer the man obsessed with a ghost. He was the man who made tea for Akari, who knew the sound of her breathing in the dark, who was building a life not on a fleeting image, but on a foundation of love. A week later, he accompanied her to visit her father. They took the train to a quiet suburb, the city giving way to smaller houses with neat gardens. Her father was a frail but sharp-witted man who spent his days tending to his bonsai trees. He greeted Kenji with a polite, appraising eye, but as he watched his daughter's easy happiness, the way she would glance at Kenji and share a silent, secret smile, the old man's expression softened. It was a simple afternoon of tea and conversation, but the act of being there, of being accepted into the quiet fabric of her life, was a commitment more profound than any spoken vow. Later that day, they walked through a traditional Japanese garden near her father's house. The air was still and cold, their breath pluming in front of them. The maples were bare, their branches stark, beautiful lines drawn against the grey sky. Ponds, still as glass, reflected the quiet heavens. He stopped on a small arched bridge and simply looked at her. Her cheeks were pink from the cold, her dark eyes bright. A stray lock of hair had escaped her scarf. She was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. He felt a love for her so immense, so complete. It was a physical presence in his chest. He didn't need to say the words. She saw it in his eyes. She saw it in the way he smiled at her, a smile that was all his own, but one that she had taught him how to find again. That night, back in the warm sanctuary of his apartment, the chill of the winter garden still clinging to their coats, they moved with the quiet, graceful accord of two people who no longer needed words to speak. He helped her out of her heavy wool coat, his fingers brushing the nape of her neck where the cold had kissed her skin. A shiver, not from the cold, traced its way down her spine. The world outside was a monochrome painting of stark branches and a sky the colour of polished steel. But here, inside, the air was soft and warm, smelling of the genmaicha tea he was already preparing. The ritual was its own form of intimacy. The pouring of hot water, the rising steam, the way their fingers brushed as he passed her the simple, handleless cup. They sat not on the sofa, but on the floor by the low table, the heat from the cups warming their hands. Akari had changed into one of his own white oversized shirts after a bath. The cotton soft against her skin, the sleeves rolled up to her elbows. The top few buttons were undone, revealing the elegant column of her throat and the delicate hollow of her collarbone. It was an image of profound domesticity and startling eroticism. She was wearing his life, making it her own. He watched her over the rim of his cup, his photographer's eye now an artist's soul, drinking in the sight of her. the way the soft lamplight caught the curve of her cheek, the gentle way she held the cup in both hands, the fall of her dark, damp hair against the white cotton. She looked up and met his gaze, and in her eyes was a knowing welcome, an invitation that sent a current of heat through him, chasing away the last of the winter chill. He set his cup down. She mirrored the action. Without a word, he reached across the small table and took her hand. He led her to the sleeping area, a space partitioned only by a shoji screen that filtered the city's ambient glow into a soft, milky light. He didn't release her hand until they stood before the simple futon on the floor. There, he turned to face her fully. His hands came up not with haste, but with a reverence that made her breath catch. He gently traced the line of her jaw, his thumb stroking her bottom lip. It was a touch that said, "I see you, all of you." He leaned in and kissed her, a kiss entirely different from their first. That had been a discovery, a breathless question. This was a statement, a poem. It was slow and deep, a taste of tea and winter air, and a longing that had finally found its harbour. His hands slid from her face to the collar of the shirt. With infinite slowness, he undid the next button, and the next, his knuckles brushing the warm skin of her chest. The shirt fell open. He didn't remove it, but let it drape from her. Shoulders, a frame for the art of her body, bathed in the soft, forgiving light of the paper screen. His gaze was a physical touch, tracing the gentle slope of her shoulders, the soft curve of her stomach. She wore nothing underneath but a pair of simple white tabby socks, a charming, vulnerable detail that made his heart ache with tenderness. He knelt before her, his hands finding her waist, and drew her closer until her body was framed perfectly in his gaze. He rested his cheek against the soft skin of her belly for a moment, his arms encircling her, holding her as if she were the most precious, fragile thing in the world. She gasped softly, her fingers tangling in his hair, a silent permission. But he didn't stay there. It was an act of worship that had only just begun. With a reverence that made her tremble, he pressed his lips to her skin, breathing in the unique, intimate scent of her that was clean and warm and wholly Akari. His kiss, a tender mapping exploration, began a slow descent. He moved lower, past her navel, into the soft territory where her body curved inward. Her breath hitched. His touch moved with the patient focus of an artist, intent on learning every line, every texture, every secret. When his lips finally found the warm, secret heart of her, a sharp, broken gasp escaped her lips. Her fingers, which had been resting gently in his hair, now clutched him, anchoring herself as the world began to tilt on its axis. Her back arched in a silent, involuntary offering. A wave of heat, powerful and profound, washed through her, a pleasure so intense it bordered on pain, an undoing. It started from that single, devoted point of his worship, and radiated through her entire being, making her knees weak, her mind a beautiful empty sky. He held her there, at the very peak of that shattering wave, his name a prayer on her lips, until she was undone completely by the tender, selfless reverence of his love. He rose, his lips tracing a path of fire from her stomach to the hollow of her throat. He kissed the frantic pulse he found there before claiming her mouth again, this time with a rising urgency. The slow, tender conversation was escalating, their bodies beginning to speak a more ancient, fevered language. The shirt slid forgotten to the floor. Skin met skin in the cool air, and the contact was electric, a silent explosion of warmth and need. He laid her down on the futon, following her, covering her body with his own. His hands moved with a gentle, reverent familiarity, rediscovering paths they already knew and charting new, secret territories. He learned the rhythm of her breath, the music of her sighs. There was a playfulness in their touches, a quiet laughter that echoed in the still room as his fingers interlaced with hers as she arched to meet his every caress. It was not the frantic collision of strangers, but the seamless, fluid intertwining of two souls who had finally found their native tongue. Their shared breath fogged the cold window pane, obscuring the distant city lights, creating a sacred, shimmering world that contained only the two of them. Their movements found a rhythm, a dance as slow and sure as the turning of the earth, as urgent and elemental as a rising tide. It was a love that was less about a consuming fire and more about a generative, brilliant heat, the kind of heat that forges, that purifies, that makes two things irrevocably one. In the final, breathless moments, the world dissolved into pure sensation, a shared gasp, a tightening of grips, a silent, shattering peak where their souls seemed to leave their bodies and meet in the space between them before settling, like soft snow, back into the profound, soul-deep peace of being utterly known. Afterwards, lying tangled together under a thick quilt, Akari traced the line of his jaw with her finger. "What are you thinking about?" she whispered into the darkness. He turned his head, his lips finding her forehead. He thought of the man he used to be, the man who used his camera as a wall, observing life from a safe distance. He thought of the months he'd spent searching, chasing a feeling he couldn't name. "I was just thinking," he said, his voice soft with the truth of it. "I spent so long searching for the woman in the photograph for an explanation for her smile." He paused, pulling her closer, breathing in the scent of her hair. "But I was looking for the wrong thing. The person I truly needed to find was the man I became when I finally looked away from the picture and into your eyes." And in the quiet darkness, with the warmth of her body pressed against his, Kenji knew he was finally home. The story wasn't in the single captured moment of a smile, but in all the quiet, unphotographed moments that came after. That one summer kiss. The Richards family motorhome rumbled down I-25 toward Denver, its once pristine white exterior now bearing the dust of 17 states. Inside, 11-year-old Tyler Richards sprawled across the dinette booth, methodically arranging his growing collection of stadium ticket stubs. "Dad, how many more to go after the Rockies?" he called toward the driver's seat where Jim Richards navigated the behemoth vehicle with the casual confidence of a man who'd logged over 8,000 miles that summer. "4 more stadiums, buddy. Then we've hit all 30, Jim answered, his eyes flicking to the rearview mirror where he could see his wife Catherine reviewing tomorrow's itinerary. Elitch Gardens amusement park in the morning, Coors Field in the afternoon. In the back bedroom, 9-year-old Britt sat cross-legged on her bunk, carefully applying pine tar to her baseball glove, a ritual she'd adopted after watching her father do the same. Unlike many girls her age, Britt's summer heroes weren't pop stars or movie actresses. They were sluggers, pitchers, and especially Bryce Harper, whose jersey she wore so often that her mother had to practically peel it off her for washing. "Britt, we're stopping for gas. Last chance for snacks before Denver," Catherine called back. The Richards' Great American Baseball Tour had been Jim's dream. Visit every major league stadium in a single summer, catch at least one game in each, and hit the country's top roller coasters along the way. What had seemed like an impossible logistical challenge had become their reality, fueled by Catherine's meticulous planning, a calendar gridded with game times, and a motorhome that had become more home than motor over the past 3 months. August 18th dawned clear and bright in Denver. The Richards family arrived at Coors Field 3 hours before first pitch, Jim's rule for exploring each stadium properly. While Catherine and Tyler headed to the team store, Jim took Britt to watch batting practice, her Harper jersey standing out among the purple and black Rockies gear. "Look how the ball carries in this thin air," Jim explained, his arm around Britt's shoulders. "That's why they call it a hitter's park." By game time, the Richards had found their seats along the first baseline in right field. Beside them sat another family, locals by the looks of their well-worn Rockies gear. Their son, about 10 years old, clutched a baseball glove tightly, his eyes never leaving the field. "You know Harper's the enemy today, right?" the boy said, noticing Britt's Nationals jersey. Britt raised her chin. "He's still the best player in baseball." "Nuh-uh, Trout is better." "Harper has better hair," Britt countered, which made both kids laugh, breaking the tension. Throughout the game, the two families exchanged the casual camaraderie of temporary neighbours, passing condiments, holding seats during bathroom breaks, and debating calls together. By the seventh inning, with the Nationals leading 3-2, the children had developed a comfortable rapport, comparing favourite players and arguing good-naturedly about batting averages. The moment came suddenly. Harper caught the third out on a routine fly ball to right field. As he jogged toward the dugout, he spotted Britt's jersey, a flash of Nationals red amid the home team colours. With practiced ease, he flipped the game ball high toward their section. The boy saw it first. His glove hand shot up instinctively, years of backyard practice culminating in this moment. The ball landed with a satisfying thwack in the pocket of his mitt. His heart soared, until he saw Britt's face fall. The crowd murmured. Parents shifted uncomfortably. The boy looked down at the prize in his glove, then at the girl in the Harper jersey. "Here," he said, holding out the ball. "He was throwing it to you." The simple gesture, devoid of hesitation or regret, caused a ripple of approval through the nearby fans. Britt's eyes widened as she accepted the baseball, turning it reverently in her hands. "Thank you," she whispered, then leaned forward to plant a thank you kiss on his cheek. At that exact moment, the boy turned to say, "You're welcome." Their lips met in an innocent, accidental brush that lasted less than a second. Both children jerked back, faces flaming. The crowd, witnessing this unscripted moment of childhood awkwardness, erupted in good-natured laughter and applause. Seconds later, the stadium camera operator, always hunting for between-innings entertainment, broadcast the entire sequence on the massive centre field screen. Summer Kiss Cam flashed across the jumbotron as 40,000 fans watched the replay. The catch, the generous gift, the innocent kiss. The stadium announcer chuckled warmly through the speakers. "Now that, folks, is the spirit of baseball right there." As the families left after the game, there were smiles and waves, but no exchanged information. Just two groups of strangers sharing a fleeting moment before continuing on their separate journeys. The Richards had 4 more stadiums to visit, and school was starting soon. The boy and his family disappeared into the Denver crowd, and Britt never learned his name. Neither family could have known that the clip would become a recurring feature in baseball highlight reels for years to come, filed under heartwarming fan moments, alongside proposals and first catches. The Richards motorhome was sold 3 years after the Great Baseball Tour. Catherine had lobbied to keep it. Think of the memories, but practicality won out. Jim's job transferred them from Minnesota to New Orleans when Britt was 12, and urban life made storing a 36-foot behemoth impractical. Tyler, less sentimental than his sister, had moved on from baseball to football and academic decathlon competitions. Britt, however, never abandoned her love of the game, even as she discovered her own athletic calling on the track. "You're built for speed," her high school coach had told her during freshman year. "You've got that fast-twitch fibre that can't be taught." By her senior year, Britt had broken 3 school records in the 200 and 400 metres. With her academic standing and athletic achievements, scholarship offers arrived from across the country. When Louisiana State University came calling with a track scholarship, it felt like coming full circle. A chance to return to her baseball roots at a school with a powerhouse program. Her first semester had been a whirlwind of adjustments, living away from home, balancing rigorous training with academics, and navigating the complex social ecosystem of college. By spring semester, she'd found her rhythm and her people, a tight-knit group of fellow athletes who understood the discipline required to compete at their level. The embarrassing baseball kiss had become a family legend, occasionally resurfacing when Jim stumbled across the clip, online. Brit had mostly made peace with her moment of viral fame, though she still cringed whenever it appeared in MLB Valentine's Day montages. The boy's face had blurred in her memory, just another fleeting connection in a summer filled with new stadiums and experiences. Brit and her friends collapsed onto the bleachers at Alex Box Stadium, having come directly from track practice. Her legs ached pleasantly from interval training and the familiar sounds of a baseball game. The crack of bats, the pop of balls hitting mitts, provided a soothing backdrop. "You smell like determination and sweat," teased her roommate Missy, a high jumper from Baton Rouge. "Shower break between practice and games isn't in your vocabulary, is it?" "It's baseball," Britt replied, pulling her damp hair into a ponytail. "Nobody smells good at baseball games. That's part of the tradition." As LSU took the field against Vanderbilt, Missy nudged Britt with her elbow. "Question, why don't you have a boyfriend? You've been here almost a full year now," Britt shrugged. "Just haven't clicked with anyone. Besides, when would I fit that in? Between track, classes and sleep." "Sleep is overrated," Missy interrupted. "Seriously though, there has to be someone you've noticed." Britt's eyes drifted across the field, landing on the centre fielder, number 27. She'd noticed him in her Biology 101 lecture. Always punctual, always prepared, rarely speaking unless called on, but offering thoughtful insights when he did. "Maybe him," she admitted, pointing discreetly. "We have biology together. He seems different from most of the baseball guys. Quieter, more substantial." Missy followed her gaze. "Number 27? That's Cole Nightingale. Jackson knows him through some conservation club. He's from Colorado." "Colorado?" Britt laughed. "That explains the silent intensity. Probably communes with elk in his spare time." "Want me to see if Jackson can introduce you?" "God, no," Britt replied quickly. "I'm just saying, objectively speaking, centre field is nice to look at. That's all." But Missy's matchmaking wheels were already turning. "It's not a date," Missy insisted a week later as she rummaged through Britt's closet. "It's a casual group thing that happens to include Cole." Britt sat on her bed, arms crossed. "You told me we were grabbing coffee with you and Jackson. Now you're telling me Cole's coming, and magically you and Jackson just remembered an assignment due tomorrow?" "What a coincidence," Missy replied with zero attempt at sincerity. "Wear the green top. It makes your eyes pop." "My eyes are brown." "Even more reason to wear green. Contrast." The campus coffee shop buzzed with end-of-semester energy when Britt arrived. She spotted Cole immediately, sitting alone at a corner table, his posture relaxed but alert. No baseball cap today, revealing dark hair with a slight natural wave. He glanced up, recognition crossing his face. Not surprised, Britt noted. Missy had clearly informed Jackson, who had informed Cole. Everyone knew this was a setup except her. "Hi," she said, sliding into the seat across from him. "I'm guessing you also got the last-minute text about a forgotten assignment." Cole's mouth curved into a half-smile. "Jackson's not subtle. I figured it out when he spent 15 minutes describing you yesterday. Unless there are multiple track stars named Britt in our biology class." His directness caught her off guard. "At least 3. We're having a convention later." He laughed, a genuine sound that transformed his serious face. "I've seen you run. At the LSU Invitational last month, the 400 meters. "You were at the Invitational?" This surprised her. Baseball players rarely attended track meets. "I'm interested in biomechanics. Professor Simmons suggested I observe elite runners for a research project." "So I was a science experiment?" Britt raised an eyebrow. "You were the most impressive subject," he countered. "Your form is almost mathematically perfect." The conversation flowed from there, moving from classes to childhood influences, discovering shared interests in the outdoors and similar tastes in music. Cole described growing up in Colorado, hiking 14ers with his father. Britt spoke of her family's baseball odyssey, carefully omitting the embarrassing kiss incident. "Wait," Cole interrupted. "Your family visited all 30 MLB stadiums in one summer? That's incredible." "It was the summer before 6th grade. My dad mapped the entire thing on this giant wall calendar, coordinating game schedules with driving distances. I can't imagine seeing that much baseball in one summer." "It was magical," Britt admitted, "though I probably didn't appreciate it enough at the time." What was supposed to be a quick coffee stretched into dinner at a nearby noodle shop, then a walk around the campus lake as twilight descended. Cole proved to be an attentive listener, drawing Britt out with thoughtful questions, rather than steering conversations toward himself. When he walked her back to her dorm, there was a moment, a pause at the entrance where possibility hung in the air. But Cole simply smiled and said, "I enjoyed this. Maybe we could do it again." Britt nodded, surprised by how much she wanted that. "I'd like that." 3 dates followed over the next 2 weeks, each revealing new layers to Cole. He was methodical but not rigid, ambitious but not cutthroat, and beneath his reserve lay a subtle humour that emerged more frequently as they grew comfortable together. After their 4th date, a Saturday afternoon picnic by the lake, Cole suggested exchanging social media accounts. "Not that I post much," he admitted, "but it seems like the normal progression." That night, as Britt studied for finals, her phone buzzed with a notification. "Cole Nightingale has followed you on Instagram." Minutes later, another notification. "Cole Nightingale mentioned you in a comment. Curious, she." Opened the app to find Cole had commented on a post from 5 years earlier, a throwback Thursday where she'd shared the famous Jumbotron clip. She'd captioned it, "TBT to that time I accidentally became a baseball meme. Summer kiss cam, first kiss fail, thanks Bryce Harper." Cole's comment simply read, "Is this really you?" Britt stared at her phone, momentarily confused by Cole's comment. Why was he so interested in her embarrassing childhood moment? She quickly typed back, "Unfortunately, yes. Most embarrassing moment of my childhood immortalized for eternity. Why?" Her phone rang almost immediately. Cole's name flashed on the screen. "Hey," she answered. "Everything okay?" "More than okay," Cole said, his voice filled with an excitement she hadn't heard before. "That video from Coors Field, the boy who caught the ball and gave it to you. What about him?" Britt asked, a strange feeling beginning to stir in her stomach. "Britt, that was me." The world seemed to tilt sideways. "What? No way. That's impossible." August 18th, 2015. Nationals versus Rockies. 7th inning. Bryce Harper caught the third out and tossed you the ball, but I caught it instead. "Cole, if you're messing with me..." "I'm not," he assured her. "I still have the newspaper clipping somewhere. My family drove up from Colorado Springs for the weekend. It was right before my birthday." Britt sank onto her bed, mind reeling. "Oh my God, this is insane. What are the odds?" "Astronomically against," Cole replied. "One moment in one stadium a decade ago, and somehow we both end up here, in the same biology class, dating." "We kissed," Britt said suddenly. "I mean, technically we've already kissed." Cole laughed. "I've been upgraded from most embarrassing childhood moment to actual boyfriend. That's progress. I need to see this evidence, right now." An hour later, they sat side by side on a campus bench, comparing memorabilia. Britt's screenshot of the Jumbotron moment saved on her phone, Cole's yellowing newspaper clipping carefully preserved from his childhood keepsake box. "It really is you," Britt marvelled, studying the image of young Cole. "You had the same serious expression even then." "And you were fearless," Cole replied. "Just walked up and planted one on me." "On your cheek. It was supposed to be your cheek." Fate had other plans. They fell silent. the weight of coincidence settling around them. The same stadium, the same moment, captured forever. And now, 10 years later, they'd found each other again without even realizing what they'd lost. "You know what this means," Britt said finally. "Our entire relationship is built on me stealing your baseball. And me stealing your kiss. I think we're even then." Cole reached for her hand, interlacing their fingers. "There's just one thing bothering me." "What's that?" "Our second kiss should probably be better than our first." Under a blanket of Louisiana stars with the sounds of campus life humming in the distance, Cole leaned in. This time there was no accident, no crowd reaction, no cameras, just the intentional meeting of two people connected by a thread of improbable history, closing a circle that had opened a decade earlier in a baseball stadium 200 miles away. The summer of 2025 unfolded with the humid intensity that characterized Louisiana's warmer months. While many students departed campus for internships or family homes, Britt remained for track training and Cole for baseball development programs. The relative emptiness of campus provided a cocoon for their growing relationship, free from the usual academic pressures and social obligations. On a particularly sweltering July evening, they sat on the balcony of Cole's off-campus apartment, box fans creating the only breeze. Cole scrolled through his phone while Britt lay with her head in his lap, reading a novel for her fall literature course. "My parents want to meet you," Cole said casually, fingers absently stroking her hair. Britt lowered her book. "Mine too. My mum keeps asking for pictures. We could drive up to New Orleans next weekend. It's only an hour." "What would you tell them?" Britt asked. "About how we met. The whole baseball kiss backstory seems like a lot for a first meeting." Cole considered this. "We could start with biology class and work our way back." "Probably wise," Britt agreed. "Though my dad will lose his mind when he finds out you're that boy. He references that clip at least once a year." Cole's phone buzzed with a notification. He glanced down, then let out a startled laugh. "You're not going to believe this." He turned the screen toward Britt. An MLB social media account had posted a Throwback Thursday compilation of famous fan moments. The caption read, "Summer Love Through the Years, baseball's most heartwarming fan moments." The thumbnail image showed a young Britt in her Harper jersey, milliseconds before the accidental kiss. "They're never going to let us forget." Britt groaned, covering her face. "Wait," Cole said, sitting up straighter. "Read the comments." Britt took the phone, scrolling through responses. Most were generic. Heart emojis, memories of seeing the clips live. But one comment caught her attention. "OMG, that's Britt Richards, LSU track, and Cole Nightingale, LSU baseball. They're dating now. Full circle, baseball love." "How?" Britt began. "Missy," they said in unison. "She must have made the connection and shared it," Cole reasoned. "She does follow all the MLB accounts." The post was rapidly gaining traction, with more comments confirming the unlikely reunion story. By morning, several sports websites had picked up the tale, framing it as a baseball fairy tale. The children from the famous kiss cam serendipitously reuniting in college, unaware of their shared history. Britt's phone rang early the next day. Her father, calling with an uncharacteristic urgency in his voice. "Brittany Ann Richards," he said when she answered, using her full name in a way that signalled his excitement rather than disapproval. "Is it true? The boy from the kiss cam is your boyfriend? The one you've been telling us about?" Britt sighed, shooting Cole a resigned look as he entered the room with coffee. "Yes, Dad, it's true." Jim's whoop of delight was loud enough that Cole could hear it across the room. "Your mother won't believe this. Actually, everyone needs to hear this story. Thanksgiving. You're bringing him for Thanksgiving, right? Both families. We need both families there." "Dad, it's July, and we haven't even met each other's parents yet." "Details. Mere details. This is baseball destiny, honey." After assuring her father that yes, they would discuss holiday plans, and no, ESPN could not have an exclusive interview, Britt ended the call and collapsed dramatically onto Cole's couch. "My father is already planning our baseball-themed wedding," she informed him. "Hope you're ready to say vows over home plate." Cole laughed, sitting beside her. "My mum texted earlier. She found our box of memorabilia from that game. Apparently she kept the ticket stubs." The media attention faded as quickly as it had flared, their story becoming just another heartwarming internet moment before being replaced by the next viral sensation. But privately, something had shifted between them. What had been a strange coincidence had become part of their shared mythology. The story they would tell for years to come, the unlikely thread that had connected them long before they understood its significance. 2 weeks later, they drove to New Orleans to meet the Richards family. Jim greeted Cole with a bear hug and an immediate barrage of baseball questions. Catherine was more restrained but equally welcoming, showing Cole the meticulous scrapbook she'd created from their great baseball tour, including a page dedicated to the famous kiss. "We should have gotten your autograph back then," Jim joked over dinner. "Could have sold it for college tuition by now." "Jim," Catherine chided gently, then turned to Cole, "we're just happy Britt found someone who shares her love of the game. That's rare." Later that evening, as they sat on the porch swing of the Richards' modest New Orleans home, Britt rested her head on Cole's shoulder. "Well, you survived meeting my parents. Ready for round 2 in Colorado next month." Cole nodded, watching fireflies illuminate the gathering darkness. "I've been thinking about that day at Coors Field, about all the little moments that had to align perfectly, like Harper having to catch that specific third out, and me turning my head at exactly the wrong moment, or the camera operator deciding that was worth broadcasting, or both of us choosing LSU years later." Britt laced her fingers through his. "My dad would call it baseball destiny. My science brain would call it statistically impossible. What do you call it?" Cole considered this, watching the rhythm of the fireflies' silent communication across the yard. "I don't know if there's a name for it, but I'm grateful." Above them, the porch light attracted moths in hypnotic patterns, nature's own version of chance and circumstance. Inside, they could hear Jim regaling Catherine with plans for a Thanksgiving reunion with the Nightingales, a suggestion that would have seemed absurd months earlier, but now felt inevitable. "Do you ever wonder," Britt asked softly, "about all the other moments like that? The connections we miss, the people we brush against without realizing it?" "All the time," Cole admitted. "But maybe we don't miss as many as we think. Maybe the important ones find a way to circle back." As if to punctuate his point, Britt's phone buzzed with a notification. An MLB account had shared their story again, this time with a side-by-side comparison. The original kiss cam moment from 2015, alongside a recent photo of them at an LSU game, 10 years older but unmistakably the same. People. The caption read simply, "Some catches last a lifetime." Baseball love. Britt smiled, turning off her phone and leaning into Cole's embrace. The digital world could have their story, could reshape it into whatever narrative fit neatly into a social media post. But the reality, the complex improbable path that had led them from a crowded stadium to this quiet porch, belonged only to them. That and the memory of a summer kiss that had somehow, against all odds, found its way home. Smoke and sapphires. Rain pelted the glass roof of the Parisian auction house, where high society mingled in tailored suits and glimmering gowns. The item of the night, the coveted blue siren sapphire, was rumoured to be worth more than a king's ransom. Its origin was steeped in myth. Sailors once believed the gem called out like a siren song to drag men beneath the waves. Tonight, it was perched on a rotating pedestal under bulletproof glass, surrounded by an aura of impossible desirability. For Jade Kaufman, The blue siren was just another job, albeit one with a higher risk and an even higher reward. 27 years old, resourceful, and infamous in the underground for her flawless thefts, she prided herself on leaving no trace behind except rumours. Growing up in the foster system had taught her not to expect loyalty or kindness, but it had also forged her into someone with unbreakable survival instincts. She moved like a shadow across the rafters, invisible to the partygoers below. Though she wore a form-fitting black jumpsuit that allowed for maximum flexibility, she felt the weight of the hidden compartments carrying her tools, glass cutters, specialised wires, and lock-picking devices. She had a plan for each step of this heist, but plans could always go wrong. The stakes, more than she liked to admit. The auctioneer's gavel fell with a resounding crack, announcing the final sale. 50 million euros. Polite applause rose from the crowd, cameras flashed, and the tension in Jade's chest tightened. Now was her moment. She exhaled slowly, counting heartbeats, and rappelled down a near-invisible cable toward a section of the glass roof that was briefly out of view of the security cameras. Once on a narrow ledge, she inserted a small disc that scrambled the alarm system for precisely 30 seconds. The hush of the device felt like a countdown in her mind. 30 seconds to cut through the glass, descend, snatch the sapphire, and vanish. She executed each move with a precision that came from years of practice. The glass cutter made a near-silent hiss, and a perfect circle fell into her gloved hand. Another breath, and she dropped onto the pedestal's platform. The vaulted ceilings and the swirling lights created a surreal glow around the blue siren. Jade's heart pounded in her throat as she lifted the gem from its cushion. For a millisecond, the large sapphire shimmered in the palm of her hand, its facets catching every glare of gold from the overhead chandeliers. 15 seconds left. She braced herself, replaced the gem's stand with a weighted dummy to keep the sensor from triggering, and latched onto her cable. She soared upward gracefully, adrenaline singing through her veins. She'd done it again, or so she thought. The instant she cleared the roof, an alarm shrieked through the building. An edge of panic touched her as she darted across the dark rooftop, hooking up a rappelling line to the next structure. Something was off. Her scramble device wasn't supposed to fail so suddenly. She reached the alley, the sapphire tight in her grip. The plan had been to pass the gem to her contact, a fence known simply as Rodung, a man with a reputation for under-the-radar dealings. He waited near a sleek black car, a grin slashing his face. "Jade, you truly never disappoint," he said in a low murmur, taking the gem from her. His voice quivered in that excited, greedy way she'd heard countless times. "Payment's in the bag." She unzipped the small satchel he handed her. Her stomach twisted when she noticed it was empty except for a single bullet rolling at the bottom like a cruel joke. "I'm sorry about this," Rodin whispered, voice trembling with guilt or maybe fear. She whirled around to see more men stepping from the shadows, men she recognized from hush-hush rumours in the black market gem trade. Their suits were immaculate. Their eyes were cold. One of them stepped forward. "Mr. Castellano wants to see you." The name Castellano rang like thunder in her mind. The Castellano cartel dominated the illegal gemstone circuit across continents. The rumour was that Adrian Ash Castellano was the new kingpin after a messy, bloody power struggle within his own family. He was known for his iron grip, for incinerating enemies in terrifying ways. Jade's heart thundered like a war drum. Rodin had set her up for them. Before she could think, arms seized her, pinning her body. She lashed out, elbowing one of the men in the face. A burst of satisfying pain shot up her arm, and the man cursed, stumbling back with a bleeding nose. But there were too many of them. 4, 5, maybe more. A cloth drenched in something acrid was clamped over her mouth. She tried to scream, but everything blurred. She fought the encroaching darkness with every fibre of her being, mentally counting down her last conscious moments. The smell of the city's wet pavement turned nauseatingly sweet. Her knees buckled, and the last thing she saw was Rodin's pale face as he backed away, eyes skittering with regret. Jade's final coherent thought was that she had lost the blue siren, and that she was about to be delivered like stolen goods to the most dangerous man in the underworld. She drifted in and out of a fever dream, memories twisted with illusions, a soft mattress beneath her, the steady hum of an engine, possibly on a plane, then the bass thump of loud club music, felt rather than heard, a cold compress on her forehead that smelled faintly of citrus. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a silent car ride over uneven cobblestones. When she surfaced from the haze for real, she found herself in a room that screamed wealth. Mahogany floors, marble walls, a chandelier made of glass so clear it seemed to float in mid-air. Her lips were chapped, and her wrists bore bruises, but she was free of handcuffs. If this was a prison, it was the kind lined in silk. She swung her legs over the bed's edge, noticing that someone had changed her into a satin robe, likely to check for concealed weapons or trackers. A jolt of revulsion shot through her. There was a large mirror on the adjacent wall, reflecting the warm glow of wall sconces. She scanned the space, an ornate door in front, plus a smaller side door that might lead to a bathroom. No visible cameras, but given whose den she had likely ended up in, she assumed they were hidden. On the nightstand, a single red rose in a crystal vase stood next to a folded note. She lifted it with trembling fingers. Your talents precede you. Welcome to Barcelona. AC. Suddenly, footsteps approached. The door opened to reveal a man with broad shoulders, dark hair precisely swept back, and eyes the colour of onyx. He wore a crisp vest over a black dress shirt, sleeves rolled up to reveal corded forearms. A faint scar traced his jawline, as if to declare he'd been through real violence. He studied Jade with a predatory calm. This had to be Adrian Ash Castellano. The air in the room thickened, and Jade's pulse pounded. "You made quite an impression in Paris," he finally said, voice quiet but resonating with power. "I've wanted to meet the elusive Jade Kaufman for a long time." His gaze flicked down to the note in her hand before returning to her face. The corners of his lips curled into a smile that was neither warm nor cold. It was the smile of a man used to having control. Jade's throat felt dry. She wanted to fling the rose in his face to demand her freedom. But something about the lethal confidence in his posture stopped her. She remembered the stories. Men who crossed Ash ended up missing, or worse. He gestured with a slight tilt of his head. "You have something of mine, or rather, you stole it in Paris. Now you'll repay that debt, one way or another." Jade swallowed, her mind racing for an exit strategy. She'd always survived on her own terms. But this time, she had a sinking feeling she was about to discover just how complicated survival could become. Jade stood at the threshold of the lavish penthouse suite in Barcelona, her bare feet against the cool marble, a swirl of dread and defiance clashing in her chest. She had no illusions. She was a captive, just one with gilded shackles. Adrian Ash Castellano's presence was a suffocating force. Though polite on the surface, he exuded that brand of quiet menace only the truly powerful possess. Every object in the penthouse, from the imported rugs to the antique paintings, declared wealth. Yet it felt sterile, as if no real life ever thrived there. Jade wondered if that reflected Ash himself. All shine, no warmth. He lounged on a leather chair near a panoramic window that overlooked the Barcelona skyline. Nightlights gleamed over the city like fallen stars. In front of him lay a mahogany coffee table bearing a folder, an elegant crystal, decanter, and 2 tumblers. "Sit," he said calmly, motioning to the sofa across from him. Jade hesitated, scanning for potential weapons or escape routes. Her instincts told her there might be a chance if she caught him off guard. But his men were undoubtedly outside the door and she lacked her gear. Reluctantly, she settled onto the sofa. Ash handed her a tumbler. "Drink," he commanded. When she made no move, he rolled his eyes and took a small sip from his own glass. "It's not poisoned, if that's what you're afraid of." Jade sniffed it. Whiskey, smooth and strong. She took a measured sip, hoping the burn would sharpen her frayed nerves. He leaned forward. "So, let's talk about the blue siren. You cost me a great deal of inconvenience and money." "You don't strike me as the type to worry about loose change," Jade replied, her tone biting. She wanted to provoke him, to see cracks in his composure. A flicker of amusement lit his gaze. Bravado. Admirable, if not misguided. "I knew you would try for the sapphire in Paris. That's why I had Rodain in place." She set her glass down. "Then you know I'm worth more to you alive than dead. So what's your plan? Ransom? Torture for kicks? Or do you fancy turning me into your personal cat burglar?" Ash's jaw tightened, but his voice remained calm. "You're perceptive, Miss Kaufman. Indeed, I want your services. You owe me, and I prefer to collect debts through utilization of talent rather than brute force. If you refuse, I'll deliver you to a less forgiving party, Interpol or certain other individuals who'd relish your downfall. Alternatively, you can work off your debt stealing for me." She hated the chill of his words, more so because they were true. She doubted there was a safe corner of the world where she could run now that Ash Castellano had her in his sights. "What if I say no?" she challenged. He shrugged, a gesture too casual. "Then you spend the rest of your life in prison, or in a shallow grave, depending on who claims you first. You're smart enough to see that's not a bluff." A knot of fury formed in her throat. She had always loathed having her freedom stripped away. Memories of her childhood in foster homes where every rule felt like a cage came rushing back. She clenched her fists. "Fine, I'll do it. But on one condition. Once this is done, you let me go. Clean break." He paused, swirling the whiskey in his glass as though contemplating. "That's what a bargain is, Jade," he said at last, letting her name roll off his tongue with a strange intimacy. "You deliver, I release you. No strings. For now." Over the next few days, Jade explored the penthouse's halls, each corridor leading to opulent rooms decorated with priceless art. The windows, however, were bulletproof and impossible to open from inside. Security cameras were discreetly embedded in corners. At intervals she saw well-dressed guards who politely averted their eyes, but she could sense their readiness to pounce. A private tailor arrived with racks of designer clothing just her size. Jade scowled, feeling like a doll being dressed for display. She selected only practical items: black trousers, form-fitting tops, boots that wouldn't hinder her movement if she decided to make a run for it. She hadn't seen Ash much. Rumour had it he was dealing with fallout from a smuggling ring gone sour. But on the 3rd day, he summoned her to a penthouse library. Jade stepped inside cautiously. Shelves of leather-bound books rose to the ceiling, and a single massive window offered a breathtaking view of the city. Ash stood behind a carved wooden desk, pressing a phone to his ear. A silver laptop was open, showing an array of security feeds, warehouses perhaps, or secret vaults. He ended the call abruptly upon her entrance, then gestured for her to come closer. "I have your first assignment," he said, sliding, a folder across the desk. She flipped it open. Photographs and blueprints revealed a grand mansion in Amsterdam with a vault rumoured to contain a rare emerald pendant. A note at the bottom read, "Owner under watch by Interpol. Proceed with extreme caution." Jade's adrenaline spiked. He continued, My buyer wants that emerald. Your partner for this job will be Valentina Yates, my second in command. Do as she says. She's thorough. Jade's eyes narrowed. I don't do well with partners. Neither do I, Ash replied, his voice tinged with bitterness. But you'll cooperate if you value your continued existence. Before she could retort, he nodded to a side door. Valentina Yates strode in, a tall, raven-haired woman with a gaze so cold it could crack glass. She wore a tailored suit, exuding an aura of no-nonsense efficiency. "Ready, Kaufman?" Valentina asked without preamble. Her tone was clipped, her posture ex-military. Jade matched her stare. "If it means getting out of this penthouse, absolutely." They departed at dusk via a private jet from Barcelona's El Prat airport. Valentina barely spoke, lost in her laptop. Jade used the time to memorize the mansion's layout. She noted security cameras, potential infiltration points, and an intricate plan to bypass motion detectors. The air hummed with an unspoken tension. Jade suspected Valentina disapproved of her, maybe even resented that Ash had singled Jade out. But Valentina's loyalty to Ash seemed unbreakable, which made Jade wary. Hours later they arrived in Amsterdam's cold drizzle. A sleek black SUV whisked them away to a discreet hotel. Valentina gave Jade a final set of instructions. "We strike tomorrow night. Our insider at the mansion has arranged a window of opportunity lasting exactly 15 minutes. There'll be Interpol presence in the area, so keep your head down." Jade nodded. "And Ash? Where is he?" Valentina's expression hardened. "He's got his own matters to handle. Don't worry yourself about him. Focus on the job." Under the cover of darkness they approached the mansion, a palatial estate with manicured lawns, stone fountains and patrolling guards. Jade wore a black bodysuit under a dark hooded cloak. Valentina coordinated from a vantage point near the gate, scanning security frequencies. Once Jade scaled the high fence, her muscle memory took over. She avoided the cameras by slinking along the estate's blind spots. The drizzle turned the grass slick, forcing her to dig her fingers into the soil for stability. Near the side entrance, she used a keypad scrambler to unlock the door, stepping inside with cat-like silence. Her heart pounded in her ears, but she kept her breath even. The mansion's interior was an opulent labyrinth. She crept to a hidden corridor leading to the vault. The informant had guaranteed no guards would patrol there for precisely 5 minutes. The vault's lock was a complicated puzzle of rotating discs, but Jade's nimble fingers deciphered the mechanism swiftly. When the heavy door finally swung open, she saw it. An emerald pendant resting on a velvet cushion. It was mesmerizing, the gem reflecting a deep green glow in the dim light. Her earpiece crackled with Valentina's voice. "Move quickly, we have 2 minutes left." Jade slipped the pendant into a protective pouch. Just as she closed the vault door, footsteps echoed down the corridor. The insider's timing had failed, or perhaps Interpol had changed their pattern. She had no time to worry about whether it was a double cross or mere bad luck. She pressed herself against the wall, listening to the footsteps pass. After the guard disappeared around a corner, Jade sprinted back the way she'd come. She nearly collided with a second guard rounding a corridor, forcing her to slide behind a potted plant. He paused, scanning the area, but moved on. Heart hammering, Jade made it outside and scurried across the lawn toward the fence. Once over, she darted into the cluster of hedges where Valentina was waiting, disguised as a groundskeeper. Valentina slid a glance at the emerald pouch. "Got it?" Jade held it up, panting. "Good, let's get out of here." Back at the hotel, Valentina examined the emerald pendant under a small flashlight. She nodded, satisfied. Ash will be pleased. They flew back to Barcelona that same night, exhaustion creeping into Jade's bones. She wondered if completing the job actually brought her closer to freedom. or just pulled her deeper into Ash's world. The next evening, Ash summoned her to his study. She entered, tossing the emerald to him with a forced casualness. He caught it mid-air. "Nicely done," he murmured, a hint of approval lighting his features. "You continue to impress." Jade folded her arms. "So, that's one job done. How many more before I'm free of this arrangement?" He set the emerald on his desk. "We'll see. Jade, trust is earned piece by piece. Rest for now. New instructions will follow." Before she could protest, he turned away, his posture dismissive. Jade left with her teeth clenched, hating how he played her like a chess piece. Yet an unsettling warmth flickered inside her. Had she seen a spark of admiration in his eyes? Or was it simply her imagination? Life in Ash Castellano's penthouse turned into an odd dance of tension and anticipation. Jade no longer felt like a caged animal. She had partial freedom to roam the estate, but only under the watchful eyes of discreet guards. She was part prisoner, part asset. And when Ash was near, she felt something else entirely. He invited her to high-stakes poker nights, where the world's elite and underworld met in a swirl of tuxedos, diamonds, and swirling cigar smoke. Jade, despite her distaste for such gatherings, recognized an opportunity to glean information about Ash, his operations, and a possible weakness to exploit. Yet, each time she studied him, she found his guard up, face unreadable except for fleeting moments of curiosity when their eyes met across the room. Late one evening, after a particularly tense game, Ash pulled Jade aside. He handed her a small velvet box. Inside was a sapphire pendant, darker in hue than the blue siren but still mesmerizing. "For the fire in your eyes," he said, his voice low. Jade laughed bitterly, unsure whether he was mocking her or sincerely offering a gift. The tiny sapphire felt heavy with meaning. She hesitated. "Why?" she finally asked, eyes drifting to the gem in her hand. His lips curved into a half-smile. "Because I can." It was an answer that told her everything and nothing. The power dynamic was still in his favour. He might view her as a treasure he'd acquired. But there was a peculiar gentleness in his tone, as though he saw something in her that mirrored a part of himself. That night, she paced in her room, the sapphire pendant glinting, on the bed. She wanted to throw it out the window to demonstrate she couldn't be bought, but a deeper part of her ached. For years she'd kept the world at arm's length, relying only on her skill. Yet something in Ash's eyes, his loneliness perhaps, resonated with her own sense of isolation. While she wrestled with her thoughts, there came a soft knock on the door. Ash stepped inside without waiting for permission. He wore a black silk shirt, unbuttoned at the collar, and the tension in his posture hinted he was waging a silent war within himself. "I should have knocked properly," he said quietly, glancing around her room. Jade raised an eyebrow. "Surprised you bother with politeness now." He let out a soft chuckle. "You're free to kick me out." "Am I?" she asked, bitterness lacing her tone. A flicker of pain crossed his face, but he pressed on. "I want to show you something." He gestured toward the hallway, and curiosity, along with a desire to end, the suffocating tension, made her follow. They walked to his study. This time, instead of taking her behind the desk, he led her to a large painting on the wall, an abstract piece with violent streaks of red and black. He pressed a hidden latch, and the painting swung open, revealing a safe. Punching in a code, he opened it. Inside were documents, stacks of cash, and a single photograph that he took out carefully. It depicted two young boys with bright smiles, arms around each other, standing on a sunlit dock. "This was me and my brother Diego years ago," Ash said, his voice wavering slightly. "We were close once. Our father ran the family business, smuggling gems. Diego was older but reckless. We had dreams of taking the business legit, but things changed. He paused, gaze turning distant. Diego betrayed us. He tried to align with a rival cartel, nearly had me and our father killed to seal the deal. I had no choice but to confront him. The confrontation escalated. Our father died in the crossfire. Diego fled. I never forgave him, or myself. Jade studied his face in the dim light, seeing the raw torment etched into his features. She'd expected a hardened criminal, not a man burdened by regret. "Why tell me this?" she asked softly. "Because you might understand," he replied, setting the photo back. "That feeling of always being alone, mistrusting everyone, including your own blood, and because you're not just a pawn in my game." His final words lingered, heated by an undertone of longing. It happened unexpectedly. Perhaps it was the weight of confessions, or the vulnerability Ash rarely displayed. But Jade found herself leaning closer. The tension between them ignited. He reached out, brushing a strand of her hair aside. She closed her eyes, inhaling the faint scent of his cologne, smoke and spice. His lips hovered near hers, and in that breath of uncertainty, she realized she wanted it. She wanted to feel alive in a way she'd never allowed herself. Their mouths met in a fierce, bruising kiss that tasted of desperation and pent-up desire. They stumbled against the desk, scattering papers. Jade poured years of anger and longing into that moment. Ash responded with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. This was more than a power play. It was two people drowning in the same darkness, clinging to each other for a taste of light. When they finally broke apart, gasping, Ash's forehead rested against hers. "You're the storm I never saw coming," he whispered. Jade opened her eyes, heart pounding. She saw fear in his, a fear of losing control, of caring too much. Before she could speak, the phone on his desk buzzed, shattering the quiet intimacy. Ash pulled away, breath ragged. He grabbed the phone. "Yes?" A flash of anger crossed his features. "What do you mean? We have a problem?" He muttered a curse, his gaze flicking to Jade with a mix of apology and frustration. "I have to handle this." Jade swallowed hard, stepping back. The moment had ended, but it left a crack in the walls she'd built around herself, and a fissure in his stoic persona. A week later, word reached them from Dubai. Diego Castellano, Ash's older brother, had resurfaced after years of staying hidden. The rumour was that he'd commandeered a rival cartel, forging alliances with extremist groups that valued precious gems as untraceable currency. The atmosphere in Ash's penthouse chilled overnight. Guards appeared at every corner. Valentina doubled security protocols. One evening, Jade was in the library, pretending to browse books while eavesdropping on a hushed conversation between Valentina and Ash. She overheard enough to catch that Diego was planning something big, something that threatened Ash's entire operation. Later, an anonymous message reached Jade on a secure phone she'd hidden in her room. The voice on the line was scrambled, but she recognized the slight Spanish accent. The caller's content was more startling than the voice itself. "Ash killed our father. He's lying to you. Everything he's told you is a facade. Don't let him make a fool of you." The line went dead before Jade could respond. She tried calling back. No luck. Was it Diego? If so, was he telling the truth? A knot formed in her stomach. Ash had said Diego's betrayal led to their father's death. But what if the blame wasn't so simple? As the days passed, Jade's thoughts turned restless. She was falling for Ash, or at least the tender illusions he allowed her to see. But if he'd lied about his father's death, what else might he have concealed? She couldn't openly ask him. That would raise suspicions. Instead, she spent nights in the penthouse's small office, hacking into restricted files. She found references to the Castellano patriarch's demise, but the documents were heavily redacted. There were hints that their father had been shot in a Warehouse, both sons present, but no official conclusion on who pulled the fatal trigger. Jade's heart pounded with each new clue. Was she letting desire blind her to Ash's darker secrets? She recalled how effortlessly he manipulated her life. Could he have done the same with the truth about his father? Valentina summoned Jade to a private lounge for a briefing. She laid out the next operation, a black opal heist in Italy that promised to fetch an obscene sum. But Jade's mind was elsewhere, on Diego's warning, on Ash's possible deception. At the end of the briefing, Valentina stared hard at Jade. "Something's off with you lately. Don't let your personal entanglements compromise your focus," Jade bristled. "No risk there." Valentina's gaze was icy. "Good, because Diego Castellano isn't playing around. If you get tangled in his web, you'll regret it." Jade forced a cool nod. Inside, she was torn. If Ash had lied, Diego might be the lesser evil, or maybe both were devils. She was caught between warring shadows, uncertain which flicker of light to follow. On the eve of their departure to Italy, Ash found Jade pacing by the balcony, the city lights shimmering below them like restless spirits. The tension between them was suffocating. She wanted answers but feared what she might discover. He approached from behind, gently laying a hand on her shoulder. She flinched, fighting the urge to confront him right then. Instead, she turned and pressed her lips to his in a desperate kiss. For an instant, his arms wrapped around her, and she leaned into the solace of his warmth, trying to forget the serpents of doubt coiling in her mind. But as they parted, and their gazes locked, Jade saw that same wariness. Something had shifted irreversibly. Tomorrow they would face dangers from the outside world, but tonight it felt like the real battle was already raging inside them. Italy beckoned with promises of beauty and danger. Jade, Ash, and a small team landed in Florence under cover identities. Their target was a secluded estate owned by a private collector, rumoured to harbour an exquisite black opal necklace worth millions on the black market. But Jade carried more weight than her infiltration gear. Diego's warning, "Ash killed our father," echoed in her mind. She had not confronted Ash yet. She needed tangible proof. Anxiety gnawed at her, threatening to undermine her razor-sharp focus. They scouted the estate, noting guards armed to the teeth, advanced surveillance, and a treacherous layout. Valentina was in charge of logistics, while Jade was once more the point person for the break-in. The plan was airtight, until it wasn't. Halfway through disabling the estate's security grid, the lights flared back on, sirens blared. "Ambush!" Valentina's voice crackled through Jade's earpiece. "Get out now!" Jade sprinted down a corridor lined with Renaissance paintings. She found Ash cornered by armed men. Without thinking twice, she hurled a smoke grenade, covering their retreat. Gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting off marble. As the smoke thickened, she seized Ash's hand, guiding him toward the exit. The moment they were clear, Ash whipped around, suspicion blazing in his eyes. "You told Diego, didn't you? You sold me out." Jade's chest tightened in outrage. "I never—" He cut her off, voice razor-sharp. "Don't lie. My father's memory might mean nothing to you, but I won't die in a trap orchestrated by my own blood." Something inside Jade snapped. "If you trusted me, you'd know I'd never do that. But you don't, do you?" She almost spat out the question about his father's death, but held back at the last second. The chaos surrounding them wouldn't allow for deep conversations or confessions. Valentina appeared, helping them fight off 2 more guards. The team evacuated into black SUVs, speeding through the Tuscan countryside until they reached a safe house. The heist was a complete failure. They'd barely escaped with their lives, and a few flesh wounds. Back at the safe house, tension sizzled like a live wire. Ash paced the floor, Valentina cleaned her pistol in brittle silence, and Jade fumed in a corner, her heart banging against her ribcage. Finally, Jade rounded on Ash, fury fueling her words. "You accuse me of betrayal, but maybe you're the one who set this up. A test of loyalty, or something twisted to confirm your paranoia." Her voice cracked with pent-up frustration. Ash glared. "I lost men out there. Don't suggest this was a game." "Then maybe you're just incompetent," she fired back. Though regret stabbed her immediately, she knew that would sting. Ash's jaw clenched, but he said nothing. Valentina intervened, stepping between them. "Enough. We need to regroup and figure out how Diego orchestrated this. One of our inside men must have flipped." Her gaze lingered on Jade, implying Jade might be that flipped asset. Jade scoffed in exasperation, whirling around to go to her room. She needed to get away before she said something she couldn't take back. That night, Jade made a decision. She couldn't continue drowning in half-truths and accusations. She needed to know the truth about Ash, about the father he might or might not have killed, and about Diego's real motivations. While the rest of the team was busy securing the perimeter, Jade slipped away. She found an unlocked car in the safe house garage and hotwired it. She realized she had no clear destination, only an overwhelming urge to be free from the swirl of lies. Driving down a moonlit road, she called a contact in Paris, someone who specialized in forging new identities. If she could confirm Ash's story and find a safe place, she'd decide her next step. Yet, she'd barely gotten a few miles when headlights flared behind her. A black motorcycle roared up, weaving dangerously close. Jade recognized the rider, Ash. He pulled up beside her window, motioning for her to pull over. Fear and anger clawed at her. She accelerated, hoping to outrun him, but he cut in front, forcing her to stop. They screeched to a halt on the deserted roadside. Ash yanked off his helmet, eyes ablaze. "You're running," he demanded, stepping toward her car. Jade jumped out, slamming the door. "I have no choice. You won't tell me the truth. You don't trust me. You treat me like a thief in a gilded cage." He grabbed her arm. "You are a thief, and you've stolen more than you realize." She met his gaze, tears threatening to blur her vision. "Let go." His grip loosened, but he didn't release her. The road was silent except for the hiss of the wind through olive trees. Emotions warred on his face. Anger, desperation, something else unspoken. Finally he let her go. "If you truly want out, go. But know this. If you walk away, Diego will come for you. He wants to use you against me. He's even more ruthless than I am." Jade swallowed the lump in her throat. "Then that's my burden to bear." For a long moment neither spoke. Then Jade got back into the car and drove off, leaving Ash standing in the glow of the motorcycle's headlight, his expression a portrait of heartbreak and rage. Jade returned to Paris, the city where this nightmare began. She rented a cheap room in a nondescript building, feeding the landlord a fake name. Days turned into a week, marked by paranoia and isolation. She kept to back alleys, changed her appearance with a wig, avoided her usual hangouts. A gnawing emptiness followed her every step. The more she tried to forget Ash's haunted eyes, the more they consumed her thoughts. She felt fractured, unsure of where she stood in this war between brothers. Then one evening, as she slipped into a dimly lit cafe, she spotted Valentina, sitting alone at a corner table. Jade's pulse spiked, suspecting a trap. But Valentina waved a white napkin in a gesture of peace. Cautiously, Jade joined her. The hush of the cafe enveloped them, the smell of espresso cutting the tension. "Why are you here?" Jade demanded, ready to flee at the slightest threat. Valentina leaned forward, voice low. "Diego has mobilized a personal army. He's planning to assassinate Ash at a meeting in Istanbul. You might not care about the cartel, but I know you care about him." Jade's heart thumped. "Why should I believe you?" Valentina's eyes flashed. "Because I know Ash better than anyone. He made mistakes, yes, but he didn't kill his father. Diego's the one who set up the entire thing, possibly even pulled the trigger. Diego's men have been feeding you lies to turn you against Ash. I came because, despite everything, he still trusts you, and I don't want him dead." After Valentina left, Jade couldn't sleep. She roamed the Paris streets until dawn, mind roiling. If Valentina was telling the truth, Jade had been a pawn in Diego's revenge plot. The realization made her blood run cold. She pictured Ash, his guarded smiles, the vulnerability he'd shown, the way he'd risked everything to build an empire after losing his father and brother. A sharp pang of longing and regret speared through her. She might be the only one who could warn him in time, but returning to him meant trusting again, an act that felt alien and perilous. Yet, something stronger than fear pulsed in her veins. She wanted to protect the only man who had ever dared to see through her hardened exterior. Whatever twisted form their connection took, it was real to her. As dusk fell the next day, Jade packed her gear. She made some calls, calling in old favours for travel documents. By midnight she was on a cargo plane bound for Istanbul, determined to reach Ash before Diego struck. All the while, she clung to the memory of that shared kiss in the study, the raw honesty in his eyes. If she was risking her life, it might as well be for the one person who made her feel alive. Istanbul's Grand Bazaar pulsed with life, a chaotic blend of colours and scents. Beneath its vibrant exterior, an underworld deal was about to happen. Ash Castellano stood in a secluded corner of a warehouse near the Bosphorus Strait, accompanied by a handful of loyal guards. He looked more tense than ever. Word on the street was that Diego had orchestrated this meeting to negotiate, but everyone knew it was a trap. Jade watched from the rafters, heart pounding. She'd arrived just in time to witness Diego's men slipping into position, rifles gleaming under fluorescent lights. A chill ran through her. She had to act now or Ash would be cut down in a hail of bullets. When the first shot rang out, Jade leaped into action, dropping from the rafters behind a stack of crates. She lobbed a flash grenade that disoriented Diego's men, then darted forward to where Ash took cover behind a steel pillar. He started to aim, his gun, until recognition flickered in his eyes. "Jade?" She gave a nod, breath ragged. "I'm sorry. I didn't know. Diego, he lied to me. I'm here to help." Emotions cascaded across his face. Shock, relief, anger, maybe even a hint of gratitude. But there was no time to talk. Diego himself strode into view, flanked by bodyguards. The older brother's face wore a triumphant sneer. "This ends now, Ash," he spat, levelling a pistol. "And this time, I won't miss." Gunfire erupted from every direction. Jade and Ash fought back to back, covering each other in a deadly dance of bullets and cunning. At one point, Jade rolled across the concrete floor to grab a fallen weapon, taking out 2 of Diego's men. She realized she was fighting not just for survival, but for a chance at redemption, for both her and Ash. Valentina arrived with reinforcements, pushing Diego's men into retreat, but Diego himself remained, determined to kill his brother. He cornered Ash. Behind a shipping container, pistol aimed at Ash's chest. Jade, hidden behind a nearby crate, took a shot that grazed Diego's arm. He howled in pain, pivoting the gun toward her. Ash seized the moment. He lunged, wrenching the weapon from Diego's grasp. A scuffle broke out, brutal and personal. In the end, Ash pinned his brother to the ground, chest heaving, gun pressed to Diego's temple. Diego glared, panting. "Do it, brother. Prove you're just like me." Jade felt her heart spike. Would Ash pull the trigger? The seconds stretched like wire about to snap. Finally, with a growl of rage, Ash hurled the gun aside. "No," he said, voice shaking. "I'm not you." Valentina's men secured Diego, who spat curses as they dragged him away. Jade knelt next to Ash, heart in her throat. He had a bleeding gash on his arm, but it seemed superficial. Cradling his face in her hands, Jade looked into his eyes, tears wetting her lashes. "I'm sorry I doubted you." Ash exhaled, a shuddering breath. "You saved my life. Twice now." They helped each other up, battered but alive. The city lights of Istanbul glittered outside like 1,000 possibilities. For the first time, Jade believed in something more than just survival. A gentle ocean breeze caressed Jade's skin as she stood on the sun-drenched balcony of a secluded island villa. The horizon was a tapestry of turquoise waves and golden sunlight. She sipped from a cup of spiced tea, letting the salty air soothe her. Behind her, Ash emerged, dressed casually in linen pants and a half-buttoned shirt, a faint scar visible on his forearm, one of the many they'd both acquired. After the showdown in Istanbul, rumours spread that Adrian Ash Castellano and his infamous jewel thief accomplice had vanished, presumed dead or in hiding. The truth was more nuanced. They decided to step away from the black market empire altogether, leaving Valentina to handle the transition to legitimate ventures, or dismantle them if she wished. Now, on this remote island, they ran a private security firm specialising in the protection and recovery of rare artefacts, flipping their skills from theft to preservation. It felt like a surreal twist of fate, yet it also felt right. Jade's hand absently touched the ring on her finger. Its centrepiece, the blue siren sapphire, once a symbol of her captivity, now it sparkled as a testament to a shared destiny. The memory of their stormy path still brought flashes of pain and regret, but they found solace in building something honest side by side. From the open doorway, Ash smiled. "Ready for our next job? There's a lost manuscript in an auction house that needs protecting." She turned, a playful glint in her eye. "Let's go steal it before anyone else tries then. Old habits die hard after all." He chuckled, crossing the balcony to stand beside her. Their hands entwined, and for a moment the ghosts of their past receded, replaced by the pounding of the ocean against the shore and the simple warmth of each other's presence. No matter the shadows that lingered, they had found a form of freedom in the very thing that once bound them: trust in one another. Even if tomorrow brought fresh storms, tonight they stood together, hearts still beating in unison amidst the quiet hum of the surf. Welcome to Sleepy Love Tales, soothing romance for a restful night. If these stories help you unwind, be sure to subscribe. For now, close your eyes and let's begin tonight's story. Passport stamps. The city had no name worth keeping. It sat at the crossroads of two rail lines, a place where travellers stopped not to see anything but to change trains, and the locals had long since stopped noticing the foreigners, the way a river stops noticing the stones in its bed. There were cafes that stayed open until no one was left to serve, and hotels with sheets that smelled of lavender and other people's departures, and a clock tower that chimed at odd intervals, as though it too had lost track of where it was going. Carla Garcia arrived on a Tuesday in October with 2 bags and a fellowship she'd spent 11 years earning. The fellowship was in computational linguistics. It was prestigious. It was by every measure she'd been taught to apply the correct next step. She had written the acceptance letter in 3 drafts, each one more confident than the last, and she had not told anyone that the 3rd draft had taken her 4 hours because she kept deleting the word fine. She found a room above a pharmacy on a street where the shutters were painted the particular shade of green that only exists in places that have given up trying to be picturesque. The room had a narrow bed, a radiator that clanked like something alive, and a window that looked out onto a courtyard where someone grew tomatoes too late in the season, the plants still reaching upward with a stubbornness that bordered on the absurd. She unpacked methodically. Clothes in the wardrobe, books on the nightstand, a photograph of her mother face down. Not out of cruelty, out of a tenderness so acute it had become indistinguishable from avoidance. On Wednesday she found the cafe. It was called, simply, Le Passage, and it occupied the ground floor of a building that seemed to have been designed by someone who had never seen a right angle. The chairs were mismatched. The espresso was too strong. A chalkboard menu had been erased and rewritten so many times that the surface had turned a permanent ghostly grey, and the handwriting of the current offerings was layered over the ghost impressions of 100 previous meals, so that if you looked closely you could read, faintly beneath the soup of the day, the remains of desserts no one remembered ordering. She sat by the window with a coffee she did not want and a notebook she did not open, and she watched the street. A man across the way was trying to load a mattress into a van that was clearly too small. He was laughing at himself. 2 women walked past arm in arm, arguing about something that made them both gesture wildly with their free hands. A child stopped to examine a puddle with the gravity of a scholar examining a primary source. Carla watched all of this and felt, for the first time in months, something other than the low-grade static that had been humming behind her ribs since she had agreed to leave. The man was already there when she came back Thursday. He sat at the bar with a book, open in front of him, though he was not reading it. He was watching the barista make coffee with the kind of attention that suggested he was either deeply interested in the process or deeply bored with everything else. He was handsome in an unfinished way. Strong jaw, dark hair that fell across his forehead like an afterthought. The kind of bone structure that would look better at 40 than it did now. But what struck her was not his features. It was the stillness that surrounded him, a quality like the air in a church after everyone has left, or the pause between exhale and inhale. He inhabited space the way most people merely occupied it, and the effect was magnetic in a way that had nothing to do with attraction, and everything to do with relief, as though his mere presence suggested that the world might after all consent to slow down. When Carla sat down at her usual table by the window, he glanced over. Not a long look, not an appraising one, simply the acknowledgement that someone had entered a room, the way a tree might register a change in light. She ordered her coffee. He returned to not reading his book. This happened again on Friday. And Saturday. By Sunday it had become a kind of choreography, unspoken and precise. She arrived. He was there. They occupied the same space without occupying each other's attention, and something about this arrangement felt, against all logic, like the most intimate thing that had happened to her in years. His name was Marcus. She learned this not because they introduced themselves, but because the barista called it out when his coffee was ready, and he looked up with the slightly startled expression of a man who's been thinking about something far away. On Monday, when she arrived at the cafe, he was already standing gathering his things to leave. Their paths intersected at the door. He held it open for her, an ordinary gesture, except that he met her eyes while doing it, and in that brief exchange of glances something passed between them that was not quite a greeting and not quite an acknowledgement, but something else. Permission, perhaps, or recognition. "Thank you," she said. He nodded, stepped aside, and was gone. On Tuesday he was there again, and this time when she sat down he glanced over and said very simply, "You're here often." It was not a question, it was not an invitation, it was simply an observation, delivered in a voice that suggested he had been thinking about whether to say it for some time. "So are you," Carla replied. A pause, then, "I'm Marcus." "Carla." They did not shake hands. They did not move closer. They stayed where they were, on opposite sides of the cafe, and talked across the distance like 2 people calling to each other across a river, the words arriving slightly altered by the crossing, stripped of their sharper edges, made softer by travel. He was a tutor. Languages mostly, though he said this the way someone might say they collected stamps, as an activity that filled the hours between one place and the next. He had been in this city for 3 weeks. Before that, somewhere in the south. Before that, somewhere else. The geography of his life was a series of departures, Each one clean, each one complete. "Don't you want to stay somewhere?" Carla asked. He considered this with genuine interest, as though she had posed a real question rather than the rhetorical one most people meant by it. "I used to think staying was the point," he said. "Now I think it might be the thing people do when they're afraid of what they'll find if they keep looking." Carla thought about this for longer than she intended. Outside, the October light was failing in the way it does in places between latitudes, not dramatically, not with the long, golden slant of the south, but with a quiet, almost apologetic dimming, as though the day were trying not to disturb anyone on its way out. "Or," she said, "it's what you do when you finally found it." He looked at her then, really looked, with an attention that was neither flirtatious nor clinical, but simply curious, and she felt something shift in her chest, some small door she had not known was closed, clicking open by a fraction of an inch. It was Carla who suggested the marriage. She would not have been able to explain afterward exactly how the conversation arrived there. They had been talking for 2 hours, the longest conversation she had had with anyone since arriving, possibly since leaving, and the talk had moved, as good talk does, from the surface to the depths without either of them noticing the descent. They had spoken about language and its failures, about the particular loneliness of being very good at something no one else finds interesting, about the way cities feel different when you know you are leaving them versus when you know you are staying. "The trick," Marcus had said, leaning back in his chair with his hands wrapped around a coffee gone, cold, "is that no one tells you the rules have changed. You spend your whole life optimizing for one set of conditions, and then one day you realize the conditions have shifted and all your careful calculations are meaningless. So what do? You make a new calculation, a bad one probably, one that doesn't make any sense by the old rules." Carla looked at him across the table. The cafe was nearly empty now. The light outside had gone entirely. Somewhere, a church bell was ringing, though there was no church visible on any street she had walked. "Marry me," she said. She said it lightly, as a joke, as the kind of thing you say when the conversation has reached the point where the only honest move is an absurd one. Marcus did not laugh. He did not look shocked. He tilted his head slightly, the way a person does when they are genuinely considering an offer they had not expected to receive. "Why?" he asked. And Carla, who had spent 11 years preparing careful arguments for careful audiences, found that the only answer available to her was the true one. "Because neither of us knows what we're doing," she said, "and I'm tired of doing it alone." A long silence, not an uncomfortable one. The kind of silence that has weight and texture. That means something is being decided. "Okay," Marcus said. They did not, in fact, get married. What they did was stranger and, in its way, more honest. They agreed to act as though they were married, to travel together, to share rooms, to introduce each other as spouses, for as long as the experiment felt worth running. There were no terms, no end date, no discussion of what would happen if one of them wanted to stop. "If it stops working," Carla said, on the morning they left the city with the chiming clock tower, "we just stop." "Agreed," said Marcus, and lifted her bag into the overhead compartment of the train, with an ease that suggested he had been lifting other people's bags for a long time. They went south. First, because the weather was turning and because neither of them had anywhere they needed to be. The towns they passed through were small and indifferent to tourists, places where the shopkeepers knew every face and regarded strangers with a politeness that was also, unmistakably, a kind of distance. Carla and Marcus moved through these towns like water through stone, leaving no mark, disturbing nothing. They shared a room in each place they stopped, a narrow room, usually with one bed or two beds pushed close together, and a window that looked out onto something, a garden, a courtyard, a neighbour's washing line, that made the space feel less like a hotel and more like a life temporarily borrowed. The first night, in a village where the inn smelled of wood smoke and old wine, They lay in the dark on opposite sides of the mattress, with a space between them that was precise and deliberate, like a margin on a page. "This is strange," Carla said to the ceiling. "Yes," said Marcus. "Good strange or bad strange?" A pause. She could hear him breathing, steady, unhurried, the breathing of someone who had learned, or always known, how to be at ease in unfamiliar places. "I don't know yet," he said. "Ask me tomorrow." Tomorrow she did not ask. She did not need to. Something had shifted in the night. Not between them, exactly, but in her. She woke feeling more rested than she had in months, and the feeling was so unfamiliar that she lay still for several minutes, trying to identify it before she realised what it was. She'd slept without dreaming about work. They fell into routines with a naturalness that surprised her. In the mornings, he made coffee while she opened the curtains. They ate breakfast together at whatever table was available, reading or talking or sitting in a silence that required no performance. In the afternoons, they walked, not to see things, but simply to move, to let the landscape pass through them like music through a room. In the evenings, they cooked if there was a kitchen, or ate simply if there was not, and talked until the talking tapered off into tiredness, and they went to bed. It was during these evenings that Carla began to notice the architecture of his evasions. He talked freely about almost everything, about the places he had been, the languages he spoke, the books he had read and discarded and loved. But when the conversation turned toward the interior, toward what he wanted, what he feared, what kept him moving from place to place like a man outrunning something he could not name, he deflected with a skill so practiced it was almost invisible. A change of subject, a joke, a sudden interest in the view outside the window. She recognised the technique because she used it herself. One evening, in a town where the river ran green and fast and the inn had a garden with a table under a walnut tree, she said, "You know, you don't have to do that." He looked up from his wine. "Do what?" "Leave when it gets close." He held her gaze for a long moment. His face in the last light was unguarded in a way she had not seen before. Not vulnerable exactly, but open, the way a door is open when no one has thought to close it. "I don't know how not to," he said. And then quieter, "I haven't needed to." She did not press.